Chapter 1 Ding! Congratulations on winning 100 million in cash. It was dawn. Shulai did not get up. He pulled up the quilt, covered his head, and continued to sleep. This was his 10th day staying at home. Being a salted fish is so comfortable. A month ago, his girlfriend of 1 year broke up with him because of poverty. Half a month ago, he lost his job smoothly because of the bankruptcy of the company. Lying in bed, Shulai found that he could not fall asleep, so he turned over like a salted fish. Turning on the phone as usual, no one contacted him. After hesitating for a while, he sent a message to his ex-girlfriend Jingjing. "Are you there?" Failed to send. Jingjing had deleted herself. He sent a message to a female classmate again, and it also failed to send. He sent it to, "Forget it, I won't send it." Just thinking about it, the screen flashed and a message came. Shulai opened it with anticipation, but when he took a look, he was so scared that he threw the phone away. This message showed that it was sent by his father, but his father had been gone for 3 years. It was really a ghost. He was so scared that he hugged his 200-pound self tightly. But something even more terrifying happened. "Son, I'm your dad. Why did you throw away your phone? I finally got in touch with you." Damn it! Shulai flipped over. No, he flipped over like a salted fish and flipped onto the bed, wrapping himself tightly in the quilt. "Son, I'm really your dad. If you don't believe me, call me Dad and let me hear it." Shulai's face turned pale and he felt something was wrong, but after hesitating for a while he still called out from the quilt, "Dad?" "Oh, wife, it seems that I found the right person. This is our son." "Son, I'm your mother. Have you had breakfast?" "Wife, why are you talking about this? Let's get down to business. Son, I'm your dad." Shulai thought to himself, "I know. You don't need to emphasize it again. This old dad still looks not very smart." "Son, listen to me. I sent you something. This is the account number XXX, but you have to transfer 3,000 yuan to the account before you can receive it." "Ah, this. Are all scammers so scary now? Is this all an illusion?" Shulai thought about it and slapped the orange cat next to him. "Woo!" The orange cat raised its right paw, stretched its neck, and threatened Shulai with its 10-kilogram body. "Is this shit shoveler looking for shit?" Shulai quickly stroked it. "Your Majesty, I lost my grip for a moment." The big orange cat then put down its right paw and licked it. Judging from the big orange's reaction, it should not be a dream. He decided to transfer the money to see if it worked. 3,000 yuan was quickly transferred, and his account balance became 0. "The money has been received, son. We are leaving." Dad sighed. "Son, remember to eat on time." Before leaving, the familiar voice of his mother floated out. After confirming that there was no sound anymore, Shulai carefully picked up the phone. Alas, just treat it as a dream. At this moment, a voice came into Shulai's mind. "Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the unlimited merit lottery system, and now you have a free lottery opportunity." Golden finger? Shulai was ecstatic. After reading novels for so long, it was finally his turn. "Ha ha ha!" He couldn't help laughing. Daju looked at Shulai with disdain, thinking, "Why is this shit shoveling officer so stupid?" "Use it," Shulai said in his mind without hesitation. An extremely huge turntable appeared in his mind, with all kinds of things and words on the turntable. He saw 3 words at a glance, and it said girlfriend. Could he still draw a girlfriend? Shulai was even more surprised. "Ding! Congratulations! You have won 100 million cash, and it will be credited immediately." The lottery was over, and the voice of the system came. Shulai's heart was pounding. 100 million? Really or not? Ding! The phone vibrated, and a text message came. Shulai subconsciously looked over, and the whole person was stunned. Sure enough, it reached 100 million. This! I am not dreaming, Daju, Shulai said as he slapped Daju again. Wah! Daju couldn't stand it anymore. This shit shoveler dared to offend his superior. He raised his right foot and tickled Shulai. Feeling the pain on his arm, Shulai laughed instead of getting angry. "Ha ha! Not dreaming! Ding! You still have items to claim." Seeing Shulai fall into excitement, the system sounded again. It was a box. Shulai opened it and found a pill inside. The pill was the size of a thumb and exuded a rich aroma. This aroma was different from ordinary aromas. This aroma seemed to be able to penetrate into the soul and make him feel extremely comfortable. Along with the pill, a piece of information also flooded into his mind. Blood spirit pill used to cleanse the marrow and remove hair and stimulate the blood. According to the above introduction, it seems that after using it, it can also awaken some blood power. No matter what, let's try it first. He swallowed the pill. The pill entered his mouth and turned into a stream of red liquid that entered his abdomen. Puff! A mysterious and powerful energy instantly exploded from his chest and abdomen, spreading throughout his body. He could feel that every cell in his body was madly absorbing this mysterious energy and becoming stronger. Huh! After 7 days and 7 nights, Shulai finally opened his eyes. He clearly felt that his whole body was full of strength. Just when he thought it was over, a burning feeling suddenly came from his eyes. His eyes turned dark gold and a divine glow emerged. Boom! The world in front of him suddenly changed in his eyes. He found that his eyes could actually penetrate books. When he looked at a book on the bookshelf, the words inside appeared clearly in front of him. Moonlight in front of the bed. When he looked at the wall, a terrifying scene happened. He could see through the hard cement wall at a glance. He clearly saw everything in the next room. In the next room, a girl was taking a shower. When he looked over, the bathroom door was also penetrated by him. 36D. For Shulai, who had only seen paper people, the scene in front of him was too exciting. Puff! Shulai's nosebleed was flowing down. He quickly looked away, and the nosebleed stopped at this time. It seems that this blood spirit pill is really good. His physical fitness has been greatly improved. If it were normal, the bleeding would definitely not stop so quickly. Shulai's face was embarrassed. He didn't expect that there was such a beautiful woman living next door to him. Her skin is really big, and her figure is really white. Shulai thought about it and couldn't help smacking his lips and commenting. Congratulations, you have awakened part of the Eye of Truth and have the ability to see through. It seems that this Eye of Truth is very powerful. Just a part of the ability can see through. The next medicine will strengthen your body. Chapter 2: Ex-girlfriend is getting married? Puff! Just after he finished speaking, Shulai farted. Congratulations, you have broken through to the first level of Qi training. Puff! Shulai farted again. Congratulations, you have broken through to the second level of Qi training. This. Shulai was confused. Farting can also break through? Or does breaking through mean farting? Just as he was thinking, a series of sounds of puff, 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 puff followed. Congratulations, you have broken through to the 7th level of Qi training, and your strength has greatly increased. Maybe because he released too much Qi, Shulai was a little thirsty and wanted to drink water. But when his hand touched the water cup suddenly broke with a bang. But his fingers were intact. He moved his feet, and there was a pair of clear footprints under his feet. Shulai grabbed the kitchen knife next to him, and the kitchen knife immediately deformed with 5 more fingerprints on it. Damn! My strength has increased so much? Become a Superman? Shulai was ecstatic again. There is no man who doesn't want to become like a Superman. After calming down, Shulai decided to go to the bank first to confirm whether the 100 million on his card was real. Shulai walked to the bank hall, and the security guard's cold eyes fell on him. What business are you doing? I want to check the account, Shulai said nervously. Go to the automatic service machine to check the account. The security guard was already staring with big eyes, thinking that this person seemed to be wrong. I may have 100 million. Shulai lowered his voice and glanced around, whispering. The security guard sneered. This guy must be wrong. Boy, if you are daydreaming, go home. This is not the place for you to dream. Having worked as a bank security guard for a long time, he can naturally distinguish what is a rich person. The guy in front of him, wearing all cheap clothes, has the nerve to say that he has 100 million. Shulai saw that the security guard didn't believe it at all, and he was a little uneasy, because he didn't believe it himself. Please give me a number, Shulai said with a stiff face. Good boy, you daydreamed and came to the bank. I want to see if you have 100 million. The security guard gave him a number and followed him to the counter. There were not many people now, so he could handle the business directly without queuing. His scrutinizing eyes fell on Shulai. Based on his many years of security experience, this guy is either mentally ill or wants to rob a bank. It seems that he will make a great contribution today. He began to think about what moves he should use to take down this guy. It would be best if he could use moves that would make him look both majestic and handsome. Help me check the balance of my account, Shulai said carefully to the lady at the counter. He glanced over and saw the lady in front of him. Her skin was not as white as the female neighbor next door, and her figure was much worse. Mr. Shu, your account balance shows 100 million. The lady herself couldn't believe it, and her voice was trembling. The security uncle behind him widened his eyes. Take a closer look. Can't it be wrong? He was still waiting for Shulai to rob the bank so that he could show off his skills and make a contribution. That's right, Mr. Shu. Your balance is indeed 100 million. She immediately reported such a huge balance. Soon, the bank manager came to Shulai. Hello, Mr. Shu. I'm sorry, we neglected it. How can a big customer like you handle business here? Please go to our Supreme VIP room. The bank manager took Shulai into a luxuriously decorated super private room. Shulai looked at the room and thought, if he hadn't suddenly got 100 million, he would never have seen the scene in this room. The security guard returned to his post, cursing. He wondered why he didn't have 100 million. Shulai came out of the Supreme VIP room, and his previous bank card was replaced with a black one. There was also a lotus mark on it. At the same time, he also invested 50 million to participate in some kind of cornucopia plan. No, it's the cornucopia plan. I heard that after joining, you don't have to worry about breaking your legs. Walking on the street, Shulai still had a sense of unreality. He had 100 million. He really wanted to shout to the sky, I have 100 million. After thinking about it, he sent a verification message to his ex-girlfriend's account to add a friend. Jing Jing, I'm Shulai. Ding, the other party has rejected adding you as a friend. Hesitantly, he changed the verification message. Jing Jing, I'm Shulai. I have 100 million. Ding, the other party has passed your friend verification. Money is still useful, Shulai sighed. But he couldn't help but feel surprised in his heart. It seems Jing Jing still has feelings for me. He worded it and was about to send a message, but unexpectedly, Jing Jing sent it first. Shulai, stop talking nonsense. You can't have so much money even if you rob a bank. It's impossible for us, and besides, I'm getting married next month. Shulai's mind was blank. His eyes were red and his hands were shaking as he began to type. When he finished editing and sent it, it failed again. He was deleted again. At this time, the store next door started playing music for some reason. Snowflakes are fluttering. The north wind is whistling. Who the hell is playing music? Shulai looked at the store angrily. A man nearly 2 meters tall walked out, his body full of muscles. I played it. What's wrong? Oh, it's okay, then. Looking at this 2-meter muscular monster, Shulai felt that there was nothing wrong with him playing a song. After walking away, Shulai suddenly remembered. I am already the 7th level of Qi training. I can even bend a kitchen knife. I'm not afraid of him. Although he said so, he still didn't turn back. His eyes fell on the crowd coming and going. He used his perspective ability, and all the people on the street seemed to be walking around in front of him without clothes, especially those young ladies, which made his blood boil. Thinking that he was already worth hundreds of millions, some bold ideas suddenly appeared in his mind. Once this idea appeared, it sprouted uncontrollably. Chen Jingjing, you are getting married next month, right? I will get married tonight. Gritting his teeth, Shulai walked towards a sparsely populated place. Chapter 3: The Fallen Girl. Shulai stopped at a place called Tulip Health Club. I have always heard that this is a man's paradise. I must go in and take a look today. In the past, I had Jingjing and no money. Now I don't have Jingjing, and I have money. Both conditions are met. Walking into the Tulip Health Club, a woman in her 30s walked out. At night, Shulai was in a couple's suite filled with pink. He sat on the sofa next to him with no hope in life. Opposite him, a little girl who looked a bit like Chen Jingjing was crying. He had planned to kill everyone, but was extinguished by her crying. For this night, he spent a full 100,000 yuan. Don't cry first. What's your name? Shulai couldn't help asking. My name is Jingjing. What? Also Jingjing? The same name as his ex-girlfriend. Which Jing? One female character and one green. My last name is Liu. The girl sobbed twice. Her makeup was smudged by tears and her face was red. I have to say, this Jingjing is really pretty. No wonder it costs 100,000 yuan here. Seeing that Shulai had no bad intentions, the girl talked more. It turned out that Liu Jingjing's father died on the construction site 3 years ago, and her mother ran away before the funeral. She also has a seriously ill sister. 2 years ago, her grandparents died one after another because of the loss of their son and the illness caused by overwork. Suddenly, only the 2 sisters were left to depend on each other. Later, some men in the village often hung around in front of their door and sneaked in at night. The 2 sisters were so scared that they quietly ran to Haidong. But when they arrived in Haidong, the younger sister fell ill. Because they had no money to live, they came to the Tulip Health Club. Listening to Liu Jingjing, the boss inside promised her that she would only work for half a year and give her 10,000 yuan in half a year to let her leave. Xu Lai couldn't help shaking his head when he heard this. If these bosses were so kind, they probably wouldn't do this business. He didn't tell Liu Jingjing that he spent 100,000 on her in one night, and she would only get 10,000 after half a year, just a possibility. Jingjing, do you want to leave here? Xu Lai thought for a while and asked. Liu Jingjing raised her head and showed a pair of big watery eyes. The next morning, Xu Lai took Liu Jingjing away from Tulip. In order to let Liu Jingjing completely get rid of this place, he gave her another 100,000. The female mother was also very happy. She made 200,000 yuan for nothing. It's a pity that the girl is very beautiful, and she even plans to train her to be the number one. After leaving the tulips, Xu Lai suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. Ding! Save the fallen girl Liu Jingjing and get 500 points of merit. Wow, there is such a good thing. I didn't expect that it would be a blessing in disguise. I actually got 500 points of merit. According to this infinite merit lottery system, each lottery requires 50 points of merit. Now I have 10 lottery opportunities at once. If I can win 100 million every time, wouldn't I get 1 billion at once? With this crazy idea, Xu Lai wanted to enter the lottery system immediately and start the lottery. Brother Xu? What's wrong? On the way, Liu Jingjing saw Xu Lai suddenly stop and asked in a low voice, Nothing. Xu Lai suppressed the surging in his heart. Oh, Brother Xu, where are we going now? Liu Jingjing's face was slightly red, and she was still a little uncomfortable when she thought of the embarrassment last night. She thought she would lose the most precious thing last night. Let's go to your house first. Although he pulled Liu Jingjing out of the fire pit of Tulip, the problem at Liu Jingjing's home has not been solved. Her sister has not improved. It is always not easy for two little girls to live in Haidong. And he thinks that if he helps Liu Jingjing solve her sister's problem, he may get more merit points. With merit points, you can draw a lottery. When the time comes, draw another 100 million from him. Liu Jingjing's home is not far away, just a few kilometers behind Tulip in a private house. The private house is very small, and the rent is 100 yuan a month. The two little girls are squeezed in a room of only 7 or 8 square meters, and there is no bathroom in the room, so they can only take a bath at the landlord's house. The landlord is a fat, middle-aged man with big ears. When he sees Liu Jingjing, his eyes are always lecherous. This makes Xu Lai a little worried about whether Liu Jingjing was peeped while taking a bath. Little girl, I said, you can't bring strangers in. Zhu Jianjun came over carelessly, smoking a cigarette. Uncle Zhu, Brother Xu is a good man, Jingjing explained nervously. Whether he is a good person or not is none of my business. Anyway, you can't bring strangers in. Zhu Jianjun knew that Liu Jingjing and her sister had no relatives or friends here, so they were naturally timid. He only needed to scare them casually, and the little girl would not dare to disobey him. Sure enough, Liu Jingjing opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Liu Jingjing's silence didn't mean Xu Lai wouldn't speak. Jingjing, don't be afraid. This is your rented house, not a hotel. It's understandable that you can't bring strangers into a hotel, but it's too much to say that you can't bring people into a rented house. Does that mean you can't have friends? Boy, who do you think you are? It's your turn to speak. Get out of here. Xu Lai was about to teach this fat guy a lesson when Liu Jingjing's sister suddenly staggered out. Liu Mengshui's face turned pale. Seeing her sister come back, the little girl burst into tears. Sister, what's wrong? Liu Jingjing rushed over, looking anxious. Liu Mengshui looked at the landlord Zhu Jianjun with a pale face. Just now he tried to touch me, and I stabbed his thigh with scissors and he ran away. Zhu Jianjun's face changed. He didn't expect Liu Mengshui to dare to say it. He had just warned Liu Mengshui not to say anything. When Liu Jingjing heard this, her body trembled, and she immediately picked up the stick beside her and rushed towards Zhu Jianjun. You? What are you going to do? Zhu Jianjun hurriedly retreated. Liu Jingjing didn't know where she got the strength from and hit him on the shoulder with a stick. You dare to hit me? Zhu Jianjun looked fierce, grabbed the stick, and pulled Liu Jingjing to stagger. He was about to attack, but a kick came from the front. Bang! Xu Lai kicked him in the crotch. Ah! There was a sound of eggs breaking, and Zhu Jianjun began to roll on the ground in pain, howling heartbreakingly. Jianjun! Jianjun! At this time, a middle-aged woman rushed out of the house. "What are you doing? How dare you hit my husband?" "Auntie, he bullied my sister," Liu Jingjing cried with tears in her eyes. "Sister, this woman saw it. She didn't stop it at the time." Liu Mengshui held her sister tightly and whispered. Liu Jingjing looked at the middle-aged woman in disbelief, as if she had never expected it. Shulai had never expected the couple to be so disgusting. It was true that people of the same kind would not get along well with each other. There were women like this. He really wanted to kick these two guys to death. But in this way, the lives of these two girls would be even more difficult. "I don't care. You beat up my husband. You must send him to the hospital and pay compensation," the middle-aged woman said as she came up to pull Liu Jingjing and her sister. Shulai pulled her away and slapped her twice. With 2 slaps, there were clear slap marks on both sides of the middle-aged woman's face. It seemed that she had not expected Shulai to be so fierce. The middle-aged woman was so scared that she dared not make a fuss. She covered her face and trembled. Sure enough, you can't be soft-hearted when dealing with evil people. "Jingjing, pack up your things. We can't live here anymore." Liu Jingjing nodded hurriedly, wiped her tears, and went in to pack up her things. She walked into the room and found that her things had been packed up. It turned out that Liu Mengshui had long understood that she couldn't live here anymore, and she had packed up her things, just waiting for her to come back. Seeing this, Liu Jingjing hugged her sister and couldn't help crying again. How should the sisters live? Chapter 4. Triggering the Task. Shulai walked into the landlord's room at this time. Originally, he just guessed that the landlord was not honest and might peek at the two sisters. Now it seems that his guess is true. Just in case, he is going to check the landlord's room. He swept his eyes across the room, and everything was visible under the ability of perspective. Sure enough, there were 2 miniature cameras in the bathroom. Looking through the landlord's room, saw that there were also 2 cameras hidden in Liu Jingjing's sister's room. Without saying a word, he pulled out the camera from the bathroom and threw it in front of Zhu Jianjun. "Where did you put the video?" Zhu Jianjun gritted his teeth and stared at him. "Don't think I will tell you. You stinky boy. You are meddling in other people's business. Be careful, or I will kill you." Shulai sneered, not speaking, right? He stepped on Zhu Jianjun's knee and crushed it with a click. Ah! Zhu Jianjun was sweating profusely from the pain. One of his teeth was broken. He hugged his leg in pain and curled up into a ball. Shulai looked at Zhu Jianjun's wife. Zhu Jianjun's wife trembled all over and pointed to the cabinet next to the computer in the room without Shulai saying anything. Shulai quickly found a hard drive. He turned on the computer to confirm. At this time, Liu Jingjing and her sister also came over. They just saw the video of them changing clothes. Both girls blushed and turned their heads away. After confirming, Shulai burned the hard drive. He walked towards Zhu Jianjun again. Zhu Jianjun was so scared that he moved away on the ground. "Are there any other places to find the video besides here?" Zhu Jianjun learned his lesson this time and shook his head quickly, saying, "No, I hid them all in the hard drive." Shulai felt a little strange because he felt that Zhu Jianjun was telling the truth. Just like before, he knew in his heart that Zhu Jianjun was lying. Could it be that the eye of truth can see through whether the other party is lying? This is too amazing. If you dare to cause trouble to them again, it will not be as simple as breaking a leg. Shulai stepped hard and directly stepped on the ground to create a deep pit. However, because he was not familiar with the control of strength, he also stumbled. "Don't dare," Zhu Jianjun said hurriedly. Seeing the deep pit on the ground, he would never dare to cause trouble to Liu Jingjing and her sister again. Before leaving, Shulai shouted to the tenants who were still watching the show around him, "Check if there are any cameras in your house." These tenants, who watched for a long time without saying anything, started looking in the room. Sure enough, several female tenants actually found cameras in their rooms. Zhu Jinjun's face became even paler. Shulai ignored Zhu Jinjun's fate. He and the Liu sisters walked to the side of the road. "Shu, brother Shu, where are we going?" The 2 sisters looked at him eagerly. Shulai was about to speak when the system's voice came. "Ding, punish the evil Zhu Jianjun and his wife and reward 30 merit points. Ding, passive task triggered. Help Liu Jingjing and Liu Mengshui. The task rewards 1,000 merit points. Task completion requirements. Help them survive in Haidong City." It was actually 1,000 merit points. He knew that he was not wrong. Helping them could gain merit points. But he didn't expect the reward for this task to be so high. Shulai took them to his residence. Opening the door, seeing the messy room and toilet paper scattered around the bed, Shulai blushed. Embarrassed? Sorry, the room is a bit messy. Shulai hurriedly put away the socks that had not been washed for who knows how many days. Liu Jingjing and Liu Mengshe wrinkled their noses slightly, and the room was filled with a strange smell. The room where the two sisters lived before was smaller than this one, but it was very clean. Brother Shu, let us sisters clean it up. Liu Jingjing immediately found the trash can next to her and began to pick up some plastic bags and use toilet paper. Liu Mengshe also helped. Although her face was pale, her fair hands were very flexible. There was no partition, so it was a little inconvenient at this time. Shu, Brother Shu, I want to change clothes, can you? Liu Jingjing's pretty face flushed. She bit her silver teeth, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Oh, Shulai finally reacted and turned his back. But it was inconvenient to sleep at night. Girls must take off their clothes when they sleep. Shulai thought about it and could only pull a curtain with the bedsheet. Liu Jingjing took a look behind the curtain, and after a while she took off her clothes quickly. Shulai couldn't help but glance at them. With the ability of perspective, he could almost see the fair skin of the two sisters at a glance. A fire rose in his heart, and Shulai secretly cursed himself as a beast. She quickly took a cold shower to calm herself down. Unable to fall asleep for a while, Shulai prepared to go out for some fresh air. But as soon as he reached the door, he remembered his mission to protect the two sisters, so he sat down at the door and looked at the night view in the distance. Did Brother Shu go out? Liu Mengshe asked in a low voice. Yeah, Liu Jingjing answered in a low voice. Liu Mengshe opened the curtain again, glanced at Shulai's bed and confirmed it. Sister, what if Brother Shu is a bad guy? Brother Shu is not a bad guy. Liu Jingjing thought of the scenes at Tulip last night, and her face blushed. Shulai sat at the door and heard the two sisters' words clearly. Since taking the pill, all aspects of his body have become extraordinary. That's not necessarily true. Just like those people in the village, they looked so good before, but later they sneaked into our house. Liu Mengshe was scared when she thought of those men in the village running to her house at night. Brother Shu won't do that. He isn't that kind of person. Thinking back to the situation last night, Shulai didn't do anything to her, so he shouldn't be a bad person. Sister, you trust Brother Shu so much? Why don't you marry him? Liu Mengshui's beautiful eyes turned red, and she patted her sister with her little hand. Little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? If you want to marry, why don't you marry yourself? Sister, if you say that, then I will tell Brother Shu tomorrow that I want to be with him. You dare! Liu Jingjing immediately twisted Liu Mengshui, and the two girls started to fight in the quilt. After a long time, the two sisters stopped and panted slightly. Chapter 5. Won the prize. Liu Jingjing looked at the ceiling with her beautiful eyes and said softly, Little girl, don't think about it. Brother Shu is so powerful, he won't like rural girls like us. Hey, that's not necessarily true. Sister, you are a famous beauty. When you were studying, many people came to ask for marriage. There was also a son of a high-ranking official. If it weren't for us, sister, you should have gone to college a long time ago. And you would also be a college student. Sister's grades have always been very good, and she was admitted to college before. Unfortunately, because of the family situation, sister couldn't go. Don't think about those things. We must live well in this life. Liu Jingjing hugged Liu Mengshui and whispered. Shulai's heart was hot for a long time. It seems that I have to go and see if there is a suitable house to buy one as soon as possible tomorrow. It's not convenient to live together like this. At night, lying on the bed, Shulai's consciousness entered the system. Before saving Liu Jingjing, I got 500 merit points, plus the 30 merit points for punishing Zhu Jianjun and his wife later. Now I have 530 merit points. In the system panel, Shulai saw a lot of things. For example, it takes 100,000 merit points to customize a completely obedient human girlfriend. It takes 150,000 merit points to customize a completely obedient cat-beast girl. Shulai could only think about the above two, and it takes 200,000 merit points to fuse the memory of the Star Emperor. This can only be seen. To fuse all the memories of Zhang Sanfeng, it takes 1,000 merit points. This looks good, but he doesn't have so many merit points now. After looking around, Shulai realized that he couldn't redeem anything in it. Forget it, let's draw a lottery. Shu Lai believes in his luck. He put on a smiling face on the bed. It is said that people who love to smile will have good luck. Draw a lottery. Ding, consume 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage. 50 merit points were gone, and Shu Lai felt a little distressed. He only got 30 merit points for punishing Zhu Jianjun and his wife. Gritting his teeth, he drew again. Ding, draw failed. Thank you for your patronage. I don't believe it. I won't win this time. Shu Lai spent 50 merit points again. I hope I can win this time. Licking his lips, Shu Lai looked at the lottery wheel nervously. Ding, congratulations. You have drawn all the memories of Zhang Sanfeng, the master of medical science and feng shui. Oh my god, I really won. Shu Lai couldn't believe it. He actually won. And he drew something worth 1,000 merit points. 2 draws, consuming 100 merit points, in exchange for something worth 1,000 merit points. This is too much money. It seems that my luck is just right now. I can't miss it. Shu Lai thought about it and immediately continued to draw. But he failed 5 times in a row. 250 merit points left him just like that. After 5 consecutive failures, he should succeed later. After thinking about it, Shu Lai felt that this might be an opportunity. If he stopped now, maybe his previous investment would be wasted. With a determined heart, he drew 3 times in a row. Unexpectedly, the result was still a failure. All of them were. Thank you for your patronage. In a blink of an eye, he only had 30 points of merit left. He sighed helplessly. It seems that he still overestimated his luck. He looked at a card in his mind, which was the memory of Zhang Sanfeng, the master of medical science and feng shui. Isn't Zhang Sanfeng a Taoist priest in Wudang Mountain? How did he become a master of medical science and a master of feng shui? With some confusion, Shu Lai clicked on the card. After clicking, a selection prompt of use and sell popped up. Shu Lai tried to click on the sell. Ding, sell the memory of the master of medical science and Zhang Sanfeng, and you can get 50 merit points. So cheap? It costs 1,000 merit points to exchange it separately. This is indeed a black-hearted system. He cancelled sell and chose use. The card cracked and turned into a ball of white light and merged into his mind. In his mind, a huge amount of information came. They are all the experiences and memories of Zhang Sanfeng, the master of medical science and feng shui. It was very real, just like watching a 3D movie, and he didn't feel tired at all. This information seemed to have been specially processed and would only be integrated into his memory, without causing any special impact on his brain. Generally speaking, if he had to receive so much information, his brain would probably freeze in a short period of time. He might even become an idiot. But he didn't feel any discomfort at all. After a while, he exited the system. Now he had completely absorbed Zhang Sanfeng's memory and knowledge, which was equivalent to him becoming a medical expert and feng shui master like Zhang Sanfeng. He had to be shocked by the power of the system. What did Dad do? How did this system exist? He turned on the computer and looked for the account to which he had transferred 3,000 yuan before, and found that the account had become an empty number. He had always thought that this was a world of technological civilization, but now he was shaken, because the things he had come into contact with in the past 2 days were too incredible. Of course, he decided not to tell others. Others would either think he was a lunatic or just lock him up. The next morning, Shu Lai was dreaming when he heard Liu Jingjing's gentle voice. "Brother Shu, breakfast is ready." Looking at the steaming breakfast, Shu Lai felt comfortable. After breakfast, Shu Lai looked at Liu Mengshui and said, "Are you feeling better today?" When Shu Lai saw Liu Mengshui yesterday, Liu Mengshui's face was as pale as paper, and her physical condition was very bad. Shu Lai was busy settling down last night, so he didn't ask much. Liu Mengshui felt Shu Lai's concern. Her pretty face blushed, and she whispered, "Thank you, Brother Shu, for your concern. I'm much better." Shu Lai knew through the eye of truth that she was not telling the truth. However, this was a girl's business, and he didn't ask about it. At this moment, his eyes moved and looked at Liu Mengshui's pretty face and body. In his mind, the knowledge about Zhang Sanfeng quickly came. After his strength was enhanced, he could clearly hear Liu Mengshui's heartbeat and even clearly smell the breath on Liu Mengshui's body. Then, after this information was processed by Zhang Sanfeng's knowledge, an answer was quickly obtained. Liu Mengshui was sick, and it was a liver function disorder. And this disease can be cured by him, or Zhang Sanfeng can cure it. "Brother Shu?" Liu Jingjing's voice came. Shu Lai then retracted his gaze. Liu Mengshui bit her red lips lightly, and her pretty face turned red. It turned out that he had stared at the girl for too long just now, which made Lu Mengshui embarrassed. Especially when Shu Lai's eyes moved on her, Lu Mengshui felt like an electric current was sliding through her body, and her whole body was a little weak. Chapter 6 Task Reminder. Are you uncomfortable here? Shu Lai pointed to the position of his liver. Lu Mengshui was a girl, and he was embarrassed to reach out and press it directly. Yeah, Lu Mengshui answered, and then lowered her head again. She didn't want to cause trouble for Shu Lai. Shu Lai had helped them a lot yesterday. At the same time, she was also afraid that she would get sick and be driven out by Shu Lai. Young girls have a lot of thoughts, and now that they have lost their parents and have to rely on strangers, her thoughts are somewhat different from those of ordinary girls. Shu Lai thought about it and told her, "You may have a liver disease, but it's not a big deal. Let's go out and get some medicine. You should be well soon." Hearing that it was a liver disease, the little girl was shocked at first, and then she smiled again when she heard that she would be well soon. Really? Lu Mengshui couldn't help asking. Don't worry, it's absolutely true. Shu Lai didn't tell her that he was looking at it from Zhang Sanfeng's perspective. If he looked at it from the perspective of an ordinary doctor, it would probably be a serious illness, and there might be nothing he could do. After packing up, the three of them came to a hospital. In fact, according to the memory of Zhang Sanfeng, the medical master, there are 3 ways to solve Lu Mengshui's disease: acupuncture, pharmacology, and a method of curing diseases with internal qi. Acupuncture is naturally using silver needles. If you don't use internal qi, it will take more than a dozen times to cure. Pharmacology is the treatment through medicinal materials, which is also the method Shu Lai has chosen now. There is also a method of internal qi treatment, which is to transfer the internal qi of the patient to the patient's body to help the patient solve the disease directly. However, this method requires a very high control of the internal qi. Shu Lai, who has just reached the 7th level of qi training, does not have such a high control ability. This is why he chose to come to the hospital. Even if the doctor here does not find the right way, he can still get the medicine himself. On the other hand, he still wants to verify his medical skills. Through the system, he has mastered all the memories of Zhang Sanfeng and become a master of medical skills in feng shui, but how it works can only be known in reality. In the hospital, Shu Lai directly registered for a Chinese medicine doctor. After waiting for a while, it was Lu Mengshui's turn. Shu Lai and Lu Jingjing accompanied Lu Mengshui in to listen to the heartbeat. The doctor was a man in his 40s or 50s, bald and a little busy. He was an associate chief physician. He asked about Lu Mengshui's physical condition, felt her pulse for a while, and confirmed that it was a liver function problem. "Little girl, do you often stay up late?" He smiled and said. Shu Lai frowned. This direction was wrong. Lu Mengshui also explained crisply, "Doctor, I didn't stay up late." The doctor thought Lu Mengshui was lying and shook his head and smiled. "Little girl, you can't fool me. How many young people nowadays don't stay up late? Don't be embarrassed. I'll prescribe you a prescription. Take the medicine well and don't stay up late. You will be well soon." As he spoke, he wrote the prescription. The hospital's prescription was printed, so Shu Lai could see it clearly. However, he took a look and frowned even more. The prescription was different from what he had prepared for Jingjing, and it felt a bit diametrically opposed. He asked the doctor a few questions, and the doctor was a little unhappy. Shu Lai didn't say anything more. After all, although he had Zhang Sanfeng's memory, he had no experience in treatment. He ordered the medicine according to the prescription. When paying, Lu Mengshui saw that Shu Lai paid more than 1,000. This money was already very expensive in the eyes of the sisters. "Shu, brother, I'm sorry to trouble you," Lu Mengshui said with a slightly red face. "It doesn't matter," smiled. After all, he was a man with a net worth of hundreds of millions. After leaving the hospital, Shu Lai found a pharmacy and got a prescription of Chinese medicine according to his own prescription. On the way back, Shu Lai prepared to take a taxi. The 2 sisters wanted to catch the bus, which would be cheaper. Shu Lai thought about it and didn't insist. Anyway, he didn't have to go to work now and had a lot of time. After getting on the bus, Shu Lai subconsciously paid attention. With Zhang Sanfeng's memory, it was as if he had a new skill that made him want to use it. In his observation, more than half of the people on the bus were not in good health. There was a man in his 30s who seemed to be seriously ill. He wanted to remind the man to see if he could get some merit points. After getting the system, he thought about how to get more merit points. Judging from the previous performance of the system, it seemed that merit points could be obtained by doing good deeds. For this reason, he walked in front of the man. The man was in his 30s and had a strong body. Shulai walked up and considered his words. He couldn't be too reckless after all. He said, "Brother, you are sick." The man raised his eyebrows and looked at Shulai unkindly. "What did you say, kid?" Shulai chuckled awkwardly, as if he had said something wrong just now. Brother, I said you are not feeling well. You'd better go get checked." After saying that, Shulai retreated. He waited for the system to prompt him. If there was a contribution reward, the system would inform him. But after waiting for a long time, there was no prompt from the system. It seems that not all good things have contribution points, Shulai thought depressedly. The man frowned and looked at Shulai, thinking whether he should go to the hospital. The sisters Liu Jingjing watched Shulai's operation. The two girls had question marks in their heads. They didn't know why Brother Shu did this just now. Could it be that Brother Shu saw that the man was a bad guy and deliberately went over to knock on the place? They had seen such movies before. A bad guy appeared on the train, and the male protagonist went up to chat with him, disrupting the other party's plan and preventing the bad guy from detonating. It seems that this is the case. That person is probably a bad guy. Liu Jingjing immediately looked at the man with a scrutinizing gaze and leaned towards Shulai. Shulai didn't know that they had already imagined that the man was a bad guy. But he didn't bother to explain it even if he knew it, because a voice came from the system. Task reminder. Passive triggering task. There is a patient within 1 kilometer around you who needs rescue. Successful rescue will reward 200 points of merit. Shulai was delighted to be rewarded with 200 points of merit and hurriedly said to the two women next to him, "We will get off the bus later. There is something going on." Although the two sisters were puzzled, they still nodded meekly. It seems that Brother Shu really found that the man was in danger and took them off the bus in advance. Otherwise, there are still several stops. After getting off the bus, Shulai searched around with his eyes. The eye of truth was very useful at this time. His eyesight had improved a lot. Everything within 1 kilometer around him was under his sight. Even those corners or obstructed places were no exception, but he didn't see anyone who needed emergency treatment. Although there were some patients around, no one needed emergency treatment. Chapter 7 Merit. Is there a bug in the system? That shouldn't be possible, since it was sent from that world by my dad. Such a magical thing shouldn't be so easy to have a bug. He searched with the eye of truth again, but still couldn't find it. Just then, a black SUV stopped, right next to them. Although Shulai didn't know much about cars, still recognized most of the car logos. The car in front of him was a Great Wall series. The Great Wall SUV stopped and several bodyguards got on. One of the bodyguards was carrying an old man. A woman in a gray uniform also followed. "Lay down, Mr. Zhang, and I'll give you first aid right away." The woman quickly opened the trunk and took out a set of equipment. Shulai noticed that the trunk of the car had been modified, and it seemed to be specially used to store these equipment, so that first aid could be prepared at any time. Could this old man be the person who needed first aid as prompted by the mission? However, this old man seemed to be of a special status. Not only did he have a bodyguard with him, but he also had a specially modified trunk. And the woman who was with him seemed to be a very professional doctor. Just when he was hesitating whether to go forward to take a look, the system voice came again. Task: the target is in danger. Is not completed. 1,000 merit points will be deducted. What? 1,000 points will be deducted? Shulai couldn't sit still. He hadn't earned 1,000 merit points since he got the system. However, he didn't seem to have so many merit points to deduct. As if aware of his thoughts, the system immediately sounded again. If the merit points are not enough for the time being, they will be deducted in subsequent tasks. In serious cases, they will be directly wiped out. Eliminate? Shulai was shocked. The system also has the function of killing himself directly? No way. What on earth did my father send over? At this moment, he regretted a little and felt that he was on a pirate ship. He didn't have time to think about it and walked directly towards the old man. After all, the dog's life is important. No, the mission is important. As soon as he approached, several bodyguards stopped him with unfriendly eyes. "What are you doing? One of the security guards shouted, "Maybe I can save him," Shulai said. The female doctor next to him glanced at him, then retracted her gaze and got busy. Obviously, she thought the man in front of her was a lunatic. The bodyguard also said coldly, "Leave immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." These bodyguards were all tall and strong. I don't know if they were retired personnel or specially trained. Their momentum was much stronger than that of ordinary people. If it were normal times, Shulai would probably leave. But now it was a system task and it was related to his life. He could only bite the bullet and say, "If you don't let me do it, this old man will die." "Boy, didn't you hear what we said? Leave immediately, otherwise we won't be polite." Several bodyguards stepped forward. They didn't believe what Shulai said. The female doctor also frowned at this time and snorted coldly, "Don't let irrelevant people get close to Mr. Zhang. Boy, since you don't listen, we can only do it ourselves." After the bodyguards finished speaking, two people surrounded him from the left and right, grabbing his arms respectively. Shulai didn't move his body. The strength in his body burst out, and with a shake of his arm, he bounced the two people more than 10 meters away. Is this the strength of the 7th level of Qi training? Love it. Seeing that he could bounce the two tall bodyguards away with just a casual move, Shulai himself was a little surprised. And he didn't use his full strength, but only a small part of his strength. It seems that he has really become a master. After the two bodyguards were bounced away, the other two came back to their senses, roared, and rushed over. Shulai quickly pushed over with two palms, and the other two bodyguards also flew out. However, when he took action just now, he subconsciously used clever strength, which was a method of application in Zhang Sanfeng's memory. Therefore, although the two were blown away, they did not suffer any injuries. The female doctor was also shocked and stunned for a while. Shulai took the opportunity to come directly to the old man. With the eye of truth and combined with Zhang Sanfeng's memory, he quickly found the cause of the disease. Heart. This was a heart that had been replaced not long ago and had not yet fully integrated. Based on the memory of the medical master Zhang Sanfeng, Shulai quickly found a way to deal with it. He placed his fingers on the old man's chest and tapped it gently several times. With each tap, a wisp of true energy sank into the meridians and acupoints in the old man's heart. Then he pressed his palm on the old man's chest, controlling the true energy and helping the old man sort out the abnormalities of the heart. At this time, all the bodyguards rushed over, their faces full of anger, and were about to take action. The female doctor next to them waved her hand and shook her head at them. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were on Shulai. This young man who suddenly appeared may really be able to save Mr. Zhang. With this strange thought in her mind, she looked at Shulai without blinking. The two sisters Liu Jingjing and Liu Jingjing also surrounded Shulai at this time. Two small figures protected Shulai on the left and right. Although they were like two small trees facing several tall bodyguards, they still persisted. After a while, Shulai raised his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, this old man should wake up soon. He stepped back a few steps and said. The female doctor hurried to check the condition of Mr. Zhang. His heartbeat actually returned to normal. At this time, Zhang Zhengguo opened his eyes. He knew that he had been to the gates of hell and thought he would be completely trapped in it, but he didn't expect to be able to come back. Xiaoqi, did you save me? Zhang Zhengguo asked. Qi Xianya hurriedly shook her head and said, Zhang, it wasn't me this time. I don't have the ability. This time it was this doctor who saved you. Qi Xianya's beautiful eyes fell on Shulai. She subconsciously thought that Shulai was a doctor. Zhang Zhengguo also looked at Shulai. He didn't seem to expect that the one who saved him was such a young doctor. Thank you for saving my life, little doctor. What should I call you? Zhang Zhengguo felt that his condition was surprisingly good, and the whole person stood up. My name is Shulai. Shulai looked at him and said calmly. Zhang Zhengguo wanted to say something to thank him, but Shulai had already heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations! Mission completed. 200 merit points reward. After the mission was completed, Shulai breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid of saving the wrong person, so he kept waiting for the system prompt. Since the mission had been completed, he said to Zhang Zhengguo, I'm glad that Mr. Zhang is okay. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. He didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, his way of saving people was a bit unreasonable. If he asked about it, he might expose his secret. Now he knew that he was far away from the scope of ordinary people. When he was not sure about the views of the people around him, it was better not to expose it. What if someone caught him and sliced him? Chapter 8, I Can't Afford It. Shulai hurriedly took Liu Jingjing and her sister away without stopping for a moment. Zhong Zhangguo didn't come to his senses until his back disappeared. He was speechless for a moment. This was the first time in his life that he had met someone who helped him and left. With his status, who wouldn't want to get some rewards from him? The bodyguards and Qi Shanya were stunned. Qi Shanya looked at the place where Shulai disappeared and shook her head secretly. This Shulai didn't know what he missed. The person in front of him was Zhong Zhangguo. The bodyguard whispered at this time, "Is this the style of a master?" Shulai returned home and said to Liu Mengshui, "In fact, I also know a little about medical skills. If you trust me, you can take my medicine." He took out the one he had just bought from the pharmacy. Liu Mengshui nodded without thinking. "Brother Shu, I believe you. The doctor's situation before doesn't seem right. With Liu Mengshui's previous life, how could she stay up late often?" The deputy chief physician in the hospital was on the wrong track. Now listening to Shu's words, she was relieved that she didn't need to take that medicine. And Shulai's rescue of the old man just now also made them admire him. Okay. Shulai began to decoct the medicine. Liu Mengshui wanted to decoct the medicine herself but was rejected by Shulai, because according to Zhang Sanfeng's memory, decocting medicine is actually a very important step. There are actually some chemical reactions in the combination of various medicinal materials. If decocted well, 1 dose of medicine may be equivalent to the effect of 10 doses of medicine. According to Zhang Sanfeng's experience, Shulai took 2 hours to decoct the medicine. After cooling for a while, Liu Mengshui took it. After another sleep, Liu Mengshui woke up early the next morning and felt extremely energetic. The dull pain in her body also subsided and her face became much rosier. She felt that she had fully recovered. "Sister, I'm fine," Liu Mengshui said excitedly to Liu Jingjing. Liu Jingjing also said happily, "That's great." Liu Mengshui had been ill for several months, which made Liu Jingjing worry that she would lose her sister, the only relative in the world. She even thought that if her sister was gone, she would have nothing to live for. Now that her sister is fine, she feels that her life is suddenly full of light. But all this is thanks to that man. The 2 sisters looked at Shulai at the same time. Shulai was a little embarrassed by their fiery gazes. He moved his nose and changed the subject, saying, "Mengshui, are you sweating? Why don't you take a shower?" Liu Mengshui then found some black sweat stains on her body. Her pretty face turned red and she hurried to the bathroom. After a while, Liu Mengshui came out with a worn and slightly oversized dress. Shulai realized that Liu Mengshui didn't seem to have any clothes, not even 2 sets of clothes that fit her. This was incredible. But thinking of the lives of the 2 sisters before, he understood. When they calmed down a little, Shulai said, "I plan to buy 2 sets of clothes. You can accompany me." The 2 sisters looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. With their clothes, they would not go out normally, let alone go shopping. They are all young girls. It is impossible for them not to feel inferior when they see those who are dressed beautifully. Shulai didn't say much and took them out. The 3 of them came to a relatively good specialty store. With his current net worth of hundreds of millions, there is no need to be too frugal. The clothes here are about 1,000 or 2,000, which is not too expensive. But Liu Mengshui and the other girl were obviously embarrassed and stood at the door without going in. The waiters inside were 2 beautiful young ladies and a mature woman in her 30s, who seemed to be the store manager. Seeing someone coming, a young lady immediately came out. But when she saw the clothes on Liu Mengshui and the other girl, her brows frowned and her expression became much colder. "Are you buying clothes?" Her tone was as if she was doing something very reluctant. Shulai frowned and said lightly, "Yes, I want to buy 2 sets of clothes, and each of them also needs to buy 3 sets. After that, Shulai walked into the store first. Liu Jingjing and the other girl were shocked when they heard that Shulai was going to buy 3 sets of clothes for them. They hurriedly followed him and whispered to Shulai, "Brother Shu, no, we don't need to buy clothes. The clothes here are so expensive, they can't imagine how much 3 sets of clothes will. Haha, don't worry. I still have some money. If it doesn't work, you can put it on the account and pay me back later." Shulai began to pick clothes. At this time, the store manager, who was about 30 years old, came over. She stood behind Shulai, with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. She seemed to be afraid that Shulai would steal the clothes. Shulai didn't care. Nowadays there are many people who look down on others. There is no need for him to haggle with such people. At most, he can buy clothes and leave. He saw a more suitable suit and was about to try it on. Unexpectedly, the store manager behind him suddenly said coldly, "I advise you not to move. If you damage this suit, you can't afford to pay for it." Shulai smiled and turned to look at her. "I can't afford to pay for it?" "Yes, this suit costs more than 3,000. You can't afford it at all. I advise you to leave here quickly," the store manager said confidently. After all, she had been in this business for a long time and could tell who could afford it and who couldn't at a glance. The boy in front of him was obviously someone who couldn't afford it. "Ha! Then I really have to try it." Shulai changed his clothes and put them on the spot in the face of the woman's anger. "You?" The female store manager took out her cell phone and made a call directly. "Boss, there is someone here who is probably making trouble. He can't afford to buy clothes at all." Soon, a man and a woman walked in. The man was fat and looked to be in his 40s. He had a short hair. Store manager hurriedly went up to him and pointed at Shulai at the same time. The man snorted coldly and walked over a few steps. "You want to buy this dress? Please pay the bill." Shulai smiled faintly and threw the black card he had applied for at the bank to him. Seeing the black card, the man trembled immediately and almost subconsciously caught it with both hands. The store manager next to him and the woman who just came in also widened their eyes. Black cards! They naturally represent something. Those who can have black cards are all of noble status. No matter which bank they are in, black cards are absolutely representative. The female store manager's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat. The man also forced a smile and said, "It was a misunderstanding just now. Please don't be offended, little brother." "It doesn't matter if it's a misunderstanding, but you make me very upset," Shulai said lightly. Chapter 9. Peeping. Especially the attitude of several people towards Liu Jingjing and her sister just now made him even more upset. The man's face stiffened for a moment, and he immediately said to the store manager, the woman, and the two shopping guides, "You two, and you, all three of you are fired." "What?" The female store manager didn't expect the boss to say this, and couldn't believe it. "Are you deaf? You are all fired. Get out now." The female store manager wanted to argue, but seeing the boss's momentum, she didn't dare to speak, and could only pack up and leave obediently. The other two shopping guides also left quickly. The boss smiled and said to Shulai, "Little brother, are you satisfied with this?" Shulai was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the boss would fire these people directly after seeing the black card. Is this card so magical? He was just an ordinary office worker before, and he didn't know the true meaning of the black card. But the boss is different. The boss himself has a considerable fortune. He has been in his 40s and has not been able to get a black card. So when he saw Shulai at such an age, he could take out a black card, so he knew that the person in front of him might not be someone he could mess with. Maybe he is from a big family. After all, it is said that many disciples of big families are unkempt now. Well, okay, but my two friends still have to pick a few sets of clothes, and they will check out together when the time comes. Shulai pointed at Liu Jingjing next to him. The male boss immediately winked at the charming woman next to him. The charming woman understood and walked directly to Liu Jingjing and her sister to help them choose. She was a little disgusted when she saw Liu Jingjing and her sister wearing ordinary clothes, but she was surprised when she saw that they had fair skin and delicate faces. With the help of the charming woman, Liu Jingjing and her friends quickly picked out the items. At the same time, the charming woman noticed that Liu Jingjing didn't have any underwear, so she specially picked out a lot of women's underwear. Liu Jingjing and her sister blushed and took a long time to bring the items over. "Because of the previous unhappiness, little brother, I'll give you a 20% discount." Their store usually doesn't offer discounts, but considering that Shulai has a black card, they made an exception to offer a discount. The boss was so polite that Shulai didn't refuse. He nodded gently and paid the bill with the black card. Before leaving, Shulai looked at the boss's facial features and said casually, "Boss, have you moved recently?" Ding Yuanliang was stunned. He didn't know why the distinguished guest in front of him suddenly asked this question, but he still replied, "Yes, little brother. How did you know?" Shulai naturally saw it through Zhang Sanfeng's feng shui technique. Zhang Sanfeng was originally a feng shui master. Now that Xu Lai has these experiences, it is a natural thing. In the past few days, he has been trying to use feng shui to observe the surroundings. Feng shui also includes face reading. Just now, he accidentally saw something about Ding Yuanliang through face reading. I guessed it. Xu Lai smiled faintly, but I advised Boss Ding to be careful recently and try not to get close to water. He added half-jokingly, "Stay away from water? What does it mean?" Ding Yuanliang wanted to ask more questions, but Xu Lai had already left with Liu Jingjing and her sister. The charming woman came over and said, "It's just what a child said. Why do you care so much, Brother Liang?" "That's right. What's the meaning of staying away from water? It's a mess. Can a young man tell fortunes?" Ding Yuanliang shook his head. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly slipped and fell. "What's going on? Why is there a puddle of water on the ground?" He shouted angrily, and when he thought of the words of the young man before, his expression became a little unnatural. Stay away from water. Did that young man really calculate something? Ding Yuanliang couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind. Xu Lai returned home and ignored Ding Yuanliang's affairs. He asked Liu Jingjing and the other girl to change their clothes. Since they had bought clothes, there was no need to wear clothes that didn't fit them before. The 2 sisters hesitated for a long time before changing into new clothes. Seeing the 2 girls in new clothes, Xu Lai's eyes lit up. They were so beautiful. The 2 girls had fair skin and delicate features. Liu Mengshe had a lovely aura. Liu Jingjing was a little more mature, and her temperament was like that of a sister next door. No wonder the 2 girls were often harassed by strange men in the village. The 2 sisters were very beautiful. Xu Lai couldn't help thinking in his heart. At this moment, his nosebleed started to flow again. This scared Liu Jingjing and the other girl, and they ran over quickly. "What's wrong, Brother Xu?" "No, nothing." Xu Lai raised his head, calmed down, and the nosebleed stopped soon. Liu Jingjing also basically understood why Xu Lai suddenly had a nosebleed. Her eyes were full of shyness and her face was flushed. Liu Mengshe also blushed, but a hint of pride flashed in her beautiful eyes. Xu Lai quickly coughed and said, "Well, you are all very beautiful. Wear new clothes in the future and throw away the old ones." Xu Lai estimated that most of the old clothes were given by others or left by Liu Mengshe's parents. After dinner, when he was resting, Xu Lai realized again that he had to speed up the purchase of a house as much as possible. It was really inconvenient for 3 people to squeeze into one room. While thinking, he suddenly found through the window that someone in the building opposite was looking at them. Using the eye of truth and concentrating his eyes, he immediately saw a person who was peeping with a telescope in a wretched manner. Xu Lai was immediately angry. "Good guy, where did you buy the telescope?" No, good guy. He actually dared to peep at me." But after a closer look, he found that the other party didn't seem to be peeping in this room, but in the next room. Thinking of the 32 deed in the next room, Xu Lai's nosebleed was spurting out again. "Good guy, that person was actually peeping at the beauty next door. I have the ability of perspective, but I haven't peeped much. This guy actually bought a telescope to peep. How ridiculous." After thinking about it, he decided to get up and remind the beautiful girl next door. After getting dressed, he gently opened the door and went out. Dong dong. He knocked on the door. Just now, he used his eyes of perspective to see that the beautiful girl in the room was watching a movie. It seemed to be a funny anime. While watching, she was calling something like Oni-chan in a thin voice. "I guess I should speak louder." He knocked twice again. Lu Shuhui, who was immersed in the world of Oni-chan, frowned slightly when she heard the knock on the door. She was wearing a white pajamas, revealing a white patch on her chest. "Who is it?" Xu Lai didn't say anything and continued to knock. After all, it was not good to say such things loudly. Was he going to yell directly at the door? "Beauty, is someone peeping at you?" Lu Shuhui could only put on a coat to wrap her plump buttocks. She opened the door, but did not remove the chain, and looked at Xu Lai through a gap on the left and right of her head. Chapter 10, Feng Shui Treasure Land. "What's the matter?" Through the crack in the door, Lu Shuhui looked at Xu Lai. "Isn't this the unemployed guy next door? I heard he was heartbroken. Why did he come to see me so late? He's not planning anything bad, is he?" A bunch of questions flashed through Lu Shui's mind. She was familiar with the landlady and had heard some things about Xu Lai. When Xu Lai just lost his job and broke up, he was in a low mood and did tell the landlady about it. I just found that someone on the opposite floor seemed to be spying on you." What? Lu Shuhui was startled and quickly wrapped her clothes tightly, ran to the window of the room and looked across. Sure enough, there was a person secretly watching her with a telescope. If the person next door hadn't reminded her, she would never have noticed it. Thank you. Lu Shuhui came out, opened the door, and said gratefully, "You're welcome." Shulai smiled slightly, turned around and left under Lu Shui's gaze. After he left, Lu Shui reported the case. In the evening, law enforcement officers came over soon. Shulai saw a burst of light and noise coming from the room opposite. The peeping guy was caught. The next day, Shulai planned to go around the surrounding buildings to see if there were any suitable houses. He also brought Liu Jing with him. After all, the two of them could exchange ideas. This was also the first time in his life to buy a house, and he was feeling nervous. It would be better if there were more people on the road. But as soon as he went out, he ran into Lu Shuhui from next door. Lu Shui put on light makeup and held a cake in her hand, and it seemed that she was waiting for him. "Thank you last night. Your name is Shulai, right?" Lu Shui blinked her beautiful eyes, opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was gentle and beautiful, with a hint of blush on her pretty face. "It's okay. I just saw it by chance." Shulai scratched his head. Lu Shui in front of him was very beautiful, and the two were close to each other. He could even smell the faint fragrance of Lu Shui. Lu Shui looked at him straight again, and he felt embarrassed. "It's a good thing you found it. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if he took any photos of me." Lu Shui said, "By the way, my name is Lu Shui. This is a cake I made myself. I hope you like it." Lu Shui handed the cake over with her white hands. Shulai hesitated for a moment, but still took it. At the same time, he introduced her. "This is Liu Jingjing." "Oh, hello, Sister Liu. Is this your new girlfriend? She's so pretty." Lu Shui was surprised to see Liu Jingjing, who was no less beautiful than herself. She only heard that Shulai had a broken heart, but she didn't expect that she had a new girlfriend so soon. Sure enough, all men are pigs. Shulai shook his head quickly. "You misunderstood. We are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship." He roughly told her about the sisters Liu Jingjing, of course, skipping the previous incident at the Tulip Club. "I see." After hearing this, Lu Shui's eyes were red. After leaving, Liu Jingjing whispered, "Sister Lu is so pretty." "Well, it's okay." Shulai pretended to be calm. Next, they went to visit real estates. The two visited a lot in the morning, but there was no satisfactory real estate. Now that he has integrated Zhang Sanfeng's memory, he has higher requirements for housing. According to Zhang Sanfeng's memory, from the perspective of feng shui, places are generally divided into treasure lands, and above treasure lands there are blessed lands. Each of these two types has 5 levels. In fact, there is another type above blessed lands called dragon veins. It's just that dragon veins are very rare, and dragon veins are also divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man. Shulai didn't dare to think about dragon veins, but he still wanted to find a blessed land. Because, according to Zhang Sanfeng's memory, the better the place, the better it is for cultivation. Like a good treasure land and a blessed land, it can naturally gather spiritual energy and help cultivation. Although he has already practiced Qi 7 times, it is very difficult for him to take a step forward. He vaguely felt that the spiritual energy in this world is probably very weak, and it is not easy to advance. Therefore, it is necessary to choose a better, blessed land. However, after visiting many places this day, he only saw a treasure land of the 1st level, which is the lowest level. Apart from that, there are only some houses that are not even considered as treasure land. Not to mention blessed land. We are back. When Shulai returned home, he opened the door and saw Liu Mengshe packing something. Although Liu Mengshe quickly packed it up, Shulai still saw that it was some textbooks and books. Liu Mengshe is reading and studying? That's right. Considering her age, she is probably in her 3rd. Next day, Shulai and Liu Jingjing went to look for a house farther away, but they still couldn't find it. Liu Jingjing actually didn't understand it a little, because many houses looked like palaces to her. Why was Brother Shu still not satisfied? She didn't ask much, because she knew that Brother Shu must have a reason for doing this. But today, many people treated them as lovers or husband and wife, which made her heart beat faster. On the 3rd day, Shulai looked for a house for a while, and suddenly received a strange call. He thought it was because he had left too many phone numbers at the sales office in the past few days, and it was a harassing call, so he hung up directly and didn't answer. Unexpectedly, it called again soon. Shulai frowned and hung up again. The strange thing was that this call was not giving up and continued to call. He answered it angrily. "If it's a salesman, I'm sorry. I don't have time." After saying that, he was about to hang up, but a voice for help came from inside. "Master Shu, help me, help me!" It was a man's voice, very scared, even with a crying tone. Listening carefully, this voice seems a little familiar. "Hey, isn't this the boss who bought clothes that day?" After strengthening his body, his memory is amazing. As long as he has seen it once or heard it, he will basically not forget it. In addition, the boss's face that day was weird, which left a deep impression on him. Now he knows who it is as soon as he hears the voice. "Boss Ding? It's me, Master Shu. The water thing you said that day has come true. Master Shu, please save me." "What's going on? Speak slowly." Shu Lai frowned. "That day I just saw through feng shui that Ding Yuanliang had a water disaster. To put it bluntly, it was a water disaster. Now it seems that it is not that simple." Chapter 11, Water Disaster. Listening to Shu Lai's voice, Ding Yuanliang seemed to have found a savior, and his voice slowly calmed down. "This is what happened. Master Shu told me to be careful of water that day, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I fell down in the store on the spot. When I went to the toilet yesterday morning, the toilet exploded and the inner thigh was also injured. The doctor said that it might affect my ability in that aspect." Ding Yuanliang had basically collapsed and told it without any reservation. Shu Lai listened with a strange look on his face. The ability in that aspect was indeed a big blow to a man. "Later, I went to the hospital and bandaged it. After that, I planned to go home to rest. Unexpectedly, when the car was crossing the river, it drove into the river for some reason. Master Shu, you must save me. This is definitely not a normal situation." Shu Lai thought about it and suddenly frowned. Ding Yuanliang's situation does not seem to be an ordinary water disaster. Ordinary water disasters can only cause a little suffering, but it is impossible to be so miserable. Could it be the 3 water killings? In Zhang Sanfeng's memory, a more vicious feng shui technique is called the 3 water killings. Through feng shui arrangement, people experience 3 water disasters and then die in the 4th time. The so-called 3 times is the truth. From Ding Yuanliang's story, he has just experienced 3 water disasters. If there is another one, Ding Yuanliang will definitely die. "Master Shu, you must save me. I will give you as much money as you want." Ding Yuanliang thought Shu Lai was considering whether to agree, and hurriedly said, "Okay, give me the address. I will come right away." This is also the first time Shu Lai has experienced such a thing. Although there is Zhang Sanfeng's memory, it is like a theoretical book. The details still need to be known in practice. He first took a taxi back to Liu Jingjing, and then he came to a villa according to Ding Yuanliang's address. Ding Yuanliang's villa is not big, but it is not bad. The charming woman I saw before is also here to accompany him. There are also several men and women. I don't know if they are relatives of Ding Yuanliang. "Master Shu, you are finally here." Ding Yuanliang personally opened the door and welcomed Shu Lai. Originally, he thought Shu Lai was young, and although he had a black card, it was not that great. But now, knowing that Shu Lai pointed out at a glance that he could not get close to water, he deeply realized that although Shu Lai was young, he was definitely a mysterious master. Shu Lai nodded slightly at this moment as a greeting, but his eyes were investigating around the villa. Seeing this, Ding Yuanliang was about to invite Shu Lai in for tea, but he could not even say the words. He just leaned on his crutches and accompanied him carefully. After a while, Shu Lai had almost finished the investigation and frowned slightly. "Master Shu, what's wrong?" "Is this your new home?" Ding Yuanliang nodded, glanced at the charming woman next to him, and said, "I divorced my wife and now live with her. We plan to get the marriage certificate by the end of the year." Shu Lai ignored his private affairs and said, "The problem is not in this room. I'm afraid we have to go to the place where you lived before." "Master Shu, are you saying that someone deliberately harmed me?" Obviously, Ding Yuanliang has been thinking about this question for a long time, and now he finally asked it out. "Yes, someone deliberately set up a feng shui to kill you. You have experienced 3 accidents. You will definitely die in the next accident." "What?" Ding Yuanliang's body trembled, and he fell to the ground without standing still. The charming woman hurried over to support him and said in a crying voice, "It must be that woman. You divorced her. She did it on purpose." Ding Yuanliang took a deep breath. He had almost the same idea. "Master Shu, please take another trip and accompany me to the old house." Shu Lai nodded. He must understand it thoroughly this time. About an hour later, they came to a residential area. Ding Yuanliang walked in front, and his new wife followed carefully, seeming to be quite nervous. Ding Yuanliang's old house was on the 3rd floor, and the door was still open when they went up. Zhuo Gili, why did you kill Yuanliang? Ding Yuanliang's new wife, a charming woman, changed her previous temperament and questioned fiercely. Zhuo Gili is a middle-aged woman, ordinary-looking, fat, and indeed much worse than Ding Yuanliang's new wife. Zhuo Guili's expression froze when she heard the question, and she said blankly, "You Xiaoyue, what do you mean? You still have the nerve to ask, isn't it you who harmed Yuanliang? Ding Yuanliang, I also agreed to divorce you. What are you doing?" Although Zhuo Guili is just an ordinary middle-aged woman, she is also very angry at this time. Shulai frowned even more. Ding Yuanliang also realized that it might not be Zhuo Guili who did it, so he asked Yu Xiaoyue to calm down first, and he told Zhuo Guili about the matter. Zhuo Guili showed some worry, but still shook her head and said, "I don't know. I haven't been out much during this period." After the divorce, she also got a shop, plus other properties. She is actually quite rich, but she was sad, so she didn't go out much during this period. "Master Shu, look." Ding Yuanliang could only ask Shulai for help. Shulai walked around their room again, and then fixed his eyes on 2 bottles of red wine in the distance. "Master Shu, is there something wrong with this wine?" Shulai didn't say anything, but walked over, picked up the bottle, and smashed it in front of them. Bang! With a crisp sound, the bottle shattered, but no one paid attention to the broken glass, but instead looked at a piece of fingerbone in the bottle. Oh my God, who did this? Zhuo Gili was startled and didn't dare to look at the thing. Ding Yuanliang was also startled, but he slowly walked over to take a closer look. "I remember correctly that this bottle of wine was given by my brother, right?" Ding Yuanliang suddenly looked at Zhuo Gili and said. Zhuo Gili thought about it and nodded. "He gave it to me when we divorced a month ago. Haha, he asked me to borrow 3 million yuan, but I didn't give it to him. I didn't expect him to treat me like this." When he thought of his own brother using such a vicious method to deal with him, Ding Yuanliang's face turned pale. "Master Shu, what should we do now? I don't care about your family affairs, but I really want to know where your brother got this thing." Being able to set up a feng shui killing array means that there is also a feng shui master behind the other party. He really wants to see it. "Master Shu, wait a minute. I'll let that bastard come over." Ding Yuanling picked up the phone and called. "Brother, my business is good recently. I can lend you money? Come over, I'm here with Gili." "Ah, really? That's great." Ding Yuanwen hung up the phone happily. "Humph, it's too late to figure it out now. When you die, all your money will be mine." Ding Yuanwen snorted coldly, but still rushed over immediately. He would not miss the opportunity to get the money in advance. Chapter 12, Broken Hand, Eyeballs. Ding Yuanwen thought of the mysterious master he had met, and secretly rejoiced. As expected of a master, he is so powerful that he can kill people without being seen. Although he spent 1 million, it was worth the money. Not long after, Ding Yuanwen came to Zhuo Gili. "Yuanliang, what's wrong? Is business so good recently?" He didn't realize the seriousness of the problem and said with a chuckle. Unexpectedly, Ding Yuanliang got up and hit him with his crutch, and then punched and kicked him. Yu Shaoli was stunned for a moment, and followed Ding Yuanliang to rush up and fight with Ding Yuanwen. "You, what are you doing?" Ding Yuanwen screamed while being beaten. "Ding Yuanwen, how dare you? I treat you as my brother, but you actually want me to die." Ding Yuanliang's eyes were red, and he stared at Ding Yuanwen. Ding Yuanwen realized that his story was exposed. "No, what are you talking about?" He wanted to quibble, but Ding Yuanliang rushed up and punched him again. Seeing that it was almost done, Shulai said, "All right." Ding Yuanliang immediately stopped and said, "Ding Yuanwen, tell Master Shu what you did honestly. If you lied, you will confess it today." Ding Yuanwen looked at Shulai and said in shock, "Did you ruin my business?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Yuanliang slapped him on the mouth. Shulai waved his hand, half squatted down, looked at Ding Yuanwen and said, "I just want to know who you asked for help. Just tell me the address." Ding Yuanwen looked at Ding Yuanliang next to him and could only say, "It was a master I met by chance by the Qingqi River in the eastern suburbs." "Tell me about your contact with him," Shulai said. Ding Yuanwen hesitated, so he was beaten up by Ding Yuanliang and his wife again. Ding Yuanwen, with a bruised face, finally spoke. "I ran into him by chance when I was passing by that day. He seemed to be able to see through my thoughts, and then asked me for 1 million and gave me this bottle of wine. He said that as long as I send this bottle of wine, my wish will come true. Anything else? Shulai looked at him. No, nothing else? Ding Yuanwen asked hurriedly. Under the gaze of the Eye of Truth, Shulai immediately knew that Ding Yuanwen was not telling the truth. He nodded slightly to Ding Yuanliang, who immediately understood, drew his cane, and slapped Ding Yuanwen. Ding Yuanwen shouted for a while, but found that he could not hide it, so he could only bite the bullet and speak. Also, the master asked me to find a woman to go over, and I pulled a woman on the street and sent her to him. How long did this happen? Shulai thought for a while and spoke. It's been a month. Shulai thought for a while and said, You guys keep an eye on your brother first. I'll go to Qingqi River to see what's going on. Ding Yuanliang immediately said, Master Shu, I'll accompany you. Isn't it dangerous for you to go alone? No need. I'll see what's going on first. This person who can set up a feng shui killing array is no longer an ordinary person. Maybe he has had some adventures like himself. Therefore, he really wants to go and see what's going on. Moreover, if the other party is a bad guy, maybe he can get some merit points. Ding Yuanwen snorted in his heart. A kid dares to cause trouble to the master. Well, let the master kill him. That day, he didn't believe the master either, and he saw with his own eyes that the master broke his car hood with one punch. The car hood was so hard, but the master could break it with one punch. This kid went there just to die. Shulai said and left. Only Ding Yuanwen and Ding Yuanliang were left in the room. Ding Yuanliang looked at his brother, and he became more and more angry. He couldn't help but pick up the crutches again. Shulai took a taxi and soon arrived at Qingqi River in the eastern suburbs. Eye of Truth. Finding a remote place, Shulai tried his best to unfold the Eye of Truth. If someone was here and got closer, perhaps he could see a faint golden light emitting from Shulai's eyes. Through the Eye of Truth, Shulai looked around for a moment and slowly locked onto a small villa. The small villa looked normal, but under the cover of the Eye of Truth, a faint black light could be seen. This black light is not an ordinary thing, it is a kind of evil spirit. Generally speaking, murderers will have this kind of evil spirit, but there are far fewer than in front of us. The evil spirit in front of us almost covered the entire villa. It can only be said that this person has killed many people. I don't know how strong the other party is. It's not good to rush up rashly. He waited for a while and planned to use the Eye of Truth to see. If you can see the person, you should be able to sense the other party's realm. This is the advantage of the Eye of Truth. Generally speaking, you have to get close to sense the realm. But the Eye of Truth doesn't need it. As long as it is within the range covered by the Eye of Truth, even if it is far away, you can still see the other party's realm. Time passed little by little, and after about half an hour, he finally saw a figure appear in the villa. Qi Training Level 4. Shulai sensed it instantly. If it was Qi Training Level 4, he should be able to beat him. But what if the other party had help? After thinking about it, he continued to wait for a while. Seeing that he had not seen anyone else, Shulai slowly walked towards the villa. At the same time, in the villa, skinny-looking man suddenly frowned and looked around. He felt like he was being watched. It should be an illusion. Next to him was a large wooden table, but the things on the wooden table were too scary. It was a human hand and an eyeball. There were also 2 porcelain bowls around, one of which was flowing with a blood-red liquid. The other porcelain bowl contained hair, nails, and it seemed that there was some broken skin. Hehe, in a few days these magic tools will be made and they can be sold for a good price. His name is Shishan. He got an ancient book by chance. Through the methods in the ancient book, he has come to where he is today step by step. Although the process was bloody, he didn't care. He thought he had already achieved enlightenment and become an immortal master. In his eyes, these mortals were nothing more than ants that he could use at will. Who? Suddenly he turned his head and looked at the door. He saw a young man looking at him without blinking. He originally thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be just a young man. Boy, you dare to come to my territory. Are you looking for death? He chuckled and looked at Shulai with cold eyes. No, it's you who is looking for death. When Shulai saw the hands on the table, his pupils shrank. It seemed that the woman sent by Ding Yuanwen was dead. Do you know what you are talking about? Shishan sneered. I know exactly what I am talking about, but you don't know that your death is approaching. Shulai's eyes were cold. Although he had never killed anyone before, he had Zhang Sanfeng's memory. Zhang Sanfeng had killed many cancerous tumors that were a scourge to the local area. After possessing all of Zhang Sanfeng's memories, he was also experienced in killing people. Chapter 13, Witchcraft? Heh. Xishan laughed creepily and looked at Xu Lai. He didn't feel any breath from Xu Lai, just like an ordinary person, and he immediately felt at ease. Boy, do you still want to kill me? Xu Lai looked at this guy vigilantly. Although his realm should be higher than this person, he didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, the severed hand on the table seemed to come alive suddenly. The 5 fingers crawled quickly on the table like feet. With a whoosh, the forearm of the severed hand also stood up, and 2 of the fingers also left the table and raised slightly, like 2 eyes, staring at Xu Lai, looking extremely weird. What is this? Witchcraft? In Zhang Sanfeng's memory, it seems that some witchcraft is very similar to the scene in front of him. At the same time, another eyeball on the table also came alive. The eyelids opened, and a pale eyeball looked at Xu Lai. Damn! Xu Lai was shocked by this scene. Although he had Zhang Sanfeng's experience, it was the first time he saw this thing in reality. Xishan was even more relieved when he saw Xu Lai's performance. He turned out to be a rookie who had never seen the world. He thought he was some kind of master, but he was so scared when he saw his eyeballs and arms. What a fool! The mockery in Xishan's eyes became stronger and stronger. He was not in a hurry to kill Xu Lai. When a cat catches a mouse, it always has to play for a while before it's fun. Under his control, the arm climbed directly onto his shoulder. He grabbed the other eye and put it on his forehead. It was as if he had 3 eyes, staring at Xu Lai. Xu Lai took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. It was useless to be afraid at this time. He had to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. He grabbed it with his hand, tore off the door lock, and threw it towards Xishan. After taking the magical pill and strengthening his body, his fingerprints could be easily left on steel, so it was not difficult to tear off the door lock. Bang! Xishan dodged it, and the door lock hit the wall, making a big hole in the wall. Although he didn't hit it, it also scared Xishan. How can this guy be so strong? Xishan was startled and immediately controlled his arm to grab Xu Lai. The arm was very fast, like a bullet, and it came in front of Xu Lai in an instant. Xu Lai locked the trajectory of the arm through the eye of truth and raised his hand to punch. Boom! With a muffled sound, the broken hand was blown away by him, and the fingers were deformed by his punch. This is a magic weapon made by Xishan. When the magic weapon was damaged, he was also hit back, and his face turned pale. At the same time, he wanted to continue to activate the broken hand, but found that the broken hand was motionless and did not respond at all. The magic weapon he worked so hard to make was actually broken by that kid's punch. Although it will take a few days to complete, it shouldn't be so easy to break. What the hell is this kid? He hurriedly activated the eyes on his forehead, and the pale eyeballs emitted a creepy light and enveloped Xu Lai. Xu Lai suddenly felt as if he was in a terrifying space and was slightly stunned. But soon a faint golden light shone in his eyes, and he regained consciousness. He saw Xishan yelling, "Who are you? Why are my magic weapons useless to you?" Xu Lai didn't waste time talking to him, and rushed up and punched him in the chest. Xishan couldn't dodge at all and flew out screaming, slammed against the wall with a bang, and then fell down. Xu Lai was a little surprised. This person who practiced Qi in the 4th level was too weak? Xishan was even more shocked. This kid was too scary. After making these 2 magic weapons, he thought he could finally walk sideways, but he didn't expect to be defeated by a kid on the spot. He was so depressed that he vomited blood. Although Xu Lai was surprised that this person was too weak, he didn't let down his guard and tied his hands and feet first. The person in front of him was the first existence beyond ordinary people he had met. He planned to ask some questions and understand the world of these people. Although he had Zhang Sanfeng's memory, many years had passed after all. In this world, how these existences beyond ordinary people survived is still a question. He didn't want to be sliced by someone accidentally one day. After some questioning, accompanied by Xishan's screams, Xu Lai finally learned something. When entering the Qi training stage and having true Qi in the body, it is called an internal strength master. When reaching the 4th level of Qi training, it is called the transformation realm. As for Qi training above the 7th level, it is already called a master-level powerhouse. This is similar to what Zhang Sanfeng remembered, and according to Xishan, There are still many Qi training masters in this world. Otherwise, he would not have been hiding here before. Originally, he wanted to wait for the 2 magic tools to be completed so that he could go out and show off for a while. But he didn't expect to be found by Shulai before he went out. After asking almost all the questions, Shulai punched him in the middle of the eyebrows. After dealing with Shishan, Shulai looked at the yellowed ancient book in his hand. According to Shishan, the witchcraft he learned came from this book. The ancient book was already very worn, and the 3 words, blood refining technique, could barely be seen. But what puzzled him was why the system didn't respond. Does it mean that there is no merit point reward for killing Shishan? At this moment, the familiar voice of the system suddenly came. Kill an evil cultivator, reward 100 merit points, get a copy of the secret method of blood refining, sell it in exchange for 200 merit points. Killing Shishan and getting only 100 merit points? Shulai felt that it was a bit too little, or it might be that the system had too high a vision and looked down on it. However, he did not expect that this book of blood refining could be exchanged. How to exchange this thing? After thinking about it, he directly said to the system in his mind, "Exchange." The system has received it, ding. Along with the system voice, in his mind, on the system interface, Shulai saw an extra yellowed ancient book, which was the one he had obtained before. But the real thing was still in his hands. It seems that the system just extracted the content of blood refining by scanning and did not take the real thing away. In this way, he got 200 merit points for nothing, which is not bad. The system can exchange blood refining. Can other items also be exchanged? In addition, this system is definitely not just for himself, because if it is only for himself, then exchanging blood refining will have no effect. In other words, his blood refining should be in the hands of other system users. Then, are the things he exchanged also put in by some other system holder? Dad and Mom, what exactly did you send? Far away in another inexplicable world, a man sitting on the supreme throne couldn't help sneezing. Next to him, a beautiful woman frowned slightly and said, "I don't know how our son is now. We'll send that thing to him, and the rest is up to him." The man on the supreme throne sighed softly, and his eyes shot out 2 rays of divine light, piercing through countless blood clouds. Chapter 14, Heaven Swallowing Technique. Shulai checked the villa again. It would have been better if he hadn't checked. After the inspection, he wanted to revive Shishan and kill him again. There was a basement in the villa, and there were actually 2 corpses in the basement. It seemed that they were all killed by Shishan's magic weapon. There were also some gold and silver jewelry, but Shulai didn't take them. These jewelry had been here for a long time and were stained with blood evil spirits. They were not good things. Besides, he was not so short of money. Before leaving, he burned down the villa. Finally, he called Ding Yuanliang to inform him that the matter here had been resolved. As for the matter between Ding Yuanliang and his eldest brother, it was up to him to deal with it. When he returned home, Shulai was in a good mood. Not only did he get 300 merit points, but he also got a book on blood refining. The cooking skills of Liu Jingjing and her sister are getting better and better. Although they are all simple ingredients, they are all delicious. While eating, Shulai suddenly thought that if the spiritual power in this world is weak, can spiritual power be extracted from food? When this thought came to him, he laughed in his heart. He himself felt that it was a bit whimsical. At night, lying on the bed, Shulai's consciousness entered the system. The 300 merit points obtained today, plus the 200 merit points obtained from treating the old man, and the remaining merit points, a total of 530 merit points. I can draw a few more times. I hope I can draw something good this time. With great expectations, Shulai's consciousness entered the system and said to the system, "Draw!" Draw failed. It doesn't matter. The first time is a failure. Continue. Ding draw failed. Thank you for your patronage. Failed once, failed twice, failed 3 times in a row. Shulai was a little restless. The merit points that were hard to get are almost gone again. Forget it. I've already drawn here. Let's draw together. The remaining ones are not of much use. Krypton gold. Never give up. Gritting his teeth, Shulai invested all his merit points. Ding. Extraction failed. Thank you for your patronage. 500 merit points, only enough for 10 draws, and in a blink of an eye he has already drawn 8 times. And all of them are thank you for your patronage. Shulai wants to roar to the sky. What kind of broken system is this? The 9th time, thank you for your patronage. There is only one last time left. Ding, congratulations on drawing the heaven swallowing technique, the first level. Heaven swallowing technique? Shulai looked at the huge ancient book that suddenly appeared in his consciousness with confusion. 2 options floated next to the book: use and sell. He immediately chose to use. Boom! In his mind, a lot of information suddenly flooded in. He also quickly understood what the heaven swallowing technique was. It is a method of swallowing spiritual power, and the spiritual power swallowed is all-encompassing, whether it is animals, plants, or the spiritual energy in metals. While Shulai was shocked, he began to practice without hesitation. As if there was some kind of imprint. After half a night, he had basically mastered it. But what made him speechless was that he could not reach the level of swallowing everything. Now he could only extract the spiritual power from plants, and the conversion rate was very low, and it was easy to saturate. What made him speechless was not this, but the fact that he could only swallow spiritual power by eating. In other words, he could only swallow the spiritual energy in plants by eating. Thinking that it was only the first level of the heaven swallowing technique, he could accept it. As the number of levels of cultivation increased, the conversion rate of spiritual energy should also increase. The next morning when eating, Shulai couldn't wait to try it. That studying the heaven swallowing technique is more important than buying a house, so he plans to go to the vegetable market to see which vegetarian vegetables are more likely to produce spiritual power after eating. Oh, okay, Brother Shu? Jingjing nodded obediently, quickly packed up and went to the vegetable market with him. The vegetable market is very large. While Shulai and Liu Jingjing were shopping, he took some vegetables and put them in his mouth while no one was paying attention and swallowed them. If he was discovered, he would probably be regarded as a pervert. Unfortunately, he was very fast and no one could find him. Liu Jingjing's big eyes were full of confusion. She didn't know why Brother Shu always looked at this vegetable and that vegetable and didn't buy them. Several aunties who were buying vegetables just now were angry. Shulai tasted dozens of vegetables, but the result surprised him. Turns were the ones that produced the most spiritual power. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was confirmed that his staple food in the future would be radishes. Jingjing, how about we buy some more radishes to take back? Liu Jingjing's beautiful eyes widened. She never thought that Shulai wanted to buy radishes after shopping for so long. Although she was puzzled, she hurriedly said, "Okay, Brother Shu." Soon, Shulai bought 200 kilograms of white radishes. Under the surprised gaze of the vegetable seller, he walked away with the radishes on his back. The vegetable seller thought to herself, "This is the first time I've seen someone buy 200 kilograms of white radishes in my life. Usually, people who buy so much are from restaurants or canteens, and they all drive here. This is the first time she has seen someone carrying radishes on his back." Shulai was carrying radishes home and happened to meet Lu Shuhui, who was about to go out. Lu Shui stared at the radishes on Shulai's back with wide eyes. "Did you buy all these radishes?" "Yes." Shulai knew that he was a little weird now, so he didn't say much and went straight into the house. Putting down the radishes, Liu Jingjing hurriedly poured water for Shulai. She didn't expect Brother Shu to be so strong and carry such a heavy weight back. Lu Mengshe came over like a curious baby, looked at so many radishes and asked, "Brother Shu, are we going to make pickles?" Generally only pickles would use so many radishes. Shulai shook his head and said, "It's mainly for me to eat. If you like, you can eat as much as you want. By the way, I'm a little hungry. I'll make some first." Shulai couldn't wait to open the pot and boil 2 white radishes. Under the strange eyes of Liu Jingjing and her sister, he started to eat directly. "Hehe, I don't know why, but I'm a little hungry. Do you want to eat?" He knew that he must be very strange in their eyes now, but he didn't intend to explain more. As long as it can improve spiritual power, it doesn't matter if he loses face. After eating 2 in one breath, he really felt that his spiritual power has improved a little. Although it will take a very long time to advance, it's better than nothing. Moreover, as his strength increases, the heaven-swallowing technique will become stronger and stronger. Chapter 15. Refusing to eat the radishes, Shulai snored. He found that the 2 radishes were basically full, which means that the heaven-swallowing technique can only absorb so much at a time. This effect still made him somewhat discouraged. Is this the sky-swallowing technique or the radish-eating technique? Forget it. Never mind. Just eat first. Shu Lai cleaned up the dishes and looked at the two girls who still had a dazed expression and explained a little. Well, it's a bit strange, but don't worry. I'm not a pervert. I won't hurt you. Lu Jingjing's face was slightly red, and she shook her head quickly and said, Brother Shu, it's okay. If it weren't for you, we two sisters might not be able to survive. Brother Shu, actually what you did is nothing. I saw a news report a few days ago and heard that someone grew wings and flew in the sky. I wish I could become a Superman like that. Lu Mengshe also spoke. Shu Lai seemed to say casually, Do you also want to be a Superman like that? Yes, it would be great if I could become a Superman, so that I can help my sister and brother Shu. Lu Mengshe's eyes were full of longing and envy. Shu Lai thought that if there was a chance in the future, he would exchange some other things and see if he could let Lu Mengshe practice. After this thought was buried, Shu Lai did not think about it anymore. He was going to go out and see if there was a house with good feng shui. Just then, his cell phone rang. Shu Lai looked and saw that it was also an unfamiliar number. Excuse me, Mr. Shu? A man's voice came from the phone. His voice was steady, and he could not tell whether he was happy or angry. It's me. What's the matter? If you are a salesperson, please don't waste my time. After looking at houses these days, he received a lot of strange harassing calls, and he was annoyed. I'm sorry, Mr. Shu. I'm not a salesperson. Do you still remember the person you saved on Freight Avenue last time? Freight Avenue? Could it be the old man he saved that time? He didn't notice which road it was last time, but he should have saved that old man. What's the matter? Shu Lai asked. It's like this. The person you saved is Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Zhang wants to express his gratitude. The male voice on the phone raised the pitch a little, as if Mr. Zhang's gratitude was very great. Shu Lai didn't think much about it. He didn't want to have too much contact with those upper-class people now. That would easily expose himself. He refused without hesitation. No, thank you. After saying that, Shu Lai hung up the phone. On the other side of the city, a middle-aged man looked at the phone being hung up with a look of astonishment. Next to him, the old man who was saved by Shu Lai before smiled and said, Feng, you didn't expect it. Mr. Zhang, this guy probably doesn't know your identity yet, but he hung up the phone. If he knew your identity and thanked him, who wouldn't be happy? How could he hang up my phone? Feng has followed Zhang Zhenguo for many years, but this is the first time he has seen someone directly reject Mr. Malady, Zhang's kindness. You know, with Mr. Zhang's identity, he can easily change a person's life. Changing the fate of an ordinary person is easy for someone of Mr. Zhang's level. These days, after their investigation, isn't Shu Lai just an unlucky guy who lost his job and broke up? Where does this guy get the confidence to reject Mr. Zhang's kindness? Mr. Zhang, this guy probably doesn't know your identity. Let me explain it to him again. Without waiting for Mr. Zhang to answer, Feng called Shu Lai again. Shu Lai frowned when he saw the phone ringing. Anything else? He asked impatiently. Feng snorted in his heart. He didn't expect this guy to have such a bad temper. If he had the chance, he would have to teach him a lesson. You saved Mr. Zhang from the Zhang group last time. This time, Mr. Zhang wants to thank you. Okay, I know, thank you, but no need. Before Feng finished speaking, Shu Lai had hung up the phone. Feng was completely speechless this time. Could it be that this guy didn't even know about the Zhang group? Next to him, Zhang Zhenguo still had a faint smile on his face. Maybe this guy is a hermit. Hermit? Mr. Zhang, you think too much. How could it be possible at that age? Generally speaking, the image of a hermit should be quite old. Shu Lai is only in his early 20s. How could he be a hermit? Besides, is there a hermit who is both unemployed and heartbroken? How about I go there myself and bring that guy here? Feng said. Forget it. Since he doesn't want to, forget it. Zhang Zhenguo covered his chest while speaking, and there was a faint pain in his heart. At this time, Qi Shanya came over. Mr. Zhang, it's time for you to take your medicine. Seeing Mr. Zhang go to the room to take medicine, Feng's eyes flashed and said, Mr. Zhang, I'm going out for a while. Call me if you need anything. Go ahead. Zhang Zhenguo shook his hand. Feng immediately drove the car and prepared to go out. However, as soon as the car came out of the garage, it was stopped by a figure. It was the second lady, Zhong Shangdi. Feng, where are you going? Zhong Shangdi was wearing a denim skirt, revealing her slender white legs. Second miss, do you know the man who saved Mr. Zhang last time? I heard about it. Grandpa said it was a kid. Zhong Shangdi's beautiful eyes moved. She had also heard about that incident from her grandfather. We found that kid, but when I called just now and said that Mr. Zhang wanted to thank him, I didn't expect to be rejected directly. I was planning to go over and see who that kid is. Really? It looks a bit fun. Take me with you. I've been bored at home these days. Zhang Xiangdi immediately became interested when she heard it and followed a Feng into the car. Along the way, she couldn't help laughing when she heard a Feng say that the kid was unemployed and heartbroken. This kid is too unlucky. That's it? He actually rejected Grandpa's kindness? After Shulai hung up the phone, he couldn't help but check the Zhang group. The chairman of the Zhang group seemed to be the old man that day. But he didn't take it too seriously and continued to look for a suitable property. He didn't find a suitable one for several days, so he looked around alone today. After looking for a long time, he didn't expect to find anything. There were fewer houses in Baodi and Fudi than he thought. It seems that I have to go further, Shu Lai thought to himself and planned to look for it in a farther place tomorrow. When he was about to go home, Shu Lai suddenly stopped. Come out. He looked at the shade of the tree next to him. How did you find me? A Feng walked out in surprise. If Shu Lai hadn't been looking at the shade of the tree, he would have thought that Shu Lai was not talking to him. What do you want to see me for? Shu Lai didn't answer but asked. Chapter 16. Almost beat to death. Ha ha, can't you recognize my voice? A Feng looked at Shu Lai jokingly. In the car next to him, Zhang Xiangdi didn't expect Shu Lai to be such a young man and raised her eyebrows in surprise. Are you the one who called before? It seems that your memory is still good. I said, thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your kindness. What else do you want? Shu Lai frowned. Boy, do you know who Mr. Zhang is? How dare you refuse? Don't you know that one word from Mr. Zhang can change your life? A Feng shook his head and snorted. So what? I want to refuse. So what? What's it to you? Shu Lai said lightly. Zhang Xiangdi also came over at this time. Don't be so stubborn and suffer. My grandfather said that you will not only have a job but also a girlfriend. It seems that these people have already investigated him. Shu Lai felt a little cold. Thank you, goodbye, I won't see you off. He took a deep breath and planned to ignore it. But he had just taken 2 steps when a Feng stopped him. Boy, if you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Since you don't know how to do it, then I will teach you. Although a Feng has retired for several years as a former soldier king, his strength is still there. He directly grabbed Shu Lai's shoulder. Shu Lai dodged and avoided it. What, you still want to fight? He didn't expect this guy to be so aggressive. Haha, you were able to dodge. Your reaction is not slow. Not being able to catch Shu Lai aroused Ah Feng's competitive spirit, and he clenched his palm into a fist and punched Shu Lai's chest. Seeing this, Zhang Xiangdi's mouth curled up slightly. They all knew Ah Feng's strength, but he was a man who could break a bluestone slab with one punch. Moreover, she often heard that Ah Feng had chased after superpowers before and retired because he was attacked by a peerless master and was injured. This kid has completely angered Ah Feng now, and his end must be terrible. However, just as she had this thought, she saw an incredible scene. After Ah Feng made a move, the whole person flew backwards. Bang! Ah Feng's body hit the tree next to him and fell down. Shu Lai retracted his hand and said lightly, Can I leave now? Ah Feng lay on the ground, raised his head, looked at Shu Lai in horror and wanted to struggle to get up, but he couldn't move at all. One punch, he was almost crippled with one punch. This kid, how can he be so scary? Until Shu Lai disappeared, Ah Feng didn't come back to his senses. Was also stunned for a while, and then hurried over to help Ah Feng up. She looked at Shu Lai's back as he left, and a trace of fear rose in her heart. After returning home, Shu Lai was still a little unhappy. He had already thanked him and clearly refused, but the other part rather eat 2 radishes. Shu Lai looked at the pair of white radishes next to him and said, when eating, Shu Lai indeed had a large bowl of white radish in front of him. After eating about 2 radishes, the spiritual power absorbed by the heaven-swallowing technique was full again. Oh, I don't know when I can make further progress. The spiritual power generated by digesting 2 white radishes every day is really too little. In the evening, after cleaning up, while Liu Jingjing and the other girls were bathing, his phone rang again. And it was a strange number without caller ID. Logically, his phone would have caller ID. Why not this time? Puzzled, Shu Lai answered the phone. Hello, is this Shu Lai? This time it was a slightly old voice, but the voice gave people a different kind of power. This tone is usually only used by people who are often in high positions. Shu Lai thought about it and probably knew who it was. he said lightly. It's me. What's the matter? I'm Zhong Zhengguo. You saved me before. I called to thank you. Well, then I know. It's okay. I'll hang up. Hey, young man, don't worry. And I'm sorry that Feng and my granddaughter Xiaodi came to trouble you today. I apologize to you, and thank you for showing mercy. Zhong Zhengguo heard Feng's story and knew that Xu Lai had held back. He didn't pursue the victory, otherwise, Feng would probably be seriously injured. But he never thought that if Xu Lai hadn't held back, Feng would have completely turned into a corpse. Please tell that Feng that if there is a next time, he won't be so lucky. Well, I see, Brother Xu Lai. I wonder if you have time to come to my house for a simple meal. Zhong Zhengguo invited nervously. Generally speaking, he would invite others with just one word, and no one would refuse. But facing the voice on the other end of the phone, he was a little uncertain for the first time. Mr. Zhong, just call me Xiao Su. Facing Zhong Zhengguo's attitude, Xu Lai's mood eased a little, but he still refused. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhong. Let's talk about it after dinner. I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you for rest. After saying that, Xu Lai decisively hung up the phone. He had no plan to interact with Mr. Zhong and his people. The main reason was that he didn't know them very well. At present, finding a house and improving his strength were the most important things for him. Mr. Zhong, did that guy even refuse your personal call? Feng asked with a bandage on his hand. Well, he seems to be an interesting young man. Zhong Zhengguo was also surprised to be rejected. But don't worry. For young people, it is more important to please them. What has he been doing recently? It seems that he is wandering around the real estate and is planning to buy a house. Buy a house? Zhong Zhengguo thought about it and gradually had an idea in his mind. The next day, in the morning, someone knocked on the door. Xu Lai opened the door and saw Lu Shuhui standing at the door with a full curve on her chest. Maybe she had just got up, with a lazy look in her expression and a slight blush on her porcelain-like cheeks. Xu Lai, are you free tonight? She bit her red lips and asked. What's the situation? I'm tonight. Xu Lai didn't know how to answer for a moment, because Lu Shuhui's question was too sudden and made people think about it. I mean, I want to treat you to dinner. Lu Shuhui also realized something and said quickly. So that's it, Xu Lai thought. Why didn't you just say it directly? Let him think it was something else. However, seeing Lu Shuhui's voluptuous figure and delicate face, he felt a little disappointed. Of course, this disappointment soon disappeared. He smiled and said, I have no problem, you can ask them. Lu Shui came in again and invited Liu Jingjing and the other two girls. The two girls looked at Xu Lai and readily agreed. After Lu Shui left, Liu Mengshe whispered, That sister is so pretty. Chapter 17, Encountering the Ex-Girlfriend. At night, Xu Lai and Liu Jingjing, plus Lu Shui and her bestie, the five of them came to a hot pot restaurant. Seeing the hot pot, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The last time he broke up with Jingjing was after eating hot pot. Seeing Xu Lai's expression was different, Lu Shui thought he didn't like it here and hurriedly said, How about we change to another one? No, I just remembered the time when I ate hot pot with my girlfriend before, Xu Lai said with a wry smile. Oh, I didn't expect you to still be obsessed with your girlfriend. She must be very beautiful, right? Lu Shui asked casually. Lu Jingjing and her sister and Lu Shui's best friend also looked at Xu Lai. It was obvious that gossip was their nature. Xu Lai shook his head. Chen Jingjing is not particularly beautiful in terms of appearance. She is not as pretty as you. Apart from the female classmates he had a crush on in school, Chen Jingjing was the woman he really liked, so even though they had not been together for a long time and had broken up, he still had a deep impression of her. Hey, I didn't expect, Xu Lai, that you are still an infatuated person. Our Lulu likes infatuated men the most. Lu Shui's best friend, Lu Qingyan, spoke up. Lu Qingyan was also very beautiful. Although she was a little worse than Lu Shuhui, she was also a very good beauty. Little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Shui blushed and said to her best friend. At this time, they had already chosen a seat and sat down. This hot pot restaurant has a varied business. Although it is not self-service, the price is not too expensive. There are many young men and women who consume here. At the same time, some middle-aged men even drink here to talk business and make friends. Xu Lai, what do you like to eat? Lu Shui asked. Well, I like everything you like, but remember to order more radishes for me. Xu Lai replied. Radishes? Lu Shui saw him carrying a lot of radishes home and knew that Shulai should like to eat radishes, but she didn't expect Shulai to like it so much when eating hot pot. But she still ordered 2 servings for Shulai. Although Shulai was far away, he also saw that Lu Shui only ordered 2 servings. He felt that it was a little too little, so he said, "Order a few more white radishes." At this time, even Lu Qingyan raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Shulai in amazement. Shulai did not explain. He did not want to miss any opportunity to strengthen. Time is something that can never be made up once it is missed. Lu Shui excitedly began to scald duck intestines, tripe, and fatty beef. "Come on, try this. Top quality beef, 388 for 1 serving." Lu Shui treated everyone today, mainly to thank Shulai for telling him about the ga peeping. So she picked up some food for Shulai as soon as she came. Shulai thought it was a bit expensive to see that a dozen thin slices of beef cost 388. He ate 2 slices and found that the heaven swallowing technique really had no effect, so he started to blanch the radish. Lu Jingjing also helped put the radish in and blanch it for him. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes paid attention to Shulai and Lu Jingjing, and her eyes flashed slightly. Liu Mengshui was more reserved. Although she thought the hot pot tasted good, she ate very slowly. Lu Qingyan was a complete foodie. She didn't let go of duck intestines, tripe, and beef. Her small mouth turned into a bloody mouth for meat. Everyone was eating happily when Shulai suddenly looked at the door. 3 men and 1 woman came in from the door. The woman was closer to one of the men, and the other 2 men had wandering eyes, with a bit of ruffian spirit, and 2 tattoos on their arms. "Please come in. There are seats available." The waiter immediately walked over. "Third brother, this restaurant is good. Jingjing and I have eaten here several times." The young man was respectful to the 2 tattooed men, even with a bit of flattery. "Well, it's okay. If you are smart, you may be able to get this project. If I can really get this project, it must be because third brother speaks for me. Otherwise, I would never have a chance." The young man smiled deeply. He had been coveting this project for a long time. Shulai frowned when he saw the woman. At this time, the woman at the door glanced inside, as if looking for a seat. Her eyes swept over and met Shulai's. She was startled, and a bit of unnaturalness appeared on her face. Shulai sighed in his heart, stood up, and called to the woman, "Chen Jingjing!" Yes, the one in front of him was his ex-girlfriend, Chen Jingjing. Hearing the 3 words Chen Jingjing, Liu Mengshui and Lu Shui all looked over. They all knew that Shulai's girlfriend was called Chen Jingjing, and it seemed to be the one in front of them. Chen Jingjing was wearing a black short skirt and a light blue business suit. She didn't seem to expect Shulai to stand up and greet her directly. She looked a little evasive and just nodded inconspicuously. "Wow, this is your girlfriend. She looks not bad, but it seems that she doesn't want to greet you." Lu Shui looked at him with a slightly teasing look. Shulai didn't say anything. He looked at the man next to Chen Jingjing. It seemed that he was her fiancé. But he had seen this man before. He was a man that Chen Jingjing had dated before. At that time, Chen Jingjing said that it was arranged by her family and she had to go. She would never fall in love with that man. Now it seems that Chen Jingjing obviously lied to him. He remembered that Chen Jingjing said that the man was a contractor named Shen Mingzi. When Shen Mingzi heard someone calling Chen Jingjing, he turned his head and saw Shulai. He also knew Shulai. After all, how could this weirdo who had been dating for a year and had never touched Chen Jingjing not know him? Although Chen Jingjing won't let him touch her now, it's only a matter of time. After all, they're getting married in less than a month. After the wedding, why don't they let him do what he wants? "Third brother, excuse me. I have a friend over there. I'm going to say hello," Shen Mingji said. As someone who hangs out in the crowd, third brother had already noticed Chen Jingjing and Shulai saying hello. At the same time, he also saw that Shulai had several extremely beautiful women. So he smiled and said, "You have a friend. That's great. I like making friends the most. Can you introduce me to some of them?" "Third brother, you're really flattering that kid. I guess that kid has never made a friend as famous as third brother in his life." Shen Mingji smiled and flattered him and also insulted Shulai. Third brother smiled and narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that he felt very comfortable with the flattery. Shen Mingji led third brother to Shulai. Chen Jingjing frowned, but it was difficult to interrupt. She knew that third brother was a key figure in the project. Whether Shen Mingji could get the decoration contract for the school building depended on whether third brother would speak up. If they can get the contract of that school, they can make 1 million in a year. Shulai, I didn't expect you to eat here too. Shen Mingji came over with a smile, looked down at Shulai and said in a teasing tone, Shen Mingji, what's the matter? Shulai looked at Chen Jingjing next to him. Shen Mingji also noticed that Shulai was surrounded by beauties, each of whom was prettier than Chen Jingjing and had a good figure. He felt a little jealous. He snorted coldly and said, I heard that you are unemployed. Can you afford to pay for eating here? You don't want to eat a free meal. Chapter 18, Third Brother. Whether I can afford to pay or not is my business, so you don't have to worry about it. Shulai said lightly, Hey, young man, don't be so angry. Come on, I'm the third brother. What are the names of the beauties? The third brother smiled and looked at the women with a wretched look. He stretched out his hand as if he wanted to shake hands with them. Liu Mengshui's face tightened, and she was about to speak, but she saw Shulai stand up, swung away the third brother's hand, and said lightly, They are my friends. The third brother's face changed, revealing a bit of ruthlessness. Friends of friends are also friends. It's a good opportunity to get to know each other. He still didn't give up, and at the same time reached out to touch Lu Qingyan's face. Shulai stood up, blocked in front of Lu Qingyan, and said indifferently, My friend is eating. Please don't disturb. The third brother looked at Shulai with ill intentions and was about to take action. The man following him also rolled up his sleeves. At this moment, Shulai gave them a cold look. The third brother was struck by lightning. His whole body suddenly became cold, his body staggered, and he almost fell. Fortunately, the man behind him was quick and supported him. But after this look, the third brother didn't come over again, but just glared at him fiercely. Shulai ignored it and sat down to eat again. Chen Jingjing came over at this time and said with a cold face, Shulai, we have broken up. Don't think that I will get back together with you, and don't think that you can destroy me and Mingji like this. In her opinion, Shulai was deliberately embarrassing the third brother in order to destroy the relationship between Shen Mingji and the third brother. Shulai sighed and said, Jingjing, you think too much. I didn't deliberately destroy anything. You want to break up? I respect you, but I think Shen Mingji is not a good person. You should be careful with him and be careful of being hurt. With Zhang Sanfeng's memory, after becoming a feng shui master, he can still read faces. When he saw Shen Mingji's face just now, he knew that this person was not a good person, and something bad would happen sooner or later, so he kindly reminded Chen Jingjing. Unexpectedly, Chen Jingjing didn't appreciate it at all and sneered. Shulai, when will you be able to tell fortunes? If you can tell fortunes, tell yourself first. When can you find a job? People who only eat radishes when eating hot pot have the nerve to talk about others. Chen Jingjing left angrily. She didn't know why she was so angry. Ever since she saw that the girls around Shulai were all very pretty, she felt a little uncomfortable. Shulai looked at the pile of radishes in his bowl and suddenly felt that the taste of this thing was not so good. Thank you, Lu Qingyan said to Shulai at this time. If Shulai hadn't helped her block it, just now, she really didn't know how to deal with the salty pig hand that the third brother stretched out. Hey, it's all my fault for affecting your meal. Shulai was a little embarrassed. If you say that, it's all my fault. If I hadn't chosen this place, you wouldn't have met your ex-girlfriend. Lu Shuhui raised her beautiful eyes and rolled her eyes at him. She was quite shocked. Just now, Shulai seemed to have scared away the third brother with just a look. This is not something that ordinary people can do. That third brother, it seems, is not an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, he was stunned by Shulai's eyes. Chen Jingjing also started to eat. Shen Mingji ordered a lot of things as well as wine. While talking, he frequently toasted the third brother. Third brother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I ruined your fun. Let me toast you. Third brother looked at Shulai coldly and asked, Who is that guy? Shen Mingji looked at Chen Jingjing and said, Jingjing, you are more familiar with him. Explain it to third brother. Chen Jingjing looked at Shulai and said, He is just an ordinary person who just lost his job. Shen Mingji added, Third brother, that guy has no background. If you want to deal with him, no one will help you. Don't worry. Shen Mingji obviously realized what third brother was up to and said. Third brother looked at Chen Jingjing with a smile and said aggressively, Really? As he spoke, he put his hand on Chen Jingjing's back. Chen Jingjing's body tensed up and turned to look at Shen Mingji. Shen Mingji's eyes drifted away as if he didn't notice it. Chen Jingjing could only stiffen her body. After a while, she stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." When she came to the bathroom, Chen Jingjing couldn't help but breathe heavily, still feeling scared. "Sister-in-law, you are here. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Suddenly, the third brother came over and walked directly into the women's bathroom. Chen Jingjing stepped back subconsciously and forced a smile. "It's okay. I will be fine soon. Thank you for your concern, third brother." "It should be. After all, Shen Mingji and I are brothers. You are my sister-in-law. What's wrong with me caring about you a little more?" The third brother walked up and reached out to touch Chen Jingjing's skirt. "Third brother, don't." Chen Jingjing's face words to say to Chen Jingjing. The third brother gritted his teeth and finally went out. Shulai looked at Chen Jingjing and walked out without saying anything. After all, this was still a women's bathroom. Chen Jingjing walked out and saw Shulai standing beside her. She said with a stern face, "Don't worry about my business. I won't stop you from following Shen Mingji, but you should be careful." After saying that, Shulai left without waiting for Chen Jingjing to speak. Looking at Shulai's back, Chen Jingjing suddenly felt that Shulai was different from before. It felt like he had changed a lot. "Shulai, is this the real you?" Chen Jingjing thought secretly in her heart. After a while, she took a deep breath and returned to her seat. The third brother was talking to Shen Mingzi as if nothing had happened, and Shen Mingzi was still smiling beside him. "Why did you take so long to go to the bathroom? The third brother came back earlier than you." Seeing Chen Jingjing, Shen Mingji said with a frown, "Why don't you give a toast to the third brother?" Chen Jingjing hesitated for a moment, but still raised the glass and drank it all in one gulp. The third brother laughed. It felt great. But when he saw Shulai at the next table, he felt unhappy again. He whispered a few words in the ear of another guy, who nodded and made a few calls on his mobile phone. After a while, he came over and winked at the third brother, indicating that it was done. Chapter 19. Pirated Tai Chi. Shulai had almost finished eating, and Lu Shui went to the front desk to pay the bill. Because Lu Qingyan stayed at Lu Shui's place today, they all went the same way. Fortunately, Shulai is here today because the third brother looks really scary. After drinking some beer, Lu Shui slowly relaxed and started chatting casually. "That's right, that person doesn't look like a good person." Lu Qingyan also spoke. At this moment, several people walked out of the darkness in front. The third brother smiled and said, "Two beauties. Are you talking about me?" Shulai's eyes fixed. He didn't expect that the third brother was waiting for them here. But how did they know that he took this road? In doubt, he saw a familiar figure in the distance. Chen Jingjing and Shen Mingji were standing in the distance watching this scene. "Haha, Jingjing, these people really took this road." Shen Mingji laughed. These people would definitely end up miserable if they met the third brother. And he, with this relationship with the third brother, the contracting matter was basically stable. "Chen Jingjing, did you tell them?" Shulai looked in the direction of Chen Jingjing and asked loudly. Unexpectedly, Chen Jingjing said indifferently, "So what?" Shulai shook his head and sighed. "I didn't expect you to become like this." "Haha, you don't need to care about what I have become. You should take care of yourself first." Lai turned his head and looked at the third brother and his group. "Beautiful ladies, come with me tonight. I promise to make you happy enough." "Yes, follow our third brother and you will definitely be happy to the heavens." The third brother's men also laughed evilly, their eyes wandering over Lu Qingyan and the other girls. "I'll give you one last chance. Within 10 seconds, all of you, get out." Shulai stood in front and said coldly, "Haha, what are you talking about, kid? Are you crazy? There are so many of us, and you want us to get out?" The third brother sneered. He was frightened by Shulai's momentum in the store just now, and he felt unhappy. Now there are so many people, and this kid still dares to be arrogant? Shen Mingji laughed at the side. "Jingjing, look, your ex-boyfriend is really a fool. He still hasn't run away." Chen Jingjing said coldly, "He has always been stupid." "Hehe, this idiot still hasn't run away, and dares to be arrogant in front of the third brother. This kid is dead. The third brother has a life on his hands. 1, 2. Shulai looked at the third brother and counted second by second. The third brother turned his head and walked in front of Shulai, almost close to his face, and said, "You kid, count another word?" 5. Shulai just counted to 5. The third brother picked up a short knife in his hand and stabbed Shulai in the stomach. This was fast and fierce. If it was an ordinary person, he would basically die if he was stabbed. The third brother had a grim smile on his face. After stabbing, he would pull down and cut open this guy's belly and pull out his intestines. Only in this way can he relieve the hatred in his heart. However, the expected feeling of piercing the flesh did not happen. Instead, his whole hand was tightly grasped by another hand. Shulai grabbed the third brother's arm and slowly lifted it up, then twisted it, and with a click, the third brother's entire wrist was removed. Ah! The third brother screamed in pain, and several men behind him rushed towards Shulai. Shulai snorted coldly, waved his hand and punched a man in the chest, knocking him away on the spot. He raised his foot and kicked another man on the chin, and the man also fell to the ground with a bang. Another guy who rushed up was grabbed by his clothes and thrown away like garbage. In the end, there were two more who were so scared that they dared not move. But Shulai did not let them go and kicked each of them away. In a blink of an eye, several people were lying on the ground, wailing. Shulai then slowly walked to the third brother and stepped on his hand. With a puff, the third brother's entire palm was crushed, becoming a bloody mess and completely useless. Ah! The severe pain made the third brother lie on the ground and howl heartbreakingly. Remember, don't touch women casually with your hands. If I see you again, your head will be scrapped. Shulai kicked the steel knife that the third brother had used before and then left. The bent steel knife was the last warning to the third brother. After the others left, Lu Shui trembled and said, "Shulai, how are you so powerful?" Shulai half-jokingly said, "I once met an old man with a white beard. He said that I had amazing bones and taught me supreme magic skills, and I have a 60-year skill, so I am now a peerless master." Lu Shuhui and Lu Qingyan rolled their eyes at him at the same time and said, "You are just bragging." Sister Lu Jingjing didn't believe it either, and covered her mouth with her hands and laughed softly. It took Shen Mingji a while to recover from the shock. Looking at the third brother wailing on the ground, he was even a little confused. What happened just now? Why were the third brother and his men knocked down by that kid? Chen Jingjing was also shocked. He also didn't expect Shulai to be so powerful. Shen Mingji hurried over to help the third brother up. The third brother was already bruised and swollen, and asked vaguely, "Then, where does that boy live?" After returning to the residence, Lu Shui's heart slowly calmed down. The scenes tonight were still too scary for them girls. If there was no Shulai, they couldn't imagine what the result would be. Lu Qingyan also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Your neighbor is really extraordinary, but it feels so safe." "What? Our beautiful woman is in love?" Lu Shui laughed. "Go to hell!" Lu Qingyan and Lu Shui immediately wrestled. On Shulai's side, Liu Mengshui said, "Brother Shu, are you really that powerful? In the future, if there is a suitable opportunity, I will teach you." Shulai thought about it. "That's great." Liu Mengshui was happy. At night, Shulai thought about beating the third brother tonight. He did not regret beating the third brother. I just don't know if the third brother will stop. If he does, it's fine. Not, then it's his fault. Don't be polite. In the next 2 days, Shulai didn't walk too far. He just stayed around the house. He was worried that the third brother would not give up and come back for revenge. After all, Chen Jingjing knew where he lived. Last time, Chen Jingjing told the third brother the way home. This time, she might tell the third brother where she lived. Shulai strolled around the surrounding parks when he had nothing to do. He didn't walk too far. He found that there were many people practicing Tai Chi in the park, especially in the morning. But in his eyes, this Tai Chi was really too different. According to Zhang Sanfeng's memory, this Tai Chi has been completely deformed. The original Tai Chi is not only good for strengthening the body, but it is also a breathing method. Even in Zhang Sanfeng's era, it was a relatively good breathing method. Therefore, countless masters were born in Wudong Mountain, where Zhang Sanfeng was. Zhang Sanfeng himself broke through the master level and entered another realm. Chapter 20. Has the house been found? Young man, I see you have been watching boxing these 2 days. Do you want to learn? An old man in training clothes came over and said to Shulai. The old man had just finished practicing. There was some sweat on his forehead, and his spirit was not bad. However, Shulai found through the eye of truth that the old man had many hidden injuries and was not in good health. It seemed that he had suffered several serious injuries when he was young. No, thank you. Mastering all the memories of Zhang Sanfeng, Shulai can be said to be the founder of Tai Chi. Isn't it funny to let the founder of Tai Chi learn? Unexpectedly, the old man seemed very enthusiastic and continued, Young people, just like you should practice more because you often stay up late and have irregular work and rest. Practicing Tai Chi will be very good for you. Thank you for your concern. I really don't need it. He wanted to persuade the old man that it would be better for the old man to practice less boxing for his health, but he stopped when the words came to his lips. The old man might not believe what he said, but it would make people feel that he was talking nonsense. As for the old man, he wished for the best. Seeing that Shu Lai really didn't want to practice, the old man sighed, didn't persuade him anymore, and went back to practice boxing with other old men. Shu Lai began to think about the problem of the system. There were no tasks triggered in the system in the past 2 days, and he didn't know what was going on. At night, Shu Lai was about to go to sleep, but suddenly he felt that more than a dozen people were approaching him. He got up and looked into the darkness downstairs. Although blocked by the big tree, his eyes still penetrated and saw a familiar figure. Third brother. Shu Lai's eyes turned cold, and he said dimly, "Blame me." He jumped directly downstairs. The third brother had a bandage on his hand and was looking at Shu Lai's residence viciously. Unexpectedly, a figure flashed in front of him, and he saw Shu Lai standing in front of him. "I didn't expect you to dare to come," Shu Lai said coldly. The third brother was startled. Thinking that he brought more than a dozen people with him, and there was also a master accompanying him, he became a little bolder and said with a gloomy face, "Boy, no one who offends me will have a good end. I will kill you today. Just relying on you trash, you want to kill me? Young man, don't be arrogant." A man in a jumpsuit came out from the back of the crowd. The man was sturdy and muscular. "Is this your confidence?" Shu Lai glanced at them and said without comment, "Hey boy, do you know that this person in front of you is a master at the peak of external strength?" The sturdy man looked at Shu Lai arrogantly. He finally practiced to the peak of external strength a few years ago. If he was given more time, he would even have a chance to practice internal strength. At the peak of external strength, he has not yet practiced internal energy, which is equivalent to not even the first level of Qi training. Facing him, who has practiced Qi at the 7th level, I don't know where this guy got the confidence from. Shu Lai smiled. "It's not easy for you to practice until now. I'll give you a chance. Get out now." The man showed a strange expression. "Young man, can you scare me like this? You are still impatient with the big scenes I have seen. Don't talk nonsense with him. Help me kill this kid. Maybe this kid is stalling for time." As soon as the third brother opened his mouth, several people immediately surrounded Shu Lai, and the man slowly approached Shu Lai. He tore off his clothes and revealed his strong muscles. Twisting his body, he heard a crackling sound all over his body, giving people a strong sense of power. The third brother looked at the man enviously. He also wanted to have such a body and strength. "Boy, don't you kneel down and beg for mercy now?" The man seemed to want to play with Shu Lai and didn't rush to do it. Shu Lai said impatiently, "If you want to do it, why are you nagging like a woman? Are you underdeveloped? You!" The man was angry and rushed over like a bull, waving his huge fist and punching. Shu Lai said slowly, "Too slow." The third brother saw Shu Lai stretched out his hand, grabbed the man's fist, and threw it backwards like a bag of garbage. With a bang, the man was smashed into the trash can next to him. The third brother stared at this scene with wide eyes, and he never expected it. At this time, the man climbed up from the trash can, roared, and wanted to fight, but was pressed into the trash can again by Shu Lai's foot. The third brother realized the seriousness of the problem and ran away. But Shu Lai was faster, and his body flashed in front of the third brother. "Did I let you go?" The third brother made up his mind and said, "What are you going to do? If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I will kill your whole family." The whole family? His parents had already left him, so how could he be afraid of such a threat? He waved his hand and slapped the third brother on the top of his head. With a puff, the third brother bled from all 7 orifices and fell to the ground immediately. His whole body twitched for a while, and then he was silent. After dealing with the third brother, Shu Lai looked at the people around him. The rest of the people were so scared that they trembled all over, howled, and ran away. The so-called top external force master was the fastest runner. Shu Lai was not worried about killing the third brother, because he saw the evil spirit from the third brother, and it was obvious that he had committed a murder. Sure enough, the familiar voice of the system came. "Ding, kill a villain and reward 100 merit points." Being able to reward 100 merit points is obviously a treatment only for murderers. The next day, he received a call from the strange number without caller ID again. It was probably Zhang Zhenguo calling again. Shulai answered the phone, and Zhang Zhenguo's voice came from it. I encountered a case yesterday. A gangster was killed. According to the investigation information, a person who looks very similar to you, Xiaoshu, was locked in. Zhang Zhenguo stopped talking. Shulai paused. Then I heard Zhang Zhenguo continue. When I heard the news, I said that Xiaoshu, who is so eager to help others, must not be involved in this case, so they went to find other clues. But I heard that the gangster committed a murder case, and he deserved to die. Xiaoshu, you should be careful when you go out recently. It seems that Zhang Zhenguo has probably guessed something. He called me and probably wanted to do me a favor. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I see. Shulai was silent for a while and then said, Haha, there's nothing to thank you for. You saved me, and my life is still valuable. But I heard that you have been looking for a house recently, Xiaoshu? Zhang Zhenguo said slowly. Yes, but I haven't found a suitable one yet. Shulai wanted a good feng shui at least to the level of a blessed land, but there was none. If it was not a blessed land, it would not make much sense for him to live there. If it was a blessed land, it could gather spiritual energy and assist in cultivation. How about this? Are you interested in going somewhere with me tonight? I might be able to take you to a nice property. Shulai hesitated for a moment and said softly, Okay. With Zhang Zhenguo's status, being able to do this is already pretty good, so Shulai couldn't refuse anymore. And a house with good feng shui is also very important to him. Chapter 21 Court Auction. After making an appointment with Zhang Zhenguo, Shulai said to Liu Jingjing and her sister, I have something to do and need to go out. You should go to bed early tonight and don't have to wait for me. Brother Shu, are you going out so late? Liu Jingjing immediately became worried when she heard that Shulai was going out. Well, there's something about the house. I'll go take a look. Brother Shu, it's so late. Why don't we accompany you? It's safer to have more people at night. Liu Mengshui raised her head from the book and asked with concern. Last time, Shulai told her that if she liked to read, she could read, so she stopped hiding from Shulai. It's okay. Don't you know my strength? 7 or 8 big men can't be my opponent. Shulai raised his arm to tell them not to worry, and went downstairs first. It's not good to keep Mr. Zhang waiting for a long time. They took a taxi and arrived at the agreed place in more than half an hour. Zhang Zhenguo had already arrived, wearing a black coat, looking quite imposing. There was a familiar face next to him. It was A Feng. A Feng was injured by Shulai last time, and now he looked at Shulai with a little evasiveness. Shulai didn't care much and nodded with a smile. In addition to A Feng, there was also the young woman. It should be Zhang Xiangdi mentioned by Zhang Zhenguo on the phone last time. Sure enough, Zhang Zhenguo introduced her to him as soon as they met. This is my granddaughter, Zhang Xiangdi. You should be about the same age. I'm afraid you won't have much to say to an old man like me later, so you can chat with her. Zhang Zhenguo seemed very polite and smiled. Zhang Xiangdi, on the other hand, had a stern face and even glared at Shulai with a bit of anger. The last time he injured A Feng, Shulai suddenly attacked, which scared her. She still felt resentful towards Shulai. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, I, an old man, might have confessed that day. You're welcome. Shulai couldn't figure out the temper of Zhang Zhenguo and others and didn't plan to say much. He glanced at the black red flag car next to him and felt a familiar breath inside. It should be the female doctor he met last time. Zhang Zhenguo looked good on the surface, but his eyes were faintly bloodshot and his breath fluctuated greatly. Obviously, his body was still very abnormal. Although I have a heart transplant, I can be considered to have saved my life, but the fusion is not very good, so the condition is a bit poor. Zhang Zhenguo looked at Shulai and introduced with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The heart problem has actually posed a great threat to his life. Although he has a heart transplant, the situation is still very grim, and rejection reactions may occur at any time. Every rejection reaction is a door to hell for him. Even though he has a very advanced medical team, he still hasn't solved this problem. Shulai helped him control his condition without using any equipment that day, which made him feel vaguely that perhaps the young man in front of him could help him solve his heart problem. This is also the real reason why, even though he knew that Shulai didn't want to contact him, he still tried to contact Shulai. Shu Lai seemed not to see Zhang Zhenguo's eyes. He looked at the building in front and said, "Is this the court?" Zhang Zhenguo didn't get a response from Shu Lai, and he felt a little disappointed, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, this is the court." "Can the court have real estate?" Shu Lai frowned. He came here because he heard Zhang Zhenguo say that there was information about real estate, but he ended up coming to the court. Seeing that Shu Lai was a little angry, Zhang Zhenguo immediately explained, "The court will auction some real estate every once in a while, most of which are related to economic criminals." Shu Lai also remembered at this time that there seemed to be such a thing. "Let's go. It should be about to start. Let's go in." Zhang Zhenguo walked in front to lead the way. Zhang Xiangdi twisted her waist and walked to Shu Lai and said, "Aren't you going to apologize to me for what happened that day?" Shu Lai smelled a faint fragrance, not knowing whether it was the perfume used by Zhang Xiangdi or the natural smell on her body. He glanced at this young lady and said lightly, "Why do you want me to apologize to you? Why don't you apologize to me? You, not only did you hurt Ah Feng that day, but you also scared me. Why don't you apologize?" Zhang Xiangdi stared at Shu Lai with her beautiful eyes. She had never seen such a person who didn't give her face. "I'm too lazy to talk to you." Shu Lai didn't want to say more to this young lady and walked quickly to the court. After entering the court, Zhang Zhenguo showed some documents and everyone came to an auction room. There were already some people in the room, and they all looked rich or noble. It was estimated that ordinary people would hardly be qualified to come in. Seeing Zhang Zhenguo, most of the people in the room greeted him enthusiastically. Obviously, most of them knew this big boss of the Zhang group. It was at this time that Shu Lai knew Zhang Zhenguo's influence in Haidong City. "It seems that I still underestimated the old man in front of me," Shu Lai thought secretly, and at the same time he was looking forward to it. "I wonder if there will be a feng shui treasure land in the auction later." He didn't ask for much, as long as he could have a blessed land, so that he could gather spiritual energy and help practice and advance faster. Otherwise, it would take a long time to break through from the 7th level of Qi training to the 8th level of Qi training. He even felt that with the current concentration of spiritual energy, if there was no external help, he might never be able to break through in his lifetime. This was definitely something he couldn't stand. With this system, he found that he might have more possibilities. How could he be willing to stay in this realm for the rest of his life? The auction started soon. Maybe because of the court, there was no opening atmosphere. It was all very direct bidding. There was a screen in front, which showed the auction items one by one, and then bid. Shu Lai looked at several properties in succession and shook his head. Although the price sounded cheap, it was not a feng shui treasure land, let alone a blessed land. Then, a manor appeared. It was bought by a man weighing more than 200 kilograms next to him for 100 million. "This manor is actually quite good. It is already a treasure land. If the price is cheaper, Shu Lai would like to bid for it first. But the price is too high. Although he is now a billionaire, 50 million has been invested in the interest compounding fund. The next auction is some shops, most of which are good, and they are also the objects of competition, but Zhang Zhenguo has not spoken. Obviously, he does not think much of these shops, or it is not easy for him to compete for them with his status. In this way, more than an hour has passed in a blink of an eye. Next is the finale of tonight. I guess Mr. Zhang is here for this." At the last finale, the host finally couldn't help but say a few more words and looked at Zhang Zhenguo with a smile. Zhang Zhenguo smiled and said, "Everyone, if you want to bid, just speak up. Don't worry about me, an old man." "Ha!" With Mr. Zhang's words, we feel relieved. Everyone around laughed. With Zhang Zhenguo's words, they will be more relaxed in the bidding later. Shu Lai looked at it curiously. He didn't know what kind of property it was, but it was used as the finale, and it also attracted the interest of people like Zhang Zhenguo. Chapter 22, Dragon Vein. This is a quadrangle courtyard just outside the second ring road. I'm sure many friends already know about it. As the host was speaking, a light flashed on the screen, and a video of the quadrangle courtyard began to be displayed. This quadrangle courtyard occupies a large area and seems to be well preserved. The bidding began, and the price soon exceeded 100 million. Shu Lai looked at it for a while and couldn't help shaking his head slightly. Although this quadrangle courtyard has a good location and is well preserved, it is not even a treasure land. It seems that he will return disappointed again this time. Shulai sighed in his heart. He had come with full expectations. Hearing Shulai sigh, Zhongxiangdi snorted. Huh, you can't even afford such a cheap property. I thought you were so rich. She also knew that her grandfather brought this guy here mainly to buy real estate. Unexpectedly, this guy didn't make a single bid when the auction was about to end. She thought Shulai couldn't afford it. Zhang Zhengguo's eyes flashed and he didn't say much. He smiled and continued to bid. In the end, he bought the courtyard house for 210 million yuan. After buying it, Zhang Zhengguo said to Shulai, Xiao Shu, to be honest, I have been looking for a chance to thank you for saving me last time. This courtyard house is a little gift from me. Please don't refuse it. Shulai was shocked. So that's why Mr. Zhang asked him to come here. Participating in the auction was just a cover, and the main purpose was to give him a house. However, he was still very tempted by this courtyard house. The auction here cost 210 million yuan, and the price outside would be at least much higher. Even if he didn't know much, he knew that court auctions were generally lower than the market price. The location was also very good. If he sold the land in the future, he might make a lot of money, and then he would become a demolition rich. Of course, he just thought about this idea and shook his head. Although the courtyard house was very tempting, he was not a person who was so short of money, and it didn't feel good to be favored by others. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhang, but I can't accept it. Shulai was very determined. No matter what Zhang Zhengguo said, he would not agree. Ah Feng looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. This was 210 million yuan, but he didn't want it. If it were him, he would at most pretend to refuse it, and then agree immediately, or even not pretend to refuse it, but just agree directly. This is a chance to change one's fate. Who would be willing to let it go? Zhongxiang also widened her beautiful eyes, which was somewhat beyond her expectations. This kid actually refused his grandfather's kindness, and such a big gift. She became more and more curious about the kid in front of her. What kind of person is he? He actually refused his grandfather's gift. There should be no second one in the whole Haidong city. At this time, the auction was basically over, and some people stood up and planned to leave. Although Shulai was very disappointed, he also planned to stand up and leave. It seemed that he had to continue to look for the property slowly. He didn't believe that in such a big country, he couldn't find a blessed land. If Haidong doesn't have it, he will look for it somewhere else. He will always find it. With the blessed land, he will have the possibility of breakthrough, and even find his parents. This is the deepest desire in his heart. Ever since he heard his parents' voices last time, he could never forget them. Just as they stood up, the host in front of them pressed his hands together and said with a wry smile, "Wait a minute, everyone. There is another property. According to the regulations, I must also put it out for everyone to see. If you like it, you can take a picture. If you don't like it, please wait." Mr. Zhang, wasn't it the finale just now? Why is there another one? Couldn't help asking. Zhang Zhengguo was also stunned for a moment before reacting, and smiled. The thing is, this property has been auctioned many times, but no one is willing to buy it. It has been unsold for a long time. It's probably the same this time. After Zhang Zhengguo finished speaking, he found that Shulai was already staring at the big screen in front of him. The screen still showed the same property that had been unsold. The starting price of this place is still 10 million. The host said it as if it was a routine, and he didn't expect anyone to be willing to bid, not even at a fair price. But at this moment, a slightly younger voice came. 10 million! The voice seemed to be trembling a little. Zhang Zhengguo looked at Shulai in astonishment. Yes, it was Shulai beside him who spoke just now. Xiao Shu, don't be impulsive. There is something wrong with this property. Zhang Zhengguo said quickly. The host here was already confused. Someone actually made an offer? He hurriedly said. 10 million at a time. Anyone else bid? Shulai looked at the screen in front of him and his heart was filled with turmoil. This property is not a treasure land, nor a blessed land. It's a dragon vein. This is a dragon. Is it possible that he won't bid for this? For this property, he even wanted to kill someone. If anyone dares to grab it, he will definitely let his opponent know how powerful he is. This is a dragon vein. So, no matter what Zhang Zhengguo said, Shulai just said, "Mr. Zhang, I want this place." Zhang Xiangdi said at this time, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Many people have died in that property." Zhang Zhengguo nodded. Xiao Shu, this property has indeed caused a lot of deaths. You shouldn't have bid for it. It hasn't reached the third time yet. You can withdraw your bid. Has anyone died? Shulai smiled, which further confirmed his judgment. This is the dragon vein. It is because of the dragon vein that people died. The dragon vein is not a blessed land or a treasure land. Not everyone can live there. According to Zhang Sanfeng's memory, although the blessed land and the treasure land are not as good as the dragon vein, everyone can live there. But the dragon vein is different. To describe it in one sentence, the dragon vein is where those with virtue live. Of course, this virtue does not mean morality. This virtue is a symbol of identity and aura. If the identity is not enough or the strength is not strong enough, the dragon vein will not be stable, and death is inevitable. But he was different. He was already at the 7th level of Qi training. As a cultivator, he could withstand dragon veins and was not afraid of backlash. Fortunately, he had reached the 7th level of Qi training. If he was only at the 4th level, he would not be able to live in this dragon vein for a while. However, even if he was not at the 7th level of Qi training, he would take a picture of it, and he could live in it when his realm was improved in the future. Hehe, you will suffer if you don't listen to the old man. Zhong Shangdi pouted and said at the side, Don't worry, I naturally have my reasons. Shulai smiled and did not explain much. Dragon veins are something that most people don't understand at all. In Zhang Sanfeng's memory, there are only a few people who really understand dragon veins. This was still Zhang Sanfeng's era. In modern times, I am afraid that I am the only one who can see that there is a dragon vein here. Chapter 23, Searching for Spiritual Objects. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The host quickly scanned the circle. Good, twice, 3 times, deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning this house. The host was very happy, but the smile on his face was quite strange. After all, he knew better than anyone else how many people died in this property. According to his channels, no less than 50 people died in this house. Not to mention that even he didn't know. Seeing that the host had made the final decision, Zheng Zhengguo couldn't say anything else. The key is that Xiao Shu was still very happy and didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. Sure enough, he was still too young, and he didn't even look at why the property was sold at a low price. There must be a reason why so many people chose not to bid. When leaving, almost everyone couldn't help but look at Shulai. The eyes looked like looking at a dead person. After leaving the court, Zheng Zhengguo told him about the situation of this house. It seemed that he wanted to dispel Shulai's idea of moving in this way. Xiao Shu, this house is located in Longquan Villa, right in the inner 3rd Ring Road. Do you know? Longquan Villa? Shulai was unfamiliar with this location. Although he had been in Haidong for a while, he didn't know it. The main reason is that he stays at home too much and rarely goes out. Zheng Zhengguo continued. Longquan Villa actually has a history of about 100 years, but it has been rebuilt many times. There is a story behind the name. I heard that a master discovered that there is a dragon vein here, so he mined it from a barren mountain. When Longquan Villa was built, the 2nd Ring Road of Haidong had not yet been planned. You can imagine how long ago this happened. Shulai nodded. It was quite special to build a villa so far away from the 2nd Ring Road before the 2nd Ring Road was drawn. But he was more curious about who discovered the dragon vein here. Does Mr. Zhang know who said that Longquan Villa contains a dragon vein? Although Zhang Sanfeng's feng shui technique is very powerful, not many people know it, and there are no descendants. On the contrary, Zhang Sanfeng's more general martial arts passed down the Tai Chi series, forming the core of the Wudong lineage. So the people who can explore the dragon vein are obviously the descendants of other feng shui masters. I don't know if that master is so elusive, but because of this, Longquan Villa is indeed famous. As soon as it was built, it became the first choice of many wealthy people. Even after all these years, the houses above Longquan Villa are still well known, and each unit is worth more than 10 million. At this point, he changed the subject and said to Shulai, "But there is an exception." Shulai frowned and smiled faintly. "The exception is my house." "Yes, Xiao Shu, you may not know that the house above Longquan Villa is extremely strange. Many owners have died in succession. The previous owner was a master of the realm of transformation just a few years ago. He also didn't believe in evil. He thought he was a master of the realm of transformation and there was nothing wrong with him. Unexpectedly, he died in the house in just 3 months. When someone found him, this master was already covered with black hair. I don't know how long he had been dead. It was extremely terrifying, Zhang Zhengguo said, and even he himself couldn't help showing a trace of fear. After all, dying with black hair all over the body is unheard of and too weird. Hearing the word black hair, Shulai frowned slightly. In Zhang Sanfeng's memory, there was only one similar death. How long is it now? Shulai asked subconsciously. Zhang Xiangdi glanced at the watch on her wrist and glanced at him. It's past 10 o'clock in the evening. Shulai frowned. It was too late now. If it was earlier, he wanted to go to the house now. Forget it. Let's go and see it tomorrow morning. Shulai glanced at Zhang Zhengguo and Qi Xianya in the back seat of the car at the same time and said slowly, Mr. Zhang's body has not fully recovered yet. Zhang Zhengguo's heart moved, and he hurriedly said, It's true that it hasn't, and I have also found many Chinese medicine masters. Although they know a lot about Chinese medicine, they don't know much about heart replacement surgery. They only prescribed some conditioning prescriptions for me. Shulai nodded. Chinese medicine is generally like this. Zhang Zhengguo's problem is more about the meridians and blood. As long as the meridians and blood are controlled, it can even reverse the situation. Even completely different blood types can be forcibly fused without leaving any sequelae. This is the magic of it. Even the current technology cannot do this, and it is even considered a fantasy. However, this level is not something that ordinary Chinese medicine practitioners can achieve, not even the national medical masters. Perhaps there are some hidden masters who have this ability, but that is not something that a rich man like Zhang Zhengguo can find. Although Zhang Zhengguo has a considerable influence in Haidong, he still has no contact with the top circles. Fortunately, Zhang Sanfeng himself is a medical master and has reached that level. Now Shulai, who has all of Zhang Sanfeng's memories, can naturally do it. But now he wants to do this step. It is still more troublesome. There are several methods, such as medicine and stone, which is the longest process. It is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 years to completely adjust. There is also acupuncture, which also requires 5 or 6 courses of treatment. Another way is to use his true qi to forcibly open up his meridians and reconnect them. This process is the shortest. However, a lot of true qi is needed. With his current state of qi training at the 7th level, it is estimated that after doing this, his realm will drop directly. This is also a very dangerous thing for him. So after thinking about it, Shulai said, Mr. Zhang, you should know what a spiritual object is now? With Zhang Zhengguo's identity and age, he should know. Zhang Zhengguo thought for a while, nodded and said, I have heard of spiritual objects. What's wrong? If Mr. Zhang can find a batch of spiritual objects, I can help you treat your body. During this time, I will prescribe a prescription for you. You should adjust it first. He was worried that Zhang Zhengguo would not find the spiritual object for a while, and his body would have an accident, so he specially prescribed a prescription. Shulai acted quickly and wrote it down on his mobile phone and asked Zhang Zhengguo to take a picture. When the time comes, he can go back and get the medicine according to this prescription. Before leaving, Shulai reminded him again, your physical condition is not optimistic. You can basically stop taking the medicine now. Just use the prescription I gave you. In addition, find some spiritual objects as soon as possible, and I will be able to solve the problem directly when the time comes. Mr. Zhang asked him to come tonight, not only to repay the favor he had done before, but also to help him treat the disease. Shulai saw this when he met Zhang Zhengguo. Mr. Zhang seemed to be a good person. He would naturally help Shulai if he could. Maybe he could earn some merit points when the time came. He didn't believe that the system would issue a task for no reason and ask him to save someone. This Zhang Zhengguo should not be as simple as he seemed. Chapter 24. The Wolf of the Bus. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening when Shulai returned home. He opened the door carefully, thinking that he had not disturbed the 2 girls, but he still heard Liu Jingjing's voice. Is that Brother Shu? Liu Jingjing raised her head. Next to her was Liu Mengxie with her eyes open. Obviously, the 2 sisters were not asleep. It's me. Shulai simply turned on the light and looked at the 2 women. They were both wearing pajamas and wrapped in blankets, but one could still see the white hair under their necks. Shulai quickly retracted his gaze and told them, I attended a real estate auction held by the court tonight. It was the kind of real estate that a criminal or a deadbeat had reclaimed by the court. One of them was quite good. I took a picture of it. I plan to go take a look tomorrow. If it's suitable, we can clean it up and move in a few days. You don't have to squeeze here." Shulai smiled and was still a little excited. After all, he had worked in Haidong for so long, and it was the first time he bought a house, and it was a dragon vein. Although it was only the lowest level first-grade earth dragon among the dragon veins, it was quite good. As for the second-grade heavenly dragon, or even the third-grade holy dragon, it was unimaginable. These two kinds of dragon veins are hard to come by. There may be second-grade heavenly dragons in Juzhou, but it's hard to say whether there are third-grade holy dragons on this star. The third-grade holy dragon is a dragon vein that has gathered the creation of heaven and earth. It is too rare. Even Zhang Sanfeng, who has lived for more than 150 years, has never seen a third-grade holy dragon. I have heard of the second-grade heavenly dragon vein, but I have never seen it. It is conceivable why Shulai was so excited when he saw a house with a dragon vein, and even had the idea of killing someone. Because this thing is really rare in the world. Liu Jingjing and the others were also happy when they heard Shulai's words. They had never lived in a big house since they were young, so they were naturally excited now that they had the opportunity. "Okay, let's go to bed early." After turning off the lights, Shulai lay on the bed. He was also a little excited. At the same time, he was very curious about who had seen that Longquan villa contained a dragon vein. Then he studied the merit system again, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Shulai woke up when he felt the warmth of the sun. Seeing Liu Mengshe, who was carefully reading a book, and Liu Jingjing, who was wearing an apron and preparing breakfast, he found that it was not bad to squeeze into this small, shabby house. Of course, this idea disappeared in a flash. 3 people would definitely not be able to squeeze into this small house. Now Liu Jingjing and the other 2 girls have nothing. As they grow up, it will be very inconvenient for them to have boyfriends and girlfriends. "You all got up. Why didn't you call me?" Shulai pretended to be angry. Liu Jingjing chuckled. "We can't sleep. Brother Shu sleeps well, so let's sleep a little longer. Anyway, breakfast is not ready yet." Smelling the faint fragrance, Shulai hurriedly got up to wash and clean up. At breakfast, there was still a large bowl of radishes in front of him. Seeing the radishes, Shulai hurriedly glanced at the bag next to him. He didn't expect that all the radishes he bought before were almost eaten. It seems that he needs to buy some more today. Although the spiritual power refined by the heaven-swallowing technique every day is not much, it is always better than nothing. He still understands the principle of water dripping through the stone. Moreover, only by doing this can the practice of the heaven-swallowing technique be improved step by step, and there will be a better chance to enter the next stage. Shulai guessed that if the heaven-swallowing technique breaks through, the next stage may be able to get rid of the limitation of plants, and maybe he can directly and quickly absorb spiritual power from the void. He can also absorb spiritual power from the void when meditating now, but this effect is not as good as eating radishes. If the heaven-swallowing technique can be advanced, it will definitely be much faster than meditating. After breakfast, Shulai looked at their slightly interested eyes and said, "I'm going to the house. If you want to go, come with me." They were obviously waiting for Shulai to say this, and they nodded their heads immediately after hearing him. This time, the 3 of them were still rushing to take the bus. Because there were so many people, they couldn't find a seat and had to stand. Although Liu Jingjing and her partner didn't dress up carefully, their exquisite faces and fair skins still attracted the attention of many people on the bus. Shulai was about to check his phone, and when he glanced, he suddenly found a perverted hand reaching out to Liu Jingjing's thigh. How could this be? Beauty. He was the one who reached out to touch your thigh just now. The young man was stunned for a moment when he saw Liu Jingjing's beautiful face, and soon his face flushed, feeling a little embarrassed. "Boy, what are you talking about? Where do I have it?" The man who was called a pervert was a 30-year-old man in a suit and leather shoes, holding a bag in his hand. There was a document in the bag that was exposed. He seemed to be a real estate agent. He insisted that he didn't do it. Anyway, he didn't touch it just now, and the woman couldn't testify. No one else saw it, so others couldn't do anything to him. At this time, Shulai walked over and said, "What this handsome guy said is right. I saw it too. It's just that this guy is not honest." Liu Jingjing quickly walked to Shulai's side, leaned against him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Boy, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." The young man in his 30s gritted his teeth and glared at Shu Lai. "Driver, I saw it with my own eyes. Why don't you call the police?" The young man in his 30s was shocked when he heard the call to the police. If he had a criminal record and the matter became a big deal, he might even lose his job. He quickly begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I was impulsive just now. And handsome guy, driver, please don't call the police, please. Here is 3,000 yuan, beautiful lady. Consider it my apology to you." He took out 3,000 yuan in cash from his bag and handed it over. Shu Lai frowned and couldn't understand why this guy, who looked rich, rushed to work in the morning. How could he know that this guy was taking advantage of the crowd in the morning to secretly reach out in the car? It had happened several times before, and he was not caught, so he became bolder, but he didn't expect to be caught today. Liu Jingjing naturally didn't want the money. She took it back after a glance, stood behind Shu Lai, gently pulled his clothes, and ignored this guy. Shu Lai kicked the dirty hands away and said coldly, "Go away, it won't be so easy next time." Thinking that if he called the police, Liu Jingjing and the others would inevitably be questioned, it was difficult for girls to talk about such things. Besides, Liu Jingjing was not hurt, so there was no need. Chapter 25. After the terrifying illusion, Liu Jingjing felt a little embarrassed. Shu Lai didn't know how to make her happy, so he could only talk slowly. But after getting off the car and resting for a while, Liu Mengshe whispered to her for a while, and Liu Jingjing's expression recovered. "They are worthy of being sisters," Shu Lai said happily. He didn't deliberately eavesdrop on them just now, so he didn't know what they talked about. After getting off the car, he had to take another bus, but considering the situation just now, Shu Lai took a taxi directly. Not long after, the three of them arrived at Longquan Villa. Longquan Villa is worthy of being a place that has been famous in Haidong for a long time. The entrance is like a city tower, tall and majestic. After standing there for a while, I saw many luxury cars coming in and out. Cars worth 2 or 3 million yuan were considered ordinary. There were several luxury cars worth tens of millions. There was a square at the entrance of Longquan Villa. It was only a little after 9 in the morning, but there were many people in the square. Most of them were ordinary people dressed in ordinary clothes, and there were many young women walking around with their children. When these people saw Longquan Villa, they all looked envious. Obviously, they were not residents there, but they just came here to stroll around because there were fountains and many flowers and plants in the square. The guards around were no longer surprised and even had a sense of pride on their faces. They looked at those strolling people with a sense of superiority. "Brother Shu, is this the place?" Seeing such a grand place, Liu Jingjing and the others were a little nervous. This was their first time to come to such a place. "Yes, the address is here." Shu Lai walked towards the guard with the auction agreement and the property certificate. Seeing Shu Lai's actions, many people around were surprised. "Does that guy live there?" "Impossible, this is Longquan Villa, a top-notch mansion?" Some young women strolling around stared at Shu Lai with wide eyes. They all wanted to live there, not only because the environment was comfortable, but also because it was prestigious. But it was just a fantasy after all. "I don't think so. I guess he's looking for a job. I heard they're looking for security guards." Another young woman shook her head and said, both of them had children with them, and they liked to pay attention to these things when they had nothing to do. Shu Lai walked to the guard and showed his information. The guard looked at him for a while and soon let Shu Lai in, but his eyes were strange and inexplicable, even with a hint of ridicule. Watching Shu Lai's back as he walked into the villa, a security guard lowered his voice and sneered, "I don't know where this idiot came from. He even dared to buy that house. I guess he is crazy about wanting to live in our Longquan Villa. There are people like this every once in a while, but we are unlucky to collect the body again." The security guard thought that the boy would die in a while, and he would have to collect the body, and his expression gradually became depressed. "Speaking of collecting bodies, the last time I went there, I saw a person there. The person had no head and his mouth grew on his arm. I was scared to death at that time." "What you saw is good. What I saw that time was scary. I saw a person with a head, but there was no meat on the head and the eyeballs were still there." "Damn! Fuck! Why did you say it out loud? It's broad daylight and it scared me into a cold sweat." The two security guards whispered and scared themselves so much that they didn't even dare to look inside the villa. At this time, the young woman at the door saw Shulai really walked into the villa, and she opened her mouth slightly. She didn't expect that the ordinary-looking man really lived there. Thinking of her husband, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. If she hadn't gotten married, she might have found a better one. Shulai quickly found her residence according to the property's instructions. No, 688, Tianquan Villa. I heard that this number has been changed several times. It may be because people have died in it, so it has been changed to a more auspicious one. When he came here, Shulai immediately felt the breath of the dragon vein. The breath of the dragon vein is different from others. It is more like a kind of heaven and earth Taoism. At the same time, the spiritual energy here is indeed much more sufficient, but it is only within 3 feet around the house. If the distance is far, this effect will disappear. It is indeed a dragon vein, but the dragon vein has not been activated yet, and the feeling is not so strong. Shulai was excited. With the dragon vein, according to Zhang Sanfeng's formation, he can quickly arrange a simple spirit gathering formation. Suddenly, he frowned. In the house, he also felt a strong breath of death. Many people have really died here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong smell. Judging from the smell, I'm afraid that no less than 100 people have died here. When Liu Jingjing and the others came here, their faces turned pale. As ordinary people, they naturally couldn't stand the influence of such a strong yin qi. Shulai quickly released his own aura, covering him within 10 feet. Liu Jingjing and the others didn't feel that cold and breathed a sigh of relief. Follow me, don't walk around here, Shulai reminded. Yeah. The two nodded quickly and followed him closely. Shulai took out the gate key he got from the guard and opened the big iron gate in front of him. Behind the iron gate is the residential area. It's very big. This is a villa. In front of him is an empty courtyard. Next to the courtyard are 2 garages, and opposite is the gate of the villa. He took out the key he got from the court auction, pointed it at the gate of the villa, and opened it. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew by, but Shulai didn't feel anything. Liu Jingjing and the other 2 shuddered. Even under the influence of Shulai's aura, they suddenly felt stunned and shivered. Shu, brother, I seem to see someone next to me. Lu Mengshe suddenly pointed to the side of the garage. Liu Jingjing also said, I saw it too, a person, like he has no head. Shulai's eyes moved slightly because he had seen it just now. It seems that this place is not simple. Originally, he thought that the death here was due to the backlash of the dragon vein, but now it feels that it is not the case. Although there is backlash, there is also a strange yin energy, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable. You must have seen it wrong. Where is it? Why don't I see it? Shulai smiled and tapped the eyebrows of the two. The 2 women felt their whole bodies warm up, and they could no longer feel that cold and strange aura. They scanned the surroundings with their beautiful eyes, and did not see anything strange, so they breathed a sigh of relief. Shulai entered the villa, walked around, and finally locked the underground of the villa. There is something underground, and it looks very strong. It should be that thing that killed these people. This thing gave him a strong feeling, and he was hesitating whether to take action, or wait for a while before taking action. The illusion they saw just now was actually the yin qi that the thing underground accidentally emitted. Because the yin qi was too heavy, people naturally formed a terrifying fantasy. But just as he was thinking about it, a howl suddenly came from deep underground. There was a bit of excitement in the voice, as if some delicious food was found. Chapter 26, Underground Monster. Damn! Shulai was shocked. He didn't expect that the existence of himself and others had attracted the attention of the thing underground first. The thing underground should have also sensed the spiritual energy contained in him and regarded it as a tonic. Otherwise, ordinary mortals would only die slowly in these yin qi. This is why new residents usually die after a few months. And the spiritual energy on his body attracted the attention of this guy, and this guy wanted to swallow him up immediately. In the villa, the hard room floor was torn like tofu, revealing a black claw. The claw also has 5 fingers, each of which is extremely long, dark purple, and more than twice as thick as an ordinary person. The floor cracked, and seeing this monster suddenly appear, the Liu Jingjing sisters were immediately frightened. Shulai waved his hand quickly, and the true energy turned into airflow to send them away temporarily. You leave here first. This thing is very dangerous. Expect that the black zombie has now been promoted to a purple zombie. That is, a purple zombie. The purple zombie is much more terrifying, and it is equivalent to a human master. The key is that this guy has thick skin and flesh, and an ordinary master is no match at all. Brother Shu, it's so dangerous. Let's go together. Liu Jingjing was pushed away by Shu Lai with his true energy, but she still said hurriedly, "Don't worry, and don't call for help. I will leave naturally when I need to leave. You go outside the villa first." Although he was probably not a match for this purple zombie, he had to fight anyway. This was the land of dragon veins, and it was impossible for him to give up. Cultivation was originally about seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, and it was impossible to be without danger. Boom! At this time there was a loud noise, and the monster underground was completely exposed. This was a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster. Except for the human shape, everything else had changed. It was covered with purple hair, and its eyes had turned black and purple. The pupils could not be seen at all, like two black abysses. Occasionally, there was a flash of blood-colored brilliance, with bloodthirstiness and cruelty. Although its limbs were much thicker than those of ordinary people, compared with its 3-meter-tall body, its limbs looked very slender. The most important thing was its nails. They were half a foot long. The nails of zombies all carry horrible toxins. According to Zhang Sanfeng's memory, the toxins of one of the purple zombie's nails are enough to kill thousands of people. Woohoo! The zombie let out a terrifying roar. If there were children here, they would probably cry on the spot after hearing this sound, and they would not be able to be coaxed no matter how hard they tried. After roaring, the big guy turned his head and stared at Shu Lai. As if seeing something delicious, it subconsciously opened its mouth and stretched out its half-meter-long tongue. Its tongue was still pitch black, but it became slender, more like a snake's tongue, and it was also covered with various tiny thorns. There was no doubt that if he was licked by this tongue, his skin and flesh would probably disappear at once. Puff! Shu Lai kicked the purple zombie's claws. The purple zombie was fine, but he was shaken several meters away. As expected of the purple zombie's body, it was hard. With his kick from the 7th level of Qi training just now, ordinary steel plates would be kicked off, but this big guy was fine. A flash of red light flashed in its eyes as if mocking Shu Lai. The purple zombie was already considered a high-level zombie, and it contained a strong intelligence. Being mocked by a zombie, Shu Lai took a breath and kicked it again. This time he kicked the zombie directly on the neck. The purple zombie reacted quickly and knew that its neck was relatively weak, so its body twisted away strangely. This time, Shu Lai's power was only half as strong as before. Even so, a clear footprint appeared on the neck of the purple zombie, and even some of its bones were broken. Seeing this, Shu Lai was overjoyed. Sure enough, although the purple zombie had a high defense, its body was not flexible enough. It was just that such an attack consumed a lot of true energy. But now he could not care so much, and the only way was to deal with this purple zombie. With the purple zombie's roar, its huge body rushed over, using both hands, intending to tear Shu Lai apart here. Shu Lai relied on his body's flexibility and finally bounced away at the last moment, avoiding the attack of the purple zombie. Then a heavy punch landed on the neck of the purple zombie again. Bang, bang, bang! Liu Jingjing and her sister were outside, listening to the violent collision inside, and they were a little scared. "Who is Brother Shu? How can he fight monsters?" said. "Maybe he is like the kind of person in the news." Lu Mengxie has seen a lot of news recently, saying that humans mutate and become super strong. There are also such cases abroad. In fact, she is a little envious of such power. If only I could be as strong as Brother Shu, I wouldn't be afraid of being bullied. No matter who Brother Shu is, he will always be my Brother Shu. Liu Jingjing said she would never forget that night. That night in the tulips, if she hadn't met Brother Shu, her life would have fallen into hell. And her sister, if it weren't for Brother Shu's help, how could they have escaped from the hands of the landlord and his wife? It was Brother Shu who saved them, and her life and everything she had belonged to Brother Shu. I hope Brother Shu will be fine. Don't worry, it won't happen. Brother Shu is the most powerful. Lu Mengxie's beautiful eyes flashed with admiration. She believed that Brother Shu would definitely be able to defeat that monster. This was the final stage of Shu Lai's battle with the purple zombie. Fortunately, this purple zombie had just advanced not long ago, and its strength was not particularly strong, and its physical body was not yet so strong and terrifying. So after a battle, he finally won. Just when Shu Lai was about to completely smash the purple zombie's head, he suddenly thought of a sacrifice method in the blood refining technique. The book on blood refining has a method of refining zombies, turning them into puppets. Thinking of this, he recalled the records of blood refining. According to the secret method of refining, he pressed his palm on the zombie's forehead, and strands of true energy seeped from his palm. According to the records in blood refining, it is enough to leave a spiritual imprint in the zombie's head. To his surprise, there was already a mark in the zombie's head. Could it be that someone has already controlled this zombie? Chapter 27, Controlling the Corpse. Isn't this too incredible? Someone actually controlled the zombie? At this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. Although he was shocked, he still wiped out the current mark according to the above method. At the same time, a man in a black robe suddenly screamed at an unknown distance from here. He stared at the place where Shulai Haidong was with bloodshot pupils. Who? Who on earth killed my zombie? Whoever dares to touch my Golmud's things will die without a burial place. Shulai left a mark and began to sacrifice according to the record of blood refining. Not long after, he felt the presence of the zombie. Get up! Shulai looked at the zombie, and the zombie immediately received his command and stood up swayingly. Sit down! The zombie sat down again obediently. Kill the rat in the corner. Shulai looked at the rat next to him. The zombie immediately went over and pierced the rat with one finger with a puff. Very good. Shulai was very satisfied with this secret technique. Now the zombie is as easy as an arm. With such a big guy, it is also a good help for him. Shulai found a set of black clothes and threw it to the zombie. Put on the clothes. The zombie quickly put on the clothes. Shulai took the zombie to the back of the yard and ordered, dig a pit, and then go in and sleep. The zombie dug a big pit obediently, then lay down obediently and began to sleep. While sleeping, the zombies gave off a strange feeling of intimacy. Shulai's heart moved. Could this be the relationship between master and servant? He was very happy to get a purple zombie. And as the purple zombie was subdued by him, the cold air around it no longer had any adverse effects. Sister Lu Jingjing no longer felt cold and her body warmed up. Shulai tidied his clothes, walked out and smiled at the two girls. It's fine now, come in. Seeing that Shulai was safe and sound, the two were very happy. That's great, I knew that. Brother Shu could win. Brother Shu is really amazing. Lu Mengshe raised her pink fist as if she had won. It would be great if I could be as good as Brother Shu one day. Shulai's heart moved. Last time, he planned to see if he could exchange some things that Lu Mengshui and the others could practice through the system, but he never found it. Lu Jingjing also showed a moving smile and said, Brother Shu, is there any problem with the house now? No problem, don't worry, just tidy it up and you can move your things in. Shulai couldn't help but say happily, this is the land of dragon veins. Although it costs 10 million, it is absolutely worth it, too worth it. After cleaning up, he will prepare some materials for the formation, and then directly set up a spirit gathering formation here, and his cultivation speed will definitely increase significantly. When the three were immersed in joy, a very untimely voice suddenly came. What are you doing? A man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s came to the outside of the villa with a few security guards. What are you doing again? Shulai frowned. He noticed that the old man actually had the 4th level of Qi training. This is our Master Chen, who is responsible for the safety of the entire Tianquan Villa. With Master Chen here, no one dares to make trouble in Tianquan Villa. The security guard glared and spoke with an imposing manner. The 4th level of Qi training is already a master of the transformation realm, which is not bad for a place like Haidong. If the Grandmaster doesn't come out, the realm of transformation will be invincible. But for Shulai, it's just like that. He looked calm. I'm in my own place, please leave if you have nothing to do. Unexpectedly, Master Chen snorted coldly and walked in with the security guards. He glanced at the mess of the villa and pursed his lips. I was wondering why I felt a movement just now. It turns out that you are rebuilding without permission. The security guard beside him immediately said, Unauthorized reconstruction is not allowed. Stop immediately and pay a fine of 500,000. Shulai finally understood that these guys saw that he was a newcomer and wanted to extort money. You want money? Shulai didn't shy away and said directly, So what? You dare to live in this house? Sooner or later you will die. Master Chen looked at Shulai as if he was looking at a dead person. He had been here for so long, and he had never seen anyone who lived in this villa and survived. If you want money, there is no money. If you want to do it, you can try." Hearing Shulai's words, Master Chen's old face was gloomy. He had just read Shulai's information. He was just an ordinary guy, but he didn't expect him to be so stubborn. He thought that he would have to pay the money after he came to scare him, but now it was beyond his expectation. Moreover, the cold air around him made him feel a little uncomfortable. This place was very strange. Several powerful people in the transformation realm had died there before. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He snorted coldly with a gloomy face. "Good boy, I will remember, let's go." He waved and left with several security guards. Not being able to get the money, the security guards looked unwilling and turned back to glare at Shulai fiercely. Next, they cleaned up the house and threw out the garbage. However, the property security guards here didn't deal with their garbage, as if they had deliberately forgotten it. Shulai was not in a hurry. He didn't need to go. These security guards would come to the door again sooner or later. At night, he asked Lu Jingjing and her sister to go back first, and he stayed in the villa alone. He was waiting for Master Chen. Master Chen couldn't do it during the day, for fear of attracting the attention of other residents of the villa. I guess this guy couldn't hold back at night. Moreover, this villa was originally very strange. Even if he was killed by Master Chen, it would probably be regarded as an accident. It is even possible that some residents were killed in this way before, otherwise there would not be so many deaths here. While waiting, Shulai discovered that after he subdued the zombies, he seemed to be able to control the cold and gloomy air here. As long as he wanted, he could let the cold and gloomy air leave, and as long as he wanted, he could gather the cold and gloomy air again. In the afternoon, he used this method to make Lu Jingjing and her sister completely unable to feel the influence of the cold and gloomy air. On the contrary, because the spiritual energy here is richer than that of ordinary places, they feel extremely comfortable. At night, he didn't wait for long before he felt several people approaching stealthily. Several of them had very familiar auras, which should be Master Chen and the security guards. There were also some unfamiliar auras, which should be other security guards found by Master Chen. What surprised him was that in addition to Master Chen, there was another person who also had the aura of the 4th level of Qi training. It's just that this person is slightly weaker than Master Chen, and he should have just advanced not long ago. Chapter 28, Buddhist Vajra. Is this the place? Following Master Chen was a bald man with a scar on his head, who looked like a Buddhist. But this man's aura was not like that of a Buddhist, but rather a fierce one. Moreover, the bald man had a face full of flesh, without any kind and benevolent look. Shulai felt that this guy should be more like a furious Vajra. However, this man did not have a strong Buddhist aura, and it was estimated that he had been a layman for a long time. "Brother Tang, I have investigated, and the guy inside has no background. When the time comes, we will catch him, ask him about the money and password on, and then kill him. Hey, no one will say anything if a few people die in this villa." He had thought about it long ago, and this was not the first time he had done this. If he hadn't felt something was wrong today, he would not have called this bald man. However, this bald man was very strong, and he might not be his opponent. Although he would have to share some money, it would be more secure. Monks don't kill people. Unexpectedly, after hearing Master Chen say that he wanted to kill people, the bald man frowned and said, Master Chen cursed in his heart. "You are doing this now, and you are a monk. What do you mean you don't want to kill people? If you don't want to do it, go and pray to Buddha." He didn't say these words, because he still needed the bald man to help in a while. His face changed, and he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Tang, leave the killing to me. You don't have to participate. Just if there is any accident later, you can help me. Watch it." The bald man nodded and said, "Ami Buddha." Master Chen saw this and thought that he should agree, so he ordered several security guards to pry open the iron door and walk into the villa. Shulai's mouth moved, and he ordered the zombie in his heart, "Come out." A sense of joy came, and the ground in the backyard was quickly torn apart, and a big purple hand parted the soil and climbed up. At the same time, the bald man felt something. His eyes widened, and he showed an incredible look. "Master Chen, there is something in this villa." "Haha, I know. What if there is something? Can it beat the two of us?" Master Chen said without comment and continued to move forward. The bald man gritted his teeth and had no choice but to follow. After entering, Master Chen waved his hand, and the security guards immediately opened several black cages and released many poisonous snakes. The poisonous snakes soon got into the villa. At this time, the purple zombie had already stood up and saw the poisonous snakes as if they were delicious. It pierced the poisonous snakes with its long nails, then raised its hand and fed the poisonous snakes directly into its huge mouth. It was like eating dried fish, and there was a sound of cracking. After eating 7 or 8 poisonous snakes in a row, the purple zombie burped comfortably, and its dark eyes rolled around. It didn't find any other poisonous snakes, and it seemed a little disappointed. At this time, Master Chen felt that everything was ready. Seeing the room light up, a figure was sitting there, sneering, and leaping up to the 3rd floor. Click! The window on the 3rd floor was opened by his hands, and the whole person came into the room. Xu Lai frowned. The window was broken, and it would have to be reinstalled later. It would be expensive and troublesome. As if sensing his anger, the purple zombie growled, and its huge body jumped up and appeared in front of Master Chen. Damn it! Master Chen shouted unconsciously when he saw the purple zombie suddenly appear. What the hell is this? Although he thought he had some knowledge, he had never seen such a big purple zombie. It was more than 3 meters tall, covered with black hair, grinning, and there was a venomous snake that had not been bitten to pieces at the corner of its mouth. It looked both weird and ferocious. With a determined heart, he started to circulate the little true energy in his body, and he took the lead in attacking the purple zombie. The purple zombie's dark eyes were full of human mockery. After Master Chen approached, he raised his claws and stretched out his little finger. Puff! To outsiders, Master Chen just jumped over and hit the purple zombie's little finger, and then was pierced through by the half-foot-long nail. Puff! Master Chen spat out a mouthful of black blood. At this time, the purple zombie swung his arm and threw Master Chen out. Master Chen fell down the wall, and his face had begun to turn purple. After all, the purple zombie's nails were poisonous, so Xu Lai didn't dare to touch them. Master Chen was completely pierced by the nails, so there was no way he could survive. He opened his mouth and died here. After killing the purple zombie, he howled triumphantly, and excitement came from his consciousness. Xu Lai felt it and nodded gently. Then he controlled the purple zombie to jump again, landing directly in front of the remaining security guards. These security guards were already a little scared when they heard Master Chen's scream, and now seeing the purple zombie more than 3 meters tall, several of them were so scared that their pants were warm. 2 of them fainted on the spot. The bald man had an ugly face, and his face turned pale when he saw the purple zombie. Ami Buddha, the monks are leaving. The bald man's legs bounced and he went away in an instant, but there was a black shadow faster than him. The purple zombie raised his hand and grabbed the bald man. Although the bald man was tall, he was still like a child in front of the purple zombie's body more than 3 meters tall. He also saw that the purple zombie's nails were poisonous and didn't dare to struggle at all. At this time, Xu Lai walked out. The bald man immediately said, "Donor, spare my life." Xu Lai wanted to kill this guy, but suddenly he thought this guy was quite interesting, so he gave up the idea and let Zijiang put him down. "What's your name?" Xu Lai asked. "Donor, my name is Tang Long." Xu Lai's eyes widened. This name is much more domineering than his own name. He glanced at Tang Long and said, "Take these people away." Tang Long was as if he had been pardoned, and immediately took these security guards out. After seeing them leave, Xu Lai walked to the place where Zijiang and Master Chen had fought before. Master Chen's body had disappeared, leaving only some tattered clothes. He burned them directly and then praised Zijiang in his mind. "You did a good job." Ying. Zijiang made a soft cry, conveying a trace of happy and intimate emotions to Xu Lai. "Okay, go back and continue to sleep." Xu Lai gave it an order. Zijiang immediately returned to the backyard, dug a hole again and buried himself. At this time, Xu Lai also received the system prompt. Kill the first-class villain and be rewarded with 300 merit points. First-class villain? Although Master Chen is evil, he should not be the most evil. That is to say, in addition to the first-class villain, there are also second-class villains? This is interesting information, and the reward for the second-class villain should be higher. Thinking of this, he is looking forward to meeting more villains. The next day, Liu Jingjing and her sister came with breakfast early in the morning. Xu Lai smelled the familiar smell and got up from the bed. "You are so early," Xu Lai said, casually. Sister has been urging me and said it's too late. Lu Mengshe's temperament has returned to her lively and crisp laughter. Lu Jingjing's pretty face blushed, and she opened the lunchbox, revealing the radish that Shu Lai was familiar with, as well as some other breakfast. It can be seen that Lu Jingjing made them all in the morning, and they were still warm. He felt a little grateful. He made up his mind to find an opportunity to let them go back to school in the future. This is also the hope of the sisters, and he has discovered it during this period of time. Chapter 29. News about spiritual objects. In addition to studying, Shu Lai also planned to arrange spiritual practice for Lu Jingjing and her sister. He knew that the two sisters had always lacked a sense of security, even now that they were with him. Perhaps they would truly feel safe only after they became practitioners. After eating the familiar radish, Shu Lai discovered that the ability of the heaven-swallowing technique to refine spiritual power had improved. In the past, after eating 2 radishes, he felt that he had reached the limit of the heaven-swallowing technique's absorption. But today, he found that there was still room after eating 2. This discovery made him happy. Although the effect of the improvement was not particularly large, it showed that his approach was useful. After knowing the news, Shu Lai was in a good mood and asked casually, "Did you find anything interesting when you came in?" "After the commotion last night, I wonder how the security guards are doing now." He hadn't left the house yet, and only Lu Jingjing and her sister passed by the security guard. "Oh, Brother Shu, I was just about to say that I don't know why the security guards seem to have changed people. I saw a bald man sitting in the security room," Lu Jingjing said softly. "Bald? Is it the one with 2 scars on his head?" "Well, I didn't see it clearly. That person looked very fierce. I didn't look at him more," Lu Jingjing said embarrassedly. "He looked very fierce and was bald. It seemed that he was the guy from last night." "Why did Tong Long become the new security guard? Did that guy replace Master Chen?" It was possible. After all, this Longquan villa couldn't be without a master. Most of the people here were rich or noble. If something went wrong, the security guards would definitely suffer. Longquan Villa was not like his villa. Even if someone died, it would not have much impact. If someone died in other places, it would definitely cause a sensation. After breakfast, when he was cleaning up the house, a big bald man appeared at the door. Tang Long looked inside the villa nervously. Last night, after he ran out with the security guards, he immediately alarmed the senior management inside. Hearing that Master Chen had died, there was a commotion in the property for a while. And finally they came forward to hire him. He didn't know why he agreed to it when he was excited. Now that he has calmed down, he knows that he has a problem that he must face. That is the one in the villa in front of him. It is normal for practitioners like them to travel back and forth, and he has seen many extraordinary things. The one who killed Master Chen last night should be a purple zombie. However, that purple zombie was obviously controlled by the boy inside. He tidied his clothes. There was nothing disrespectful. Then he took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. For a big villa like this, the doorbell is connected to the inside. Shu Lai had already sensed that Tang Long was coming. He thought about it and smiled. Since Tang Long dared to come, he wanted to see what this guy was going to do. Opening the iron gate, Tang Long walked into the villa carefully. He glanced around, as if looking for the shadow of the purple zombie. The existence of the purple zombie was still too scary for him. In Buddhism, purple zombies are extremely powerful dead creatures. Logically, he should have converted the purple zombie as soon as possible, but he estimated that if he went forward, he might be the one to be converted. "If you're looking for that big guy, it's not here." Shu Lai walked out and looked at Tang Long with a half-smile. "Donor." Tang Long bowed respectfully, then looked up at Shu Lai. This young face made him feel a little uncomfortable. After all, this person was controlling the terrifying existence of the purple zombie. He saw Lu Jingjing and the other 2 girls next to him. The 2 girls' beautiful faces made him quickly retract his gaze and muttered in his heart, "Color is emptiness. Just say whatever you want to say." Shu Lai didn't understand why this guy came here. Tang Long said with a bald head, "The monks need to practice here for a while. Please agree." "Oh, it seems that this guy really plans to be a security guard for a while. He is probably afraid that I will kill him, so he came to show his goodwill." Shu Lai thought for a while. "I'm not a bad person, as long as you don't provoke me." Tang Long thought of the appearance of the purple zombie before, and now heard Shu Lai say that he was not a bad person, and he felt a little strange. But fortunately, Shulai had already spoken. As long as he didn't provoke him, it would be fine. He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Thank you, benefactor. I won't bother you anymore." Shulai watched Tanglong leave with a strange look on his face. According to Zhang Sanfeng's memory, this person must have practiced Buddhism before. He didn't know why he ran out now, but he still regarded himself as a monk, but he didn't have much Buddhist aura. Forget it, it's weird. Shulai didn't think much about it and continued to clean up the house. After a while, several security guards came over and diligently dragged away the garbage. Their attitude was surprisingly good. Seeing this, Liu Jingjing's beautiful eyes turned and she whispered, "Brother Shu is really amazing. Those security guards are so obedient now." Liu Mengshe's beautiful eyes were also full of strange colors, but she noticed that Master Chen from yesterday was gone. After cleaning up that day, Shulai and the other two left. The villa is not suitable for living now and needs to be renovated. The next day, he came to the market to find some people to renovate it. But when these people heard that it was his villa, they all shook their heads and refused to come no matter how much money they were offered. And those people called this place a haunted house. It seems that it is spread in this decoration circle. Shulai had no choice but to think of another way. Later that night, Shulai received a call from Zhang Zhengguo, but the voice that came was Zhang Xiangdi's. "Hello, is this Shulai?" Zhang Xiangdi said indifferently. "It's me." Shulai frowned. Why did this woman call him? While he was wondering, Zhang Zhengguo's voice came from the side. "Xiaodi, I asked you to call Xiaoshu. Why are you so cold?" Zhang Zhengguo took the phone and said apologetically, "Xiaoshu, don't be angry. Xiaodi is not a bad person, but she may have some misunderstandings about you." Shulai said indifferently, "Whether she misunderstands or not is her business. It has nothing to do with me, and I don't care." Zhang Xiangdi next to him heard it clearly, snorted lightly, and turned her head away. Zhang Zhengguo shook his head helplessly and said, "Xiaoshu, I called you to tell you that I have already figured out the spiritual object, and it may be in the next few days." Shulai was a little surprised. He didn't expect to have a clue so soon. After thinking about it, he understood what Zhang Zhengguo meant. He probably wanted him to be ready in the next few days, and it would be best not to go out. It seems that he still cherishes his life. Shulai smiled in his heart, but he originally planned to cure Zhang Zhengguo to see if he could get some more merit points. So he directly agreed and said, "I know, Mr. Zhang, I won't go out in the next few days. Don't worry, I'll wait for your good news." Zhang Zhengguo smiled, but he was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that his thoughts were clearly seen by Shulai. Chapter 30, Critically Ill. Zhang Zhengguo saw that Shulai was about to hang up the phone and hurriedly asked, "Xiaoshu, how is the matter with the house?" This was actually the problem he was worried about. If Shulai had any problems in that haunted house, his wish would also be unfulfilled. Shulai said, "There's nothing wrong with the house. It's very clean. There's nothing there. I just wanted to find someone to decorate it, but no one dared to come." He naturally wouldn't tell Zhang Zhengguo about the purple zombie. "Oh, that's good." Hearing that the person was fine, Zhang Zhengguo breathed a sigh of relief. "Shu, if you really need decoration, I can find some people to come over." "That would be great." Shulai was delighted. After all, Zhang Zhengguo has a wide network of contacts, so he should be able to find people outside Haidong to come and decorate. After hanging up the phone, Shulai felt much better. If he could finalize the decoration as soon as possible, he could move in as soon as possible. When the spirit gathering array is set up, the influence of the cold and gloomy power on them, he told these people how to decorate. He only gave a general idea, and these people were quite professional and quickly filled in the details. In the next few days, Shulai stayed here to accompany the decoration, and also carved some formations. On this day, the big bald man came to the outside of the villa again, as if something happened. Shulai opened the door, let him in, and asked directly, "Just tell me if you have anything to say." He was really busy carving the spirit gathering formation these 2 days. Tanglong hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master Chen, before, when we cleaned his residence, we saw a box. The box is very large and anti-theft. It cannot be opened unless it is broken open by force. Because this is Master Chen's thing, and Master Chen died in Shulai's hands, so according to the rules, Shulai has the right to deal with it." Shulai thought about it and thought that it might be something that Master Chen had used to kill people and rob people over the years. He didn't want it, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity and nodded. "Bring the cabinet over here." Tang Long nodded and quickly asked a few security guards to bring the cabinet over. "Brother Shu, this is the cabinet." The security guard looked at Shu Lai with a flattering look. He was also involved in the incident that night. He knew that the young man in front of him didn't need to do it himself to kill him, and he would die without a complete corpse, so his attitude was extremely polite. Similarly, he couldn't help but look around. The purple zombie that night caused him a serious psychological trauma. "Well, just put it here." Shu Lai took a look at the cabinet and said. The 3 security guards worked together to carefully put the cabinet in the yard. Sister Liu Jingjing heard the noise and came over. The 2 pairs of beautiful eyes looked at the big cabinet curiously. Shu Lai avoided the decoration staff, but he was not so shy with Sister Liu Jingjing. He asked them to help find 2 iron bars and started to pry the cabinet. Although this cabinet is a high-end safe, it is still not enough in front of his terrifying power of the 7th level of Qi training, and it was pried open in a few strokes. Liu Jingjing was also shocked by Shu Lai's strength when she saw the thick steel plate that was pried over by Shu Lai. Shu Lai picked up the things in the cabinet and looked at them. Sure enough, there were a lot of jewels, some of which were stained with blood. Shu Lai was not interested in looking at these things. His eyes fell on a large box. The box was very exquisite and even had a bit of ancient flavor. For some reason, the moment he saw the box, Shu Lai couldn't move his eyes away. He carefully opened the wooden box, and there was a golden bell inside. The bell was about 1 foot high, which was considered very large. When he put his hand on it, he immediately felt a warm current. Shu Lai was shocked. This bell was not ordinary. He knew very well what the warm current was just now. It was flowing spiritual energy. This bell was definitely not an ordinary thing. Not only did it contain spiritual energy, but Shu Lai also felt some array patterns in it. Generally speaking, only magic tools would contain array patterns, but the bell didn't feel like a magic tool. However, since there are array patterns, they can be used to set up a spirit gathering array. At that time, the bell can be used as the center of the array. As for what other functions the bell has, it can only be studied slowly in the future. In addition to this bell, Shu Lai did not see any other useful things. He glanced at the Liu Jingjing sisters and whispered, "If you like the things here, take them at will." The 2 girls shook their heads. They were also somewhat tempted by these jewelry. After all, no girl doesn't like these precious things. But after seeing the blood on them, they immediately gave up the idea. Seeing that they really didn't want them, Shu Lai closed the cabinet again and asked Tang Long to pull it back. Tang Long saw that there were still many jewelry inside, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes as a monk. Shu Lai took his expression in his eyes, shook his head, and said nothing more. The decoration process went very quickly and was almost completed in a few days. There was still no news from Zhong Zhengguo. It seemed that finding this spiritual object was not as smooth as imagined. In the evening, Shu Lai's cell phone rang. It was actually Zhong Zhengguo calling. Could it be that the spiritual object has been found? Shu Lai was slightly delighted and quickly answered the phone. "Hello, is this Dr. Shu?" It was not Zhong Zhengguo who spoke, but this time it was not the cold Zhong Xiangdi, but another gentle female voice. This voice seemed a little familiar. Yes, it was the female doctor who accompanied Zhong Zhengguo last time. It seemed to be called Qi Xianya. "I am Shu Lai. Are you Dr. Qi?" "It's me, Dr. Shu. Hello. Mr. Zhong suddenly fell ill. Do you have time? I will ask someone to pick you up." Qi Xianya's voice was anxious, even with a bit of pleading. "Okay, I'm at." Shu Lai reported the location of the villa. He greeted Liu Jingjing and the others and said, "Something happened. I may have to go out again, and I will be back later. Don't wait for me." "I know." Liu Jingjing nodded gently. Zhong's house. Zhong Zhengguo was lying on the bed, breathing weakly, and the heart rate monitor next to him showed that his heart rate was very low. There were many people around him. All of them were members of the Zhong family. Some of them had worries on their faces, while some of them had flickering eyes, but they had other plans. After all, the Zhong family was large and powerful. If Zhong Zhengguo fell, who would take over the entire Zhong family? Chapter 31. Driving Zhangdi was standing aside and saw her grandfather lying on the hospital bed with a frown on his face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with mist, and her eye circles were slightly red. Qi Xianya came over and said to the people in the ward, "Dr. Shu has agreed. Second miss, go pick him up." She wanted to stay and take care of Zhang Zhenguo to avoid any accidents. If the Zhang family didn't go, it would seem too insincere. Zhang Xiangdi had met Xu Lai, so it would be more convenient. But Zhang Xiangdi frowned. At this time, a middle-aged man next to him said, "Dr. Qi, you don't need to say anything. I have already invited a doctor. He will be here soon and will be able to cure my father's illness." This middle-aged man is Zhang Zhenguo's only son, Zhang Qianrui. Although he is already in his 40s, he likes to go out and have affairs with women, and he seems a little unstable. But his status is there after all, and he is considered half the master of the Zhang family. She hesitated for a moment. The other people in the Zhang family watched and did not speak, because this matter could be big or small, and they did not want to interrupt casually. "Dr. Qi, are you talking about the person who saved Grandpa on the roadside last time?" A woman in professional attire came over. The woman was tall and had a great figure. She was straight and curvy, which made people swallow their saliva secretly. She was Zhang Xiangdi's sister, Zhang Xiangyu. Now she is the vice president of the group, mainly dealing with work matters, and rarely appears. But she still knew about the last time when Grandpa was critically ill. She and Zhang Xiangdi are both Zhang Tianrui's daughters. In addition to 2 daughters, Zhang Tianrui also has a son, but this boy is only 16 or 17 years old. Now he is standing in the crowd and does not speak. Qishanya nodded when she heard what Zhang Xiangyu said. "It's that Dr. Xu. Dr. Xu's technique is amazing. I've never heard of it. Maybe only he can cure Mr. Zhang." "Nonsense, how can only he do it? I heard from my dad that the guy is probably a charlatan. He just happened to be in the right place." "Xiangyu, don't worry. This time I asked a friend to find a real medical master. This master has been retired for many years, but he is a real master." Zhang Tianrui spoke quickly. "Dad, to be on the safe side, let's do 2 things at the same time. I'll go and ask Dr. Xu." Zhang Xiangyu was used to being resolute and decisive. After saying that, she took Qishanya out and took Zhang Xiangdi with her before leaving. After leaving, they got into the car directly, and it was still Afeng who drove. The bandage on Afeng's hand had been removed, but it still hurt a little. When he heard that they were going to invite Xu Lai, Afeng said, "Actually, I also think that guy has no ability. He was just lucky that day." He was very upset that he was easily defeated by Xu Lai that day. Looking back, he felt more and more that it was caused by his carelessness. "Grandpa is very ill this time. As long as there is a chance, we must try it." Zhang Xiangyu's cold voice came, and Afeng opened his mouth and stopped talking. Zhang Qianrui seems to be half the owner of the Zhang family, but the one who really has the final say is not Zhang Qianrui, but Zhang Qianrui's daughter, Zhang Xiangyu, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiangdi next to him is usually proud, and she is much more honest in front of Zhang Xiangyu. In the villa, Xu Lai has not waited for the car and is a little anxious. Just then, he finally saw a car coming to the front of the villa. He jumped down from the 3rd floor of the villa without thinking and came directly to the side of the car, saying with some reproach, "Why are you here so late?" This scene made Afeng in the car stunned. That's the 3rd floor, and there's still some distance from the villa. Did this guy just jump down? Zhang Xiangyu's beautiful face also showed a hint of surprise. She rarely showed such emotions, but the scene in front of her still made her unable to hold back. This was just like the special effects shots in the TV series. She even thought that she was dazzled. Seeing their expressions, Xu Lai also realized that he was careless just now and accidentally showed too much. But now is not the time to say more. He went straight to the driveway. "Let's go!" The car started, and Zhang Xiangyu finally came back to her senses and chatted with Xu Lai. Xu Lai answered occasionally, a little absent-minded. Zhang Xiangyu's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. It was the first time that a man ignored her like this. She felt a little angry in her heart, looking out the window and stopped talking. "By the way, are you sisters?" After a while, Xu Lai suddenly asked Zhongsheng and Zhongyu. "Mr. Xu, yes. I told you about this when we met," Zhang Xiangyu said unhappily. It turned out that this guy had never listened to her carefully since they met. It was the first time that Zhang Xiangdi saw her sister being embarrassed, and she felt a little amused. "Forget it, Dr. Qi. Tell me about Mr. Zhang's condition," Xu Lai asked, so that he could make preparations in advance if he knew about it in advance. Qishanya then explained Zhang Zhenguo's condition in detail. It would have been better if Xu Lai hadn't listened, but when he heard it, his face changed. Oh no, if that's the case, Mr. Zhang probably doesn't have much time left. Let me drive, Shu Lai said directly in a deep voice. Ah Feng raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, "How long have you been driving? I'm a professional. Just sit tight. It's okay that he can't beat this guy, but can't he drive? Well, drive this car as fast as possible." Zhang Zhengguo's condition is serious. He must race against time. Are you stupid? The fastest speed of this car can reach more than 300, and the limit is even more than 400. This time it looks ordinary, but it has been professionally modified. It is not only bulletproof and explosion-proof, but also has an amazing speed. On this kind of road, asking him to drive at 300 or 400 miles per hour at once, isn't this courting death? Okay, then can you drive at 200? Shu Lai said. 200? That's about right. Ah Feng's eyes flashed, and he immediately increased the speed. The pointer dial quickly increased to 200 miles per hour. Everyone hurriedly grabbed the car. Only Shu Lai seemed to have no feeling, and even frowned and said, "Is 200 miles per hour so slow?" Zhang Xiangyu couldn't help but glance at Shu Lai. Is this guy a monster? 200 miles per hour is not fast enough. This is the city. As if he was angry, Ah Feng accelerated again and reached 250 miles per hour, but this time he was obviously much more difficult to control. "Be careful," Zhang Xiangdi screamed. The car just brushed past a person and almost hit him. Ah Feng was also startled, but fortunately he controlled it in time. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another car passed by and he almost hit it again. This time Shu Lai couldn't help it and said, "Get out of the way. Let me do it." "Okay. I want to see how capable you are." Ah Feng snorted coldly. He didn't believe that Shu Lai's skills were better than his. He was professionally trained. Shu Lai didn't say much, just sat in the driver's seat, looked back at Zhang Xiangyu and the others, and said in a deep voice, "Hold on." As soon as he started, he drove at full speed. Ah Feng screamed in fear. "Boy, what are you doing? Hey, stop immediately. This speed is going to kill people." "Don't worry, you won't die," Shu looked at him and said calmly. At this time, the car's speed had exceeded 250 miles per hour. As expected of a top-level car, the acceleration process was very fast. Chapter 32 Mission Trigger. Ah Feng stared at the car's dashboard. The speed suddenly soared. 255 miles per hour, 280 miles per hour, 300 miles per hour, 350 miles per hour. Still increasing. It's over. We're all dead. In the city, driving at this speed is no different from seeking death. He had covered his eyes with his hands and dared not look ahead. Zhang Xiangdi also screamed in fear. The scenery in front of the car was no longer visible. The speed was too fast. She could only see various colors passing by. Zhang Xiangyu had been relatively calm since she was a child. No one had ever seen her lose her composure. At this time, she was also scared and screamed. This was the first time in her life that she had done this, and she was ashamed and afraid. Qishanya's eyebrows moved, sonic boom, and the car had already rushed out at a terrifying speed. 400 yards. A full 400 yards. Ah Feng was screaming in his heart. How could it be so fast? How did he control the car? I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a century. Ah Feng opened his eyes and found that he had arrived in front of Zhang Zhengguo's villa. He hurriedly opened the car door and fell to the ground and vomited. Zhang Xiangyu and Zhang Xiangdi, two beautiful women, also vomited all over the sky at this time without any beauty. No matter how beautiful a woman is, if she vomits a lot in front of you, no one will think she is beautiful. Qishanya was the same. The three women vomited a lot in the car. After a while, Zhang Xiangyu raised her head and planned to find Shu Lai, but saw that Shu Lai had already walked into the villa. She hurried to tidy up and followed him in. Shu Lai felt Zhang Zhengguo's breath and soon found the ward. When he walked in, everyone around him was stunned because no one knew him. Zhang Xiangdi was still vomiting in the car, and Zhang Xiangyu was still cleaning herself up and changing clothes. Qishanya hadn't come in yet either. Seeing the stranger who suddenly came, Zhang Qianrui said, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Leave quickly." Seeing Shu Lai in ordinary clothes, without a hairstyle, and without the aristocratic temperament of the upper class, Zhang Qianrui thought he was a servant who had gone to the wrong place. Shu Lai looked at Zhang Zhengguo and found that an old doctor was treating him with acupuncture. It looked good and the acupuncture method seemed to be correct. Shu Lai felt relieved and said softly, "I am Shu Lai. I came here to see Mr. Zhang. I was afraid it would be too late, so I came a little anxiously." "Are you Shu Lai?" Zhang Qianrui suddenly smiled when he heard Shu Lai's words. "I thought it was some kind of doctor. I heard from my dad that he was very good." It turned out to be you, kid. There was a bit of teasing in his eyes, and Shulai frowned. In view of Zhang Zhengguo's good attitude towards him, Shulai nodded gently. It's me, but it seems that I'm not needed here. I'll leave first. Shulai walked out directly. Zhang Xiangdi changed her clothes and came over with a pale face, just in time to see Shulai leaving. She stopped him and said, Dr. Shu, what's wrong? Someone is treating your grandfather. I shouldn't have to do anything. I'm leaving first. After Shulai left, Zhang Xiangyu stayed there for a moment, wanting to chase him out, but hesitated for a while and didn't. Zhang Tianrui glanced at her and said, I told you that the doctor would definitely not be good. Now you know it? Zhang Xiangyu didn't say anything, just looked at Zhang Zhengguo on the bed. At this time, the doctor who was giving the acupuncture had sweat on his forehead. This was an old man about 70 years old, wearing glasses and with a focused look, which really gave people a very reassuring feeling. A total of 108 silver needles were inserted into Zhang Zhengguo's body, especially around the heart. Okay, in just 1 hour, when the meridians are reconnected under the silver needles, Mr. Zhang should wake up. The old doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Hong. Zhang Tianrui quickly expressed his gratitude. It's Dr. Hong. A surprised voice came from behind the crowd. It was Qi Xianya who walked in. Dr. Hong smiled slightly with a look of satisfaction. I didn't expect to see Dr. Hong here. With your help, Mr. Zhang can be saved. Others don't know, but Qi Xianya knows how powerful the old man in front of her is. This is a person who has been rated as a medical saint. A medical saint is someone who has reached the pinnacle in the field of medicine. There are not many such people in the whole country. She didn't expect Zhang Tianrui to invite Dr. Hong. If it was Dr. Hong, there would be no problem and there would be no need to call Dr. Shu. After his introduction, the others also knew how powerful Dr. Hong was, and they were all shocked. Zhang Xiangyu was completely relieved. In this case, Grandpa should not have any problems. Zhang Xiangdi, who walked in, curled her lips and said, If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have to pick up that kid. He made us suffer. Qi Xianya smiled awkwardly. She didn't know that it was Dr. Hong who came, otherwise she wouldn't have called Shulai again. Shulai was about to take a taxi back. Ah Feng probably didn't want to send him back, so he had to come alone. Just as he was about to take a taxi, a voice came from his mind. Task trigger, save Zhang Zhengguo. The task rewards 500 merit points. What? There is another task. Why do we have to save Zhang Zhengguo? Zhang Zhengguo has the old doctor just now, and he is fine now. Could it be that the old doctor still failed to save Zhang Zhengguo? Thinking of this possibility, he paused. At the same time in the ward, just when everyone was beginning to rejoice that Dr. Hong had taken action, Zhang Zhengguo suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood on the bed, and his heart began to beat violently, and then suddenly stopped. The sudden change made no one react, and then there were ups and downs of screams. Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, all kinds of shouts were in chaos. Dr. Hong's face also changed drastically, and he hurriedly checked Zhang Zhengguo's condition. After a look, his face suddenly turned pale. What's wrong? Zhang Qianrui asked hurriedly. Dr. Hong shook his head. I don't know, my acupuncture method is fine, but Mr. Zhang's blood and qi attack his heart. I'm afraid he won't live long. Call that guy just now. Zhang Xiangyu thought about it and immediately said to Qi Xianya. Qi Xianya was stunned. It was useless to call. Since Dr. Hong couldn't do anything, Dr. Shu certainly couldn't do anything. Zhang Xiangyu ignored her and directly picked up Zhang Zhengguo's mobile phone and called Shulai. Chapter 33, The Living God of Medicine. The phone call was connected instantly, and Zhang Xiangyu heard Shulai's voice. I know, I'm on my way. Zhang Xiangyu was stunned. How did this guy know? But she couldn't care less now, hoping for a miracle. Zhang Tianrui came over and shook his head at her. Medical Saint Hong can't do anything. There's nothing we can do, daughter. You should think about it. Your grandfather is 73 years old this year, which is considered a long life. Zhang Xiangyu's eyes were slightly red, and she said, Grandpa won't leave us so early. Although she said so, everyone knew that this was just wishful thinking. Even the medical saint said that there was no cure. Who else in the world could save him? Daughter, think about it. We still have to prepare for your grandfather's funeral. Zhang Xiangyu's mother was a plump woman who looked about 30 years old and had a lot of charm. Maybe the two sisters of Zhang Xiangyu inherited her because they had a good figure and good looks. Mom, don't worry. I just called Dr. Shu. He will be here soon. Zhang Qianrui frowned and said, "Why did you call that kid back? Do you want him to mess with your grandfather's body?" "Dad, we have to try our best, otherwise I will regret it for the rest of my life." After Zhang Xiangyu finished speaking, she came to Zhang Zhengguo's bed and watched over him. Shulai came to the ward again and felt that the atmosphere was a little weird, but he didn't say much. He went straight to Zhang Zhengguo and checked him. His brows frowned immediately. "The situation is very bad, but it's not right. The acupuncture points where these silver needles fell are all correct." "Boy, what did you find?" Dr. Hong looked indifferent. "Not yet." Shulai frowned and said, and continued to check the silver needles. After his investigation just now, Zhang Zhengguo's health became worse after acupuncture, and even directly asked the system to issue a task. This shows that Zhang Zhengguo's health has reached the most dangerous time and he may die at any time. After a careful examination, he finally found the problem. There is one wrong needle among these 108 needles. Acupuncture is done on the meridians. If one needle is wrong, everything will go wrong. Seeing Shulai's eyes fall on a needle on his chest, Hong Yisheng said, "Young man, do you think there is something wrong with my needle?" Shulai shook his head and said, "It's not that there is a problem, it's just that it's wrong." "What? You little brat, you said Hong Yisheng was wrong?" Zhong Tianrui shouted from the side. Hong Yisheng was the one he invited. If this kid said Hong Yisheng was wrong, if his father died, the responsibility would be on him. Hong Yisheng snorted and said, "Young man, have you ever learned acupuncture?" It's not that he didn't trust Shulai, but mainly because Shulai was too young. Generally speaking, for acupuncture, medical students must be at least 40 years old to become masters, and that's just the beginning. To achieve great success, one must have sufficient talent. As for being able to reach his level, there are not many people in the world. I haven't learned acupuncture, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Shulai was ready to pull out all the silver needles and start again. "Haha, you have no nerve to question the medical Saint Hong without learning acupuncture." Zhong Qinrui cursed. Shulai had already pulled out all the silver needles, and then according to Zhang Sanfeng's memory, he quickly inserted the needles as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Medical Saint Hong, who had originally half closed his eyes and even had a little mockery, saw this scene and suddenly his eyes widened. This action was smooth and flowing, and the speed of inserting the needles was as fast as lightning. This person still said that he had never learned acupuncture. He was moved in his heart. Could it be that the person in front of him was a disciple of a master who had never appeared in the world? As a contemporary medical saint, his knowledge was naturally not that of an ordinary person. He also knew that in addition to ordinary people, there were many strange people and things in this world. The young man in front of him might be the disciple of a peerless medical god. Yes, in the medical world, in addition to the medical saint, there is also a medical god. It's just that the medical god is already illusory and difficult to meet, so the public doesn't know it at all. But he knew very well that medical gods existed, but they rarely showed up, or even never appeared in the world. 108 silver needles in Shulai's hand fell into Zhang Zhengguo's meridians after a moment. Then he poured the true energy from his palm along the silver needles and poured it into Zhang Zhengguo's body. "It's done!" After doing all this, Shulai was already sweating profusely. Zhang Zhengguo's acupuncture required extremely high skills, and it was a bit difficult for him to do it with his 7th level Qi training strength, but fortunately it was done. "Done?" Zhang Xiangyu stretched out her white neck and asked nervously. "Well, it's done. I believe that Mr. Zhang will wake up soon." Shulai wiped his sweat and said, "Boy, if anything happens to my dad, you'll be in trouble." Shu looked at him and said calmly, "If you really care about the old man, you should be more filial to him. What's the point of you yelling here now? If I can't do it, you can do it." Zhong Qianrui was speechless. He usually only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun, and basically never met the old man. "You don't need to interfere in our family affairs," he said with his neck tilted up, but his voice was much lower. Saint Hong had been paying attention to Zhang Zhengguo. He looked at the heart rate monitor and suddenly said, "The heartbeat is normal." Everyone was shocked and looked over. Sure enough, the heartbeat frequency had recovered. Although Zhang Zhengguo still closed his eyes, his brows were much looser. After a while, Zhang Zhengguo slowly woke up under the gaze of everyone. "Grandpa!" Zhang Xiangyu and Zhang Xiangdi shouted in surprise. "Yeah!" Zhang Zhengguo took a breath and forced a smile. When he knew that it was Shu Lai who revived him, he was filled with relief. Fortunately, he had been trying his best to maintain his relationship with Xiao Shu. Otherwise, he would not be able to save his life today. After thanking Shu Lai, he also thanked Hong Yisheng. He did not expect that his unreliable son could invite a medical saint to treat him. He knew the identities of these medical saints very well. They usually treated those people in the courtyards in Beijing. With his identity, it was still a little insufficient. Although it was Shu Lai who saved him in the end, he still had to give him face. Hong Yisheng smiled and shook his head repeatedly. With this little brother here, how dare I call myself a medical saint? Facing Shu Lai's superb skills, he felt inferior. He even didn't understand until now how Shu Lai could fully show the effect of acupuncture in such a short time. You know, Zhang Zhengguo vomited blood just now, and the wounds in his body were broken. Generally speaking, it is not so easy for acupuncture to work. In his opinion, all this can only be attributed to the medical god's methods. He was not mistaken. The young man in front of him was either a peerless master who had never appeared in the world, or a true disciple of the inherited medical god. Thinking of this, his eyes moved, and he looked at Shu Lai with desire and said, "Little brother, please accept my greetings." Chapter 34, Apprenticeship. In front of everyone, the old man who was revered as the medical saint gave Shu Lai a great gift on the spot. "Little brother, your acupuncture skills are unique in the world. I am ashamed of myself. I wonder if you can teach me a thing or two." What? The medical saint is an apprentice? Everyone was confused. You looked at me and I looked at you, just like you and me under the lemon tree. Zhang Zhengguo, who had just woken up, didn't expect it. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Although the medical saint was not rich, he was definitely a transcendent person. After all, no one wanted to offend such a person who could save lives. Not to mention that over the past few decades, a medical saint knew countless dignitaries. Just the connections alone were enough to scare people to death. This kind of person actually became Shu Lai's apprentice on the spot. Even though he had already thought highly of Shu, he was still a little surprised and even had a little envy in his heart. Shu Lai didn't think so much. He also hoped that he could pass on the medical skills of Zhang Sanfeng that had been lost for hundreds of years. This could be regarded as some feedback from his absorption of Zhang Sanfeng's memory, lest Zhang Sanfeng curse him for not following martial ethics. Therefore, he just pondered for a moment and said, "No problem. You can ask me anytime if you have any questions." Medical Saint Hong was overjoyed and immediately said excitedly, "Student Hongsheng meets Mr. Shu. I don't know what's wrong with my acupuncture method just now. Please teach me," he asked impatiently. Shu Lai didn't delay and told him, "The position of your Mingtan acupoints in Mr. Zhang's body suddenly collapsed." Everyone was confused. They had never even heard of Mingqian acupoint. Zhang Zhengguo himself had some knowledge of meridians, but he didn't know what Mingqian acupoint was, let alone the third meridian of the 12 meridians. Hong Sheng was the only one in the audience who was excited and almost danced with joy. If Hong Yisheng had some doubts about Shu Lai before, now he completely believed that Shu Lai was a master doctor, or maybe he was a peerless medical god who had never appeared in the world. Because what Shu said just now was all in a very high category, and it was the ultimate secret that only those who reached the level of medical saint could understand. Shu Lai was actually very curious. What he said just now was very ordinary, so why did Hong Sheng look so excited? How could he know that Zhang Sanfeng's things hundreds of years ago had long been lost due to wars? In addition, due to some social reasons at the time, some things were resisted and no one learned them. In addition, there is a lack of famous teachers to teach. Even if some of the circulating texts and books are found by chance, no one can understand them. Instead, they are regarded as alien and absurd theories. "Thank you for your teaching, sir." Hong Sheng was still immersed in excitement. Although Shu Lai only said a few short words, he realized a lot of things and his previous doubts were also integrated here. Zhong Tianrui also came over honestly at this time and apologized. "Xiao Shu, I'm sorry. It was my fault just now." Hearing what he said, Zhang Zhengguo scolded angrily. "You dead boy, what are you talking about? And you also called Xiao Shu. The medical saints are all calling Shu Lai as sir, and you keep calling him Xiao Shu. How can the medical saints save face?" Zhong Tianrui also reflected at this time. After all, he is a rich second generation and often goes to various parties. After his father reminded him, he already knew that he had offended the medical Saint Hong unknowingly. He quickly changed his words and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll call you Dr. Shu or Master Shu in the future. Just Dr. Shu is fine." Shu Lai smiled embarrassedly. At his age, he always felt obedient when he was called Master Shu. Dr. Shu sounded good. "Yes, Dr. Shu, I hope you don't mind what happened before," Zheng Tianri said quickly. Shu Lai waved his hand to show that he didn't take it to heart. He was in a good mood now. Just now, the system sent a message that the task was completed and another 500 merit points were credited to the account. Up to now, he has almost 1,000 merit points without realizing it. He had considered whether to continue saving it and exchange it for something when the time comes, or to draw it directly. Don't say that the lottery is fun for a while, and it's fun to draw it all the time. He really can't stop. It's like Krypton gold. Even though you know that you may lose all your money, you still can't help the inner turmoil. Under Shu Lai's acupuncture, Zheng Zhenguo recovered quickly. Although he was still a little weak, his movements were no longer a problem. Shu Lai was about to say goodbye and leave, but Zheng Zhenguo would not agree and insisted that he stay for dinner. At night, during dinner, except for himself, the whole table was filled with Zheng family members. Whether intentionally or not, Zheng Zhenguo arranged for Zheng Xiangyu and her sister to sit on his left and right. Zheng Xiangyu changed into a red dress specially for the dinner and put on light makeup. Maybe it was because of the lighting. The cold and distant feeling she had during the day faded a lot. She occasionally chatted with Shu Lai and introduced the ingredients and drinks. Shu Lai blushed slightly because he had basically never seen anything on the table, and with his previous salary, most of these things were things he had never heard of. Seeing this, Zheng Xiangdi, who was standing next to him, raised her lips and said with a little pride, "Country bumpkin." Zheng Zhenguo couldn't help but glare at her and said, "Girl, don't be so rude, or you won't be able to get married." Hey, it's just right that I can't get married. I don't want to have children for those men." Zheng Xiangdi pouted and glanced at Shu Lai intentionally or unintentionally. Shu Lai didn't know what to say at this time. He didn't have much experience in such scenes. He just kept an awkward but decent smile. The dinner ended quickly. Before Shu Lai left, he said to Zheng Zhenguo, "Mr. Zheng, there is something I must tell you." Seeing Shu Lai's solemn expression, Zheng Zhenguo also nodded solemnly and said, "Just say whatever you want, Shu. Although I have temporarily helped you stabilize your condition today, if you can't find the spiritual object as soon as possible, then the problem can't be solved. Mr. Zheng, you don't have much time." Zheng Zhenguo nodded. He didn't dare to ask himself how much time he had left, for fear that he couldn't control his heart. Zheng Xiangyu said, "Grandpa, are you talking about the thing you've been looking for recently?" Zheng Zhenguo glanced at Shu Lai and said without hesitation, "Yes, that's what I asked you to find. I should have gotten it, but something unexpected happened. Just when we were making the final deal, a martial arts master called and wanted to buy it. The seller changed his mind on the spot and wanted to wait for the martial arts master to take a look. He was unwilling to do so, even if we raised the price. So that's what happened. A martial arts master intervened. Entering the martial arts master level is equivalent to the 7th level of Qi training. If the other party is a late master, it should be equivalent to the 8th or 9th level of Qi training, and he may not be his opponent. In that case, it all depends on Zheng Zhenguo's luck. Chapter 35, A Man of Fortune. Shu Lai looked into Zheng Zhenguo's eyes and said, "Mr. Zheng, did you have any adventure?" He had always had a question in his mind. Why did the system issue him a task about Zheng Zhenguo? He didn't believe that there was such a large space around the city, with hundreds of thousands or even millions of people living there, and there was only one patient, Zheng Zhenguo. Why the system chose to release the task of saving Zheng Zhenguo instead of others was something he had never figured out. What was so special about Zheng Zhenguo that he was favored by the system? Zheng Zhenguo looked at Shu Lai in confusion, and then slowly said, "Actually, I don't know. When I was very young, someone said that I had great fortune." Shu Lai's eyebrows moved, and he couldn't help but look at Zheng Zhenguo's face. In the past, because of Zheng Zhenguo's identity, he basically just glanced at it and didn't look at Zheng Zhenguo's facial features carefully. Now he immediately found the difference. Sure enough, Zhong Zhenguo's forehead was round, and the point between his eyebrows was 3 inches apart. This distance was considered very good in feng shui, indicating that he had great fortune. In addition, his cheekbones and lower jaw were close together, forming the two characters Qiang Kun in physiognomy, which was also very good. Although he could not become a dragon among men, he was indispensable to be rich. In addition, there were 3 stripes on his ear roots, 2 yin and yang, and 1 in this life. The yin and yang were very long, indicating that he had inherited the fortune of his previous life. In other words, Zhong Zhenguo himself was a person with good merits and fortune. It seems that he probably knows a little about the reason. The system has the word merit and is obviously very sensitive to merit. It should have sensed that Zhong Zhenguo was in a state of merit, so it saved. Similarly, doing this must be good for the system. Although he knew that this was his own guess, he estimated that his guess should be almost right. Before leaving, Shulai couldn't help but remind him, "Mr. Zhang, if there is any problem with the spiritual object, you can tell me. I may be able to help." I know. Zhong Zhenguo thought that this was just a polite remark from Shulai. After all, the other party is a martial arts master. What can Shulai do to help? He has been running the Zhang group for so many years, and he still has no way to deal with the martial arts master. What can Shulai do? Maybe Shulai is more skilled in medical skills, but facing the martial arts master, medical skills are completely useless. Zhang Xiangyu's beautiful eyes flashed, and she also shook her head without saying much. After leaving, Shulai went straight back to the villa. Because the Zhang family's dinner started early, it was only a little after 7 in the evening, less than 8 o'clock. Liu Jingjing and the other person hadn't eaten yet. When they saw Shulai coming back, they came over to open the door and asked in surprise, "Has Brother Shu eaten?" Shulai wanted to say that he had eaten, but when he thought about not refining the radish today, he quickly shook his head. "No, haven't you eaten either?" "Sister is waiting for you, Brother Shu." Liu Mengsh's smiling voice came. Liu Jingjing's face turned red, and she said repeatedly, "The radish is ready, Brother Shu. Please wait a moment, and dinner will be served soon." Shulai was happy in his heart. Fortunately, he came back in time and did not miss the opportunity to eat radish. After eating another dinner, Shulai burped, came to the yard, and felt the presence of the purple zombie. Although the purple zombie was still underground, it seemed to be able to feel that he was here, and a burst of intimacy and joy came from his mind. Shulai also used his consciousness to soothe it, and let it continue to sleep here. Then he looked at the decoration area again. The decoration was basically completed, and the remaining was some furniture. He bought all the furniture and just waited for it to be delivered and installed. At this time, he smelled a pungent smell, which was the smell of paint after the new decoration. This smell didn't matter to him. With his current body, he would be fine even if he was in formaldehyde, let alone absorbing such a little. However, considering that Liu Jingjing and the others still lived here, it would not be good for their health. So he used his true energy to dry the paint and quickly wiped off the formaldehyde and other toxic substances. At night, he thought about the bell for a while, studied the merit system for a while, and thought about how to spend the merit points for a long time before falling asleep. He slept until dawn and felt refreshed. After breakfast, Shulai was considering whether to start arranging the spirit gathering array, but the phone rang. After the call was connected, Zhong Zhenguo's tired voice came from the phone. "Xiaoshu, is there any other way to treat my disease?" What does this mean? Can't the spiritual object be found? But at the moment, it seems that there is only one way to force the heart to fuse with the spiritual object. It is too late to replace the heart now. Shulai thought about it and did not tell him that there was only one way. Instead, he asked, "Mr. Zhang, is there something wrong over there?" Zhang Zhenguo sighed as if he felt that he did not have much time. He said, "The martial arts master has sent a message that he will come to take the things away today. After hearing about it, the seller refused to sell it to us no matter what." Shulai knew it and said, "Mr. Zhang, wait for me for a while. I will come right over." Zhang Zhenguo was blessed with good fortune. Shulai felt that if he could be cured, it would be of great help to him. "Well, in this case, I will let Xiangyu come to pick you up." Shulai hung up the phone and waited for a while. Zhang Xiangyu drove to the door. After saying hello to Liu Jingjing and the others, Shulai went out. "Miss Zhang." Shulai was thinking about Zhang Zhenguo and did not look at Zhang Xiangyu much. He greeted her lightly. Zhang Xiangyu did not expect Xu Lai to be so cold to her, as if she were an ordinary stranger, which made her feel a little strange. Over the years, few men have behaved like this in front of her, especially young men. As if angry, she nodded slightly and returned to the car. In the villa, Liu Mengxie saw Xu Lai get into a beautiful woman's car and frowned. That woman looks so rich, I don't know what she does. Xu Lai was in the car and asked, "Where is that thing?" Zhang Xiangyu shook her head and said, "Dr. Xu, it's useless for me to tell you. That thing has been reserved by that martial arts master. The seller doesn't dare to sell it to us, no matter how much money we pay. We wanted to contact that martial arts master, but we didn't expect him to refuse directly, even if we reported his identity as my grandfather." At this point, Zhang Xiangyu felt uncomfortable. Although they were considered wealthy, they were still not good enough in the eyes of these real masters. A martial arts master was enough to make their Zhang family breathless. "Tell me where it is, I want to see it." He hadn't seen the martial arts master yet, so he didn't know how strong he was. In Zhang Sanfeng's memory, although the martial arts master was very strong, he had never felt it in modern times, so he still wanted to see it in person. In addition, if he could find a chance to take back the spiritual object, it would be a very good thing. Even if he couldn't take it back, he could see if he could find a chance to exchange it. The bell was very good. If the other party was also a martial arts master, he should be able to feel it. Chapter 36, Martial Arts Master. It's not far from here. It's in the next city. It's only a few hours' drive away. Zhang Xiangyu said, "That's perfect. Let's go." Xu Lai asked Zhang Xiangyu to drive directly to the next city. As for Zhang Zhengguo, there was no point in going there now. He didn't drive himself this time. After all, his speed violated the traffic rules. Unless it was necessary, there was no need to rush. If he drove by force, he would be stopped by traffic control, which would delay things. Moreover, he was about to face a mysterious master-level expert, so he didn't dare to be careless and had to stay in the best condition. It's a pity that he couldn't bring Zijiang with him this time. If he had Zijiang to protect him, he would feel more at ease. A few hours passed in a flash. Zhang Xiangyu stopped the car and whispered, "Dr. Xu, we're here." Xu Lai opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. They got out of the car and came to a luxurious villa. Seeing Zhang Xiangyu, a fat middle-aged man immediately frowned and scolded. "Zhang Xiangyu, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to go back?" "Uncle Quan, Xiangyu, please think about it again, no matter how much money our Zhang family is willing to pay." Although Zhang Xiangyu was scolded, she still smiled and said kindly, "This man is Quan Jikai, also a first-class rich man in the city. Although he is a little worse than the Zhang family, he is basically at the same level, so he has no fear of the Zhang family." "Zhang Xiangyu, don't say it, I won't consider it. The old guy Zhang Zhengguo has lived a lot of life and it's time for him to die." Quan Jichai snorted coldly. There is some competition between these wealthy people. Quan Jichai hopes that Zhang Zhengguo will die. Before, if it weren't for the money, the news of the spiritual object would not be disclosed to the Zhang family. At this time, a young man in his 20s came out. He was Quan Jichai's son, Quan Chenghao. He took a look at Zhang Xiangyu and his eyes lit up immediately. Although he had many women around him, they were all women who only cared about money. He could have as many women as he wanted. There was no such a beautiful woman as Zhang Xiangyu, and Zhang Xiangyu was of extraordinary status. He was sure of this kind of woman. "Xiaoyu, if you agree to marry me, I will let my dad sell the spiritual object to your Zhang family." Quan Chenghao came out and said. Zhang Xiangyu looked at Quan Chenghao's eyes and felt sick, but considering her grandfather's illness, she was helpless. Is it for her own happiness or for her grandfather's life? Gritting her teeth, she quickly made a decision. "Okay, I promise you." Xu Lai didn't speak. After all, this was the Zhang family's business. It's just a pity that such a beautiful woman like Zhang Xiangyu was gone. However, Quan Jichai turned around and slapped the young man, saying angrily, "Stinky boy, there are no women in the world. You only know Zhang Xiangyu. Do you still want her head? She is a martial arts master." He also wanted his son to marry Zhang Xiangyu. He knew how outstanding Zhang Xiangyu was. If his son married Zhang Xiangyu, he could spend 50 more years ruining the family. It was just a pity that the other party was a martial arts master, and their whole family did not dare to offend her. "Zhang Xiangyu, it's not that I, Quan Jichai, don't want to help your Zhang family. It's really powerless. The master will be here soon. You should leave quickly." Otherwise, if you anger the martial arts master, I can't protect you." Zheng Xiangyu's face was pale. She didn't expect Quan Jikai to be so determined. Even if she agreed to marry Quan Chenghao, it would be irreversible. Is this the power of a martial arts master? Whether it is the Zhang family or the whole family, they are all top-notch wealthy people in several nearby urban areas, with assets of nearly 10 billion. One sentence can change the fate of many people's lives. But such an existence, in front of the martial arts master, is not even qualified to compare. "Why don't you leave?" Quan Jikai frowned and shouted. He was not worried about Zheng Xiangyu's life or death, but worried that Zheng Xiangyu would anger the master and their family would suffer. "Mr. Quan, don't worry. I want to meet this martial arts master. If he gives up the spiritual object, I hope you can sell it to the Zhang family." Xu Lai took a look at Zheng Xiangyu and said, "What is it? Where are you from, kid? What nonsense are you talking about?" Quan Jichai snorted coldly, looking at Xu Lai as if he was an idiot. How could this martial arts master who came from afar give up this thing? "You kid are not a pig-headed one." Zheng Xiangyu wiped her eyes, came over and introduced. "This is Dr. Xu. My grandfather's illness is all thanks to Dr. Xu. I hope Uncle Quan doesn't speak too harshly." "What's wrong with me speaking harshly?" "You ignorant people. If you don't get out, I'll have to ask the security to ask you to leave. I will leave if I want to. I'm afraid your security can't ask me to leave." Xu Lai said calmly. "Good boy. I want to see how much you weigh. Dare to talk to me like this. Security, come here. Throw this kid out. If he dares to resist, break his leg." Quan Jikai's face showed a cold light. Xu Lai's heart was cold. If these security guards dared to come over, he planned to teach them a lesson. At this moment, a laugh that could not be heard was, "Ha ha ha, did I miss anything? It's so lively." The voice fell, revealing a middle-aged man with a medium build, a square face, and a long robe. The middle-aged man swept his eyes, as if there was a flash of lightning, which made people feel a chill. Seeing the middle-aged man appear, Quan Jichai hurried over, bent down and knelt and said, respectfully, "Master Fu, you are here." The person in front of him was a martial arts master, Fu Gaoming. "Well, Mr. Quan, you don't have to be polite to me." Fu Gaoming smiled faintly and glanced at Xu Lai. He felt a little different in Xu Lai, but after finding that the other party was just an ordinary person without any martial arts aura, he didn't look at him again. "Thank you, Master Fu. Please come in. I have prepared the things. They are in the study." Quan Jikai bent down and smiled apologetically. Usually he was a high-ranking existence, and he never smiled. But when facing a martial arts master, he wanted to smile his face to pieces. "Well?" Quan Jikai took Fu Gaoming and was about to walk into the study. Zheng Xiangyu's eyes were filled with anxiety. She gritted her teeth and said, "Master Fu, please stay." Fu Gaoming's eyes flashed, as if he didn't hear her, and he continued to walk inside. "Master Fu, please stay." Zheng Xiangyu could only shout again. A cold light flashed in Fu Gaoming's eyes, and he said lightly, "Shut up!" Whoosh! He stretched out his hand and a stream of energy shot out, pointing directly at Zheng Xiangyu's chest. Seeing this, Xu Lai quickly grabbed Zheng Xiangyu and dodged a step. Fu Gaoming looked at Xu Lai in surprise. Although he did it casually just now, it was not something that ordinary people could dodge. Xu Lai glanced at Zheng Xiangyu, who was still a little frightened, and turned to Fu Gaoming and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency's attack was too heavy. If he hadn't taken action just now, Zheng Xiangyu would have been either dead or injured with Fu Gaoming's energy. You deserve to die for disturbing me." Fu Gaoming spoke with a condescending look. Chapter 37. A spiritual object weighing 2 or 3 jin. "I see that your foundation is floating. I'm afraid you have just entered this realm not long ago." Xu Lai said coldly. "And you mainly relied on external forces to break through, right? Who are you?" Fu Gaoming stared at Xu Lai with a fierce look in his eyes. He had just stepped into the martial arts master with external forces, and even his wife and lover didn't know about this. How did this kid know? Humph, I can tell this at a glance. As soon as Xu Lai finished speaking, he frowned. Fu Gaoming rushed over quickly and punched him in the head. Xu Lai stretched out his hand and punched. There was a loud bang, and Fu Gaoming flew out and hit the wall of Quan Zichai's villa. Xu Lai withdrew his hand lightly. "So this is the martial arts master. It's too weak. I thought the martial arts master could be so strong. You?" Fu Gaoming was lying on the ground, raising his head with difficulty, looking at Xu Lai in horror. Xu Lai walked over step by step, stood beside him, and said condescendingly, "Mr. Fu, can you give me the spiritual object?" Of course, if you like it, just take it. Facing Shu Lai's eyes, Fu Gaoming couldn't muster the will to resist. Just now he was the first to attack, intending to take advantage of Shu Lai's unpreparedness and attack directly. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Shu Lai's punch. Until now, he has not recovered. So how dare he go against Shu Lai, Mr. Quan? You heard it. How about trading the spiritual object with us? No. No problem. Please come in. Quan Jikai shivered when he saw Shu Lai looking over. My mother, that is a martial arts master, but he didn't expect that he was knocked down by a punch from the young man in front of him. Thinking back to the words he had just mocked Shu Lai, he was so scared that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Zhang Xiangyu took a deep look at Shu Lai, suppressed the shock in her heart, and traded with Quan Jikai with a happy face. Arriving at the study, Quan Jikai opened a secret door and took out a well-packaged jade box. Mr. Shu, the things you want are in here. Quan Jikai carefully handed the jade box to Shu Lai. Although he knew that the person who paid the money was Zhang Xiangyu, but he knew in his heart that the person in front of him, who defeated the martial arts master with one punch, was the one who really needed to be treated with caution. Shu Lai opened the jade box, revealing a dark stone. The stone was slightly rough and very heavy. A thumb-sized stone actually weighed 2 or 3 pounds. Dr. Shu, is this the thing? Zhang Xiangyu said nervously. Shu Lai closed his eyes and used his hands to carefully sense the breath of the stone. In his perception, the stone was ordinary and seemed to have no spiritual appearance. He felt a surge of true energy in his hand and wanted to explore it again. At this time, there was an amazing suction from the stone. The true energy in his hand was instantly sucked dry. Shu Lai was startled, and before he could pull his hand back, a stronger suction came from the stone. Puff! Almost in the blink of an eye, a large part of his internal energy was absorbed. Shu Lai hurriedly broke free. At this time, he found that a strong spiritual energy fluctuation was emanating from the stone unconsciously. This is indeed a good spiritual object. Shu Lai looked at the stone in his hand solemnly. Although Zhang Xiangyu saw that Shu Lai's expression was a little strange, she was relieved when she heard that it was indeed a spiritual object. With the spiritual object, there is a chance for Grandpa's illness. With Shu Lai's presence, Quan Jikai didn't dare to raise the price at all, and the transaction was quickly settled. Zhang Xiangyu bought this spiritual object for 10 million. Thank you, Dr. Shu. On the way back, Zhang Xiangyu said to Shu Lai, if it weren't for Shu Lai, whether or not to get the spiritual object is one thing. Even if you get it, it won't be so cheap. Because before, Quan Jikai offered them 50 million. You're welcome. Shu Lai hurriedly shook his head. I didn't expect that Dr. Shu is actually a martial arts master. Zhang Xiangyu chatted while driving. Not really. It's just that the man's realm was unstable today. Shu Lai didn't think that he was a master just because he defeated Fu Gaoming. Maybe there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world, and he just didn't know it yet. Although Zhang Sanfeng had experienced a lot of things in his memory, it didn't mean that Zhang Sanfeng really understood this world. Zhang Xiangyu drove very steadily. When they returned to the Zhang family, Shu Lai had fallen asleep. Dr. Shu, we're here. Zhang Xiangyu whispered. Oh. Shu Lai opened his eyes and came to Zhang Zhengguo's bed with her. Zhang Tianrui, Zhang Xiangdi, and other Zhang family members arrived. Obviously, Zhang Xiangyu had already notified them. Seeing Shu Lai coming in, Zhang Xiangdi glanced at her with her beautiful eyes and pouted. But her beautiful eyes were still fixed on Shu Lai. After realizing that Shu Lai didn't even look at her, she felt a little disappointed in her beautiful eyes. Ahem. Xiangyu said that Dr. Shu found a spiritual object? Zhang Zhengguo coughed and propped himself up, forcing himself to speak. Mr. Zhang, don't get up yet. Shu Lai hurried over to support him. After letting Zhang Zhengguo lie down again, Shu Lai took out the jade box. The spiritual object has been found, but you can't use it directly. Mr. Zhang, your body needs to be adjusted first. Although spiritual power can cure diseases, Zhang Zhengguo's body is too weak. If there is any accident in the middle, it will be bad. He found Qi Xianya and talked to her. Qi Xianya herself is also a top doctor, otherwise she would not be valued by Zhang Zhengguo. She quickly understood what Shu Lai meant and knew the complexity of the matter. After some hesitation, she prescribed medicine for Zhang Zhengguo to adjust his body. Shu Lai continued to study the stone in his hand. In addition to its incomparable weight, the powerful spiritual energy in this stone and the weirdness of swallowing his true energy made him a little uneasy. In Zhang Sanfeng's long memory, he had never seen anything like it. At night there was an anxious knock on Shulai's door. When Shulai opened the door, he saw Qi Xianya in disheveled clothes and said hurriedly, "Mr. Zhang is not doing well. This time there is a severe rejection reaction." "Don't worry, I'll take a look." Shulai flashed and left the room and came to Zhang Zhengguo's ward. Zhang Tianrui also ran over in his pajamas, with a strong smell of perfume on his body. No need to think, he was rolling on the bed with a woman just now. "What's going on?" "My dad is fine. What did you do?" Shulai didn't even look at him when he came, but just felt his pulse quietly. Qi Xianya could only explain, "Mr. Tianrui, this is an immune response in Mr. Zhang's heart. We can't do anything about it." "Helpless. Our Zhang family gave you so much money. Is this what you did? And that kid over there, didn't you say you were awesome? Why are you silent now?" Shulai raised his head, glanced at him, and said, "Shut up." Zhang Tianrui looked at Shulai's eyes and immediately took a step back in fear. His heart almost stopped, and he quickly shut his mouth. Shulai glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Zhang's condition is very bad. I can't wait any longer. I can only try." Chapter 38, Sealing the Body with 300 Needles. After Shulai finished speaking, he took out the spiritual object and started to work. He placed a thumb-sized stone on Mr. Zhang's forehead. At the same time, he turned around and said, "People who are not related should leave first." Some people quickly walked out of the room. Shulai stopped Zhang Xiangyu. He thought about it and decided that it would be better to leave a member of the Zhang family here. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, it would be difficult to explain. Seeing that her sister stayed, Zhang Xiangdi did not leave. Shulai looked at her and said nothing. One or two more people would not have much impact. "No matter what happens next, please do not disturb me," Shulai said solemnly. This was the first time he did this kind of thing, and he was a little nervous. "We know." Zhang Xiangyu and Qi Xianya spoke quickly. Shulai looked at Zhang Xiangdi again. Zhang Xiangdi pouted and said, "Don't worry." Shulai took a deep breath and started to work. He first used more than 300 silver needles to seal Zhang Zhengguo's body. It was the first time Qi Xianya saw someone use so many silver needles, and her eyes widened. "Hehe, this is nothing. At most, more than 1,200 silver needles can be used." In Zhang Sanfeng's memory, he used more than 1,200 silver needles to save a woman with an ice physique. He sealed the other person's body for 3 years. So more than 300 silver needles are really nothing. After sealing Zhang Zhengguo's body, Shulai looked at the small stone. He used his true energy to carefully guide the spiritual energy in the stone, slowly entering Zhang Zhengguo's body. Ha! Although there was not much spiritual energy in the stone, it had an amazing quality. It was as if it had been infinitely compressed and then completely transformed. In essence, true energy is also the form of spiritual energy after compression, but the spiritual energy in the stone is many times richer than true energy. Boom! After such high-quality spiritual energy entered Zhang Zhengguo's body, it immediately traveled throughout his body. Zhang Zhengguo's originally withered and broken body was recovering at an extremely fast speed. What was going on? Why did this spiritual energy have such a great effect? Shulai himself did not expect it to turn out like this. No matter what, stabilize it first. Shulai gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the flow of spiritual energy. After 3 hours, Shulai was almost exhausted. His clothes were soaked, and the whole person looked like he had been fished out of the water. "Okay." After saying that, Shulai tilted his head and fainted. "Dr. Shu?" In a daze, Shulai seemed to hear several panicked screams. It was 2 days later when he woke up again. He opened his eyes and saw 2 women sitting beside his bed. One was Zhang Xiangyu, whose eyes were red. It seemed that she had not closed her eyes for several days, and there seemed to be traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. The other one surprised him. It was actually Zhang Xiangdi. He always thought that Zhang Xiangdi hated him, but it seemed that he had changed. "Thank you," Shulai said with a smile. "It's okay, Dr. Shu. I'm glad you woke up." Zhang Xiangyu's beautiful eyes showed joy. "Thank you too." Shulai looked at Zhang Xiangdi next to him. "Humph, I just came to see if you were dead." After Zhang Xiangdi finished speaking, her willow waist and stood up to leave. Shulai looked at her back and thought to himself, "It seems that I was wrong. This woman still hates me, but it doesn't matter. Just hate her if she hates him." "Xiao Shu, you finally woke up." Zhang Zhengguo came over in a wheelchair and said with gratitude. Shulai looked over and saw that Zhang Zhengguo looked much better, with a ruddy complexion and even breathing. This time he absorbed such pure spiritual energy, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Now he is in exceptionally good health. It looks like he is at least several decades younger. Shulai even felt a strong fluctuation in him, and he might have stepped into the level of an internal force warrior. Xiaoshu, you have given a second life to an old man like me this time. Zhang Zhengguo bowed to Shulai. Shulai quickly stood up and supported him. Mr. Zhang, I can't bear this. Zhang Zhengguo's status and age were not ordinary, and he couldn't bear it if he suddenly knelt down to him. Xiaoshu, if you have any instructions in the future, the Zhang family will not have any complaints. Zhang Zhengguo looked at Shulai solemnly. Shulai hurriedly shook his head and smiled. Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. After talking to Zhang Zhengguo, Shulai quickly turned on his mobile phone. He had been sleeping for the past 2 days, and he didn't know how Liu Jingjing and her sister were doing now. They must have been worried these 2 days. As the phone screen lit up, he saw countless missed calls. It was indeed Sister Liu Jingjing who called. There were also countless text messages and messages. Shulai hurriedly called. In the villa, Liu Jingjing looked exhausted. Sister, Brother Shu is such a good person. Good luck will come to him. I believe nothing will happen. Liu Mengshe's face was also very haggard, but she wanted to comfort her sister. I will wait for Brother Shu for another day. If he doesn't come back, I will go to find. No matter where he is, I will find him. Liu Jingjing wiped her eyes and said firmly, Sister, I will go with you. We will go together. Whether we live or die, we will be together. Sister. Liu Jingjing looked at her sister with red eyes. The two sisters hugged each other and couldn't help crying again. At this moment, the phone rang. Sister, it's Brother Shu. Hello. Hello, are you okay? Shulai said nervously. Brother Shu, woo-woo. Hearing Shulai's familiar voice, Liu Mengshe couldn't hold back any longer. Okay, don't cry. I'm fine. I made you worry. Shulai said with guilt. He didn't expect that treating Zhang Zhengguo would consume so much energy. With his strength of qi training at the 7th level, he actually fainted on the spot. Brother Shu, I'm glad you're okay. Liu Jingjing's voice came with a choked voice. Brother Shu, when will you be back? I'll be back soon, and we'll have dinner together tonight. Shulai said repeatedly. Great, Brother Shu. We'll wait for you. Liu Mengshui's cheering voice came. Well, by the way, don't forget to cook 2 radishes for me. Don't worry, Brother Shu, we know. If there are any this time, cook 2 more. Shulai added. After the last breakthrough in the heaven-swallowing technique, he could absorb the amount of 3 radishes. After hanging up the phone, Shulai said goodbye to Zhang Zhengguo. Zhang Zhengguo didn't expect Shulai to leave in such a hurry and was a little disappointed. Xiaoshu, I'm sorry to bother you so much this time. Why don't you stay here for a few more days? Xiangyu has some questions that I want to ask you. Zhang Zhengguo glanced at Zhang Xiangyu, who was obviously dressed up carefully, and said. Zhang Xiangyu blushed. Grandpa? Shulai found that Zhang Xiangyu was indeed very beautiful today, but he didn't plan to stay any longer and still said goodbye and left. Chapter 39 Kryptonian. After leaving the Zhang family, Shulai took a taxi. In the car, his consciousness sank into the system. According to the system display, he already had 1,030 points of merit, but it seems that there is still a package that has not been claimed. System, what is this package? Master, this package is your reward for saving Zhang Zhengguo. There is actually a reward. This should be similar to killing villains. It seems that saving a life also has a merit point reward. Receive it. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for successfully receiving the package and obtaining 1,000 merit points and a yellow level merit aura. 1,000 merit points. It's actually 1,000 merit points, too good. I had done several tasks before and barely saved 1,000 merit points. I didn't expect that I would get 1,000 merit points directly by saving Zhang Zhengguo this time. By the way, system, what is that yellow level merit qi? Master, yellow level merit qi is a kind of merit. Generally speaking, merit levels are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Yellow is the lowest level of merit. The lowest level? Shulai was a little disappointed. Master, don't underestimate yellow level merit. It is a very precious thing. Many people can only condense a ray of yellow level merit in their lifetime. Then what's the use of this? The merit qi can be exchanged for some special items in the system. At this time, the system flashed, and Shulai saw a redemption box on the system page. 10 years of life, 3 yellow level merit qi. 10 years of life. Is it the kind of life that can be used to live another 10 years with 3 yellow-level merit chi when the lifespan is almost over? Shulai was shocked. Master, not only those whose lifespan is about to end, but even those who are about to die, as long as their major organs are not lost, can use 3 yellow-level merit chi to exchange for 10 years of life. This function is a bit against the sky. System, how can I get more yellow-level merit chi? There is no specific way to get merit chi, but generally speaking, it is easy to get merit chi by helping some people with great merit. There are also punishments for some extremely treacherous and evil people, which are also easy to appear. After listening to the system's words, Shulai sighed in his heart. Sure enough, there is no special shortcut to take. However, Zheng Zhenguo is indeed a man of merit. Saving him actually gained a yellow-level merit energy. At this time, the car arrived at Longquan Villa, and Shulai paid the fare and got off. Walking to the entrance of Longquan Villa, a big bald head suddenly jumped out. There were 2 jiba on the big bald head. This was naturally Tang Long. Mr. Shu, you are finally back. Miss Liu and the others have been very worried about you these 2 days. It seems that Liu Jingjing couldn't find him, so she should have asked Tang Long about the situation. Well, I know. Shulai looked at him and walked straight back to the villa. I'm back? Back at the villa, Shulai couldn't help but shout with a smile. Hearing the voice, Liu Jingjing and her sister hurried out. Liu Jingjing was still wearing an apron and was cooking. When she saw Shulai, her eyes turned red. Liu Mengshui was also helping in the kitchen, holding dishes in her hands. Shulai comforted them for a while, and they slowly calmed down. When eating, Shulai placed a bowl of radishes in front of him as usual. While he was eating, he used the heaven swallowing technique to absorb. After absorbing the spiritual energy of almost 3.5 radishes, the heaven swallowing technique slowly became saturated. Although there was no major change in the heaven swallowing technique this time, he had a hunch that it should be soon. At night, lying on the bed, Shulai began to think about how to use these merit points. Now there are a total of 2,030 merit points. I can look for suitable martial arts. My realm is already the 7th level of Qi training, but I have never had any martial arts. With excitement, Shulai consciously entered the system mall. The 9th level of Collapse Mountain Fist is 5,000 merit points. It's a bit expensive. Shulai shook his head. The 1st level of the Great Tathagata Sword Sutra, 10,000 merit points. This is more expensive. I didn't expect that it would cost 10,000 points just for the 1st level. Isn't there a cheaper one? Originally, Shulai had more than 2,000 merit points, and he thought he was already pretty good. But after seeing the was not very good. He used up all the 2,000 merit points, but he didn't get anything. It seems that Krypton Gold is really unreliable, or maybe his merit points are still too few. He must earn more merit points as soon as possible. After failing to Krypton Gold, Shulai was not in the mood to continue sleeping. He got up and sensed the breath of the purple zombie. The purple zombie still stayed in the pit honestly, but from time to time, he gave him a little intimacy. That guy seemed to want to come out and didn't want to stay in the ground. Shulai couldn't meet his request. The appearance of the purple zombie was still too scary in the eyes of the world. Meow! At this moment, the orange cat moved its fat body and slowly staggered over. During this period, the orange cat was taken care of by the Liu Jing sisters. It ate well and slept well. There was also a special person to stroke its fur. Unknowingly, its weight increased a lot. Big Orange, if you continue like this, Garfield will not be as heavy as you. Shulai picked up this guy and walked to the window. He found that the light was still on in Liu Mengshui's room. Shulai activated the Eye of Truth and saw Liu Mengshui reading a book through the thick wall. Ding! System task triggered. Help Liu Mengshui to enroll in school and reward 200 merit points. The task is here. Shulai was happy in his heart and was thinking about how to earn merit points. It seems that his decision to save Liu Jingjing and her sister was really right. I didn't expect that they could trigger tasks one after another. I don't know if this will happen in the future. It shouldn't be difficult to help Liu Mengshui enroll in school. The next morning I had breakfast. After Shulai absorbed some more spiritual energy from the radish, he called Zheng Zhenguo. With Zheng Zhenguo's help, Liu Mengshui's enrollment should be much easier. Mr. Zheng, Xiao Shu. Zheng Zhenguo laughed immediately after hearing Shulai's voice. He waved his hand to let the servant leave and said with a smile, Mr. Zheng, I may have to trouble you with something. He briefly told Zhang Zhenguo about Liu Mengshui's situation. After listening, Zhang Zhenguo laughed immediately. Xiaoshu, don't worry about this little thing. I'll ask and give you an answer right away. Okay. Xu Lai hung up the phone and said to Liu Mengshui, I asked someone to help inquire. If Mengshui wants to go back to school, it should be no problem. Really? Liu Mengshui was so excited that the bun in her hand fell off. Chapter 40 Enrollment Task. Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Xu Lai smiled slightly. Lu Jingjing was also very happy. Being able to go back to school has always been something Xiao Shui has been looking forward to. Just after she finished speaking, Xu Lai's cell phone rang. Zhang Zhenguo had called. Xu Lai answered the call in front of Liu Mengshui. Mr. Zhang, is there a result so soon? Xiaoshu, our Zhang family still has some influence. Zhang Zhenguo's slightly proud voice came. In fact, he also wanted to show something in front of Xu Lai, especially after hearing Zhang Xiangyu say that Xu Lai defeated Fu Gaoming. After discussing with Liu Mengshui, they decided to enroll in school in 3 days. The school is Haidong No. 1 Middle School, which is also the best middle school in Haidong. The university admission rate has reached 99%. Every time Xu Lai thought of this admission rate, he mourned for the 1%. I don't know what it feels like for the 1% of students to study in this school. I heard that some of this admission rate is recommended. Many children from wealthy families study here, and after graduation, they are directly sent to a university abroad to get a gold medal. This is also counted in the admission rate. However, even in this case, Haidong No. 1 Middle School is still pretty good. Every year, many students are admitted to key universities, and even many are admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. After 3 days of preparation, Liu Mengshui, Xu Lai, and Liu Jingjing went to school together. Liu Mengshui will go directly to the 3rd year of high school, and Zhang Zhenguo has already made it clear. Zhang Zhenguo originally planned to come in person today, but Xu Lai thought about it and refused because there was no need. When they arrived at the gate of No. 1 Middle School, Liu Mengshui became nervous and held Xu Lai's arm tightly. Xu Lai comforted her, greeted the guard, and the 3 of them walked into the school. The guard heard that they were looking for the Dean of Teaching and let them in directly. When they walked into the campus, a youthful atmosphere immediately hit them. Many junior and senior high school students were playing on the playground, and Liu Mengshui's eyes were slightly envious. Xu Lai stopped a little girl who was about to trot away and asked, "Hello, how do I get to the Academic Affairs Office?" The little girl smiled and showed them the way. "Go to the left, the teaching building is at the end, and the Academic Affairs Office is on the left on the 2nd floor." "Thank you, little sister." Liu Jingjing thanked her happily. Xu Lai and his friends went straight to the Academic Affairs Office. As soon as they went upstairs, they heard a scolding voice. "How do you do things? I asked you to pour me a cup of coffee. Why did you pour tea?" "Director Liu, I'm sorry, there is no coffee in the office, and I don't have any either, so I can only make you a cup of tea," a middle-aged man said carefully. "Don't you know to go out and buy some if there is no coffee?" "Ah." The middle-aged man was stunned. "What are you still standing there for? Go buy some." But I have a class later." Class, you bastard. If you don't buy me a cup of coffee, forget about going to class. Get out of here." The middle-aged man then ran out in a hurry. When he came out, he didn't really look at the road and bumped into Liu Jingjing. "Sorry, classmate." The male teacher apologized while hurriedly going downstairs, and it seemed that he really went to buy coffee. Xu Lai frowned. He walked to the door of the office and saw a man inside who was still panting with anger. This was the one who had just scolded people, and it seemed that he was still the director of the Academic Affairs Office. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Seeing Xu Lai and the other 2, a female teacher in the office stood up and asked. Xu Lai took a look at Director Liu and could only bite the bullet and said, "We are looking for Director Liu." Liu Liangji raised his eyes, put his legs on the table where he was working, and said coldly, "Who is looking for me? I told you I am busy." "Hello, Director Liu. I am Xu Lai." Before Xu Lai finished speaking, Liu Liangji said loudly with cold eyes, "Are you fucking deaf? I told you I am busy. If you want to look for me, wait until I am in a good mood." "Then when will you be in a good mood, Director Liu?" Xu Lai said. This." Liu Liangji's eyes swept over Xu Lai and Liu Jingjing's sisters unscrupulously. Liu Jingjing and Liu Mengshui were both uncomfortable with his gaze, and they hid behind Xu Lai. Seeing this scene, Liu Liangji was even more upset. Boy, get out, no matter what you want to see me for today. I am busy. He waved his hand as if to shoo away a fly. He was waiting for a big shot today, who was specially taken care of by the higher-ups. He had no mood to care about this small shot who suddenly appeared. It was said that this big shot had a deep relationship with the Zhang family. He actually asked Mr. Zhang to personally call the school principal. Such a person deserves his careful treatment. As for the one in front of him, he was dressed in ordinary clothes, and it was obvious that he was a small character at a glance. What? Why don't you get out? Don't you understand what I say? His family arranged this position just to gain experience, and he didn't plan to stay for long. So he didn't hide his dislike for most of the teachers here. Shulai took out his mobile phone and prepared to send Zhang Zhengguo his number to make a call. Zhang Zhengguo said before that if he encountered any problems, he could call this number. Liu Liangji looked at the door and found that the big shot had not come yet, and he was a little anxious. He really wanted to see who Zhang Zhengguo could treat so seriously. If he served this big shot well, he would probably save many years of hard work. At this time, his cell phone rang. Liu Liangji saw that it was the principal calling, so he quickly answered the call. Hello, principal. What do you want to do? Has the person that Mr. Zhang asked come? The principal asked on the phone. No, I've been waiting for a long time, but I haven't seen him. It will probably take a while. Oh, then you should be careful. I heard from Mr. Zhang that the person is relatively low-key, so you should pay attention to him. Don't worry, principal, I know. I will wait for him here today. After hanging up the phone, Liu Liangji whistled easily. He offended these useless people in the school, so what did these people dare to do to him? However, the big man that Zhang Zhengguo told him to do must not be offended, and he must be served well. At this time, Shulai finally dialed the number sent by Zhang Zhengguo. I don't know why the line was busy just now. Hello, how are you? Who are you? A slightly old voice came from the other end of the phone. I was introduced by Mr. Zhang. He said he could ask you for help if he has any problem. Oh, it's Mr. Shu. Are you here? The old voice on the other end became much more polite. I'm here. I'm at the Academic Affairs office. I'm in trouble. Please come over. He didn't expect to meet such a dean of the Academic Affairs office as soon as he came in. Okay, I'll be there right away. Please wait. Shulai hung up the phone. Liu Liangji looked at him and sneered. Why don't you get out of here, brat? Who are you calling? I said I'm not free today, so it's useless for you to call anyone. Shulai glanced at him and said nothing more. He waited quietly. Chapter 41, The Mysterious Math Teacher. After a while, a half-bald, thin man in his 50s walked in. He hurriedly shouted before entering the door. Liu Liangji, what are you doing? Liu Liangji heard the voice and quickly stood up from his seat, looking at the man who rushed in and asked in confusion. Principal, what's wrong? What's wrong? They have come to the Academic Affairs office, and you don't know yet? What do you mean? Liu Liangji was still confused. He didn't even see his own people, so how could he come to the Academic Affairs office? I have been watching the Academic Affairs office. How could someone come? Liu Liangji suddenly turned his head to look at Shulai next to him. No way. Liu Liangji's heart was pounding, looking at Shulai. His voice was extremely dry. You were introduced by Mr. Zhang? It's me, what's wrong? Shulai said. Mr. Shu, it turns out to be you. This is what's going on. The principal, with a half-bald head, didn't understand yet. Principal, this is what happened. I need to find Director Liu to handle the enrollment. He said he is not available today. Nonsense. Mr. Shu, this is our school's fault. I will take full responsibility for it. The principal quickly pulled Shulai's hand and said, Liu Liangji, why don't you apologize to Mr. Shu? Liu Liangji clenched his fists and lowered his head unwillingly, saying, Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Shu. Forget it, just get Mengshui's enrollment done as soon as possible. Got it, I'll do it right away. Liu Liangji quickly agreed, but there was a strong hatred in the depths of his eyes. I don't know where this brat got his luck. He actually knows Mr. Zhang. But so what? One day, I will make you look good. Thinking in his heart, in front of the principal, he could only help Liu Mengshui get her enrollment done quickly. After getting her enrollment done, the principal personally took Shu Lai and Liu Mengshui to the classroom. Mr. Shu, Mengshui, this is class 9 of senior 3. The female teacher who was teaching mathematics was in class. When she saw the principal coming, she hurried out. Principal. The female teacher wore glasses and a professional uniform. She had a graceful figure and a white neck. This was a young woman with fair skin, beautiful face and a great figure. She looked no more than 23 or 24 years old. Well, this is the new student, Liu Mengshui. You have to take care of her. Oh, Mengshui, come in. Xiang Xinyu glanced at Liu Mengshui and was surprised. He didn't expect that the principal would come to accompany him. This student was not ordinary. This is Xiang Xinyu, an outstanding mathematics teacher in our school. Although she is not very old, her teaching ability is very strong. The principal introduced with a smile. Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Xiang. Xulai stretched out his hand. Xiang Xinyu hesitated for a moment and also stretched out her bare hand, gently shaking hands with Xulai. Xulai felt the tenderness and smoothness of his palm and couldn't help but feel moved. He looked at Xiang Xinyu in surprise. His surprise was not because of Xiang Xinyu's beauty, but when shaking hands, he felt a different breath from Xiang Xinyu. That was not the breath of a human. This beautiful female teacher is probably not simple. He used the eye of truth to scan and found that there seemed to be something covering the other person's breath, so he couldn't see it clearly. He could only see a ball shape faintly. Thinking of this, he left a little true energy in Liu Mengshui's body. If Liu Mengshui had any accident, he could feel it clearly. This little true energy can usually last for 4 or 5 hours, which is enough for today. Mengshui, go in. Liu Mengshui glanced at the classroom nervously, and then looked at Xulai and her sister. Her eyes were red, and she wanted to hold back her tears, but tears still flowed out. Sister, points. 200 points were obtained. Xulai was delighted, but it was still too little. With such a small amount of merit points, it was not enough to obtain a set of exercises. System, is there any way to get more merit points? No, the system task triggers are all random and cannot be controlled. Alas, although I knew this earlier, I was still a little disappointed to hear the system answer like this. But generally, helping others or punishing evildoers will reward merit points. If the master really wants merit points, he can start from these 2 aspects. Do good deeds? Punish evildoers? Do you want me to help an old lady cross the street? I can't help her many times with my little money. If it gets involved in a lawsuit, it will be even more troublesome. Unless it is absolutely necessary, don't use this method. Punishing evildoers can be considered. But where can I find evildoers? Suddenly, he glanced at the corner next to him, and his eyes lit up. Had just walked out of the school not far away. In the corner next to him, he felt several hostile forces, which should be directed at him. There was a faint murderous aura on these people. Obviously, these people were not desperate criminals, but old thugs on the street. This kind of people should be considered villains. Hey. Xulai couldn't help laughing in his heart. He was worried about not having merit points, but he didn't expect someone to deliver them to his door. Liu Jingjing was slightly surprised to see Xulai suddenly laugh alone. Brother Shu, are you okay? I'm fine. Xulai wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, glanced at the corner next to him, and was overjoyed. Let's go for a while. There's no rush to catch the bus. Originally, Xulai was planning to catch the bus back, but after seeing the aura in the corner, he immediately gave up his original idea. Following the road, Xulai slowly walked into a small alley. Liu Jing's beautiful big eyes were a little confused. Seeing that Brother Shu looked very happy, she didn't ask too much and could only follow Xulai closely. Finally, when they walked into an alley with no one at all, a group of people came out from behind them. Hey! A group of people stood behind them, laughing strangely with bad intentions. Brother Shu. Liu Jingjing was so scared that her face turned pale, and she shouted quickly, Jingjing, don't be afraid. Xulai stood in front of her, looking at the gangsters in front of him. In his eyes, these gangsters were all merit points. Smelly boy, you look like you are not waiting for us brothers. The leading gangster looked at Xulai and grinned. Ha ha ha, boss, you really look like him. This kid walked slowly into this deserted alley. Is he waiting for us or what else? Chapter 42. Innate Spiritual Roots, Chaos Green Lotus. Yes, I am indeed waiting for you, Xulai said. Haha, kid, do you really know that we are following you? The leading thug snorted and looked at Xulai. I know, Xulai nodded. Boss, this kid is not right. A younger brother frowned and said he had a bad premonition. Who cares? Let's cripple this kid's hands first. The leading thug also felt something was wrong. A young boy was not afraid of so many of them. Go! One of the tall thugs roared and rushed towards Xulai first. Xulai waved his hand and slapped the tall thug in the face. Snap soon! The tall thug was slapped and turned around in place and then fell down. The leading thug saw that the most capable fighter on his side could not survive a single blow. He was shocked and gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, come together and deal with this guy." 5 or 6 people rushed up at once. Shu Lai stretched out his hands and punched and kicked them slowly, and in the blink of an eye, he knocked these people to the ground, and they kept wailing. Merit points? Merit points. After dealing with these people, Shu Lai found that his merit points actually increased by 120. Not bad. Helping Lu Mengxie to enroll in school was only 200 merit points. Now beating up these thugs can get 120 merit points, which is not a loss no matter how you count it. Jing, let's go. Shu Lai glanced at the place deep in the alley and turned to leave. Deep in the alley, Liu Liangji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. Especially when Shu Lai looked over at me at the end, I wondered if that guy would notice me. It shouldn't be possible. This place is more than 100 meters away from that place, and there is a wall between them. That guy shouldn't be able to notice me. He wanted to find a few thugs to teach that guy a lesson. After all, when has Liu Liangji ever suffered such humiliation? Unexpectedly, these thugs combined were no match for one hand. On the bus, Liu Jing looked at Shu Lai's handsome face. "Brother Shu, did you really notice those people just now?" "Yes, you know, I'm very powerful now. It's easy for ordinary people to be spotted by me." Shu Lai raised his fist and pretended to be fierce. "Oh, Brother Shu is really powerful." Liu Jing blushed slightly. Back at the villa, Shu Lai took out the stone he had obtained before. After treating Zheng Zhengguo last time, some spiritual energy was consumed in the stone, but it was not consumed completely. However, Shu Lai still had a psychological shadow about the stone, so he was very careful. At a distance of almost half a hand, Shu Lai released his qi and slowly wrapped the stone. Suddenly, that powerful suction came again. Shu Lai's face changed. He quickly cut off his qi, but this time it didn't work. The suction from the stone was like a magnetic field that was magnified countless times. His qi was trapped in it and couldn't be taken back at all. And more qi in his body was also absorbed. Damn! This stone is probably not an ordinary thing. I was still a little careless. Now Shu Lai can only hope that the stone will stop by itself. Time passed little by little. 2 or 3 hours passed unknowingly. The qi in his body has been consumed. Another hour passed. Shu Lai's face was as pale as paper. The qi in his body had been swallowed up by the stone. Although he is still at the 7th level of qi training, there is no trace of qi in his body. I don't know how long it will take to recover. This is equivalent to going back to the pre-liberation period. Shu Lai looked at the stone in front of him with tears in his eyes. "What the hell are you?" At this moment, the stone suddenly began to heat up, burning a dent in his hard marble floor. Puff! A muffled sound came from the stone. The thumb-sized stone was slowly covered with cracks. With a click, a crack opened, revealing a touch of emerald green light. Slowly, with the naked eye, a sprout-like thing grew out of the stone. Could it be that this stone is not a stone, but a seed? Shu Lai stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. He didn't even have time to care about the loss of his inner energy. The emerald green sprout in front of him was shining with magical brilliance. It seemed to be the mother of all things and the most dazzling life in the universe. He subconsciously reached out to grab it. When his hand touched the sprout, something strange happened. The sprout moved and stuck directly to his hand, and the leaf that had not yet formed sawed through his palm like a saw blade and penetrated deeply into his flesh and blood. "Ah!" Shu Lai couldn't help but groan. Intense pain spread all over his body, and even deep in his soul, there was an intense burning sensation. It wasn't over yet. After the emerald green sprouts tore through his flesh, they went straight into his arm. It was like in the Alien movie. Shu Lai was completely shocked. What did this seed want to do? Did it want to suck him dry? Or did it want to occupy his body? Or, like the parasitic beasts in the movie, use his body as nutrients? A series of strange thoughts floated through his mind. Suddenly, all the pain disappeared. Deep in his dantian, the emerald green seed was suspended. Something like chaotic energy enveloped the seed. "System, are you there? What is this thing?" Shu Lai didn't know what to do at this time, so he asked casually. "Master, the system thinks this thing is probably a legendary thing." "What legendary thing?" "Chaos Green Lotus." The system's voice came. For the first time, Shu Lai heard a tremor in the system's voice. But at this time, he didn't study it carefully or pay attention to it at all. Chaos Green Lotus? Shulai asked. Chaos Green Lotus, according to legend, is an innate spiritual root produced at the beginning of the birth of chaos. It is a supreme treasure, immortal. Supreme treasure, immortal? Why has it become a seed now? A seed is a state of continuous reincarnation. Something must have happened in the past that turned the Chaos Green Lotus into a seed again. Shulai understood a little. In other words, the Chaos Green Lotus should have died before, but it is different from other people. When a person dies, he is really dead. When the Chaos Green Lotus died, it should have turned into a seed. Until now, it absorbed my true energy and then sprouted and grew again. Then this thing is in my Dantian now. What should I do? Master, don't worry. Not only will it not hurt you, it is also a great opportunity for you. At this point, the system's voice seemed to have a little more envy. Shulai asked in confusion, "What kind of opportunity?" Chapter 43, Bullying. The Chaos Green Lotus can ignore time and space and absorb the chaotic energy between heaven and earth. When it absorbs, you can also absorb a part of it. Of course, this needs to change according to your strength. The stronger you are, the more benefits you will receive. Really? Shulai's heartbeat accelerated a little. Of course it's true. The system said speechlessly. Then what should I do? Master, you just need to relax and don't have any hostility towards the Chaos Green Lotus, and you will naturally feel it. Shulai nodded, thinking that what the system said made sense, although he didn't understand it very well, but he still slowly calmed down. At this time, he really felt a little bit of something different, just like when he just subdued the purple zombie. A slight fluctuation passed through his mind. At this moment in his Dantian, the buds of the Chaos Green Lotus seemed to shake. Boom! An unimaginable spiritual energy came out from nowhere and instantly spread all over his body. Shulai quickly absorbed and refined it. More than half an hour later, the chi in his body that had been completely consumed was completely refilled. It was even more refilled, and he was closer to the 8th level of chi training. This is the benefit of the Chaos Green Lotus. Because of your realm, you can only absorb so much. The system explained to him. So that's how it is, but it's enough. Shulai looked up at the window and found that it was dark without him noticing. Lu Mengxie should be back from school. I wonder how her first day of school went. He was about to go out when he found that his palm was covered with blood. It should be left when the Chaos Green Lotus tore his palm just now. But now the wound has healed. The Chaos Green Lotus seems to have the function of healing. Perhaps this is related to the fact that the Chaos Green Lotus is an innate spiritual root of wood attribute. After washing, Shulai walked outside. Lu Mengxie had indeed returned. But Lu Mengxue's face was a little blue and purple, and her eyes were still full of fear. What's going on? Shulai hurried over. Mengxie said. She met a few girls at school. When she went to the toilet, they surrounded her in a corner and poured ink on her. 2 of the girls even got physical with her. Shulai could basically imagine the scene. Although he had seen a lot of bullying on the internet, he never expected that such a thing would happen to him. Although Lu Mengxie was not his sister, he had already treated them as his own sisters. Mengxie, don't worry. Starting tomorrow, those people will no longer dare to bully you. Just go to school normally tomorrow. Also, don't worry about causing trouble for me. If they bully you, they are bullying me. I know, Brother Shu. Lu Mengxie looked at Shulai with a strange light in her eyes. Shulai looked at the purple and blue color on Lu Mengxue's face and said, Mengxie, how about I help you get rid of the wound on your face? Brother Shu, do you have any quick way? Lu Jingjing also hoped that her sister would get better soon. When she goes to school tomorrow, if she has a scar on her face, it will not only look bad, but she will also receive strange looks from her classmates. She has also been educated, so she knows that feeling very well. In the past, her family was very poor, and the 2 of them went to school in tattered clothes, and they would experience that kind of look every time. Although they are very strong and will not be affected by that kind of look, no one wants to be seen as a monster by others, especially the 2 young girls. I can try. Shulai looked at Lu Mengxie. Lu Mengxie nodded shyly. Shulai stretched out his hand at this time and slowly covered Lu Mengxue's pretty face with his true chi. True Chi can dissolve blood stasis very quickly. However, when he used True Chi to dissolve it, the Chaos Green Lotus in his body shook, and a stream of clear air also flowed out. The clear air flowed over Lu Mengxie's pretty face, almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. The purple and green color on Lu Mengxie's face disappeared. It regained its rosy color, and her complexion and skin became better. It is worthy of being the Chaos Green Lotus. Shulai was surprised and happy in his heart. Okay. Shulai took his hand back and smiled at Lu Mengshui. Lu Mengshui quickly took a mirror to look at herself and immediately showed a happy smile. It's really gone. Thank you, Brother Shu. As a female high school student, she didn't want to look ugly. Mengshui, why do I feel that you have become more beautiful? Lu Jingjing tilted her head to look at her and said seriously. Sister. Mengshui ran away shyly. Shulai looked at her figure and smiled slightly. Thinking of those bullying female classmates, his heart cooled down. Female students of this age actually didn't experience much. They just saw that Lu Mengshui was easy to bully and was new. Maybe they were arrogant and domineering because their family had some power. It's just that they didn't realize how much psychological harm this kind of bullying would cause to others. Many students may lose the brilliance of life and go to extremes because of this. Even worse, so he didn't plan to let go of those who bullied Lu Mengshui. After Lu Mengshui fell asleep, Shulai found Lu Jingjing. Did Mengshui say who it was? Lu Jingjing was wearing pajamas, revealing her fair and round calves, and her whole body exuded a faint fragrance. Looking at Shulai, her fair and tender face was slightly red. Biting her red lips, she whispered, Mengshui doesn't want to cause trouble for Brother Shu anymore. Don't worry, I know my limits. Besides, why should Mengshui be bullied? Yes, why should Mengshui be bullied? Just because they are poor? Just because their parents are gone? Thinking of this, Lu Jingjing gritted her teeth and said, I heard from Mengshui that there were two main people who attacked her, one named Su Lili and the other named Wan Xiaoxia. It seems that Su Lili's family conditions are good, and she is the big sister in the school. Okay, I know. Shulai nodded. Just knowing these two names was enough. Brother Shu. Jingjing, don't worry. Shulai walked out of the room and called Zhong Zhengguo. Xiaoshu, is there anything I can help you with? Mr. Zhong, how many nice-looking cars do you have? Zhong Zhengguo was stunned, thought for a moment, and said, I only have a dozen cars over 2 million, and 4 or 5 of them are over 10 million. Mr. Zhong, if it's convenient, lend them all to me tomorrow and bring a driver. Xiaoshu, can I ask why? Zhong Zhengguo asked curiously. Shulai hesitated for a moment, but still told him about Lu Mengshui. After all, if you want to borrow someone's car, you should give a reason. Zhong Zhengguo hesitated and said, I have heard of the Su family. They are quite famous in Haidong. Oh, is there anything special about them? Shulai asked. Chapter 44 Dragonfang. This Su family mainly runs a martial arts school. They have a deep background and are famous in Haidong, Zhong Zhengguo said. Ha! No wonder that high school student is so arrogant. Shulai snorted coldly, and after making an agreement with Zhong Zhengguo, he hung up the phone. The next morning, Lu Mengshui had breakfast and planned to catch the bus to school. Shulai hurriedly said, You don't have to catch the bus today. Luxury car. It's okay. Just try it occasionally. Lu Mengshui may have been ordinary before, but she will definitely not be ordinary in the future. It is also a good thing to open her heart. At Shulai's insistence, Lu Mengshui had to get in the car. Shulai also asked Lu Jingjing to follow. After the car left Longquan Villa, Lu Mengshui was still a little nervous. She dared not move in the car, for fear of dirtying the car or something. At this time, she saw a row of luxury cars behind her from the mirror, and asked in surprise, Brother Shu, there are so many cars behind. Well, those cars are specially sent to you. So a magical scene appeared on the driveway today. More than a dozen luxury cars lined up in a line and drove towards Haidong No. 1 Middle School, especially the several super million sports cars at the head, attracting countless people's attention. Mom, I want that car! Seeing so many luxury cars, a bear child shouted to his mother, Okay, Mom will buy it for you. The young mother nodded casually. She couldn't afford such a car even if she sold the house. She was just comforting her son. Sure enough, the bear child thought it was true and said happily, Mom, let's buy 10. Okay, the young mother said again. Haidong No. 1 Middle School. Su Lili came to No. 1 Middle School in a stretched Lincoln worth more than 7 million. Hey, get out of here! This parking space is mine! Su Lili saw someone park the car in the spot where she had always parked, and she shouted immediately, Yes, Miss Su, I'm sorry, I'll drive away right away. The driver was a man in his 30s, and there was a boy in the car. Apparently, the boy came from a well-off family, with a private car and driver to pick him up. But even so, he didn't dare to say anything more to Su Lili, and drove away quickly. Sister Lily, I'm sorry I was wrong. This is my iPhone 18. I give it to you to make amends. The boy got out of the car and said to Sue Lily. Sue Lily handed the phone over, took a look at it, and took it directly. Okay, you know what's best for you. Get out of here. Thank you, Sister Lily. The boy left quickly. Sister Lily, look how scared that kid is, Wan Xiaoxia said with a smile. Huh, he's just a poor guy. You can't get much money out of him. Wan Xiaoxia looked at Sue Lily with envy. The boy's family is already rich, and it is said that he has a net worth of hundreds of millions. I didn't expect that in the eyes of someone like Sue Lily, he is still a poor guy. It would be great if she was born in a family like Sue Lily. But this is just a thought. It is impossible, so she chose to follow Sue Lily. As for studying, it is just a way for some poor guys to change their fate. She will become rich sooner or later if she follows Sue Lily. Sue Lily put away her phone and asked the driver to park the car in a good mood. This parking space belongs to me, Sue Lily. Who dares to move, sister? Lily is right. Everyone in number 1 middle school doesn't know that this parking space is yours. Fang Xiaoxia glanced around. There were already many people going to school around, but when they saw Sue Lily, they basically lowered their heads and dared not breathe. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz S-Series car suddenly drove up and stopped at that position. Who? Sue Lily saw that the parking space was occupied just when she was about to park, and her face fell. Seeing this, the students around ran away quickly, leaving a large empty space around. It's over. Who parked the car and dared to occupy Sue Lily's seat? I don't know. Look at that Mercedes-Benz S-Class. It should be worth 2 or 3 million. The other party may not be afraid of Sue Lily. Is there such a person in Haidong number 1 middle school? Besides, how can a Mercedes-Benz S-Class compare with Sue Lily? No matter who owns the car, it is definitely finished. At this time, the car door opened and a butler-like driver came out and stood by the door. Sue Lily was about to step forward to speak, and another car drove over. Puff! The car stopped, leaving a tire mark. A butler-like driver also walked out of it. More than a dozen luxury cars quickly stopped by the roadside as if to welcome something. Who are you? Sue Lily finally couldn't help it and asked loudly. The students around were watching closely. What's going on? Is there another rich person in our school? It seems so. There are more than a dozen luxury cars leading the way. Look, what is that? At this time, a super sports car suddenly appeared at the end of the road. Perfect streamline, invincible engine sound. Fuck, isn't this the super sports car among super sports cars? Dragon Fang? It's really Dragon Fang, I've seen it. You have seen it? Some students looked over with questioning eyes. I mean, I've seen it in some magazines. That's more like it. But Dragon Fang, I didn't expect it to appear here. Dragon Fang is said to have been auctioned off and sold for a sky-high price of 10 million US dollars. Everyone looked at the end of the road, Dragon Fang approaching gradually, with dementia in their eyes. At this time, a driver facing Sue Lily said lightly, "We are just sending a young lady to school." Sending a young lady to school? The classmates around him widened their eyes and looked at her curiously. Which young lady is it? Some boys even had red eyes, swallowing their saliva while looking at the road. If they could win the favor of this girl, they wouldn't have to struggle in their lives. At this time, Longya finally stopped. After parking the car, Shulai breathed a sigh of relief. It's fun to drive such a luxury car, but you might exceed the speed limit if you're not careful. He was sending Liu Mengshe to school, but he didn't want to be stopped and fined suddenly. After getting off the car, Shulai turned around and came to Liu Mengshe's side and opened the door for her personally. Liu Mengshe blushed and got off the car. She looked at the countless students around her with a nervous expression. "Miss?" Liu Mengshe got off the car and the driver, dressed like a butler in front, bowed and called out. Shulai nodded slightly, which was considered a response for Liu Mengshe. Chapter 45, 9 Heavens, Thunder and Fire. Liu Mengshe? Why is it you? Sue Lily was stunned to see that it was Liu Mengshe who came out of the car. Wan Xiaoxia didn't expect it either, and was stunned. You are Sue Lily, right? And Wan Xiaoxia, do you remember what happened yesterday? Shulai walked towards Sue Lily step by step and said. 3 big men in black shirts appeared beside Sue Lily. Each of them had a strong aura. Almost all of them had the level of internal strength. These were Sue Lily's bodyguards. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the students around them stepped back a few steps. What's going on? Is that guy going to go against Sue Lily? Looking at the scene in front of them, some boys also began to gossip. But no one left, but more people looked over here. After all, this was Su Lily, the overlord of #1 middle school. That guy is finished. The bodyguards around Su Lily dared to beat up the school security guards. If they went up, wouldn't they be beaten for nothing? They knew how powerful the bodyguards around Su Lily were. Several teachers in the school had been beaten. Those teachers were afraid of Su Lily's family background and didn't dare to say anything. Su Lily glanced at Shu Lai. Of course I know what happened yesterday. I beat Liu Mengshui, so what? I'm telling you, I'm going to beat her up again today. Don't think I'm scared just because you're bringing a few cars over. Today, I'm not only going to beat her, I'm going to beat you up too. After saying that, Su Lily shook her head, and the 3 bodyguards behind her immediately walked towards Shu Lai. Shu Lai's eyes didn't move, as if he didn't see the 3 bodyguards, until one of the bodyguards punched him. Shu Lai reached out, grabbed the other's fist, and then used force. Crack! With a muffled sound, the bodyguard's fist was immediately deformed. Ah! The tall bodyguard screamed, and his body knelt in front of Shu Lai. Seeing this, the other 2 hurried over to help. However, Shu Lai raised his leg and kicked the 2 men one by one, and they flew away and fell heavily on Su Lily's extended Lincoln. The extended Lincoln car made 2 clicks and was deformed by the pressure. The 3 bodyguards who made Su Lily full of confidence fell to the ground in an instant. Shu Lai continued to approach Su Lily. Su Lily hurriedly stepped back. Shu Lai took 1 step forward, and Su Lily took 2 steps back. Don't come over here. Su Lily's voice trembled with fear. This was the first time she had been so scared since she was a child. Don't come over here. Apologize. Shu Lai stood beside Su Lily and said lightly. Su Lily looked at Shu Lai's eyes and felt that her soul was almost frozen. She could only walk to Liu Mengshui and began to apologize. I'm sorry, Liu Mengshui. I shouldn't have surrounded you in the toilet yesterday, beat you, and poured ink on you. It was my fault. Before Liu Mengshui could speak, the classmates around her were in an uproar. Su Lily apologized to someone. God has eyes, and finally let Su Lily know how powerful she is. Some classmates who had been bullied by Su Lily shouted one after another. A boy even rushed over and thanked Shu Lai. Thank you, brother. Shu Lai didn't expect there would be such a reaction. Patting the boy on the shoulder, he said, It's okay, study hard. When I'm not around, help take care of Mengshui at school. The boy glanced at Liu Mengshui's pretty face, blushed and nodded heavily, saying, Brother, don't worry. Mengshui is already one of the 4 most beautiful girls in our school. No one dares to bully her. After saying that, he glanced at Su Lily next to him and couldn't help shrinking his neck. Don't be afraid. If Su Lily dares to bully you again, tell me. Shu Lai glanced at Su Lily coldly and said. After apologizing, Shu Lai asked Su Lily to leave with a few bodyguards. After all, if they were delayed like this, class would start soon. Shu Lai didn't want Liu Mengshui to be late. Brother Shu, I'll go in then. At the school gate, Liu Mengshui looked at Shu Lai and whispered, seeming a little reluctant. Shu Lai touched her head and smiled and said, Go in, I'll pick you up in the afternoon. Liu Mengshui blushed, nodded, and ran into the school. The security guard next to him glanced at Shu Lai and gave him a kind smile. It seems that this security guard may have been beaten by Su Lily's bodyguard. Looking at Liu Mengshui's disappearing back, Shu Lai and Liu Jingjing drove away. He was not worried about Su Lily's revenge. Since the bullying incident happened, it must be dealt with. Otherwise, it will leave a big shadow on Liu Mengshui's psychology. If the Su family really dares to come and make trouble for him, he doesn't mind letting the Su family know how powerful he is. Ding, punish the villain. Merit points, ding. Punish the villain. Merit points. Listening to the familiar voice of the system, Shu Lai was in a good mood. It was indeed right for him to teach Su Lily a lesson. He even felt that the merit points added were a bit too little. People like Su Lily who bully others should be considered to have committed a serious crime. In any case, he now has nearly 500 merit points. After returning home, Shu Lai thought about whether to try the lottery again. Last time, more than 2,000 merit points went down the drain, which made him feel unwilling. Is it because his luck is too bad? Would it be better to change someone? System, can the lottery be changed? How to change? The voice of the system. For example, I specify that someone else say the word lottery, and then you can activate the lottery function? The system thought for a while and replied, Theoretically, it is possible. Then let's try it. Shu Lai immediately found Liu Jingjing. Brother Shu, what's the matter? Liu Jingjing looked curious. Jingjing, do me a favor and read this sentence. Liu Jingjing took a look and whispered, "Draw 8 times? Is the system ready?" "Yes." "Jingjing, thank you, you can leave," Sulai said with a smile. What happened to Brother Shu? It's too weird. She racked her brains and didn't know what happened. After Liu Jingjing left, Shulai's consciousness returned to the system. Check the lottery results. First time, thank you for your patronage. Second time, thank you for your patronage. The third time, I drew a book of exercises, 9 Heavens Thunderfire, but the rest was just thank you for your patronage. Shu Lai began to study the 9 Heavens Thunderfire carefully. After a long time, Shu Lai's consciousness exited from the system. 9 Heavens Thunderfire, as the name suggests, is the fire of heavenly thunder. From the above description, the power should be very strong. Then went out to prepare the things needed for the formation. First of all, a living thing, a lamb is needed. Other things were also quite common. After searching around, Shu Lai basically gathered them all. In the afternoon, seeing that Lu Mengshe was about to finish class, Shu Lai drove to pick her up. He waited for a while at the school gate and Lu Mengshe came out. However, there were many students following Lu Mengshe. Most of them were boys, but there were also many girls. It seemed that Lu Mengshe really became the school belle of number 1 middle school. However, considering Lu Mengshe's appearance and temperament, this was also normal. Shu Lai not only cured Lu Mengshe's illness, but also made her more beautiful under the nourishment of spiritual energy. "Wow, this is your brother, Mengshe?" A girl came with Lu Mengshe and said with a smile. "Yes, yes." Lu Mengshe glanced at Shu Lai with her beautiful eyes. "Brother Shu, this is my classmate Tan Tianwei. She is one of the school belle." "Hello." Shu Lai greeted lightly, opened the car door and let Liu Mengshe get in. Tan Tianwei looked at Shu Lai and whispered, "You have to be careful. Although the Su family is not a top family in Haidong, its strength should not be underestimated." "Thank you, Miss Tan, for your reminder," Shu Lai said with a smile. "Hehe." Tan Tianwei pouted. With a woman's intuition, she knew that Shu Lai did not take her words to heart. After Shu Lai drove and Liu Mengshe returned home, Liu Jingjing's dinner was almost ready. After eating 4 radishes, Shu Lai was contented and ready to go to sleep. At this moment, a light pink true qi drilled into his room. The pink true qi contained a strange fragrance that made people intoxicated. Shu Lai subconsciously bit his tongue, and at the same time the Chao's green lotus swayed, and a mysterious yellow air swept through his body. He quickly woke up. "Who?" Shu Lai jumped up from the bed and swept the eye of truth. Soon a figure was found on the roof, but this figure was very strange, and there was a tail behind him. "Why does this breath feel a little familiar?" "Don't stay on the roof, come down," Shu Lai said. A voice of surprise came from above. "How did this guy find me?" He just used his own innate magical power, which could not be seen by the naked eye. It was really strange that this guy could find me. After hesitating for a while, she came down from the roof. Looking at the figure in front of her, Shu Lai said, "It's you." The person in front of her was none other than Liu Mengshe's math teacher, Xiang Xinyu. When they shook hands that day, Shu Lai felt that the woman's aura was not right, and he didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, Xiang Xinyu's appearance has changed a lot now, although her face has not changed much and even looks more delicate and moving. But she has a tail behind her, and her ears have become long, showing apart from the top of her head. "Are you a spirit fox?" Shu Lai found something similar in Zhang Sanfeng's long memory. "You actually knew?" Xiang Xinyu was shocked when she heard Shu Lai's words. She thought she was hiding well, but she didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. "I didn't expect you to be a spirit fox." He was just guessing, and Xiang Xinyu's words were confirmed. Xiang Xinyu also understood, and her pretty face was full of anger. "Since you have discovered me, I can only kill you." When they shook hands before, she felt something was unusual, so she came to take a look. With her identity, if she was exposed, she would inevitably be hunted down by humans. So she has been very careful and has not been discovered yet. Unexpectedly this time, she was discovered by a bad boy. Her 5 slender white fingers flicked and instantly turned into claws with cold light. Puff! She shook her arm and her claws pierced the air like a steel knife. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shu Lai hit her forearm with his arm and avoided the sharpness of the claws. Both of them took 2 steps back. However, Shu Lai had already felt the power of this spirit fox, and he felt much more relaxed. Xiang Xinyu was a little surprised. She didn't expect this boy to be so powerful. Although she was seriously injured and her strength was greatly reduced, Ordinary practitioners were definitely not her opponents. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Shulai took a closer look and found that it was a big tail. I heard that the fox's tail was very powerful, so Shulai didn't take it head-on and quickly dodged it. Just when Xiang Xinyu pulled her tail back, he attacked. He grabbed the tail. You! Xiang Xinyu was embarrassed and angry when her tail was grabbed, and she struggled hard. But Shulai's big hands seemed like the 5 sacred mountains, and she couldn't break free. Let me go! Xiang Xinyu's voice might be because of the fox, so it sounded sweet. Even when she was scolding, it sounded crisp and pleasant, and even had a bit of a humming feeling. Shulai's heart sank, and he quickly came back to his senses. This was the natural charm of the fox, and he almost fell for it. After struggling several times to no avail, Xiang Xinyu's beautiful eyes were filled with tears without knowing when. Let me go, you big bastard! Shulai felt a little incredible when he saw this. This fox could transform, so it must have lived for at least hundreds of years. Why did it cry? He subconsciously let go of the tail. Unexpectedly, after letting go, Xiang Xinyu opened her mouth and sprayed out a ball of extremely strong true qi, and then suddenly pounced on her. You woman, you really don't know what's good for you. Shulai snorted coldly, and the true qi in his body rolled, and he punched out. Boom! With one punch, Xiang Xinyu's strong true qi was instantly dispersed. The remaining force fell on Xiang Xinyu, knocking her away. In this punch, Shulai had already used 70% to 80% of his strength. Xiang Xinyu spit out a mouthful of blood and couldn't stand up for a long time. Shulai walked over and sealed the other party's true qi. Then he looked at her and said, I don't care if you are a spirit fox or not, it has nothing to do with me, just don't come to provoke me. As soon as the words fell, a ball of crimson light suddenly shot towards his eyebrows. Shulai quickly avoided it. Even though he reacted quickly, a deep cut was still cut on the left side of his forehead. Puff! The remaining force of the red light was endless, breaking through the wall, opening a big hole in the wall, and smashing the rockery outside, and then stopped. Shulai looked at the completely shattered rockery in the distance in shock. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, it would be his head that would be shattered like the rockery. From the rockery, Shulai found a red gold ring. There were only a few ancient runes on the ring. Even with Zhang Sanfeng's memory, he had no idea what the runes were, but he was sure that this ring was at least a good magic weapon. Otherwise, it couldn't be so powerful. Seeing Shulai pick up the ring, Xiang Xinyu struggled. Give me back the ring. Do you think it's possible? Shulai sneered. With such a powerful thing, if he was not careful at any time and was attacked by this woman again, Shulai didn't think he could avoid it this time. Chapter 47, Entering Mangshan. You must give it back to me. Xiang Xinyu's pretty face flushed as if Shulai had robbed her of something extraordinary. Impossible. You came to me and I almost died in the hands of this thing. How can I return it to you? Shulai refused without thinking. I don't care. You have to return it to me. Xiang Xinyu grabbed Shulai with her teeth bared. But her true energy was sealed now and she couldn't say anything. Instead, she was scratching Shulai's itch. After Shulai bandaged the wound, he said, I still say that I have no hostility towards you. It doesn't matter if you are a goblin or a math teacher. It's your own business, as long as you don't interfere with me. Hey, do you promise not to tell others my identity? Xiang Xinyu said, biting her silver teeth. I promise with my personality that I will never tell anyone your identity for no reason. Swear. Xiang Xinyu looked at him relentlessly. Okay, I swear I will never tell your identity to others for no reason. You must remember, this is your oath to the heavenly Tao. If you violate it, you will be punished by the heavenly thunder when you advance in the future, and you will die. Xiang Xinyu said coldly. As long as you don't come to trouble me, I will naturally not violate it. Then my things. Xiang Xinyu still wanted to get the ring back. Haha, no way. Shulai put it away and put it behind her. Such a powerful magic weapon. Even if she can't use it, she won't give it to the enemy. I will get it back myself one day. After saying that, she swept her tail, bringing a strong wind, and her body flew out of the window. Can fly? Shulai was a little shocked, but soon he shook his head. This fox spirit is just more flexible and jumps very high, but it can't fly. At this time, the familiar voice of the system sounded. Educate the 9-tailx merit point. It unexpectedly increased 100 points of merit for no reason. Not bad, but it was clearly a one-tailed fox. So why did the system say it had 9 tails? System, why 9 tails? because this fox is originally the descendant of a nine-tailed fox, and it will have a chance to break through to nine tails in the future. So that's it, nine tails is fine. But I didn't expect that merit points could be obtained in this way. He thought that merit points could only be obtained by doing good deeds or punishing evildoers. As if sensing his thoughts, the system said again, punishing evil and promoting good is merit, saving people from danger is also merit, and educating all things is also merit. Thinking carefully, it seems to be true. He simply cleaned up the room. Seeing that it was getting late, he tossed around for a while at night and soon fell asleep. When he woke up, his whole body was comfortable. Even the scar on his forehead last night healed overnight. After breakfast, Lu Jingjing came in to clean up the room and found a big hole in the wall. Her mouth suddenly opened into an O shape. "Brother Shu?" Shu Lai smiled awkwardly and said, "I was exercising last night and accidentally broke the wall, the rockery behind." Through the big hole, Lu Jingjing naturally saw that the rockery had fallen. "That was also done accidentally. Don't worry." Lu Jingjing nodded doubtfully, with many doubts in her beautiful eyes. In the morning, Shu Lai took a taxi to the mountains in the suburbs to have a look. If you want to practice nine heavens thunder and fire, you must use the thunder. The best place for things like thunder is naturally in the mountains. First, the terrain is relatively high and it is easy to attract thunder. Second, the mountains and forests are more hidden. After walking around for most of the day, Shu Lai has almost chosen a place. Judging from the weather, there will be thunderstorms tomorrow night, and then you can try to practice nine heavens thunder and fire, although the weather forecast says there will be no rain tomorrow night. The next afternoon, Shu Lai said to Lu Jingjing, "I have to go out tonight, and I'm afraid I won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Don't worry." "Oh, I see, Brother Shu. Be careful." Although Lu Jingjing was a little disappointed, she still didn't ask any more questions. Shu Lai was very satisfied, nodded, and went out with a big bag of things. Maybe it was because of the rush hour after get-off work, he wanted to take a taxi, but failed several times. Finally, a taxi with a broken window stopped. Shu Lai took a look and thought it was okay as long as he could get to the place. "Handsome man, where are we going?" The driver was a man in his 50s with a few strands of hair on his head that refused to fall. "To Mangshan, just at the foot of the mountain," Shu Lai said. "What's fun in Mangshan at night?" The driver said a word, and the car started. Shu Lai looked at the broken car window and kindly reminded him, "Master, your car's glass is broken. Don't drive." Was funny and shook his head. Shu Lai shook his head slightly. To be honest, he was more accurate than the weather forecast. Since the driver didn't believe him, Shu Lai stopped talking. More than 2 hours later, the car arrived at the foot of Mangshan Mountain. Shu Lai paid the money, picked up the things, and entered Mangshan Mountain. The driver stepped on the accelerator and shook his head, saying, "You lied to me that it was raining. If it was raining, why did you go into the mountain?" Young people nowadays are getting more and more unreliable. After saying that, he immediately took an order to go to the next city overnight. Shu Lai entered Mangshan Mountain and became a little excited. Mangshan Mountain is very big, but the best place is at the top of the mountain. It is easier to attract thunder there. So he took his things and walked to the top of the mountain. After walking for more than half an hour, there was some noise in front. Shu Lai looked around and saw that there were 7 or 8 young men and women camping. They were talking and laughing while setting up barbecue. It looked pretty good. However, this place is already quite deep. If these people have something wrong here, I am afraid no one will know. It can only be said that young people nowadays are relatively brave. At this time, a strong flashlight suddenly shone over. "Hey, is there anyone hiking here at night?" A young boy looked at Shu Lai and asked in surprise, "I guess it's a homeless person from somewhere." Another boy chuckled and said disdainfully. Shu Lai glanced at them lightly, which made them feel cold all over, and took a few steps back in fear. After doing all this, Shu Lai planned to take a detour. At this time, a crisp female voice suddenly came. "Shu Lai, is that you?" "Tan Tianwei?" Shu Lai looked over with some surprise, and it was indeed Tan Tianwei. This senior high school girl was sitting next to the barbecue, looking at Shu Lai with the same surprise. Chapter 48, Thunder and Fire. Shu Lai wanted to leave, but Tan Tianwei was Lu Mengshui's classmate. He thought for a moment, walked over, and said lightly, "What's the matter?" "I didn't see you pick up Mengshui from school today, and I didn't expect you to come here." Tan Tianwei's mouth curled up slightly and said, It's okay, I'll leave first. It was getting late, and we had to climb Mount Mang as soon as possible. It would be bad to miss the thunder. Hey, can't you talk to me for a while? Tan Tianwei clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I have something else to do. By the way, you should go back early too. It's going to rain soon. Shulai reminded Tan Tianwei. Rain? What nonsense are you talking about? We checked the weather forecast and came here because there is no rain tonight. A boy saw that Tan Tianwei had an unusual attitude towards Shulai and immediately snorted. Another boy walked up to Shulai and stopped him, saying Our Weiwei has already told you to stay. What if I don't? Shulai glanced at him indifferently. Oh, sorry, I have to do it myself, the boy said as he pulled up his sleeves, revealing his strong muscles. Shulai could tell at a glance that the muscles were in shape but weak. He probably worked hard in the gym, but it was just because he ate protein powder. Boy, be honest, the guy in front of you can bench press 100 kilograms. Tan Tianwei's beautiful eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything to stop him. Shulai was able to defeat Su Lily's bodyguard, which showed that he was very strong. At this time, Shulai glanced at Tan Tianwei and ignored her. The boy who was blocking him snorted heavily and then punched Shulai directly. Shulai shook his body, avoided the punch, and continued to move forward. The boy didn't control the strength well, and the whole person fell out on the spot, chewing a mouthful of mud on the ground. Fuck! After getting up from the ground and wiping his mouth, the boy rushed over again. This time Shulai frowned and kicked directly. Poof! He kicked the boy on the buttocks, and the boy flew out on the spot, fell to the ground again, and ate a mouthful of mud again. After 2 consecutive times, the boy realized that he was no match for him and finally calmed down. Others dared not say anything more. Instead, they covered their mouths and laughed. Tan Tianwei looked at Shulai's back as he walked away, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. This guy is interesting, and it really makes this girl curious. But it's a bit too much to say it's raining. It doesn't look like it's raining in this day. Seeing that there was no one around, Shulai exerted his strength and his speed increased sharply. With his strength of Qi training at the 7th level, close to the 8th level, he burst out at an incredible speed. In more than half an hour, he arrived at Mangshan. There was a gentle breeze on the top of Mangshan. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were also quietly breathing anaerobic. There was no awareness that thunder and heavy rain were about to fall here. He quickly arranged the formation according to the requirements of the thunder fire. Then it started. At this time, there were already clouds in the sky. The moon that was smiling just now was gone. Shulai sat cross-legged in the formation. Boom! The wrath of heaven, thunder and lightning. A thunderclap broke the Mang Mountain. Shulai sat cross-legged in the formation, and the purple lightning instantly enveloped him. Ah! Shulai let out a wild roar, and his veins bulged all over his body. In an instant, a dark purple flame appeared on his flesh. 9 heavens, thunder, and fire. Shulai didn't even think about it. Open your mouth. Swallow it. The 9 heavens, thunder, and fire entered his stomach. Like a dragon entering the sea, the blood in his body instantly boiled. Countless blood spurted out along the capillaries. In the blink of an eye, he became a bloody man. 9 heavens, thunder, and fire. Collect! He practiced the skills, and the power of the 9 heavens, thunder, and fire immediately merged into his body. But at this moment, thunder rose again in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, for some reason, several thunderbolts fell at the same time, visible to the naked eye. On Mount Mang, thunderclouds pressed down, and countless purple thunderbolts enveloped it. Among them, there were 2 red thunderbolts. Hundreds of miles away, in a dilapidated Taoist temple, a middle-aged woman opened her eyes, revealing a vicissitude. Immediately, she looked at Mount Mang and said in shock, "Who is it? He is actually going through the tribulation." Haidong No. 1 Middle School. Shang Xinyu was in the dormitory, wrapped tightly in the quilt, shivering and looking at the sky. The light of thunder. For them, the spirits, it is the most terrifying. I don't know how many predecessors have turned into ashes under the thunderbolt. On Mount Mang, Shulai cursed in his heart. Damn God, didn't you say that there would only be 1 thunderbolt? Why are there so many now? Fortunately, there is the existence of the Chaos Green Lotus and the chaotic energy, which keeps washing his body so that he was not destroyed by thunder. Otherwise, he would have been burned to ashes by the power of thunder and the 9-day thunder fire. Even so, his whole body felt like it was cut by a knife, and every piece of flesh was in great pain. Master, hold on. As long as you can survive, you will succeed in practicing the Nine Heavens Thunder Fire. The voice of the system rang in his mind. You are so shameless. If I die, you will be responsible, Shulai said angrily. This damn system. At this moment, a red flame suddenly burst out of his hand. Shulai was also startled by the sudden appearance of the flame. But he understood it in an instant. This is the Nine Heavens Thunder Fire. At this time, the surrounding thunder also disappeared. Only the Nine Heavens Thunder Fire was still burning in his palm. Release powerful fluctuations. Congratulations, Master. You have entered the Nine Heavens Thunder Fire. Shulai also showed joy. Among so many thunders, he not only did not die, but he actually practiced the Nine Heavens Thunder Fire. Although it is only the first level now, the power of the flame is not strong enough, but it is enough. Later, there will be a chance to practice to a deeper level, and it will become stronger and stronger. After being tempered by the 9-day thunder and fire, his true chi became even stronger. And his realm puff! A stream of true chi broke through the barrier from his body, and he finally stepped into the 8th level of chi training. It's hard to imagine that in the Dharma-ending age with a lack of spiritual energy. In less than a month, he broke through from the 7th level of chi training to the 8th level of chi training. After the breakthrough, Shulai looked, damn, where are the clothes? Why are all his clothes gone? Master, your clothes have turned to ashes in the thunder and fire just now. The system said, that's it? Now I'm in trouble. How can I go back like this? Just thinking about it, he found that someone seemed to be approaching here. He quickly hid in the bushes next to him and hid his body. Soon, 3 men appeared here. Brother, what's going on? Didn't you say that you have successfully cultivated your lightning-inducing technique? Brother, when did my brother lie to you? I have already successfully cultivated it. A slightly older voice said, Brother, since you have succeeded in your cultivation, why didn't you attract the thunder just now? The brother's tone stagnated, and he shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. I feel like the thunder seems to have been sucked away by another force. In the bushes, Shulai's face turned black. No wonder he was beaten by so many thunders tonight. It turned out that they were using the lightning induction technique to attract thunder. Fortunately, he had the Chaos Green Lotus to protect his body. Otherwise, he would have turned into ashes. But there are also benefits. After being tempered by so much thunder, his body has become much stronger. He even considered whether he should find a body refining technique in the system when he returns. Chapter 49, People in the Cultivation. It is true. The older brother found the place where Shulai had just broken through. Brother, you see, the thunder energy here has not completely dissipated. It's not that my thunder-inducing technique has a problem, but the thunder has gone astray. You know, this kind of thing happens all the time. One of the brothers frowned and said, Brother, in that case, our magic tools can't be tempered. They prepared for 2 months just to use the thunder-inducing technique. Tonight, to receive thunder and temper the magic tools. Unexpectedly, it was all in vain. Brother, that's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten another method? The brother's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Brother, you mean? Another brother seemed to remember something, and his face changed slightly. Brother, that's an evil way. Brother, what evil way? At most we can do 2 more good deeds in the future. Anyway, mortals are like weeds. If a group dies, they will always grow again. The brother said indifferently. Shulai sneered in his heart when he heard this. It's just an excuse made up for his own selfishness. If you 2 junior brothers have no objection, I saw a few people when I went up the mountain just now. Their flesh, blood, and souls should be enough to sacrifice to the magic weapon. The 2 young junior brothers hesitated for a while, gritted their teeth and nodded, saying, Everything is up to you, senior brother. The 3 looked at each other and immediately walked down the mountain. Shulai hesitated for a moment and quietly followed behind. If he guessed correctly, their target should be Tan Tianwei and his people. Tan Tianwei is now hiding under a big tree with her friends. This damn weather, how come it really rains and it's so heavy? That kid just now was so poisonous, and he actually got it right. A boy shouted indignantly. Another boy who was taught a lesson by Shulai did not speak, his face pale. Thinking of the battle just now, he was still a little scared. Tan Tianwei looked at the rain and felt a little regretful. If I had known, I would have listened to Shulai and went back earlier. It's raining so hard now, I don't know when it will stop. At this time there was a scream. Tan Qianwei hurriedly looked over. It turned out that a boy actually took the opportunity to grope another girl. They just heard that the weather was good tonight, so they made an appointment to play. They were not a couple or anything. Wu Yangping, what are you doing? Tan Tianwei scolded. It's raining and so cold. I approached her to warm her up, and I didn't mean anything else. Wu Yangping tilted his head and said, not looking embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled at the girl he harassed. The girl was so scared that she shrank behind Tan Tianwei. Another girl also hurried over, not daring to get too close to the boy. Anyway, it's raining. I think Wu Yangping is right. Let's get together and keep warm. Seeing the three young girls, all of them looked wet. The eyes of several boys became a little strange. Even the one who was injured by Shulai stood up at this time. The four people slowly approached the three girls. One of the boys looked at Tan Tianwei with a gleam of evil in his eyes. Tan Tianwei is one of the school beauties of No. 1 middle school. Such a beautiful woman. Thinking of Tan Tianwei's fair and tender body, the faces of several people turned red. Tan Tianwei was also scared and pale at this time. She quickly took out her mobile phone to call her family. At this time, she regretted not listening to Shulai's words and leaving here earlier. But as soon as she touched the phone, one of the boys rushed over. She pushed one of the boys back with force, but the phone was snatched away by another boy. The other two girls' cell phones were also snatched away at this time. Just when the four boys were extremely proud, three figures walked out of the woods. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. These three people were naturally three brothers. Brother, those three girls are good-looking. How about in a while? Since they have made up their minds to use the souls and flesh of the living to sacrifice the magic weapon, they no longer think so much. Anyway, they are going to be killed, so why not first? They are just some ants. Their life and death are in our hands. It is their blessing to be favored by us. The brother glanced at Tan Tianwei with a cold expression. Who are you? The four boys looked at the three of them warily and instinctively took a few steps back. Ha ha, stupid ants! You don't know it when you are about to die. A brother walked slowly towards the four people. You, what are you going to do? It's very simple, kill you. The brother spit out the true energy in his palm, which was divided into four parts and hit the four people respectively. Puff! Several muffled sounds followed. All four fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and died. After killing the four, he took out a bottle and poured a drop of emerald green liquid on the foreheads of the four people. Okay, I have locked their souls, and I will use them to refine magic tools later. After dealing with these four people, another junior brother walked towards Tan Tianwei and the other three girls. Beautiful ladies, don't worry. Our brothers and sisters will not let you suffer. Yes, little sister, come here, I will show you a treasure. Tan Tianwei led the other two girls and slowly retreated. She didn't know when a dagger appeared in her hand. I am from the Tan family of Haidong. You should know that if I die, the Tan family will find you even if they turn the whole Haidong upside down. Tan family? The leading senior brother frowned. Is it Tan Motong's Tan family? It's my grandfather. Tan Tianwei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party knew the Tan family, they would not attack him. Tan Motong, is he the one who claims to be invincible master? One of them asked with a grim expression. Although Tan Motong has no sect or school, his strength is very terrifying, and he is known as the invincible master. Although the three of them are not weak, only the senior brother has entered the 7th level of Qi training, which is considered to be the master level. He and another junior brother are only at the 5th level of Qi training and have not yet entered the master level, so they naturally dare not provoke Tan Motong. Senior brother, what should we do? Both of them looked at him. If we don't do it, we'll do it thoroughly. So what if Tan Motong, as long as we leave Haidong, he may not external realm? She hadn't even cultivated her internal strength, so how could she be a match for the three of them? Just surrender. We'll give you a quick death. Don't even think about it. Tan Tianwei jumped into the bushes next to her. After jumping down, she suddenly found a person covered in black. She screamed in fear. It seemed to be a man. He was covering the important parts of his body with leaves in the bushes. Tan Tianwei was embarrassed and shocked. After looking at his face, Tan Tianwei said in surprise, Shulai? Shulai was speechless. He had been hiding well, but this guy jumped in directly. Now he couldn't hide anymore. At this time, the three brothers next to him had knocked out the other two girls. Seeing the sudden appearance of the person, the three brothers were shocked at first. They found that the other party was ordinary. There was no sign of cultivation, and he immediately laughed. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Just right, with one more soul, it will be easier for our magic weapon to be successfully sacrificed. Tantanwei said apologetically, Shulai, I'm sorry to involve you. Forget it, it's okay. This kind of beast, damn it! Shulai tied the leaves around his waist and stood up. What a big courage. A mortal dares to talk to us like this. After saying that, one of them directly hit him with a palm. Shulai did not dodge and greeted it with a palm. Puff, a muffled sound. The opponent flew backwards dozens of meters and hit the mountain wall in the distance. Died on the spot. You. The remaining two brothers were shocked. In the blink of an eye, one of them was beaten to death by the opponent. And it was so calm. You all come together. Shulai knew that the clothes made of leaves were not very useful, and he didn't dare to waste more time. If he moved too much and the leaves broke free, he would be in trouble. It would be fine if there was no one around, but now that Tan Tianwei has such a big pair of eyes here, it's very inconvenient. You're looking for death, then I'll give it to you. Senior brother took the first step, holding a long sword in his hand. With a loud bang, a sword light broke through the air and slashed. This is a magic weapon. It took him 3 years to barely succeed in the ritual. This time he was going to use the 9 heavens thunder to make it again, making the sword stronger. Unfortunately, the thunder was diverted by Shulai. Whoosh! Shulai's palm wind spurted out, and his true energy turned into a long rainbow. Then it exploded into a gorgeous flame in the void, instantly swallowing up the sword light. Then, the flame flew towards the other party. In the other party's horrified eyes, the 9 heavens thunder fire erupted with terrifying power for the first time. This guy who practiced chi in the 7th level turned into a ball of ashes in just a few breaths. Even the magic weapon, sword, could not be preserved under the thunder and fire, and turned into molten iron. Seeing this, the remaining junior brothers turned around and ran. There was no thought of resistance at all, but the speed of thunder and fire was faster. Whoosh! The 9 heavens thunder and fire cut through the air and caught up in an instant. Then, with a scream, this junior brother also turned into ashes. After dealing with these 3 people, Shulai also breathed a sigh of relief. After entering the 9 heavens thunder and fire, it was stronger than he thought. This may also be because he broke through to the 8th level of chi training. Seeing this scene, Tan Tianwei's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. These 3 people were real practitioners at first glance. They were no match for ordinary warriors. These 3 people must be stronger. Unexpectedly, they were still easily dealt with by Shulai. She couldn't help but look at Shulai, and her pretty face blushed. She spat lightly. Your pants fell off. Shulai looked down and saw that the leaves had broken apart. He quickly wrapped himself with the leaves again. The clothes of the 3 people just now were burned to ashes, and he couldn't pick up any of them. The other 4 boys were covered in blood, and he couldn't wear clothes anymore, which made him speechless for a while. Was he going to go back like this, hanging on the leaves? As if she had noticed his predicament, Tan Tianwei took off her shirt and threw it to him. You can use this to cover it. Shulai thought about it and decided to do it this way for now. He tied Tan Tianwei's shirt around his waist and finally felt more comfortable. Then Tan Tianwei called home. After hanging up the phone, Tan Tianwei said to Shulai, Our family will deal with the battlefield here. You don't have to worry. Yeah, that's good. Shulai nodded gently. At this time, the other 2 girls also woke up. Hearing that the 3 bad guys had been dealt with by Shu, they both blushed and thanked him. The look in her eyes when she looked at Shulai also became unusual. It's not good for you to go back like this. How about going to my house first? Tan Tianwei asked with a red face. Although Shulai had covered his waist and abdomen now, his entire upper body was still naked. His strong but not bloated body made Tan Tianwei blush a little. Shulai thought about it and decided that it was not good to go back like this now. Well, I'll trouble you. The 4 of them slowly came out of Mangshan. They got on a Tesla worth more than 4 million yuan and left. Although Mangshan was behind them soon, for the 3 girls, the memory of tonight may never be forgotten. The car drove for more than 3 hours before stopping. This seems to be the base camp of the Tan family. It should not be where Tan Tianwei usually lives when she goes to school. Otherwise, She would have to drive for more than 2 hours every day to go to school. This is our ancestral home. My grandfather is also here. Don't worry. No one can hurt you when you are here, Tan Tianwei said to the 2 female classmates. Then she looked at Shu Lai. Brother Shu, please come in. The 4 of them were still at the door, and several people who looked like bodyguards came out to greet them. At the same time, there was a beautiful woman who looked about 30 years old. Wei Wei, you scared us to death. What happened? Come in quickly. Mom, it's Wei Wei's fault. I made you worry. Although Tan Tianwei was relatively strong outside, she couldn't hold it back at home at this time. She leaned on the beautiful woman's shoulder and cried. Shu Lai was a little surprised that such a young and beautiful woman was actually Tan Tianwei's mother. If he hadn't heard Tan Tianwei say it herself, he would have thought they were 2 sisters. But rich people usually take good care of themselves, which is quite normal. This must be Shu Lai. Thank you. Shu Lai, this is my mother. You can just call me Aunt Xiao. Hello, Aunt Xiao, Shu Lai said with a smile. Xiaoshu, where are your clothes? She immediately found that her daughter's coat was hanging on Shu Lai's waist. I can't wear my clothes. Shu Lai couldn't explain, so she could only say that she couldn't wear them. Qiao Huishan examined Shu Lai and Tan Tianwei and then took them in. Aunt Xiao, I want to take a shower. I know, come with me. Qiao Huishan smiled and led Shu Lai to a guest room. Shu Lai found several people who practiced qi for the 4th and 5th levels along the way, and couldn't help but be a little surprised at the strength of the Tan family. In this Dharma-ending age, it is not ordinary to have so many masters. Chapter 51, Su Lily's Invitation. After taking a shower, Shu Lai found a set of clean clothes outside. He didn't hesitate and put them on the spot. When he came out of the room, he found several people waiting for him. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, who looked a bit like Tan Tianwei. There was also an old man with all white hair. The strange thing was that the pupil of one eye was very large, with very little white in the eye. The aura of the other person was also very strong. It was probably that Tan Motong. Tan Tianwei was also beside him, her pretty face slightly red, and she seemed embarrassed to look at Shu Lai. Are you Shu Lai? The middle-aged man was the first to speak after seeing him come out. It's me, Shu Lai said. Good boy, good job. He thought the other party would do something, but he didn't expect that he would come over and pat his arm and thank him. Well, young man, you are young and promising. If it weren't for you, our Wei Wei would have suffered a lot. Tan Motong also looked up. I'm just lucky. At such an age, being able to kill a grandmaster and 2 Huajin masters is not just luck. Laughed heartily. Ha. Shu Lai smiled slightly and didn't want to explain more. Tan Motong and Tan Tianwei's father Tan Hongyu looked at each other and saw that Shu Lai didn't want to say more, so they didn't ask any more questions. They chatted casually. Tan Motong talked about cultivation issues intentionally or unintentionally. Shu Lai had Zhang Sanfeng's memory for more than 200 years, so it was not difficult to talk. After the Grandmaster, it was the extraordinary realm. It was the first time that Shu Lai heard the term transcendent realm. It should be equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. As for the transcendent realm, my master has reached it before. I have heard him mention it a little bit. Zhang Sanfeng had some memories of the foundation establishment stage, but for some reason, they were rather vague. Tan Motong's eyes lit up. He felt that the opportunity for him to break through and enter the transcendent realm was in this young man in front of him. It was the first time that Tan Tianwei heard Shu Lai say that he had a master. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is your master very powerful?" "My master went out to travel a long time ago. I haven't seen him for a long time." Shu Lai didn't know how to explain it, so he could only talk nonsense. He had mastered all of Zhang Sanfeng's memories, so he was considered Zhang Sanfeng's disciple. After chatting for a few more words, Shu Lai got up and left. Having just broken through the 8th level of Qi training and mastered the 9 Heavens Thunder Fire, he also needed time to slowly familiarize himself, especially since there were so many more merit points in his mind. The 3 killed last night were all first-class villains. The reward for 1 first-class villain is 300 points of merit. 3 first-class villains is 900 points of merit. Add the merit points of the previous teaching of the Spirit Fox, it is already a full 1,000. After he left, Tan Motong called Tan Tianwei. "Wei Wei, tell me in detail about this person. How did you know each other?" Tan Tianwei's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. In her impression, there should be very few people who are worthy of such careful treatment by grandfather. After hesitating for a while, she still told it from beginning to end. After listening, Tan Motong frowned. Wei, if you have a chance, you should get in touch with Xiaoshu more. Maybe this person is the noble person in your life. Noble person? Tan Tianwei didn't expect that Grandpa had such a high opinion of this guy. Is that guy my noble person? Thinking of this, Tan Tianwei's mouth curled up slightly. It was almost noon when Shulai returned home. In time for lunch, Lu Jingjing was relieved to see Shulai appear. With a smile on his face, he said, "Brother Shu, what do you want to eat for lunch?" Shulai subconsciously said, "Radish." Liu Jingjing looked as if she hadn't expected it, and nodded obediently. "Don't worry, Brother Shu." At noon, because Liu Mengshe was in school, it was just the two of them eating. Shulai ate radish while refining it with the heaven-swallowing technique. He found that after this breakthrough, the ability of the heaven-swallowing technique had also improved a lot. But this was also bad news. It meant that he needed more and more radishes. Although he now had the effect of the Chaos Green Lotus and could absorb some spiritual power at all times, he was still looking forward to the changes in the heaven-swallowing technique. So, although eating radish was a bit strange, Shulai didn't plan to stop. In the evening, Shulai went to pick up Lu Mengshe from school. When Lu Mengshui left the school gate today, she was also followed by many classmates. There were naturally many boys, but there were also a few girls. What surprised him was that Su Lili was also among them. It seemed that Su Lili and Lu Mengshui had reconciled. "Brother Shu?" Seeing Shulai appear, Lu Mengshui waved happily. Shulai got out of the car. This car was borrowed from Zhong Zhengguo. He was too lazy to buy one. The car was not very useful to him. When Lu Mengshui was about to get in the car, Su Lili suddenly shouted from the side, "Mengshui, do you want to go to our dinner party tonight?" Lu Mengshui paused and looked at Shulai. Shulai smiled and said, "You decide for yourself. You are an adult already. You don't have to ask us everything." Lu Mengshui hesitated. "Brother Shu, can I go?" Although Shulai said it, she still couldn't help asking. Shulai knew Lu Mengshui's past experience. She actually longed for this kind of classmate relationship. He was also happy for her and nodded. "Go if you want to." Lu Mengshui immediately showed a happy smile. "Then, Brother Shu, tell my sister that I will be back later." "Okay?" Shulai smiled. Lu Mengshui ran towards Su Lili and the other girls. Shulai suddenly said, "Wait a minute, come here." Lu Mengshui hurried back again. "What's wrong, Brother Shu?" "Look, there are leaves on your head." Shulai picked the leaves off her head casually. At the same time, while she was not paying attention, he passed a stream of true energy into her body. It was not certain whether Su Lili really wanted to date Lu Mengshui, and he did not dare to completely trust Lu Mengshui to go out with Su Lili. "Okay, go quickly. Well, goodbye, Brother Shu." Lu Mengshui waved her fair little hand happily and left with Su Lili. Shulai then drove away. Seeing Shulai leave, Su Lili's mouth curled up, revealing a little coldness. She, Su Lili, was not so generous to forget the last time. That boy actually dared to make her lose face, and this revenge must be avenged. Before revenge, she also did not intend to let Liu Mengshui go. Liu Mengshui became the school belle of No. 1 middle school as soon as she arrived. Many boys came to please Liu Mengshui, which made her very unhappy. "Most of the boys were trying to please me before." Chapter 52. The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. "Sister Lily, where are we going to eat tonight?" Su Lili also called 2 other girls and 3 boys. One of the boys who looked taller asked, "I've booked a room at Yaxianju tonight. We'll eat barbecue and sing some songs." "Wow, it's actually Yaxianju. Sister Lily is worthy of it. She can book such a good place. Don't you look at who it is? Our sister Lily is not an ordinary person." One of the girls was Wan Xiaoxia, who also spoke up at this time. "Mengshui, I'm sorry. We were wrong before. I'll apologize to you tonight." Lu Mengshui shook her head and said, "It's over. I'm happy to be friends with you." "Meng, you're so nice." Su Lili smiled strangely. Several people came to Yaxianju, and Su Lili took them directly to a private room. Then Su Lili asked the waiter to bring a lot of barbecue and beer. Liu Mengshui found that there were many adult men here, many of whom smoked and drank. Many of them had tattoos on their bodies. She felt a little uncomfortable with this environment. "Mengshui, the big campus belle of our school, drink some beer." Wan Xiaoxia glanced at Su Lili and said to Liu Mengshui, "Forget it, I'm not thirsty." Liu Mengshui said, "Mengshui, if you don't drink, you're not giving me face." Su Lili forced it into Liu Mengshui's hand. Liu Mengshui went out to play for the first time, so she was no match for Su Lili. and could only hold the beer in her hand reluctantly. It was not right to drink it at the moment, nor was it right to put it down. At this moment, several people suddenly came into the private room. These people all had tattoos on their bodies and looked like idlers. "Sorry, there are not enough rooms. We can only squeeze in with you," one of the tattooed arms said, but his tone did not sound embarrassed at all. Sulili stood up at this time, as if she was very angry. "We have someone here. You can go somewhere else." "Haha, little sister, what do you mean?" One of them stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and looked at Sulili with unfriendly eyes. Wan Xiaoxia hurriedly advised, "Sister Lily, forget it. Anyway, our room is very big." Sulili sat down and looked at Lu Mengshui and the others and said, "What do you think?" "I think what Sister Xia said is right. Anyway, our place is not small." Sulili looked at Lu Mengshui again. Lu Mengshui could only nod and said, "Forget it, Sister Lily." Sulili gritted her teeth and said, "Well, today is really unlucky." They gave up a large part of the room to each other and sat down again. At this time, a man with a skull tattoo on his arm stood up and said, "You look pretty good. Can you sing? Come on, sing for me." As he said that, he threw a stack of $100 bills in front of everyone. "We can't sing. Even if you can't sing, sing for me. It's you. You look pretty. Sing a song with our boss." One of the tall men reached out to grab Lu Mengshui. At this moment, a cold voice floated in. "Take your claws away." "Damn, who's talking?" The tall man turned his head angrily and met a pair of cold eyes. Seeing these eyes, the tall man shuddered. He felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. His whole body was soaked in an instant. He didn't dare to breathe until the other party withdrew his gaze. Shulai looked at Lu Mengshui. "Mengshui, are you okay?" Lu Mengshui threw herself into Shulai's arms and couldn't help sobbing. "Brother Shu, I'm fine. Why are you here?" Hey, I'm going to buy some radishes to take back. We don't have enough radishes at home." Shulai did plan to buy radishes, but he didn't go far considering Lu Mengshui's relationship. Fortunately, he didn't go far. As expected, the dinner party invited by Sulili did not go so smoothly. "Stinky boy, who are you?" At this time, a man with a notch on his ear spoke up. This man sat among everyone, and the others were careful. He should be their boss. "You don't deserve to know who I am," Shulai said. "Ha ha ha, the kids nowadays are getting bigger and bigger. A bastard who didn't know where he came from actually dared to talk to me like this." "You say, am I old?" "No, big brother, I'm not old at all. It doesn't matter if big brother lives another 500 years. It's this kid who doesn't have eyes." Everyone around him flattered him. The old man gave him a look, and several people stood up. Seeing this, Shulai smiled slightly and said to Lu Mengshui, "Mengshui, go out first. I'll be out in a while." "Brother Shu?" Lu Mengshui looked at him nervously. She obviously knew that these people were not good people. "It's okay. When have you ever seen Brother Shu do something he was not sure of?" Lu Mengshui recalled that it was indeed the case. She had never seen Brother Shu fail. Brother Shu was invincible. "Okay, Mengshui will wait for you outside." After Lu Mengshui went out, Shulai stretched his muscles and said, "Come one by one, or all together?" "You little brat, aren't you too arrogant?" The boss snorted angrily. He had never seen such an arrogant little brat. "Break one of his legs first." Several people rushed forward. Puff! As soon as they approached Shulai, they were swept by a strong wind and all of them flew out. Several people hit the wall and fell to the ground, spitting blood. Shulai actually only used less than half of his strength, but even so it was not something these people could bear. "You?" The boss's face changed when he saw this scene, and he was about to run. But Shulai grabbed the collar of his head and lifted him up. "Tell me, who told you to do it?" Shulai seemed to be asking the boss, but in fact his eyes were always on Sulili. Sulili didn't dare to look at Shulai, and tilted her head. Wan Xiaoxia looked at Sulili and Shulai at the same time, her face pale with fear. "Brother, no one ordered me to do it. I was blinded by greed." The boss glanced at Sulili and shook his head quickly. "Ha ha! You don't want to say it, right? You know that I only need one punch, and you won't be able to touch a woman again in your life. Do you want to try it?" The boss was so scared that his legs were immediately clamped together. For a person like him who lives a lazy life, if he can't even touch a woman every day, wouldn't it be more uncomfortable than killing him? I say. The boss's face was covered with cold sweat. He looked at Su Lily and gritted his teeth and said, "Miss Lily, don't blame me. I can't afford to offend this guy." "Brother, it was Miss Su Lily who asked us to come here." "Oh, really?" Shulai slapped the boss on the head. The boss also spurted out a stream of blood. Shulai retracted his hand and walked towards Sulili step by step. Sulili, it seems that you are stubborn, Sulili said coldly. You dared to ask me to apologize last time, so I will naturally not let you go. Chapter 53 Vampire. I wanted to let Liu Mengsh suffer a little first and then find you, but I didn't expect you to come here yourself. Sulili saw that Shulai found out that she was the mastermind behind the scenes, and now she is not afraid. From the tone of voice, it seems that he can still do something to Shulai. Shulai's face flashed with a trace of surprise. After carefully sensing it, he immediately understood something. So you found helpers? I thought so. Sulili was slightly surprised. How did this guy know? No matter what, as long as my brother takes action, can this kid still turn the world upside down? Brother, come out! Sulili shouted loudly. A small door next to it opened, and a young man and two sturdy middle-aged bodyguards walked out. The young man was Sulili's brother Tianhua. Boy, are you the one who bullied my sister? The young man looked a few years older than Shulai, with a round forehead, and he naturally spoke with a sense of arrogance. Shulai, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be my brother's opponent. My brother is the strongest of our Su family's young generation. At the age of 24 this year, he is already a half-step master. My father said that in 5 years at most, my brother will be able to completely enter the master realm. A master has a lofty status. The same is true for a half-step master. For many small families, a half-step master is already invincible. Really? It sounds very powerful, but I don't know if it can withstand a fight. Shulai looked at Su Tianhua and said indifferently, You are the first one who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Su Tianhua's voice turned cold. I hope you won't kneel down and beg for mercy later. It will only be you who kneels down and begs for mercy, don't worry. Shulai smiled and said, Very good. Su Tianhua said, raised his arm, and punched him. This time he was really angry, and he used all his strength as soon as he got started. I must let this kid know how powerful I am. I am the real genius of the Su family. Shulai's pupils dilated in his eyes. Just when he was proud, Shulai stretched out his hand and hit him with a punch. Boom! Between the fists of the two, the energy exploded like the sound of thunder. Then Sulili saw her genius brother flying backwards, and the whole person fell on the wall of the private room. A big hole was smashed in the wall. Su Tianhua seemed to be embedded in the wall and couldn't fall off. Brother! Sulili ran over and tried to pull Su Tianhua out of the wall, but she couldn't. How powerful must Shulai be? She was completely stunned. Half-step master? That's it? He's too weak. Shulai walked over slowly. Every time he took a step forward, Sulili took a step back in fear. When Shulai came closer, she was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. Her legs were weak and she couldn't stand up. What are you going to do? Sulili looked at Shulai in horror. Now she couldn't move at all. If Shulai did anything to her, she couldn't resist. I won't do anything to you, don't worry. You are Meng Shui's friend. How could I hurt you? What do you mean? Sulili looked at Shulai closely. For Meng Shui, what happened now should be treated as if it never happened. You are still her friend. But if you dare to hurt her again, you won't be so lucky next time. Liu Mengshe was rarely happy for a few days, and Shulai didn't want her to know that Sulili was pretending to be friends with her. This was a very cruel thing for Liu Mengshe, who had just opened her heart. That's why Shulai asked Liu Mengshe to go out first at the beginning. After saying that, Shulai took a look at Su Tianhua, who was still on the wall, and turned to leave. After coming out, Liu Mengshe was still waiting anxiously. Brother Shu, are you okay? Liu Mengshe quickly looked at Help the vampire cub. Vampire cub? Shulai had a big question mark in his mind. He stopped the car and said to Liu Mengshe, Mengshe, go straight from here to the villa. I have something to do, so I may not be able to take you. Oh, Brother Shu, go and do your work first, but be careful. Okay, I see. Shulai smiled and waved to Liu Mengshe, turned the car around and drove to another road. System, what's going on? Shulai was a little confused when he suddenly received the task. This system doesn't know either. I'm not the one issuing the system tasks. But you have to hurry up. If you can't complete the task, you will lose a lot of merit points. In serious cases, it will be directly wiped out. Damn it. Shulai could only curse in his heart. How should I go? Turn left, the system said coldly. Then turn right, then turn left. After driving around the city for an hour, the car finally stopped. Shulai glanced around. He found that this was the campus of Jinling University. The mission location is nearby. You have to look for it, Master. Shulai's eyes quickly swept around. At this time, he suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly. The amplitude was not very large. If it were not for his 8th level strength of chi training, his perception was far superior to that of ordinary people. He would not have been able to detect it. He leaned close to the surrounding walls and leaned to the right. Soon, he saw 2 humanoid creatures fighting next to him. The reason why they are called humanoid creatures, not humans, is mainly because these 2 guys don't look like humans. One of them is 3 meters tall, full of explosive muscles and covered with a layer of black hair. The other guy is thin, but his 5 fingers are very long, with 2 fangs in his mouth and thin ears. At this time, the 3-meter-tall big guy turned his head, and Shulai was shocked to find that it was actually a wolf's head. Werewolf. Only, the legendary werewolves look like this. And this look is exactly the same as the werewolf in Zhang Sanfeng's memory. The other thin one seemed to be a vampire. In other words, a blood clan. The blood clan cub mentioned by the system was probably it. However, this blood clan cub was in a very bad state now. It was covered in blood and had a huge wound on its back. It almost split its entire back in 2. Another arm was also torn, and the bones were clearly visible. The most important thing was that there was a big hole in its chest, and blood was flowing. Betty, don't think that we can't find you just because you hide in the east. I can smell this disgusting smell on you from 1,000 kilometers away. As werewolves, vampires are their natural enemies. They hate each other since birth. It seems that this is intentional by God. Chapter 54. Betty, you dirty big guy, even if I die, I will drag you down with me? The skinny vampire Betty gnashed her teeth and roared. It sounded like a girl. Don't worry, Betty. I won't let you die. I heard that you have ancient blood in your body. Our king is very interested. If he combines with you, I don't know what kind of monster will be born. Betty was startled and stepped back. But she was injured now. How could she be a match for the werewolf in excellent condition? Seeing that the werewolf was getting closer and closer, Betty was ready to end her life here. At this moment, suddenly, a furry tail slapped in the air. The werewolf paused and dodged flexibly. There was a woman with a long tail next to Betty. Xiang Xinyu? Shulai was surprised to see the person who suddenly appeared. Could it be that Xiang Xinyu knew this vampire? Sure enough, Xiang Xinyu pulled Betty up and asked anxiously, Betty, what's wrong with you? Xinyu, run quickly. We are not Paul's opponent together. She knew too well how powerful Paul was. He was a 3rd-level strong man, and he basically ran rampant in the secular world. In a place like Longxia country, I'm afraid no one can be his opponent. I heard that there are very few strong men in Longxia country, and most of them are just show-offs. No, Betty, we are sisters. I can't leave you behind. Xiang Xinyu turned around and looked at Paul's tall body. Although his pretty face was pale, he still stood in front of her. What is this, a fox demon from the eastern world? The werewolf Paul opened his mouth and looked at Xiang Xinyu in surprise. If I catch you and sell you to those noble grandfathers, I should be able to sell you for a good price. Hey! As he spoke, he had already started. The huge claws covered Xinyu like a small mountain. Xiang Xinyu let out a low roar in her throat. Her roar was low and melodious, just like singing. Paul laughed. Is this the strong man from your eastern world? It's really interesting, ha ha ha. Although he was laughing wildly, his hands did not stop at all. With a bang, Xiang Xinyu flew backwards and fell into the flower bed. Puff! Blood spurted out of her delicate red lips. Her body trembled for a while, and she couldn't stand up. Paul defeated her with a casual blow. The werewolf's physical strength is indeed terrifying. Ha! Paul walked to Xiang Xinyu with a triumphant laugh and stretched out his hand to grab her. Xiang Xinyu could not move her body and could only watch the werewolf Paul getting closer and closer. Just when she was full of despair, a stone suddenly hit Paul's hand. Bang! There was a dull sound as if a bullet had hit him. Paul immediately pulled his hand back, grimacing in pain. He shook his hand and looked down, and found that his entire palm was instantly black and blue. This is his transformed body. It is as strong as steel. How could this happen? Paul widened his eyes and looked at the shade of the tree next to him in disbelief. Who are you? He said in broken Chinese. Get out, or you will die here today. Lai said through the shade of the tree. You are so powerful, but you dare not show up? Paul sneered and slowly walked towards the shade of the tree. At this time, Xiang Xinyu seemed to think of something. Her beautiful eyes turned and she shouted in shock. Shulai? Oh my! Shulai walked out of the bushes speechlessly. He had planned not to show up, but he was exposed by Xiang Xinyu. It's you? Paul looked at Shulai, frowned, and continued to glance at the shade of the tree next to him. He didn't think such a kid could hurt him. This kid didn't look strong at all, and there was no aura of a strong man on him. He was just like an ordinary high school student or college student. How could he be the one who hurt himself? "Don't look at it, big guy. It's me," Shulai said to the werewolf Paul. This was the first time he saw a werewolf, and he couldn't help but be curious and looked more carefully. Werewolves are tall and big, a bit like the giants in mythology. Whether it's fangs or claws, they look quite scary. Fortunately, the aura of this werewolf is not very strong. "Are all the strong men in the East as short as you?" Shulai is actually not short. He is 1.8 meters tall. It's just that there is a gap compared to the 3-meter-tall werewolf. Now Paul also wants to deliberately anger Shulai in this way. Shulai is really angry now and said coldly, "You are about the same size as our pigs. Look at your fat and white appearance. If you hide in the pig pen, I will definitely not recognize you." Humph. Paul didn't understand Shulai's poor Chinese at all, but he knew that Shulai must be scolding him. He flashed and jumped nearly 10 meters. Although his body is huge, his explosive power is equally terrifying. Shulai stretched out his hand, turned around and punched. Boom! His fist just collided with Paul's fist. A wave of air rose from the middle of the two people. A small tree 10 meters away was cut in half on the spot. Paul took 2 steps back, shook his arm that was in great pain, and looked at Shulai in shock. The strength of the young man in front of him was terrifying. There is no doubt about the power of the werewolf, and he has completely transformed. He can even knock down a small mountain. But now he actually lost to an Oriental man who looked extremely fragile. This made him very unwilling. "Damn it, I must kill you!" Paul roared. His body faintly grew bigger again, and his skin slowly turned red. Boom! He stepped on the ground, leaving a large pit with a diameter of 1 meter, and his body came to Shulai. Swish! I saw the claws like a long knife, cutting through the air and slashing over. Shulai's true energy condensed, turned into red thunder and fire, and spewed out. Whoosh! The thunder and fire rose in the wind, and in a blink of an eye it enveloped Paul. Wrapped in thunder and fire, Paul screamed in pain. What is this thing so terrifying? Paul couldn't believe it. But in just a few breaths, he turned into ashes. 9-day thunder and fire, so terrifying. Xiang Xinyu and Betty saw this scene. Both widened their beautiful eyes and felt incredible. How powerful Paul is, they have all experienced it personally. Especially Paul's body, which is indestructible. Unexpectedly, he was also easily killed by the fire suddenly used by Shulai. "Are you all right?" Shulai asked. Seeing Shulai coming, they all stepped back and looked at his hands in horror. Shulai then realized that the thunder and fire had not disappeared. He quickly put away the thunder and fire, and Betty and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Shulai, why are you here?" Xiang Xinyu asked with a bit of surprise in her beautiful eyes. "I happened to pass by and felt that there was movement here, so I came here. This beautiful lady is..." Although he heard Paul and Betty, he didn't know their full names. Betty barely stood up and introduced herself in a very aristocratic way. "My name is Betty Brooke." Brooke. Why is this surname a little familiar? Zhang Sanfeng seemed to have this surname in his memory. Maybe it was because of too many memories. It was a little confusing and he couldn't remember it for a while. "Hello, Betty," Shulai said with a smile. Chapter 55. The second yellow-level merit chi. Shulai looked at Betty, who was only about 1.6 meters tall, but he was calculating with the system in his heart. System, why haven't my merit points been credited yet? Master, I don't know either. You have to be careful. It's very likely that the danger has not been eliminated. Shulai's heart moved. What the system said made sense. If the mission was completed, the merit points should have been credited. For this kind of thing, it is impossible to delay the payment. It is very likely that the danger has not been eliminated. Just as he was looking around, Betty's body softened and she suddenly fell down. Shulai hurriedly supported her. He now understood why the merit points had not been credited yet. Because Betty's physical condition was very poor, it seemed that she could die at any time. In this case, his mission was equivalent to not being completed. "Let's go!" Shulai thought about it and immediately drove to settle Betty down first. The situation was quite special, so Shulai drove faster. In less than half an hour, he helped Betty to the villa. Liu Jingjing and her sister were very surprised to see Shulai suddenly come back with 2 women. Their beautiful eyes were filled with doubts and some other things. In particular, the 2 women were very beautiful, and one of them seemed to be of Western descent. Liu Mengshui's eyes moved, and she found that one of them was actually her teacher. Jing, help get some water. Shu Lai frowned and said, Betty's health is very bad. The key is that her body is different from that of humans. Even if Shu Lai has Zhang Sanfeng's memory, which is equivalent to half a medical god, he is helpless. After all, no matter how good your medical skills are, you can't cure a creature you have never seen. Betty, wake up, wake up! Shang Xinyu whispered beside her and choked up. The relationship between the two of them seems to be quite close. Is there any way to save him? Shu Lai looked at Shang Xinyu. If Betty died here, wouldn't his mission fail? He was anxious, but he felt helpless. By the way, Betty is... Shang Xinyu was about to say something, but when he saw Liu Jingjing and Liu Mengshui beside him, his voice stopped again. It's okay, you can talk. They are all the people I trust the most. Shu Lai looked at Liu Mengshui and Liu Jingjing and said quickly. Hearing Shu Lai say this, Liu Mengshui and Liu Jingjing looked at each other, and there was joy in their beautiful eyes. Brother Shu said that they were the people he trusted the most. Shang Xinyu looked at Shu Lai and snorted, Betty is a vampire. Blood will have an effect on her. As she spoke, she bit her wrist and put it on Betty's lips. Betty sucked twice subconsciously, but then her delicate body began to tremble and her whole body twitched violently. After a while, after the trembling stopped, Betty reluctantly opened her eyes and said, It's useless. Your blood is useless to me. Shu Lai didn't care about so much. It was related to whether the mission could be successful. He bit his wrist without thinking and put it to Betty's mouth. Her blood doesn't work. Try mine. Betty shook her head and said, It's useless. Thank you. You are a strong and friendly Oriental. I am very happy to meet you at the end of my life. A gorgeous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if it was the last trace of her life. Don't say anything. Try it quickly. Shu Lai squeezed out the blood and forced it into Betty's mouth. Betty smiled bitterly and shook her head. She knew very well that the blood of these people was useless, unless... But at this moment, as a few drops of blood entered her mouth, an indescribable desire came from all over her body. It's so delicious! It's so delicious! Betty felt that every cell in her body was cheering. She swallowed Shu Lai's blood in big mouthfuls. It was fine at the beginning, but Shu Lai felt something was wrong later. This girl sucked too much. The key is that at this time, I don't know where Betty got the strength from. Even he couldn't break free. Brother Shu, what's wrong with you? Liu Jingjing and Liu Mengshui hurriedly looked at him anxiously. No, don't worry, I'm fine. Shu Lai gritted his teeth. He is now in the 8th level of Qi training, and losing some blood is acceptable. But he still greatly underestimated Betty's blood-sucking. It took Betty 2 hours to stop. When Betty stopped, Shu Lai's face was as pale as paper. The skin and flesh on his face seemed to be missing 1/3, and his cheekbones were completely protruding. The whole head looked like a skull. Shu Lai clearly felt that his weight had dropped by at least 10 kilograms. Brother Shu? Liu Jingjing and Liu Mengshui felt distressed when they saw him like this. They were also slightly angry with Betty and Shang Xinyu. It was these two women who made Brother Shu skinny. Brother Shu's strong body was ruined by these two women. Liu Mengshui saw Shang Xinyu's foxtail and whispered, It's really a vixen. Shang Xinyu snorted and decided not to pay attention to this little girl. Don't worry, I'm fine. Shu Lai felt that he was drained and spoke weakly. Fortunately, the Chaos Green Lotus began to drop the Chaos Chi again to nourish his body. I believe he will recover soon. But what Shu Lai didn't expect was that although Betty's complexion had improved a little, the system task was still not completed. In other words, Betty still didn't get through the critical period. Damn it! Doesn't that mean she's going to suck her own blood? Sure enough, a day later, Shu Lai barely recovered some of his strength and complexion, and Betty started again. And Betty was obviously still asleep. That is to say, Betty was sucking her own blood unconsciously. A whole week passed like this, and Shu Lai himself didn't know how much blood Betty had sucked. At this time, the system's voice finally sounded. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. You have received 2,500 merit points as a reward. Although he can't borrow another 500 years from heaven, but if he gathers 3 yellow-level merit auras, he can borrow another 10 years of life from heaven. Although it's only 10 years, it's definitely not bad. It is a great attraction for everyone, even for Shu Lai himself. Who doesn't want to live 10 more years? Not to mention that as long as the main organs of the body are not lost, even if the body is seriously ill and disabled, it can still be successful. Thank you, Mr. Shu. Betty sucked at least several hundred kilograms of Shu Lai's blood and finally recovered. Not only did she look very good, but all the injuries on her body were also intact. Shu Lai looked at Betty with some envy. This is the strength of the vampire's body. As long as they are not dead, no matter how broken the body is, it can slowly recover. You're welcome. I've always been so hospitable. Shu Lai got a ray of yellow-level merit and was in a good mood. Hey, men's mouths are really deceiving. Were you so hospitable when I came over that day? Zhang Xinyu pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Chapter 56, Zhong Zhengguo's Invitation. Heh! Shu Lai smiled awkwardly. Forgot Zhang Xinyu was still here. Women really hold grudges. The last time I fought with her, she still remembered it. It was an accident last time. Betty looked at Shu Lai, her pretty face slightly red, and said, I wonder if I can stay here for a few days. Shu Lai knew that she had her own secrets, thought about it and nodded. Yes, there are many rooms here. After saving the other party, he got so many merit points, and there was also a yellow-level merit energy. Shu Lai also wanted to know what was so special about this woman. Seeing this, Zhang Xinyu also said, Since Betty wants to stay here, I want to stay for a few days too. Shu Lai looked at her in some confusion. I'm worried that you will take advantage of our Betty's weakness and plot something bad. Zhang Xinyu said with a slightly red face. Okay, whatever you want, but you can help Lu Mengshe with her homework here. After Shu Lai recovered, Lu Mengshe was no longer so hostile to Zhang Xinyu and Betty. In fact, they chatted for the past 2 days and their relationship became pretty good. As expected, Lu Mengshe was very happy to hear that Zhang Xinyu was also going to stay. Teacher Xiang, what do you want to eat tonight? Mengshe, just call me Sister Xinyu at home. Zhang Xinyu rolled her eyes at Shu Lai and went to talk with Lu Mengshe. Shu Lai didn't know why, but suddenly felt abandoned. At this time, he looked at Betty and asked, We had a fight near Jinling University before. Are you from the university? Betty raised her beautiful eyes and said a little embarrassedly, Yes, I went to school in Jinling University to hide my identity. Shu Lai really couldn't figure out their hobbies. One went to school in the university, and the other was a teacher in a high school. Is this really that interesting? Miss Betty, what is Jinling University like? Liu Jingjing came over with tea. When she heard the words Jinling University, she couldn't help asking. There was a faint light in her eyes. Jinling University is very good. The atmosphere inside is very good. It feels more lively than the universities in the West, Betty said with a smile. Liu Jingjing's beautiful eyes were a little more envious. In fact, she was admitted to the university a year ago, but unfortunately, because of her family, she didn't go. Seeing this, Shu Lai pondered. With his current relationship, it shouldn't be a problem to ask Elder Zheng for another favor. If Zheng Zhengguo can't do it, maybe the Tan family can give it a try. Since he saved Tan Tianwei's life, the Tan family should give him some face. Thinking of this, he turned to Liu Jingjing and said, Jingjing, do you really want to go to Jinling University? Liu Jingjing lowered her head and said in a low voice, It would be best if you can go, but no buts. Since you want to go, I will find a way. Brother Shu, Liu Jingjing's eyes were filled with mist, and she didn't know what to say. She was really grateful to God for meeting Brother Shu in this life. Shu Lai didn't think much of it, because this matter was not a very complicated problem for him. He could also help Liu Jingjing, so why not do it? In addition, maybe he could get some more merit points. Then he went out and called Zhong Zhengguo. Elder Zheng's call was still answered quickly. This time it was Zhong Xiangdi who answered the phone. You again. What do you want to talk to my grandpa about? Zhong Xiangdi saw that it was Shu Lai's call. Her face was slightly happy, and then she said in a bad tone, Is your grandpa free now? If he is, give him the phone number. Thank you. Shu Lai didn't bother her and said directly, Humph! Zhong Xiangdi snorted lightly, but still called out, Grandpa, that guy is looking for you. Zhang Zhengguo came over quickly. Xiao Shu, if you didn't call me, I would have been looking for you. Shu Lai's eyebrows moved. What happened? It's okay. Just tell me what you have to say first. Zhang Zhengguo said with a smile. Shu Lai paused, then spoke. I have a friend named Liu Jingjing, who was admitted to Jinling University last year, but was unable to go because of family reasons. Mr. Zheng, if it's convenient, can you help me? Liu Jingjing, what is the relationship with the little girl last time? He still had some impression of her when he helped Liu Mengshui get admitted last time. Liu Mengshui is her sister. Shu Lai did not hide it because there was nothing to hide. Oh, I see. Jinling University will be a little troublesome, but don't worry. Xiaoshu, there will be no problem. After getting Zhang Zhengguo's assurance, Xu Lai breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhang Zhengguo was in trouble, he could only ask the Tan family for help, but his relationship with the Tan family was not as deep as Zhang Zhengguo's, so it was not so convenient for him to ask. By the way, Mr. Zhang, you said you wanted to talk to me just now. What's the matter? Xu Lai was about to hang up the phone, but suddenly remembered this matter and asked hurriedly. Zhang Zhengguo pondered for a moment and said, Xiaoshu, do you have any conflicts with the Su family? Did it get to Zhang Zhengguo? Xu Lai was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Zhengguo to know everything. Mr. Zhang, how did you know this? Zhang Zhengguo smiled and said, I just found out about this by chance. Xiaoshu, why don't you come to my house tomorrow when you are free? Xu Lai thought about it and nodded. Okay then. After hanging up the phone, Xu Lai went in and said to Liu Jingjing, who was chatting with Betty, you should be able to go to school soon. Really? Brother Xu? Liu Jingjing, who was always gentle, almost jumped up on the spot. Of course, it's true. By the way, have you decided what major to study? Liu Jingjing said. I was planning to study information engineering before, because I heard that this industry is more profitable. Xu Lai could understand that from a family like Liu Jingjing, she would naturally want a major that could make more money in the future. What about you now? What do you want to study? Liu Jingjing looked at Xu Lai and hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Xu, I want to study bioengineering now. She wanted to study bioengineering to understand Xu Lai's physical changes. Bioengineering? It's not bad. Xu Lai didn't think so much. He just thought that bioengineering was a very good industry. The next day, under the stunned gaze of Betty and Xiang Xinyu, he finished a large bowl of radishes. I prefer radishes. You guys can do whatever you want. Now eating radishes, Xu Lai is no longer as embarrassed as before, especially in front of a vampire cub and a nine-tailed fox. After eating the radishes, Xu Lai called Zhang Zhengguo and slowly rushed to the Zhang family. It was already early in the morning when he arrived at the Zhang family. Zhang Zhengguo came out to greet him in person with a big smile on his face. Xiaoshu, you are here. Come in quickly. Zhang Zhengguo's enthusiasm surprised him a little. It seems that his guess was correct. Chapter 57 Murder. Walking into the Zhang family, Zhang Xiangyu and Zhang Xiangdi were both there. Only Zhang Tianrui, who didn't know where he had gone to hang out again. Zhang Xiangyu glanced at Xu Lai and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiangdi snorted and turned her head away to express her dissatisfaction with Xu Lai. Xu Lai shook his head speechlessly, still not knowing how he offended this young lady. However, he turned his eyes and looked at the people next to him in surprise. Who are these people? One of them walked out and snorted coldly. Xu Lai, you don't even recognize me, do you? Xu Lai took a look and said calmly, As soon as you opened your mouth, I remembered that you were my defeated opponent. What's your name? Oh, by the way, you are Su Lili's sister, Su Tianhua. You. Being defeated by Xu Lai with one punch is an eternal shame in his heart. Now he wants to bite Xu Lai to death. Boy, don't be so quick to talk. Be careful that your tongue will be gone. A middle-aged man in his 40s beside Su Tianhua spoke. The other party's aura is not weak, and he has already entered the realm of the master. This is actually Su Tianhua's second uncle, Su Tianjin. Zhang Zhengguo hurriedly came out and said, Everyone, don't be angry first. Brother Tianjin, for my sake, calm down. Facing a martial arts master, Zhang Zhengguo spoke very carefully. Even their Zhang family, seemingly glorious, dare not offend a martial arts master. Okay, I'll give you Zhang Zhengguo a face, but this kid must kneel down and apologize to me. Su Tianjin looked at Xu Lai coldly. Second uncle, not only do we want him to kneel down and apologize, we also want to cripple one of his hands. At this time, Su Lili came out from the side and said viciously, She had only suffered at the hands of Xu Lai since she was a child, and she must get back at him. You little brat, did you hear everything? Su Tianjin looked at Xu Lai coldly. I don't understand what you are barking about. Xu Lai said coldly. What did you say? Su Tianjin's face turned cold and he walked forward. Zhang Zhengguo stopped him and ran over to pull Xu Lai aside. Xiaoshu, I was wrong today for not notifying you in advance. But you have to understand that the Su family is not something that ordinary people can mess with. As far as I know, there are 3 martial arts masters in the Su family. I'll explain to them later, and then you should be fine if you admit your mistake. Zhang Zhengguo looked at Xu Lai earnestly. Xu Lai glanced at him and sighed in his heart. could see that Zhong Zhengguo was really doing it for his own good. But this is not the result he wants. If he admits his mistake today, Liu Mengxie may be bullied again in school tomorrow. Can he let such a thing happen? Therefore, he must not bow to the Su family. Mr. Zhang, you have taken the trouble, but this matter is not done that way. Xu Lai shook his head. Xiao Shu, Zhong Zhengguo's face changed slightly. At this time, does Xu Lai still want to fight the Su family? Zhong Xiangyu also came over to persuade him. Xu Lai? You don't have to say more. It's just a Su family. Ha ha ha! Good, very good. It's just a Su family. You are so brave. Su Qianjun laughed in anger. Their Su family has been in power for 100 years and has been a century-old noble family. There are still people who dare to be so rampant. Today I will see how much you weigh. You dare not take our Su family seriously. Su Lily also sneered. I thought this kid was so powerful, but I didn't expect him to be just a fool. Su Tianhua looked at Xu Lai with pity. It's ridiculous, boy. You poor guys will never know how powerful a big family like ours is. It's ridiculous that you are just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, and you think you are invincible. Xu Lai said. We are frogs at the bottom of a well, then you are an ant at the bottom of a well. I can kill you with one palm. As soon as he finished speaking, the true energy in Su Qianjun's body surged out, forming a huge palm, and slapped it down. His palm was huge, like a small mountain. Even Zhong Xiangyu, who was more than 10 meters away, felt that the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble. This is the power of the master. The real master is not comparable to Fu Gaoming last time. Zhong Xiangyu exclaimed hurriedly. Under such a terrifying attack, Xu Lai will definitely die, but at this moment, humph! Ah! Cold snort came from Xu Lai's mouth. Along with his voice, the true energy hand that Su Qianjun hit actually exploded in the air, turned invisible, as if being crushed in mid-air by an unimaginable force. Puff! Su Qianjun spurted blood from his mouth as if being attacked by a backlash, his face full of horror. This! His chi hand was the Su family's unique skill, the Void Palm. Even a strong man of the same level could only dodge this move and dare not take it head-on. But now, his Su family's unique skill was actually shattered by a cold snort. This is impossible. You little bastard, come and die. Like a mad lion, Su Qianjun rushed towards Xu Lai. You're looking for death. Xu Lai stretched out his hand and punched. Boom! The air roared and the punch came out like a dragon. Xu Lai's fist went straight through Su Qianjun's chest. Puff! Xu Lai pulled his hand back, and a large amount of blood instantly spurted out of Su Qianjun's chest. Su Lily, I've said before that if you mess with me again, you will pay the price. I'll take this man's life. If there's a next time. Xu Lai glanced at her coldly and didn't say anything more. Su Lily stepped back in fear, bumped into a tree, and then fell into the water. Xu Lai looked at Su Tianhua again. Su Tianhua was even family to resolve the grievances? No. He should do the exact opposite. It should be the Su family who admits the mistakes. Zhong Zhengguo looked at Xu Lai with a bitter smile. Mr. Zhang, I know you are doing this for my own good. I won't blame you, but don't let this happen again. Xu Lai said calmly. Zhong Zhengguo nodded quickly and said, Don't worry, Xiao Su, I will never do such a stupid thing again. He knew very well that this was Xu Lai's warning. Zhong Xiangyu looked at Xu Lai, wanting to say something, but stopping herself. In the end, she couldn't say anything until Xu Lai left. She found that every time she came into contact with Xu Lai, something new would happen. Chapter 58. Another day of getting rich. Leaving the Zhang family, Xu Lai's mood gradually improved, because the voice of the system came again. Kill the first-class villain, merit points plus 500. Although this time it was also a first-class villain, the merit points actually increased by 500. This shows that even if it is the same first-class villain, there are differences. On the other hand, it also proves that his action was right. In fact, he had been thinking, if he killed the wrong person and killed a good person, would his contribution points be deducted? Thinking of this, he couldn't help asking the system. System, what if I kill a good person? The system was silent for a while, and then said, I don't know. I'm afraid you have to try it yourself to know. Xu Lai shook his head. He had no intention of trying this kind of thing. And if he caused a big mess, it would be a big deal. Since it is a merit system, I should try my best to do good things. In total, I have accumulated more than 3,500 merit points, and I can draw again. For Krypton Gold people, there is nothing better than Krypton Gold. When Shulai returned home, he asked Liu Jingjing to help him draw the lottery. The last time he drew the 9 heavens thunder fire was all thanks to Liu Jingjing, and this time he also planned to borrow Liu Jingjing's luck. With the help of Liu Jingjing, he drew all in one breath. After drawing, Shulai felt a little empty. The merit points that he had accumulated with great difficulty were all gone in an instant. Forget it. If it's gone, it's gone. Let's see what I got this time. Enter the system panel, open it, and immediately there are countless thank you for your patronage pop-up. This is not what Shulai expected. He found that the chance of winning is very low. However, as long as he can win every time, the things are pretty good, whether it is the previous swallowing technique or the 9-day thunder and fire. Ding! Congratulations to the master. You won 1,000 cash. Wow, 1 million cash. After being excited for a while, Shulai calmed down again, because this thing is better than nothing for him now. It seems that he doesn't have many places to spend money. So far, the previous 100 million has not been spent much. However, money is always a good thing. In addition to 1 million cash, is there nothing else? Shulai continued to check. Ding! Congratulations to the master for drawing all the assets from number 69 to number 96 Jianch Street. Shulai didn't feel anything about the previous 1 million, but what's in front of him made him breathe faster. All the assets from number 69 to number 96 Jianchi Street? How much is this? Master, the relevant information of all the properties from number 69 to number 96 Jianchi Street has been prepared. Do you want to accept it? Accept. Shulai spoke subconsciously. As his voice fell, a lot of information suddenly appeared around him. He opened a few documents and took a look. They were all the property rights of Jianchi Street. From number 69 Jianchi Street to number 96 Jianchi Street, there was no one missing. One of them was a hotel, which was under his name. There were also some that were rented out, and some seemed to have expired. Just as Shulai was checking these property documents, the Su family, the lights were on. As one of the wealthy families, the Su family's mansion was magnificent. In addition, the Su family also opened a martial arts school, and many tall people could be seen. But now everyone looked heavy, especially in the lobby. The originally magnificent hall now had a black coffin parked. Who can tell me what happened? As the head of the Su family, Su Yaozong was furious. A master actually died like this? In order to train a master, the Su family didn't know how much it had spent. Now all the money was gone. Su Qianhua's eyes trembled and he glanced at Su Lili. Su Lili could only bite the bullet and come out. Dad, this is what happened. She explained the Zhang family's affairs. After listening, Su Yaozong frowned. Are you saying that a kid who came from nowhere killed Su Qianjun? He was a little unconvinced. He knew how strong the master was. In the Haidong generation, although there was no shortage of masters, there were no such young master-level masters. If there were, it could only be the genius of their Su family. Immediately check the identity of that person, Su Yaozong said in a deep voice. Shulai spent half a day to read through all the property documents. After reading it, he couldn't help but smile. From number 69 to number 96 Jianchi Street, it seemed that there were only 20 or so house numbers, but the total assets were very large. He didn't know exactly how much there was, so he decided to go over and take a look. Liu Mengshe went to school, and Betty was recovering from her injuries. Shang Xinyu naturally went to class. He found Liu Jingjing and asked her to go out with him. Brother Shu, what are we going to do today? Liu Jingjing asked happily after getting in a taxi. She was very happy to be able to go out with Brother Shu, but she didn't care what they did. Let's go to Jianxi Street, Shulai said mysteriously. Handsome guy, 50 yuan. When they arrived at Jianxi Street, the taxi driver stopped the car. Shulai gave 50 yuan, and after getting off the car with Liu Jingjing, they looked around. Jianxi Street was very long and there were many people. After they walked a few steps, Shulai saw number 69 Jianxi Street. It turned out to be a hotel. According to the documents obtained from the previous lottery, this hotel was his. It seemed that this hotel was quite good, and most of the people coming in and out were luxury cars worth more than 1 or 2 million yuan. Liu Jingjing looked at a store in front of her and suddenly said in surprise, Has Chai Kun been here? Shulai looked up and saw a notice in front of a jewelry store next to him. The best Kun came to the store 3 days ago. There was a photo of Chai Kun and a customer next to the notice. Who is Chai Kun? Shulai asked in surprise. Is this person very powerful? Why haven't I heard of him? Kai Kun is a star. There are news about him on TV every day. Lu Jingjing said. Is he very popular? Very popular. Lu Jingjing nodded. At this time, many young people came over after seeing the notice and took photos with the portrait of Kai Kung-kun in the notice. After taking the photo, some young girls screamed excitedly. It was as if they had met Kai Kung-kun himself. Jingjing, do you want to go in and take a look? Shulai said with a flash of his eyes. This store is number 75 Jianshe Street, which happens to be under his name. This is not rented out, but the whole store is his own. Brother Shu, do you want to buy jewelry? Lu Jingjing said. You can go shopping even if you don't buy jewelry. After speaking, Shulai walked into the store first. Lu Jingjing hurriedly followed. Jingjing, if you see anything you like, tell me. This store looks pretty good, and the manager is generally doing a good job. Wow, it's too expensive. Lu Jingjing saw that a necklace cost 128,888. Don't worry about the price. Just tell me if you like it. Lu Jingjing has always taken care of herself, and he has never given Lu Jingjing anything properly, so today is a good time to make up for it. While he was looking at the jewelry in the store, he was observing the situation in the store. At this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, Chapter 59, framed by Yuelu. Why is she here? Bayuelu is Shulai's college classmate. In college, Bayuelu copied his homework in an exam. Unfortunately, she copied it wrong. In the end, she failed. As a result, she blamed Shulai for hurting her. After that, Bayuelu was unhappy with him. Fortunately, college classmates don't have much contact with each other. Although she was angry, she didn't have any special way to deal with Shulai. After graduation, there was no contact, and Shulai almost forgot about this person. Unexpectedly, I saw Bayuelu here today. Bayuelu also saw Shulai at this time. She was wearing a black business suit, revealing 2 long white legs and a nameplate on her chest. She was a salesperson here. Although she now has a monthly income of more than 20,000, she is not satisfied, because every day she sees many rich people coming in and spending hundreds of thousands casually, which makes her very envious. Shulai? What is that guy doing here? Can he afford jewelry? In college, they basically know that Shulai's family is very ordinary. He has no special skills, is not smooth enough, and does not like to flatter. Such a person is destined to be mediocre after graduation. It is good to be able to make a monthly salary of 5,000 or 6,000. How can he afford the jewelry here? There was a little more contempt and suspicion in his expression. Although Shulai saw Bayuelu, he saw that she seemed to be still angry with him. He did not take the initiative to say hello. Another sales lady, seeing Lu Jingjing's extraordinary appearance and temperament, took the initiative to come over to say hello. Wow, what a beautiful little sister. What do you want to buy? Sister will introduce you. I? Lu Jingjing's pretty face blushed slightly, and she glanced at Shulai, a little at a loss. Shulai smiled and said, You can pick whatever you like. Brother Shu, forget about me. I don't need these. Few women really don't like jewelry. Lu Jingjing is the same. Although she likes it very much, she knows that she has no income now and can only have a peaceful life with the help of Shulai. She dare not ask for anything more. Shulai hesitated for a moment and said, I need to give a friend a gift. Just think of it as doing me a favor. Lu Jingjing's beautiful eyes flashed. Brother Shu, is your friend also a girl? Yes, yes. How old is she? Lu Jingjing continued to ask. About the same as you. Shulai thought about it and said. Lu Jingjing thought of something. Her pretty face became redder, and she nodded gently. Oh, I see. As for the price, it should be no less than 100,000. He added a sentence because he was worried that Lu Jingjing was too frugal. Originally, he was a man with a net worth of hundreds of millions, and now with the assets from number 69 to number 96 Jianshe Street, it was not expensive to give a gift of hundreds of thousands. The sales lady was delighted to hear this. It seemed that these two really wanted to buy jewelry, and the price was not low. Usually they met a lot of people, but most of them came to take a look. Even if there were willing people, they would not make a deal on the same day. Little sister, look, this diamond ring. The diamond inside is a D-grade diamond, which is the best quality diamond, pure and flawless. Lu Jingjing looked at the diamond in the saleslady's hand, breathing a little faster. At this moment a voice suddenly interrupted. Xiao Chen, don't waste your time. This man can't afford these things at all. Sister Bai? The saleslady looked at Bai Weilu in surprise. Generally speaking, such words would not be said in sales occasions. What's wrong with Sister Bai today? Bai Weilu didn't look at her, but looked at Shulai instead. Sulai, this is not a place you can come in. Get out quickly. The voice was cold, and even had a bit of condescending taste because she knew very well that Shulai's salary was probably less than 1/3 of hers, maybe even lower. How could such a person afford the jewelry here? Shulai looked at Bayuelu and said calmly, I come whenever I want. It's none of your business. This store is owned by me. Why can't I come? Haha, others don't know, so they naturally don't know. But I don't know you. Do you have the capital to spend money here? Shulai smiled slightly and said, I don't have anything, so what if I have it? After that, Shulai ignored her and walked straight inside. Bayuelu snorted in a low voice behind her. You are a waste. Why are you pretending in front of me? She thought of something, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then she carefully opened a pair of rings. At this time, the saleslady surnamed Chen was still talking to Lu Jingjing. She walked over and approached Lu Jingjing. If you really want to buy it, you can take a look at the ruby necklace next to it. Xiao Chen didn't know why Sister Bai's attitude had changed again, but she still hurriedly introduced with a smile. Sister Bai is right. This ruby necklace is a new model, and the workmanship is very fine. Bayuelu continued, If you like it, you can pick it up and take a look at it yourself. Lu Jingjing glanced at Bayuelu. She saw that Brother Shu and this woman seemed to be unhappy just now, so she didn't want to say anything more to Bayuelu. Bayuelu became a little persistent and got closer to Lu Jingjing. Jingjing still got up and left and walked towards Shulai. Brother Shu, why don't we go to another place? Shulai said calmly, It doesn't matter, just buy it here. It's rare to waste time. Oh, okay. Seeing that Shulai had made up his mind, Lu Jingjing didn't say anything more. At this time, Bayuelu suddenly walked towards Shulai. When no one was paying attention, Bayuelu suddenly put something into Shulai's pocket. Shulai naturally felt it and grabbed Bayuelu's hand. What are you doing? Shulai frowned and said coldly. Bayuelu panicked when she found that she was caught by Shulai. Especially since Shulai's hand was very advantageous, it was useless for her to struggle. Let me go, she screamed loudly. What happened? Several salesmen ran over. This person stole something and I caught him. Suddenly, Bayuelu shouted to everyone. What? Thief? Both the salesman and the customers in the store glared at Shulai. Catch him! Several male customers, facing a group of beautiful salesladies, suddenly had hormones bursting out and wanted to show off. 2 or 3 taller young men surrounded Shulai. Bastard! Let this lady go quickly. If you don't let her go, be careful that we will beat you to death. Now there are so many people around, they are not afraid of Shulai, and they are very imposing. Shulai chuckled and looked at the 2 guys who were talking as if they were idiots. Which eye of yours saw me stealing? It was clearly her who wanted to secretly put something in my bag, and I found out. Shulai had never thought that Bayuelu could do this. Not only did the villain make the first complaint, but he also blamed her. Chapter 60 Despised. Don't listen to his nonsense. I saw his thing and wanted to stop him, but he grabbed my hand. Bayuelu looked scared and pitiful and said in a crying voice. The crowd around them was immediately angry. One by one they pointed at Shulai. Boy, you still dare to quibble. Why would a girl frame you? That's right. Look at this boy. He doesn't look like someone who can afford jewelry. What else can he do if he comes in but steal? If you don't let this lady go, don't blame us for being rude. Between Shulai and Bayuelu, they didn't need any evidence and believed Bayuelu directly. Someone in the middle threatened, We have called the police, kid. If you don't let him go, you will go to jail. Hearing the police, Bayuelu's face changed slightly. Shulai looked at Bayuelu. You said I took the things. Turn on the surveillance. No need for surveillance. You and that woman are thieves. I can see clearly that this ring is a pair, and the other one is in that woman's bag. Bayuelu said. Everyone immediately looked at Lu Jingjing. The women around saw that Lu Jingjing was beautiful, and they said with some jealousy, She looks good, but I didn't expect her to be a thief. It turns out that beautiful women are not good. Lu Jingjing's eyes turned red and she shook her head quickly. I didn't take anything. Shulai looked at Bayuelu coldly. Which eye did you see it with? I saw it with both eyes. If you don't believe me, let her open the bag. Okay, I'll open it now. Lu Jingjing hurriedly opened the package, but at this moment, Lu Jingjing took out a shining diamond ring from the bag in disbelief. This, Brother Shu, I didn't take it. Lu Jingjing's tears flowed down. She was not worried about being misunderstood by others. She was only worried that Brother Shu would no longer want her. Brother Shu, I didn't. Liu Jingjing kept telling Shulai with tears in her eyes. Shulai grabbed her hand and whispered, "Don't worry, I know. Leave it to me. I will definitely let her give you justice." Liu Jingjing leaned against Shulai and looked around nervously. Shulai looked at Bai Yuelu and said coldly, "When did you put the things in her bag?" "What did you say? Let me go quickly. Now that the evidence has been found, do you still want to deny it?" "That's right. I see this kid is not willing to drink the wine. Let's go together." 5 or 6 people rushed towards Shulai at the same time, wanting to subdue him and show off in front of everyone. Shulai raised his foot and kicked 3 people away in an instant. He threw out his other hand, and 2 streams of energy knocked the other 3 people away. Everyone was shocked, and many of them covered their mouths and dared not speak anymore. Originally, they thought Shulai was honest, and they all wanted to come over and scold Shulai. Now, seeing how powerful Shulai was, these people were scared and ran away. At this time, a man who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old came out. "Who is making trouble in our store?" "Manager, this person is a thief, and he also injured someone," a sales lady said hurriedly. Seeing the manager appear, Bai Yuelu's eyes flashed with joy. Manager glanced at Shulai and said, "Boy, as long as you let my subordinate go, I can consider letting bygones be bygones." "The manager is too kind? This kid is too easy." "That's right, the thief is still so arrogant, he should be beaten to death." The few people who were beaten by Shulai just now were still shouting indignantly. "Take a look at the surveillance records, and everything will be clear." Shulai had noticed that there were 2 surveillance cameras around. He didn't know whether Bai Yuelu took a picture of putting something in Jingjing's bag, but he definitely took a picture of Bai Yuelu putting something in her own bag. He pulled Bai Yuelu to the front desk. The surveillance record was at the front desk. "You, what are you doing? Everyone, stop him, he wants to escape." Bai Yuelu was anxious. She thought that everyone had already subdued Shulai, and then took the things from Liu Jingjing's bag, which would be considered a case of catching the man red-handed. But she didn't expect Shulai to be so powerful now that no one could stop him. Hearing Bai Yuelu's voice, a few more people wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, and rushed towards Shulai. Shulai snorted coldly, and the few people who rushed past were hit by Shulai's fists and feet before they got close, and they all flew backwards. Shulai walked to the front desk at this time. The girl at the front desk was pretty, about 20 years old, with a pure temperament. Seeing Shulai coming, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move. "You, what are you going to do?" She hugged her chest tightly with both hands, looking very scared. "Turn on the surveillance," Shulai said lightly. The girl at the front desk hurriedly used the mouse to open the surveillance video. Shulai used his other hand to use the mouse to replay the surveillance video to the moment when Bai Yuelu approached. As expected, in the surveillance video, Bai Yuelu tried to put the ring into her bag quietly, but he grabbed her. He opened another camera, which also recorded the video of Bai Yuelu putting the ring into Liu Jing's bag. After finding the video, Shulai immediately projected the video onto the big screen at the front desk. Originally, the big screen was playing some product introductions in the store, but suddenly it became the scene of Bai Yuelu putting the ring into Liu Jingjing's bag. The customers and other sales ladies inside were all looking at the screen in shock. "I didn't expect it to be true. It was probably framed by this woman. Oh my God, I almost blamed her wrongly." Some people immediately said in shock. I said, "How could such a cute girl steal things?" There were also customers who showed an expression that they had known it for a long time. In fact, they were the ones who scolded Shulai as a thief before. The other sales ladies looked at Bai Yuelu and whispered to each other. Bai Yuelu's face was pale. Shulai let go of her hand, and she fell to the ground. Manager Ding Haohai forced a smile and said, "Okay, the truth has been revealed. The store needs to deal with this matter immediately. Please leave first." The crowd slowly left. Most of them did not have much sense of justice. They just joined in the fun and watched the show. They took a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. After the crowd left, Ding Haohai asked the other employees to go home first. Soon, only Shulai and Liu Jingjing were left in the store, and there were Ding Haohai and Bai Yuelu. "Mr. Shu, I'm sorry. I think there were some misunderstandings today. Please forgive me," Ding Haohai said at this time, but there was no apology on his face. "This is not a misunderstanding. It's a deliberate frame-up." Shulai looked at Bai Yuelu and didn't intend to let her go. It would be fine if they framed him, but framing Liu Jingjing was unforgivable. Well, here's 50 yuan, take it and leave. Ding Haohai took out his wallet, threw a 50 yuan bill on the ground, and said lightly, "Haha, take this money yourself. I want you to fire Baiyu immediately." "Shu Lai, who do you think you are? To tell you the truth, Haoran is my boyfriend. Do you think you can do anything to me just because you have evidence against me?" Baiyu leaned in Ding Haohai's arms and smiled triumphantly. Shu Lai looked at them in surprise. He didn't expect that Baiyu and Ding Haohai were actually boyfriend and girlfriend. Chapter 61. Haha, I'm the boss. "Oh, so your name is Shu Lai. Either take the money and leave here, or get out now," Ding Haohai said. "To tell you the truth, it doesn't matter even if you report it to the police. I will deal with the surveillance video in a while. As for the witnesses just now, do you think those people will testify for you? Even if they testify, it's hard to do anything to us without the surveillance video." Baiyu also laughed coldly. "Shu Lai, think a waste like you can still turn over in front of me? It's ridiculous." Shu Lai looked at Ding Haohai. "You don't fire her, right? Well, you are also fired." Baiyu was stunned and said with a smile, "Shu Lai, what did you say? Did I hear it right? You want to fire Haohai?" "Yes, what's the problem?" Shu Lai said lightly. "Haha, kid, you want to fire me just because of you? Are you crazy?" Ding Haohai looked at Shu Lai as if he was an idiot. "Why can't I fire you? You can pack up and get out now. You're fucking crazy, right? You think you're the boss here, and you can fire me if you want to. Who are you?" "Sorry, I'm really the boss here." Shu Lai looked at Ding Haohai and said. Liu Jingjing's beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. She believed that Brother Shu was not lying. That is, Brother Shu was really the boss here. Unexpectedly, Brother Shu actually had such a jewelry store. "Nonsense, you are the boss here. Then I am Kai Kung Kun." Ding Haohai laughed, angrily. There is such an incredible person. He actually said that he is the boss here. The boss here is very mysterious. He has not seen him for more than a year since he joined the company. He has only communicated by phone. "Boy, you said you are the boss here, right? Wait, I'll call the boss now and see if it's you." Ding Haohai took out his mobile phone and called the boss. Baiyu sneered. "Shu Lai, I think you are really poor and crazy. I'll see how you can pretend later." At this time, Ding Haohai had already dialed the phone. At the same time, Shu Lai's phone rang. Shu Lai took out his cell phone from his bag and said calmly, "Should I answer it?" Without waiting for Ding Haohai to answer, Shu Lai answered the phone and whispered, "Hello." Ding Haohai subconsciously put the phone to his ear and trembled. "Hello, boss. You're fired." Shu Lai hung up the phone. Ding Haohai was struck by lightning when he heard the hang-up sound from the phone. "Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have protected this woman. Boss, please give me another chance." Ding Haohai suddenly knelt down, pulled Shu Lai's pants and begged loudly. He didn't want to lose his position as store manager. This is a jewelry store with a lot of income every year. The most important thing is that he didn't dare to offend Shu Lai. Now that he knew Shu Lai was the owner of the jewelry store, he knew very well how rich Shu Lai was. If he offended such a person, he might have a hard time in the jewelry industry in the future. The jewelry industry is big and small. After all, it takes a certain level to be able to play with these things. Moreover, for a store manager position like his, there will definitely be a phone call back when looking for a person of the same level in the future. Other bosses will never fully believe in a resume and will call back. After all, a store is worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. How many bosses can trust it if they don't know the details? At that time, if Shu Lai said anything, she would definitely not be hired. "Shu Lai, are you really the boss here?" Baiyu looked at Shu Lai blankly. She never thought that Shu Lai was really the boss here. Since Shu Lai was the boss here, what was the point of her framing Shu Lai today? In Shu Lai's eyes, she was like a clown. A sense of humiliation and unwillingness filled her heart. Why is Shu Lai the boss? In other words, she had been working hard these days, but she was just working for Shu Lai. "Okay, you can get out now. I give you 5 minutes to pack up and get out, otherwise I will call the police." Baiyu body trembled, and she could only pack up and leave here quickly. Seeing that Shu Lai was indifferent, Ding Haohai also left dejectedly. Seeing that both of them disappeared here, Liu Jingjing looked at Shu Lai with admiration. "Brother Shu, you are so amazing." After these days, she already knew that Shu Lai's parents had passed away for a long time. In other words, all these properties were earned by Shu Lai. Nothing, just luck. Shulai still couldn't figure out why the phone suddenly received a message from his parents that day. Then there was the inexplicable merit system. At this time, the system prompt sound came. Ding, merit points plus 30. Ding, merit points plus 100. Another 130 merit points were obtained. Comfortable. Brother Shu, what should we do with the store now? No problem. Just hire another store manager. People like Ding Hao Hai are better off not having them. He quickly posted some recruitment information on his mobile phone. After finishing, it was already quite late. Shulai felt that if he wanted to manage these properties, he might need to find someone else. Liu Jingjing and the others were actually good choices, but not now. Letting Liu Jingjing stay in the store all the time now may not be the best arrangement for her. After packing, Shulai asked casually, "You chosen something suitable?" Just now, while he was posting the information, he asked Jingjing to continue to help pick gifts. "Well, Brother Shu, I saw something. I wonder if you think it's suitable." Shulai hurried over. After taking a look, he nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, but you're saving me too much money. This is a diamond necklace priced at 150,000. This price is considered to be lower end in this store." But Shulai thought carefully, the price is about the same as giving it to her. If it were the Shulai of the past, I'm afraid I wouldn't even think about this price, because I don't have so much money. Seeing that Shulai was sure, Liu Jingjing's beautiful eyes were filled with water waves, and her cheeks became more and more flushed. Is Brother Shu going to give it to her? There are often such scenes on TV, where a man asks a girl to help pick a gift, and in the end, it is actually given to the girl. At this time, she saw Shulai reaching out to pick up the gift, and her breathing became slightly rapid. She was thinking if Brother Shu really gave it to her, would she accept it or not? But at this moment, Shulai put away the necklace and put it directly into his bag. Liu Jingjing's pretty face suddenly showed a look of astonishment. "What's wrong?" Shulai asked Liu Jingjing, whose face suddenly turned slightly pale. "No, nothing. Brother Shu, can I ask who it's for?" She gritted her teeth and asked in a low voice. "Actually, the person I'm going to give it to has met you." "Who?" Liu Jingjing was full of surprise. "Which girl is it? She actually met her before. Could it be Meng Xie?" "Impossible. Brother Shu likes Meng Xie?" Chapter 62. "There's a ghost in the store. It's my ex-girlfriend Chen Jingjing," Shulai said as Liu Jingjing was guessing. It turned out to be her. Liu Jingjing then remembered the woman she had met in the hot pot restaurant before. She is getting married in a few days. Thinking of Chen Jingjing, Shulai's mood became much more complicated. "Let's go." After packing up, Shulai and Liu Jingjing closed the store and left. As soon as he came out, he saw a sign saying "For Sale" was hung on the shop next door. The shop's address is number 78 Jianshe Street, and it is also under his name. However, he does not own the shop directly, he rents it out. It seems that the boss is not doing well in business and is going to transfer it during the lease period. This situation is rare. Because the lease is transferred, it is basically a loss. This shop is in the clothing business, and it should be more undulating. Although there are ups and downs, it is generally a rising pattern. How can this business not continue? At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. When he opened it, it was an unfamiliar number. After he answered it, a sexy female voice came from it. "Hello, is this Boss Shu?" The voice was very unfamiliar and he didn't know who it was. "It's me. Who are you?" "Boss Shu, I'm Leng Miaoxiang." "Leng Miaoxiang?" Shulai repeated subconsciously, not very familiar with the name. It seems that Boss Shu is really forgetful. "I am the tenant of the shop at number 78 Jianshe Street." Number 78, isn't it the clothing store next door? What a coincidence. Shulai didn't expect that the phone call came while he was watching. "Boss Leng, what's the matter with calling so late?" Leng Miaoxiang pursed her red lips. She didn't expect that Boss Shu's voice was so young. He was probably 2 years younger than her. She thought the other party was a middle-aged, greasy man with a big belly. Unexpectedly, it was a young man. She couldn't help but smile and said, "Boss Shu, I'm sorry to bother you. Regarding the store, I wonder if I can cancel the lease early." "Canceling early?" "Boss Shu, I know this is a bit against the rules, but I do have some problems. How about we make an appointment to talk slowly?" Shulai thought about it and shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm also on Jianshe Street today. If Boss Leng is in the shop, how about I go to find you?" Although it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening, Shulai didn't want to go out alone again. It would be better to waste time and go and see now. "Boss Shu is also on Jianshe Street. That's perfect. I'll be waiting for you in the store." Leng Miaoxiang was surprised and said immediately, "This matter has a great impact on her. It would be better if it could be resolved in advance." Thinking of this, she hung up the phone and hurried to touch up her makeup. "Boss Shu is so young, I'll paint him pure." No. Although he is young, he is rich, and there are probably many women around him. It's better to paint him mature. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of charm flashed in her beautiful eyes. Of course, she didn't intend to seduce Shu Lai. She just wanted to make the conversation more beneficial to herself in this way. It would be best to terminate the lease in advance and leave this loss-making place. Just after putting on her makeup, she heard a clear knock on the door. "I'm coming." She hurried out to open the door. When she opened the door, she saw a young man with a very beautiful girl standing at the door. "Are you Boss Shu?" Looking at Shu Lai in front of her, she was even more surprised. He was younger than she thought. "It's me, you must be Boss Leng." "Yes, Boss Shu, please come in." Leng Miaoxiang hurriedly led them to sit down. "Wow, what a beautiful sister. Is this Boss Shu's girlfriend?" Leng Miaoxiang asked with a smile. Liu Jingjing blushed and didn't speak. Shu Lai shook her head and said, "Boss Leng misunderstood." "Oh." Leng Miaoxiang glanced at Liu Jingjing and then retracted her gaze. At this time, Shu Lai glanced at the store and frowned slightly. Now the store is basically empty. It seems that Leng Miaoxiang's business should have been closed down a long time ago. Seeing this, Leng Miaoxiang smiled bitterly. Boss Shu has seen it all. "I have seen it, Boss Leng. Can you tell me why you want to move away? There are not many clothing stores on this street." Before Shu Lai went in, he took a special walk around and found that although there are clothing stores on Jianshe Street, they are not many. In addition to the fact that Jianshe Street has a lot of traffic, the business of this clothing store should not be so bad. "Boss Shu, you don't know. This is not a customer relationship." Leng Miaoxiang hesitated for a moment, but chose to tell the truth. "Someone on this street deliberately targeted my store." "What's going on?" Shu Lai said in a deep voice. "Someone came to collect protection fees." "Actually, I know about protection fees. It's normal. I have paid them before. As long as you pay protection fees, most people won't come to cause trouble. But this time, the protection fee collected by the other party is very high." "How much?" Shu Lai asked. 100,000 per month, and it was 30,000 per month before. It was 70,000 more all of a sudden. No wonder Leng Miaoxiang couldn't bear it. The rent for his place is only 20,000 per month. It can be seen how much the protection fee is. "Actually, it's not so bad. I can still hold on for a while, but what?" "But some strange things happened here." She looked at Shu Lai and suddenly hesitated to speak. Shu Lai said, "Boss Leng, if you have anything to say, just tell me." "Well, this is Boss Shu's territory after all, and it has something to do with you." Leng Miaoxiang said, "In the past 2 months, several shopping guide girls I hired were scared away by something." "Scary away?" "Well, they said that it seemed like someone was touching them, but they didn't see anyone every time. Once or twice they thought it was wrong, but after many times, they became scared and resigned one after another. 2 of the girls were even scared to death." "There are such strange things?" Shu Lai frowned, feeling that he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Originally, he thought it was a feng shui problem, but after entering and observing carefully, he found that it was not a feng shui problem at all. On the contrary, the feng shui of this store may be the best among some of the surrounding stores. I didn't feel anything evil in this store. "So what's going on?" As she was talking, Leng Miaoxiang suddenly asked, "What time is it now?" 7:30 in the evening, Liu Jingjing said from the side. 7:30? Then Boss Shu, do you want us to go out and talk? After hearing that it was after 7:30, Leng Miaoxiang actually showed a look of nervousness and fear. Chapter 63 Ghost Girl. "We are chatting well here. Why do we have to change places?" Shu Lai looked at Leng Miaoxiang and asked, "Boss Shu, it's after 7:30. There seems to be something unclean in here. Every time the shopping guide had an accident, it was after 7:30. Leng Miaoxiang's pretty face turned pale with nervousness, and she said in a low voice. Shu Lai sneered, "That's perfect. Let me see what it is." "Boss Shu, are you really not leaving?" Leng Miaoxiang asked tremblingly. "Well, I won't leave for now. If Boss Leng is scared, he can leave first. Forget it. Since Boss Shu is here, I'll talk to him later." She was also very curious. What on earth caused this situation? After a while, the whole store suddenly became cold. Leng Miaoxiang shrank her body and subconsciously moved closer to Shu Lai. She felt that there was a warm stove around Shulai's body. Liu Jingjing was closest to Shulai and also felt very warm. At this moment, Shulai looked at the back of the store. Others might not feel anything, but he could see clearly. Under the cover of the Eye of Truth, a gray-robed man was slowly approaching. I didn't expect there were still people here. Today, I'll scare you to death. After these people leave, such a feng shui treasure land, and where popularity is concentrated, is just right as a place for this seat to practice. A month ago, he had taken a fancy to this place. This place has excellent feng shui and a large flow of people, which is just convenient for him to pick up popularity. He originally planned to kill the people here directly, but this is a downtown area after all. It is easy to make the problem bigger, and it may be even more inconvenient at that time. So he had to change the method. He took out a paperman from his arms. As he bit his fingertips, a drop of blood dripped into the producer. Whoosh! The paperman swelled up in the wind and turned into a half-real and half-virtual female doll. The female doll grinned, but the smile looked very strange, as if crying. Baby, hold on for a while. At most 1 month, I will make your soul fly away. The gray-robed man spoke softly, as if it was a whisper from hell. This paperman is a girl's soul that he specially detained. Only the girl's soul can practice something of this level. At this moment, he suddenly heard a surprised voice. Ghost girl? Shulai looked at the paperman in front of him and spoke subconsciously. Huh? Under the gray robe, a pair of pupils stared at Shulai. Boy, can you see it? The ghost girl was made by him personally, and even a stronger master than him would not be able to see it. How did this boy know it? Liu Jingjing and Leng Miaoxiang followed Shulai's gaze and looked over, but they didn't see anything. Shulai stood in front of them. It's just a little trick. I can naturally see it. Shulai said lightly. Little trick? The gray-robed man laughed angrily. The ghost girl was his most outstanding work. This ghost girl helped him a lot over the years. Now that she was treated as a little trick, he was naturally very angry. Since you want to die, I will let you know how powerful the ghost girl is. The gray-robed man moved his fingers, and the paper woman immediately flew over in the air, stretched out 5 fingers, like 5 long knives, to pierce Shulai's body. Shulai didn't move at all, just as the ghost girl approached. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of extremely strong true energy. The ghost girl is a half-spirit body refined by the ghost, and she is most afraid of masculine energy and pure yang true energy. Shulai is now a pure yang body, and the 9-day thunder and fire have melted his true energy. Now his true energy can be called the most yang and the most rigid. The ghost girl, half-spirit body of the ghost, screamed in fear when facing the most yang and the most rigid energy he spewed out. The ghost girl was like being splashed with sulfuric acid, and her body was quickly burned and melted. Collect! Seeing this, the gray-robed man was so heartbroken that he almost bled, and hurriedly collected the ghost girl. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost girl's body turned into a pale yellow piece of paper again, and returned to his hand. Boy, you destroyed my magic weapon. The gray-robed man stared at Shulai, hating him so much that he swallowed him in one bite. In order to refine this ghost girl, he spent a whole year. Such an evil thing, everyone can kill it, Shulai said. You are still a little naive to want to kill me. He snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and took out another paperman. This is a piece of red paper. The moment this smell, the delicate faces of the 2 women turned pale. When Shulai saw the red paper, his face changed instantly. Of course, he was not afraid of this red paper. Although the power contained in this paper was very strong, he was not too worried. His face changed because of the strong smell of blood. How much blood would it take to have such a smell? Now, kid, just die for me. The gray-robed man opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood on the red paper man. The red paper man immediately grew larger and turned into a female giant more than 2 meters tall. However, the female giant had no facial features, and her legs and body were all dark red paper. Shulai turned to Liu Jingjing and Leng Miaoxiang and said, You go out and wait for me first. Liu Jingjing did not doubt him. Knowing that Brother Shu was different from ordinary people, she immediately turned around and walked outside the store. Leng Miaoxiang bit her red lips and said, Boss Shu, please, be careful. After that, she hurriedly left here. Although they couldn't see the ghost girl's appearance, they could feel the disgusting smell of blood and dangerous atmosphere here. Ah, I don't want to die. This is the red ghost girl in front of them, suddenly growing another head and making a dull roar. Good, painful, Please give me a quick death. The ghost consciousness in the ghost girl has not completely dissipated. Sometimes it is hideous, and sometimes it begs Shulai bitterly. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death. Shulai looked at the ghost girl's painful appearance and said softly, Boy, you'd better take care of yourself. Death is coming. The gray-robed man sneered, pinched his hands, and controlled the ghost girl to attack Shulai. This is not the same as the previous one. Let's see how you escape. The red ghost girl stepped on her, and Shulai moved her body and left from where she was. But there was already a deep pit where she had just stood. The gray-robed man was very satisfied with the ghost girl he had refined, as he could step on such a hard ground to create a deep pit. Moreover, because the ghost girl was a ghost, her body could recover quickly even if it was broken, and she was invulnerable to swords and guns. But at this moment, Shulai took action, and the true energy in his palm spurted out. Shulai shouted in a low voice, 9-day thunder fire! The true energy immediately began to burn and then turned into a ball of fire, hitting the ghost girl. Puff! The yin chi in the ghost girl's body began to boil instantly when it encountered the 9-day thunder fire, and then was ignited by the thunder and fire. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the yin chi in the ghost girl's body burned at the same time and then exploded. A wave of air rose, and the gray-robed man was also knocked away and hit the wall heavily. Falling from the wall, the gray-robed man's face was blue and purple, and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Boy, who are you? Kill you! Shulai did not hold back at all for the person who refined such an evil thing. The thunder and fire in his palm spit out, and the man was enveloped. Whoosh! The lightning and fire burned fiercely, and the gray-robed man struggled desperately for a few times before being refined into ashes. Shulai looked at the ashes on the ground. At this time, the voice of the system in his mind also came at the same time. Kill the second-class villain, merit points 1500. Chapter 64, $1 million protection fee, second-class villain. I didn't expect that this gray-robed man was actually a second-class villain. He was also the first second-class villain Shulai met. The reward for a second-class villain was actually 1,500 merit points. This reward was already very high in his opinion. Second-class villains are already considered to be relatively evil. Master, it is a great merit for you to kill them. System said to him. Hey, there is something on the ground. Shulai found that after the gray-robed man died, there seemed to be something in the ashes. He walked over, kicked away the dust, and actually saw a sign. The sign was black in texture, with a skull on it. The key point was that the skull had swollen eyes and 2 red ghost lights. It looked like it was real, which made people feel scared. Shulai frowned and looked at it for a while, and found that it was very hard. With his strength, it was a bit difficult to break it. There was a word Ming on the back of the sign. In Zhang Sunfeng's memory, there seemed to be a record, but he couldn't remember it for a while. At the same time, in the depths of a valley, a dark palace stood here. Report to the hall master. Guichi is dead. What? Someone in our ghost hall actually died? A pale, middle-aged man turned his head. The middle-aged man's eyes were slightly red, and his face was extremely pale, as if he hadn't been exposed to the sun for hundreds of years. No matter who killed him, let someone bring the other party's head back to me. Guichi is a rare talent in the ghost hall, especially the ghost girl technique he developed, which is very good. I understand. Shulai dealt with the gray-robed man here, and asked Lu Jingjing and Leng Miaoxiang to come in. Leng Miaoxiang came in and took a look at the slightly messy shop, with deep surprise in her beautiful eyes. What happened just now? Why was there such a big hole on the floor of the store? Fortunately, the cold feeling was gone. Shulai waited for Leng Miaoxiang to look away before he said to her, Boss Leng, I have solved the problem you mentioned. Would you like to consider letting your business run normally? Leng Miaoxiang thought about it and shook her head. Even so, I have suffered too much loss before, and I can't afford the protection fee in the future. Speaking of protection fees, Shulai couldn't help but ask, are all the shops on this street charged protection fees? Of course, our protection fees are all paid to a man called Great White Shark, known as Brother Shark, who is the boss of this generation. Actually, I called Boss Shu today because I was forced to do it. If I could do it, I wouldn't give up. But I really can't hold on any longer, and tomorrow night is the next time to pay the protection fee. So I called you because I hope I can move out quickly. Shulai thought about it and said, Boss Leng, don't worry. Let me know when they come tomorrow night. No wonder he found some problems when he looked at the financial records of the jewelry store before. Every month, a sum of money flows to a place called fixed expenses. It turned out to be protection fees. Seeing that Xu Lai had made up his mind, Leng Miaoxiang could only say, "Okay, I'll inform you, Boss Xu, when they come tomorrow night." "Yes." Xu Lai nodded gently and took Liu Jingjing out. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly saw a group of people walking towards the store. The eyes of several people were not good, and they looked at the store with ill intentions. Xu Lai's footsteps stopped at the door. At this time, several people walked in front of Xu Lai, and one of them slapped him directly. Xu Lai moved his body and avoided the slap. "Hey, you dare to hide when I hit you?" The slap missed, and the man came over angrily to grab Xu Lai's collar. Xu Lai shook his hand and threw the man away. "What do you want to do?" Xu Lai said. "Humph, you blocked our big brother's way, so it's good to give you a slap, but I didn't expect you to dare to resist." One of the men with a little short beard on his mouth smiled coldly, and he didn't know when he took out a steel pipe in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he hit Xu Lai on the head with the steel pipe in his hand. Xu Lai snorted, raised his hand, and grabbed the other's wrist. After a little force, the short-bearded man immediately screamed in pain. At this time, Leng Miaoxiang heard the sound and quickly came to the door. "What's going on? Why is Brother Liu here?" He glanced at Xu Lai and said to a man in his 30s in front of him. Brother Liu glanced at Leng Miaoxiang's fair collarbone, his eyes frivolous. "Boss Leng, don't you have to pay tomorrow night? I just happened to pass by here today, so I came to collect it first. As for this kid, do you know him?" Although Xu Lai restrained one of them, Brother Liu still spoke indifferently, as if he didn't see it. Either he really couldn't see it, or he was very confident in his own strength. Xu Lai let go of the man's wrist, kicked him away, and said lightly, "Boss Leng is my tenant." "Oh, so you are the landlord here. That's perfect. Pay the protection fee together. Boss Leng will pay 200,000 this month. As for you, pay 1 million first." Brother Liu looked at him and smiled like a wolf. "Brother Liu, 200,000?" Leng Miaoxiang's voice trembled with fear. How could she do business after paying 200,000? Moreover, this is only 1 month, and it will be paid every month in the future. If this really happens, she will have no choice but to run away. "Yes, Boss Leng, you are not deaf. I am in a bad mood today. You must pay at least 200,000. He turned his head and looked at Xu Lai. "As for you, whether you are really the landlord here or not, if you dare to hit me, you can't leave here if you pay less than 1 million. "What if I don't pay?" Xu Lai said. "If you don't pay, I will chop off one of your hands today, and chop off the other hand tomorrow. I want to see how much you can chop off." Another person next to Brother Liu also sneered. "Dare to go against our Brother Liu, you will only die." To tell you the truth, our Brother Liu is the best brother of Big Brother Shark. If you provoke our Brother Liu, you will provoke Big Brother Shark. It seems that this Big Brother Shark is quite arrogant. Xu Lai looked at Brother Liu and said, "In that case, how about letting me meet your shark boss?" "Boy, what are you thinking? You can't just meet our shark boss whenever you want." Brother Liu suddenly said, "If you really want to meet our boss, pay your 1 million protection fee first, and then give me another 1 million. I can consider it." "This kid actually wants to meet our boss? How easy is that? Is there any other way?" Xu Lai said indifferently. "No." Brother Liu sneered. "In that case, I have to think of another way." A cold light flashed in Xu Lai's eyes. Chapter 65, Great White Shark. "Think of a way? Boy, no matter what you think of, it's useless. I advise you to pay the protection fee honestly. Otherwise, you will lose this hand tonight." Brother Liu looked at Xu Lai's hand and threatened. "Brother, this guy not only beat up our brother right away, but also kept talking nonsense. I think we should teach him a lesson first." The short-bearded man who was beaten by Xu Lai just now said viciously, "Well, kid, I'll let you know the consequences of hurting my brother." Brother Liu stood up, and a younger brother behind him immediately took off his coat. After taking off his coat, Brother Liu showed his strong muscles. "Boy, are you ready?" He moved his body and showed a playful expression. "You want to fight me?" Xu Lai said. "Why? Are you scared? Kneel down and call me Grandpa, and I will accept you as my grandson. How about that?" Brother Liu continued. "Since you want to fight, then come on." Xu Lai said lightly, "You have some guts, but I will beat you up so hard that you call me Grandpa in a little while." The short-bearded man snorted and said, "Do Do you know what kind of person our big brother is? In the past, all the disputes between various forces on this street were fought by the big brother himself. To tell you the truth, our big brother is already a master of internal strength. In a few days, Big Brother Shark will personally help our big brother reach the realm of transformation. Shulai shook his head and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get out of here." "You're looking for death," Brother Lu cursed. He has been in the business for so many years and finally got to this level. Naturally, he wanted to show off. I didn't expect this kid to be so ungrateful. He kicked the stool away with one foot, then raised his right leg and swung it towards Shulai. As the saying goes, hands are two doors and you can only hit people with your feet. His kick was powerful and heavy, intending to make Shulai lose his fighting power directly and then teach him a lesson. But when he kicked Shulai, he felt that he kicked a steel pillar. Bang! A strong recoil force shook him out instead. He got up from the ground in a panic. He looked at Shulai in shock. "Boy, you." "Why? Keep going," Shulai said indifferently. "Humph, I don't believe it." He walked over and kicked Shulai's leg again, but this time the rebound force was stronger, causing his leg to break on the spot. "Boy, are you a master of the realm of transformation?" Brother Lu looked at Shulai in horror, his face full of disbelief. "You don't need to know this. Can you take me to see your big brother Shark now?" Brother Lu's eyes changed for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll take you there." Leng Miaoshang pulled Shulai's arm. "Boss Shu, you are not really going to see the great white shark, are you?" "What's wrong? Since he is collecting protection fees, I should go to see him," Shulai said with a smile. "Boss Shu, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? That's a great white shark." Leng Miaoshang looked at Shulai anxiously. "The great white shark is not someone to be trifled with. It is one of the kings in the entire Haidong underground world. It is said that the great white shark has countless masters under his command and is also a very terrifying existence. Over the years, Leng Miaoxiang has been doing business in Haidong and has heard a lot about the great white shark. Boss Leng, I know your good intentions, but this great white shark is so famous, so I should meet him. Boy, you have to think about it carefully." Brother Lu dragged his legs, his face covered with cold sweat, with a hideous smile on the corner of his mouth. "I have thought about it. You lead the way. Then follow me." Brother Lu sneered in his heart, asked someone to drive the car over, and then quickly made a phone call. Lu Jingjing also looked at Shulai with some concern and said, "Brother Shu, why don't we go back?" "Don't worry, you wait here first, I will be back soon." After that, he looked at Brother Lu and said, "Let's go." He and Brother Lu got in the car and drove all the way to the city. In the car, Brother Lu and several younger brothers looked at Shulai as if they were looking at a dead person. This kid actually dared to cause trouble for Great White Shark. He must be crazy about reincarnation. The car drove for more than half an hour and then came to a parking lot. After turning 2 more circles, it stopped in a hidden garage. Shulai had already seen 7 or 8 people patrolling nearby. It seemed that they were the people of Great White Shark. "You want to see our big brother?" A man who looked to be in his 30s came over, glanced at Shulai and said jokingly, "Yes." "Liu Lin, are you a fucking pig? You can't even handle such a young boy." The man in his 30s cursed at Brother Liu next to him. "Brother Hao, this kid has a problem. He is not an ordinary person. I am not his opponent." Liu Lin hurriedly explained. He was also wronged. "Not an ordinary person. Let me see what kind of person you are, whether you are qualified to see our boss." After saying that, he moved his body quickly and punched him. Shulai also threw a punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man in his 30s, the 5th brother, flew out on the spot. He hit 2 cars and broke 2 large pieces of the window glass. Seeing this, 7 or 8 people around him attacked Shulai at the same time. Shulai's face did not change. After he got close, he quickly attacked. These 7 or 8 people were also knocked to the ground. At this moment, a gunshot was heard. Shulai stretched out his hand and grabbed. Then he retracted his fist suddenly. The person who fired the gun in the distance looked over in surprise and saw that Shulai was unharmed. "What happened? I aimed it myself. Why didn't I hit it? Where's the bullet? Are you looking for a bullet? Here." Shulai spread his hand to reveal a deformed bullet. "Damn it!" The gunman looked at the bullet in Shulai's hand, and his face was almost deformed with shock. Brother Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Okay, you are qualified to see our boss. However, if you dare to offend our boss, you will only die without a burial place. Don't think you are strong just because you can beat me. In the eyes of our boss, you are just a small fish. Have time to wait. Besides, this great white shark was not worth waiting for. A gleam of light appeared in his eyes, and the eye of truth enveloped the room in front. Suddenly, he saw some scenes that made his blood boil. Good guys. These women are really good. This great white shark also knows how to enjoy himself. Chapter 66, Educational Mission. Boy, wait patiently. Our boss is in good health. He won't get off those women's bellies for 2 hours. Another big man came over and said with a cold smile, "Sorry, I don't have that much time." Shulai didn't plan to wait any longer. Although the scene inside was beautiful, he also wanted to watch it for a while. He walked slowly towards the door. The big man hurriedly stopped him and said, "Boy, what are you doing? If you want to die, don't take us with you." If he disturbed the boss at this time and the boss got angry, this kid would definitely die, and they would also be unlucky. But Shulai ignored him at all. He walked to the door step by step and shouted directly to the opposite side, "Great white shark, we need to have a good talk." His voice was not loud, but it had a strange penetrating power, which made the great white shark who was busy inside hear it clearly. The great white shark snorted coldly, and a cold voice came from the room. "Who is disturbing me?" Shulai walked over and kicked the door directly. Boom! With a loud bang, the door was kicked open by him, and the scene inside the room suddenly appeared. Ah! Several women screamed and looked for clothes to cover their bodies, but they could only cover the main parts, and there was still a large area of the scene exposed to the air. Shulai took a look and then set his eyes on the big man in front of him. He now understood why this guy was called the Great White Shark. This guy was fat, probably more than 300 pounds, with a big head and relatively white skin. Now sitting on the edge of the bed, he really looked like a big shark. "Boy, you're dead!" The great white shark stood up without wearing any clothes. A strong momentum burst out from him and crushed towards Shulai. Boom! The momentum seemed to condense into substance and scared several women behind him to fall to the ground at the same time, but Shulai seemed unaware and still stood there. "No wonder you were able to get here. You have some strength, but if you think you are qualified to fight me, you are wrong." He walked over step by step with his body weighing more than 300 kilograms. With every step, the whole ground trembled. "Are you here to ask me not to charge you for protection?" he said as he approached. "No, I just came to see who is collecting my protection fee and consider whether to kill you." Shulai said directly, "Humph, you are looking for death." A fierce fist gust of wind came, and the great white shark had already started. His fist was huge, like a big wrist turned upside down, with terrifying power. Shulai also stretched out his hand and punched without hesitation. Boom! The air around the two people was squeezed by these two forces, and a roar broke out instantly. After the loud noise, the great white shark took 2 steps back and stepped on 2 large pits on the ground. Finally, it hit the foot of the bed and knocked the bed out. It can be seen how terrifying the power of this punch is. Shulai looked at the great white shark in surprise. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, his strength was already quite large. Generally speaking, the great white shark should have flown away. It seems that this guy has some capital to be able to get to this level. However, this has no effect on Shulai. At this time, the expression on the great white shark's face also became more solemn. He roared, and the fat on his body suddenly became solid. The strength on his body also increased again, like a giant bear, attacking Shulai. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the two fought, the terrifying power kept bursting out with loud noises. Facing the violent storm attack of the great white shark, Shulai took his time to attack. Finally, the great white shark gritted his teeth, and the veins on his fist popped out, and he threw the strongest punch. Boom! Facing this punch, Shulai still met it calmly. Then he saw the great white shark flying backwards and hitting the wall of the room. The wall snapped, revealing cracks. "You lose," Shulai said lightly. After saying that, he moved his footsteps and came to the great white shark, looking down at him. Brother, don't kill me," the great white shark shouted in fear. He could feel the killing intent in Shulai's eyes. He had tried his best to attack just now, and now he had no strength at all. If Shulai killed him, he would not have much power to resist. "Give me a reason." Shulai looked at him quietly. I can do things for you in the future. As long as you say the word, my head is yours." The great white shark knelt down and fell beside Shulai. Shulai was ready to refuse, because he knew very well that he would definitely get a lot of merit points by solving the great white shark. Even if the great white shark was not a second-class villain, he should be not far behind. But at this moment, the voice of the system came. Ding! Task reminder. Educate the great white shark. System, are you sure? Shulai asked in his mind. Wouldn't it be better to solve the great white shark directly and get contribution points? Why bother? Master, the system's tasks are random, and educating evil people is also very common in system tasks. The system explained immediately. Well, since that's the case, Shulai couldn't say anything. The murderous intent in him gradually subsided. Looking at the great white shark, he said, "You can live, but from now on, change your way of life." Understood. The great white shark nodded repeatedly. At this time, long as Shulai didn't kill him, he would say whatever he said. After dealing with the great white shark, Shulai subconsciously looked at the women in the room. It must be said that these women are really good-looking. The skin is also very good, and the figure is plump and round. The great white shark noticed Shulai's gaze and said with a somewhat obscene smile, "Boss, if you like me, I will arrange these women to your room immediately." Shulai hurriedly shook his head and said, "What are you thinking about? You can deal with these women yourself, but don't let them talk about what happened today. Also, don't call me Big Brother. My name is Shulai. You can just call me by my name." Shulai. The great white shark muttered, "I found that I had never heard of this name. I have never heard of such a powerful person. It is not unfair that he got caught today, seeing that the boss was no match for him, and now he was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy." The others looked at Shulai in shock. Great white shark glanced at everyone and shouted loudly, "From now on, you must listen to him. Understand?" "Got it." Shulai was so powerful that they could not think of anything. Everyone agreed quickly. You know, Great White Shark has been famous for a long time, and he is a famous existence, but he was completely defeated by the young man in front of him. Chapter 67, Vampire Cub. After leaving Great White Shark's place, Shulai returned to Jianxi Street, Leng Miaoxiang's shop. Leng Miaoxiang and Liu Jingjing were anxiously waiting. Seeing Shulai return safely, the two women breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss Shu, it's a good thing you are back, otherwise Jingjing would have called the police to find you." Leng Miaoxiang smiled at him with her beautiful eyes. "Fortunately, the matter has been resolved. Don't worry, Boss Leng. No one will come to collect your protection fee again." Really? Leng Miaoxiang didn't quite believe it. After all, almost everyone on the street was paying protection fees to Great White Shark. Why could she not pay just because Shulai went out? Great White Shark would not listen to Shulai obediently. "Boss Leng, don't worry." Shulai didn't explain too much. Not long after he left the store, Leng Miaoxiang saw Brother Liu coming again with people. Her face changed immediately. "This guy," Shulai said, "that it was handled. Men's mouths are really deceiving. They only know how to say nice things." She could only bite the bullet and go out. But after seeing Brother Liu, the imagined scene did not happen. Brother Liu did not ask her for protection fees, but apologized nervously. "Boss Leng, I'm sorry. We were wrong before. This is the protection fee you have collected in the past few months." He carried a box and returned all the protection fees he had received from Leng Miaoxiang before. Leng Miaoxiang looked at Brother Liu with astonishment on his face as he paid back the money. "Brother Liu, you are really?" She still hadn't reacted yet. "I hope Boss Leng can say a few good words for me in front of Mr. Shu. Liu Lin is grateful." He clasped his fists, put down the box, and limped away. "This Shulai? What kind of guy is he?" Leng Miaoxiang muttered to herself as she saw Liu Lin go away. Shulai had already returned home with Liu Jingjing. The system prompt sounded in her ears. Merit points plus 100. Merit points 80. Merit points plus 60? In a blink of an eye, she got more than 200 merit points. Of course, the task of educating the Great White Shark has not been completed. According to the system, this task is a continuous task, different from the previous tasks. Opening the system panel, Shulai found that his merit points had unknowingly reached 850 points. The main one was the second-class villain, who was awarded 1,500 points. He planned not to touch these merit points for the time being. If there are not many draws, it is easy to draw all of them. Thank you for your patronage. In the evening, Zhong Zhengguo called. "Mr. Zhong." Shulai answered the phone and said, "Well, Xiaoshu, I have communicated with Jinling University. and Liu Jingjing's information has been handed over to the school. The enrollment has been processed. I will ask Xiang Yu to give you the relevant documents later. Zheng Zhenguo said with a smile. His tone was gentle and very careful. Since seeing Shu Lai's true strength last time, Brother Shu. She came over excitedly and hugged Shu Lai. Shu Lai felt the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose and the soft skin of the woman, and his face flushed a little. He said quickly, "You're welcome. If you hadn't taken care of me during this period, I would definitely not have lived so comfortably alone. I have to thank you." After a while, Liu Jingjing sobbed and raised her head from his arms. She looked at him with watery eyes and said, "Meeting Brother Shu is the luckiest thing in Jingjing's life." The two waited for a while, and Zheng Xiangyu's Mercedes-Benz sports car arrived outside the villa. Zheng Xiangyu was wearing a one-piece dress that outlined her perfect figure. She had light makeup on her face, which made her originally delicate face look even more pure and moving. It was the first time that Liu Jingjing saw Zheng Xiangyu clearly, and she was a little surprised. This little sister must be Liu Jingjing. Zheng Xiangyu had Liu Jingjing's academic information and naturally her photo in her hand, so she recognized her at a glance. She was also very surprised by Liu Jingjing's appearance. The photo was an ID photo, and she couldn't see anything. She originally thought that Liu Jingjing was just an ordinary-looking little girl, but she didn't expect her to be so stunning. "It's me," Liu Jingjing smiled. "Come in." Shu Lai invited her in. After a few pleasantries, Shu Lai asked about Mr. Zhang's current situation. They talked for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, Zheng Xiangyu left after leaving the information. Shu Lai opened the information to confirm it, and asked Liu Jingjing to take a closer look. Liu Jingjing looked very carefully. Liu Mengshui also came back from school at this time, but she was very sensible and did not disturb her sister. The next day, Shu Lai took Liu Jingjing to Jinling University to go through the admission procedures. With the lesson learned last time, Shu Lai asked Zhang Zhenguo to greet the relevant person in charge first. However, as soon as he arrived at the gate of Jinling University, he saw an acquaintance, as if he was waiting for him on purpose. Betty, the female vampire cub. Shu Lai was not surprised to meet her here. "Hello, Mr. Su." Betty came over to greet her with a smile. She was dressed simply today, revealing her slender and white thighs. As a Westerner and a vampire, her skin was bright white. She was not afraid of the sun either, unlike the descriptions in TV dramas, where those things would immediately turn into ashes under the sun. "Hello, Betty?" Not only did he get more than 2,000 merit points from this vampire cub, but he also got a wisp of yellow-level merit energy. He still had a good impression of Betty. "Mr. Shu, I haven't thanked you for the last time." Betty looked at him with gratitude in her eyes. "It doesn't matter, maybe there will be a chance in the future." Shu Lai smiled slightly and didn't take it to heart. He helped Betty mainly because of the system. The system's reward had been given, so he didn't care whether Betty was grateful or not. Betty's beautiful big eyes looked at him and then fell on Liu Jingjing. "Little sister, let's go. Sister will take you in." Betty turned around and took Liu Jingjing's little hand and walked directly into Jinling University. Last time, he specifically consulted Betty about Liu Jingjing's admission. Betty also got to know Liu Jingjing and left her contact information. Shu Lai followed their footsteps and walked into Jinling University. Along the way, he found that many boys were staring at Betty. Even many teachers and professors are like this. It seems that the world has the same attitude towards beautiful women. While walking, Liu Jingjing suddenly stopped. A female classmate in front of her came towards her and shouted to Liu Jingjing in surprise. "Are you Liu Jingjing?" Chapter 68. Liu Jingjing's old classmate Yan Xiangya. Liu Jingjing stopped and looked at the female classmate in front of her with a nervous look. "Oh, it seems that it is really you, Liu Jingjing. Are you qualified to come here?" Yan Xiangya was followed by two other girls. The other two looked at Liu Jingjing with a bit of arrogance and contempt in their expressions. Liu Jingjing saw Yan Xiangya coming over and subconsciously stepped back. "What do you mean, you? Why don't you look in the mirror? How dare a poor bastard like you come here? Don't step on the ground of my school and get out of here." Yan Xiangya said angrily and deliberately showed the famous watch on her wrist. It was a Patek Philippe watch, and in terms of brand it was even better than Rolex. This watch alone is worth more than 2 million. After showing off the watch, she pulled the necklace around her neck. This is a ruby necklace, worth more than 3 million. especially the ruby in the middle, which is bright and shining, and it is very extraordinary at first glance. Sister Xiangya, this girl is not the classmate you said can't even afford clothes. Another girl next to Yan Xiangya said sarcastically. Yes, it's her. I heard that she was admitted to Jinling University, but unfortunately she has no money to study. Another girl raised her eyebrows and sneered. Ha ha ha, it really makes me laugh to death. Yan Xiangya mentioned to them before that there was a female classmate who was good-looking and had good grades. She was admitted to Jinling University, but unfortunately, she was a poor ghost. She didn't even have money to buy clothes, so she naturally didn't go to university. Every time she thought of this, Yan Xiangya, who was jealous of Liu Jingjing, felt very comfortable. What if she has good grades? What if she was admitted? Isn't it that she can't even afford to study? What's the use of having good grades? Without money, it's nothing. Even if she graduated, she's just working for Sister Xiangya. That's right. Such a poor bastard will never be able to raise her head in her lifetime. Working for our Sister Xiangya depends on whether our Sister Xiangya is willing. Yan Xiangya listened to the words of the two girls around her. Her face was very proud, and she said to Liu Jingjing coldly, Why don't you get out of here quickly? Don't get in the way of this young lady. I came here for something. Although Liu Jingjing looked nervous, she still gritted her teeth and stood there. Something? What's your matter? A poor bastard like you. Why don't you get out of here and pick up trash? Yan Xiangya said coldly. My classmate, your words are too harsh. It seems that you were classmates before. Is this the tone you used to talk to your old classmates? Betty on the side finally couldn't help it. You are Teacher Betty. Don't be fooled by Liu Jingjing. I will judge naturally. Betty's face was stern. Liu Jingjing, you said something. Dare you tell me, what is it? Yan Xiangya said relentlessly. Jingjing is here to handle the admission procedures, and then you will be alumni, Betty said. Handling the admission procedures? How is that possible? How can she be qualified to study at Jinling University? Yan Xiangya said in shock. Classmate Yan doesn't need to worry about that. Jingjing, let's go. Betty took Liu Jingjing and walked towards the student center. Shulai glanced at Yan Xiangya lightly and walked behind. Sister Xiangya, that woman is not really here to handle the admission procedures, right? Looking at Liu Jingjing's back, the female classmates beside Yan Xiangya couldn't help asking. Humph, I don't believe it. Let's go. Anyway, there's nothing to do. Let's go and take a look. Yan Xiangya gritted her teeth and immediately followed. If Liu Jingjing wants to enroll, she has to ask me first. Oh, by the way, isn't the director of the student center Sister Xiangya's brother-in-law? Do you want to? The girl didn't say anything more, but the light flashing in her eyes was obvious. Yan Xiangya showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, my brother-in-law is married into our family, and his job is arranged by his family. He dare not resist me at all. I will directly say hello to my brother-in-law in a while. Even if Liu Jingjing is really capable of passing the exam, don't even think about coming here to study. Sister Xiangya is really amazing. That woman dares to go against you. Don't even think about turning over in this life. The female classmates around her hurriedly said flatteringly. After a while, Shulai and the others arrived at the student center. The student center seemed to be quite lively, and some laughter came from it from time to time. When Shulai heard the voice, his face became a little more strange. Betty pushed open the door and led them in. Jingjing, this is it. After entering, Betty's voice immediately became much lower, and her brows frowned slightly, because she saw that the vice principal had come. Generally speaking, the vice principal would not appear in such a place, and the director was the one in charge. What was the vice principal doing here today? There was also an old man chatting with the vice principal, and they seemed to have a good relationship. The vice principal was also very polite, which showed that the old man should be of a special status. At this moment, she saw the old man looking back at them. Then, the old man walked over quickly with a smile on his face. Could it be that this old man knew her? Betty was a little flustered, because the other party was obviously walking towards her. She turned her head quickly, but unfortunately, she couldn't remember where she had seen this old man for a long time. At this moment, the old man walked in and said with a smile, Xiaoshu, you are here. Xiaoshu? Betty turned her head blankly and saw Shulai calmly chuckled to the old man and said, Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to come here in person today. I was not thoughtful about the matter of Miss Lu Mengshui last time, so I came here in person this time. Zhang Zhenguo said with a smile. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Gan Wenyan, the vice president of Jinling University. Hello, President Gan. Betty looked at Xu Zi and greeted the vice president calmly and was a little confused for a moment. This guy actually has such a deep relationship? Old Gan, this is Xiao Shu, Xu Lai, the young man I mentioned to you, a truly promising young man. Zhang Zhenguo solemnly introduced Gan Wenyan. Xiao Shu, I have heard Zhong Lao mention you many times, and today I finally get to see you. As he said that, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his hand to shake hands. Xu Lai's eyes moved, and he also stretched out his hand. When shaking hands, Xu Lai immediately felt a strong force coming from Gan Wenyan's hand. He was a little surprised and added some strength without a look. Gan Wenyan felt the increase in strength and immediately changed his face. He gritted his teeth lightly, and a stronger force came from his hand. It turned out to be a half-step master. Xu Lai looked at Gan Wenyan in surprise, but the power of a half-step master is nothing to him. Finally, Gan Wenyan withdrew his hand and looked at Xu Lai with a much more solemn look. As expected of the young man recommended by Mr. Zhang, he is indeed young and promising. He had already used all his strength just now, but the young man opposite him was calm and indifferent, so he could not feel where Xu Lai's bottom line was. You are not bad, old man. Your vigor is still strong. Gan Wenyan looked to be in his 60s. He could maintain the strength of a half-step master, so when he was young, Gan Wenyan was at least a master-level strongman in his peak stage. Old, now it is all about you, young people. I heard from Mr. Zhang that you are here to apply for admission, right? Gan Wenyan quickly returned to the business. Yes, this is Lu Jingjing. Because of family circumstances, she was delayed and could not come to register. Well, she is a good girl. I have read her information. How can our school miss such a student? Chapter 69, Making Things Difficult. Gan Wenyan said and waved to a man in his 30s next to him. The man immediately bent down and ran over with a smile. Vice Dean, what do you want? He is the director of the student center, Wenming Ji. Xiao Wen, hurry up and get this student enrolled. Okay, Vice Dean, don't worry, I'll make sure it's done. Wenming Ji smiled and nodded repeatedly, immediately turned on the computer and prepared to input Lu Jingjing's information. Lu Jingjing also became nervous at this time and held Betty's little hand tightly. Betty patted the back of Lu Jingjing's hand to comfort her. At this moment, Yan Xiangya came up. When she saw Wenming Ji, she immediately said, Brother-in-law, you can't enroll her. Wenming Ji heard the voice, raised his head, and saw that it was Yan Xiangya. His face suddenly changed. He said coldly, This female classmate, what are you talking about? Why don't you leave quickly? If it was any other time, it would be fine. But today the vice dean was here. How could he dare to rely on Yan Xiangya? She was the brother-in-law that Yan Xiangya had mentioned before, the one who married into the Yan family. Wenming Ji, what did you say? You don't want to live anymore, right? You got everything from our family. I can make you penniless with just one word. Wenming Ji immediately stood up from his seat, apologized to Gan Wenyan, Mr. Zhang, and Xu Lai, and then pulled Yan Xiangya out the door. Oh, my lady, didn't you see the vice principal was here? This matter was ordered by the vice principal. It's useless for you to make trouble with me. Wenming Ji explained to Yan Xiangya in a low voice. It was the vice principal? Hearing that it was the vice principal who came forward, Yan Xiangya immediately felt like a deflated ball. Since it was the vice principal who came forward, she naturally couldn't stop it. Why? How can that poor guy know the vice principal? Yan Xiangya kicked the wall in anger, but she could do nothing. Wenming Ji ran into the office again and started to process Lu Jingjing's enrollment. Lu Jingjing was very nervous when she saw Yan Xiangya suddenly appear. Seeing Wenming Ji continue to do it, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gan Wenyan looked at Wenming Ji and said, Xiao Wen, are you okay? Wenming Ji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Is that female classmate your relative? Gan Wenyan asked slowly. Well, yes, that child has been spoiled since she was a child and has a bad temper. Wenming Ji smiled bitterly and didn't know how to explain. Xiao Wen, since you are in charge of the work here, you have to do it well. Understand? Listening to Gan Wenyan's words, Wenming Ji's forehead was covered with more and more cold sweat. He knew that Gan Wenyan was hitting him at this time. If there was a next time, it would probably not be so simple. As expected of the vice president, he seemed calm and indifferent. But in fact, nothing could be hidden from this old guy. He could only nod his head and say, "I'm sorry to trouble you, Dean. Don't worry, I will study harder in the future and strive to do my best." "Well, has the student registration been completed?" "It's done, classmate Lu Jingjing. This is your student card." He handed over a thin card. Lu Jingjing took it carefully with her trembling white hands. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became misty, and she looked at Shulai with a red nose. Shulai smiled and whispered to her, "Okay, college student now, so you can't cry easily." Lu Jingjing tried hard not to cry. She looked at Shulai with gratitude. If it weren't for Brother Shu, she would never have dreamed of such a day. After leaving the student center, Shulai and his friends sent Mr. Zhang back first. Then they were led by the beautiful Betty to walk around the school. Jinling University is very big. There are 7 or 8 cafeterias alone. There is also a huge artificial lake. Lu Jingjing was excited all the way. Betty was also very happy. Because of her identity, she rarely interacted with people in school. She didn't have many friends. When Lu Jingjing came over, she had someone to talk to. Because Lu Jingjing already knew her identity, she relaxed. Shulai didn't pay much attention to the scenery of Jinling University. He noticed that there were many little boys following them along the way. Obviously, they were all attracted by Lu Jingjing and Betty. Although there are many beauties in Jinling University, it is still difficult to see girls of Lu Jingjing and Betty's level. In the distance, Yan Xiangya and 2 girls beside her were standing on a teaching building. "Sister Xiangya, is that woman really enrolled?" "Humph, that poor bastard. Sooner or later I will let her know the gap between her and me." Yan Xiangya left the teaching building angrily. It was gradually noon. Betty said, "What are your plans for lunch? Why don't you go to the cafeteria with me?" "Okay. Shulai on the 2nd floor and have a look." When he was studying before, Shulai basically only ate ordinary dishes. He rarely went to the expensive food area. Now that he rarely comes to the school cafeteria, he plans to eat in the expensive food area. Anyway, he can afford this amount of money, not to mention that he has tens of millions of savings now. The assets from number 69 to number 96 Jiansha Street alone are a huge sum of money, no matter how you calculate it. Betty smiled with her beautiful eyes and said, "Then I'll thank you, Shulai, for today." She walked up to the 2nd floor happily. Shulai couldn't help but joked, "Aren't you vampires supposed to only drink blood?" Betty seemed oblivious and shook her head gently, saying, "Blood is indeed very important to us vampires, but it's not everything. The kind you're talking about is the lowest level of vampires. If they are higher level, they can eat other foods. What about you?" Shulai looked at Betty and looked at her carefully. I can absorb energy directly from the void. Although blood is a great tonic for me, it's not a necessity." "I see." Shulai roughly knew that vampires should have strong bloodline restrictions. The higher the bloodline level, the stronger the corresponding ability and the fewer other restrictions. For example, the sun. Betty is not afraid of the sun at all. He noticed that Betty didn't have any special magic weapon aura on her body, which should be because she herself is not afraid of the sun. With the existence of the Eye of Truth, he didn't think Betty could completely hide it from him. When he came to the 2nd floor, Shulai found that it was indeed different. The decoration here is much better. It doesn't look like a cafeteria, but more like the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Lu Jing took a look at the menu and opened her mouth in surprise. It's too expensive. The cheapest dish on the menu costs 88 yuan. The more expensive ones are basically 200 or 300 yuan. No wonder Betty said that this place is mainly for students with good family conditions. Ordinary students can't afford it. Just order whatever you like. Shulai also took a look at the menu. The price is indeed unusual, but he can still afford it. It won't affect anything for a meal. After ordering, as he expected, Lu Jingjing only ordered the cheapest one. Although Betty was more open, she only ordered a dish of more than 100 yuan. Shulai thought about it and ordered 2 more expensive ones. The total amount was about 600 to 700 yuan. It's not bad for 3 people. While eating, a malicious voice came. "Get out of here! I want to sit in this seat!" Shulai turned around and saw an arrogant face. He was relatively young and should be a student here. There were several people around him. Among them was Yan Xiangya. Yan Xiangya looked at Lu Jingjing and Shulai with a smile on her face. "Is that what your parents taught you?" Shulai said, indifferently. "Boy, what are you telling me? You blind thing, do you know who our boss is? How dare you talk like that?" The students around were in a commotion. and they all chose to protect themselves when they saw the scene in front of them. Especially when they looked at the male student in the lead, many of them looked scared. Obviously, this guy has been bullying the school for more than a day or two. "Oh, who is your boss?" Shulai said. "Humph. Our boss is Tan Xiaojun. Ask around at Jinling University. How dare you provoke our boss? Boy, I'll give you a chance to lick my shoes clean." Tan Xiaojun raised his head complacently, stretched out his feet and said. Many female classmates covered their mouths, as if they couldn't bear to look directly. They had seen many people who challenged Tan Xiaojun, but in the end, all of them ended it up in a very miserable way. This kid must be finished today. I don't know how he got into trouble with Tan Xiaojun. Oh, it's a pity for that beauty and teacher Betty. Many boys looked at Liu Jingjing and Betty, showing regret. There were even two who had already planned to be a hero and save the beauty, and were eager to try. "The shoes are dirty. If you want to lick them, you can lick them clean yourself. I think your mouth is very suitable for licking shoes," Shulai said calmly. "Fuck, this kid is so brave that he dared to talk to Tan Xiaojun like this." The male voice in the distance almost screamed. It was the first time in such a long time that they saw someone who dared to confront Tan Xiaojun head-on. This is a real warrior. I wish him rest in peace later. A girl looked at Shulai with a sparkling look, with a bit of admiration and a bit of regret. "What a pity, he's such a handsome guy." Another girl took a sip of soup and spoke slowly. "You're looking for death." It was the first time that Tan Xiaojun met someone who dared to talk to him like this. He kicked Shulai. The kick was very fast. Shulai raised his foot and hooked it forward, directly hooking Tan Xiaojun's foot. Tan Xiaojun's body was unstable and he fell to the ground on the spot. Bang! A muffled sound made the entire second floor quiet in an instant. Tan Xiaojun was beaten. I don't know who shouted, and suddenly there was a lot of noisy exclamations. Tan Xiaojun was actually beaten. This was simply a big news for them. It was enough to squeeze into the hot search of Jinling University. Tan Xiaojun was also stunned. He didn't expect that he would be tripped by this kid. He was careless. He couldn't get out of the way. He stood up from the ground with a somersault. "Boy, you forced me to do this. If I don't break one of your legs today, don't even think about leaving here." "You are worthy?" Shulai said calmly. "Good, very good, you dare to provoke me." Tan Xiaojun laughed angrily, and a powerful aura began to burst out from his body. Transformation! Shulai's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't notice it just now, but now that he felt the aura released by Tan Xiaojun, he realized that this was actually a master at the peak of the transformation realm. One more step, he can become a half-step master. At Tan Xiaojun's age, it is indeed quite unusual to be able to reach the peak of the transformation realm. As Tan Xiaojun released the aura of the peak of the transformation realm, many students retreated with pale faces. There were originally two middle-aged men in the restaurant who wanted to come over to persuade him, but they didn't dare to come over at this time. A master at the transformation realm is already a top strong man in the eyes of ordinary people. He is extremely powerful and his body is as hard as iron and stone. It is difficult for ordinary bullets to hurt him. Only high-powered bullets, such as armor-piercing bullets, can hurt him. So that's how it is. Is that how you feel? Humph! Are you scared now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Remember today, the biggest mistake you made in your life was provoking me. Tan Xiaojun walked towards Shulai step by step. With every step, his aura became stronger. Like a small mountain, he rolled over Shulai. "Then please remember that from now on, don't provoke me," Shulai said. "I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut." Tan Xiaojun pushed with both fists, with great force, directly hitting Shulai's chest. Shulai suddenly reached out and grabbed two chopsticks on the table. Puff! There were only two muffled sounds. Tan Xiaojun suddenly screamed. "Ah!" Along with Tan Xiaojun's shrill screams, everyone could see clearly that Tan Xiaojun had hit the two chopsticks with both fists. Maybe because he used too much force, the two chopsticks pierced his palms and blood flowed. Just by looking at it, everyone felt their scalps numb. Don't imagine how painful it should be. The two boys around Tan Xiaojun were so scared that their legs went limp, and they dared not look at him anymore. "Ah!" Tan Xiaojun was still screaming heartbreakingly, staring at Shulai. "Remember, don't mess with me again." Shulai looked down at him and said, "Boy, you're dead. To tell you the truth, I'm a member of the Tan family. If you dare to hurt me, our Tan family will never let you go." "Tan family?" Shulai looked at him without comment. "I'll wait here. You ask your Tan family to come and try." Okay, that's what you said. Tan Xiaojun gritted his teeth and forced himself to make a phone call. Mom, I was beaten up and this kid is at school. You quickly find someone to help me. Son, how are you? An anxious woman's voice came from the phone. I'm fine. You quickly come over. After hanging up the phone, Tan Xiaojun looked at Shulai coldly. I must teach this kid a lesson today. Soon, a car drove into Jinling University. Chapter 71. My dad is here. Let's see how you die. Mom, aren't we here to buy clothes? Why did you drive? Here? Tan Tianwei saw the car driving into Jinling University and complained with a pout. Didn't you hear that your brother just called and someone beat up your brother? Qiao Huixin said anxiously, and quickly found a place to park the car. Humph, with my brother's temper, he deserves to be beaten. Tan Tianwei looked at the roof of the car with her beautiful eyes and said indifferently, You kid? How can you say that? After all, he is your brother. Let's go and have a look. I called your dad and he seems to be not far away. He will be here soon. Xiaoxin said as she parked the car and hurriedly walked towards the cafeteria. Tan Tianwei got out of the car reluctantly, but after thinking carefully, she still wanted to see who was the guy who actually beat up Tan Xiaojun. Although Tan Xiaojun likes to bully people, he is indeed very talented in martial arts. It is also because of this that even though Tan Xiaojun often causes trouble, his family still protects him very much. To be able to hurt Tan Xiaojun, this guy must be quite strong. With a bit of curiosity, Tan Tianwei followed Qiao Huixin. Not long after, the two came to the cafeteria. Tan Xiaojun saw the figure and hurriedly said, Mom, I'm here. Qiao Huixin saw Tan Xiaojun's bloody hands and hurried over. Son, your hands. Tan Tianwei frowned when she saw Tan Xiaojun's miserable state and her eyes swept across the crowd. She soon saw Shulai next to her. Her beautiful eyes widened and she ran over with a bit of surprise and said, Shulai, why are you here? Shulai pointed at Tan Xiaojun next to him and said, You have to ask him. Yes. Did you hurt my brother? Tan Tianwei opened her mouth in surprise with a strange expression on her face. Qiao Huixin saw her son's miserable state and didn't know that it was Shulai who did it. She was furious and couldn't help but said angrily, Who hurt my son? Stand up! She must make the other party pay the price, no matter who it is. It's me. Shulai turned around and said lightly. When Qiao Huixin saw Shulai, her eyes suddenly stopped. How could it be him? She never thought it was Shulai. Aunt Qiao, we meet again. Shulai looked at Qiao Huixin with a smile. Qiao Huixin's face froze for a moment, and she forced a smile. Shulai, so you are here too. Mom, do you know this guy? It was him who hurt me. Tan Xiaojun gritted his teeth and said, This guy was arrogant just now. Let's see what this guy will do now. His mother is here. Don't be afraid of this kid anymore. I must make this kid look good later. But as soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Huixin slapped him in the face. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Shu quickly? Although Qiao Huixin felt distressed, she could only harden her heart and said to Tan Xiaojun, Mom, what did you say? I said you should apologize to Mr. Shu quickly. Qiao Huixin knew it very well. Since the last time Shulai met the old man, Lai's position in the old man's heart has been very important. Not to mention, Shulai also saved Tan Tianwei's life. She even heard that the old man's hope for a breakthrough in the future lies in Shulai. Tan Xiaojun is provoking Shulai at this time. Isn't this asking for a fight? Mom, I'm your son, and now I'm the one who's injured. Tan Xiaojun couldn't understand why his mother, who had always been biased towards him, suddenly changed. At this time, Tan Tianwei came over and said, Brother, I advise you to apologize quickly. If you are still like this when Dad comes later, you may be really unlucky. Humph, you want me to apologize? No way. Even if I die, I won't apologize to that guy. I don't believe that Dad will be biased towards that kid when he comes. Qiao Huixin didn't know what to do for a while. She wanted to slap her son again but couldn't bear to do it. She could only go over to Shulai and say, Mr. Shu, I'm sorry, it's all Xiaojun's fault. Heh, is it his fault? Why does he sound like it's all my fault? Shulai didn't intend to solve it like this. If it was just him, it would be fine. But Liu Jingjing was still around. He had to let others know that Liu Jingjing was not easy to bully. He didn't want Liu Jingjing to encounter the same thing as Liu Mengshui. Even if he punished Su Lili in the end, it couldn't change the fact that Liu Mengshui was bullied. So today he directly hit Tan Xiaojun hard, on the one hand to punish him. On the other hand, it was also to let other students understand that Liu Jingjing was not someone they could mess with. Liu Jingjing was kind by nature and didn't think so much. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting heavier and heavier, she couldn't help but say, "Brother Shu, why don't you forgive him?" Jing Jing, "Don't worry, I know my limits. Mom, you don't have to talk nonsense with him. My dad is here. He will definitely side with me." Tan Xiaojun said loudly. Every time he made a mistake, his dad would teach him a lesson, but in the end he would side with him. In his opinion, it would be the same this time. Soon, Tan Motong's son, Tan Longhai, came in a hurry. He didn't want to get involved in these trivial matters, and he was willing to let Tan Xiaojun suffer a little. But he couldn't help but Qiao Huixin called him several times to urge him. Finally, she sent a message. After seeing the message, he was furious and rushed over quickly. Second floor. Several students saw a figure jumping up from the first floor, like a strong wind flying over. Boom! The figure landed steadily in front of Tan Xiaojun, making the whole building seem to shake. "Dad!" Seeing Tan Longhai appear, Tan Xiaojun was pleasantly surprised. "Dad is finally here. This is good. Dad is here. Let's see how this kid dies." "Dad!" You made Tan Xiaojun fly out on the spot. 2 tables were knocked down with a bang. Tan Xiaojun struggled to stand up and wanted to say something, but a big hand directly lifted him up by the neck. He was lifted in front of Shulai like a dead dog. Tan Longhai's voice came at this time. "Kneel down." Tan Xiaojun was now full of fear and knelt down quickly. "Apologize to Mr. Shu." "Mr. Shu, I'm sorry," Tan Xiaojun said in horror. At this time he finally realized that he was wrong. The person in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. It was the first time in so many years that he saw his father so angry. "Okay, take him to treat his injuries quickly," Shulai said. "Sorry, Mr. Shu," Tan Longhai said to him with a fist. Then they came out of the cafeteria. Qiao Huixin took Tan Xiaojun to get treatment. Tan Longhai did not hold back when he took action just now. Tan Longhai had already reached the Grandmaster level. Although Tan Xiaojun was already at the peak of the transformation level, it was not good enough. There was a huge watershed between the Grandmaster and those below the Grandmaster level. Chapter 72, Recipe for the Marrow Cleansing Pill. "Mr. Shu, there is 10 million on this card. Please accept it," Tan Longhai said to Shulai. Shulai shook his head quickly. "Actually, what happened today is nothing. I was a little heavy-handed. You don't have to do this. Mr. Shu, this money is for today's matter and also for saving my daughter. I have never been very grateful to you." Although Shulai is not very old, he has the memory of Jiang Sanfeng and has some life experience. He naturally saw that Tan Longhai wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to him. In the end, it was for Tan Motong's breakthrough. It was not easy for Tan Motong to break through to the extraordinary level. The main reason was that he was too old and his blood was dry. Unless he was given hair removal and marrow cleansing, he would never be able to make further progress in this life. Unfortunately, hair removal and marrow cleansing were too difficult. Jiang should be able to break through to the first level. Since he was promoted to the 8th level of Qi training, he has felt the thinness of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is unknown how long it will take to break through to the 9th level of Qi training. Is this the recipe for the marrow cleansing pill? Tan Longhai looked at the various medicinal materials written on the phone and quickly took a picture. In fact, he had heard of the name of the marrow cleansing pill. In order to break through to the transcendent realm, his father had come up with countless methods over the years, and the marrow cleansing pill was one of them. But according to legend, the recipe of the marrow cleansing pill has long been lost. I didn't expect that Shulai in front of me actually knew it. Mr. Shu, I'm so grateful. If you need anything, just let the Tan family know. Tan Longhai's hand was shaking as he held the phone. Their family finally had the hope of giving birth to a supernatural master. The supernatural realm is the power that they dream of in their martial arts families. There are many families in the entire Haidong generation, but only 2 have supernatural masters. Although their Tan family has had some masters in recent years, they are still suppressed by the other 2 families. Just because there is no supernatural. Supernatural is the right to speak in their families. You're welcome. But you have to pay attention. These medicinal materials are not easy to find, and even if they are found, even if I am lucky enough to refine the marrow cleansing pill, Mr. Tan's chance of breaking through is still only 70% to 80%. Shulai reminded Tan Longhai. Unexpectedly hearing this, Tan Longhai was not surprised but happy, and a deep light of surprise flashed in his eyes. 70 to 80%. He remembered that a mysterious person came and asked the Tan family to hand over all the family property to help Tan Motong break through. The chance that the mysterious person said was only 20% to 30%. Even so, the Tan family was planning to offer all the property at that time. It was just a pity that the mysterious person suddenly disappeared and did not appear. Since then, Tan Motong has been sad for a long time. He even felt that it was God's will that he would never achieve extraordinary success. But now, Shu Lai actually said that it was only 70% to 80%. It seems that Shu Lai seemed to be more conservative. How could he not be surprised? Of course, with his experience, he did not directly express this surprise. He suppressed it deeply in his heart and planned to go back and tell his father. Shu Lai's eyes flashed. He naturally saw the joy in Tan Longhai's heart. However, things like the marrow cleansing pill are nothing to him now. With the existence of the merit system, he will be able to get the marrow cleansing pill sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. With this recipe, our Tan family will do our best to find it. If we have any news, we will inform Mr. Shu. Tan Longhai clasped his fists again. Well, just inform me when you find it. Also, Mr. Shu, please forgive Xiaojun for what happened today. Tan Longhai couldn't help but plead for Tan Xiaojun. I said I won't care, as long as he doesn't bother me again. Don't worry, Mr. Shu. I will discipline him when I go back. If he does it again, I promise not to let Mr. Shu see that bastard. Tan Xiaojun gritted his teeth and said, Well, we have something else to do, so we won't keep you here. Shu Lai said softly, I know, Mr. Shu. You are busy. I'll let Wei Wei accompany you. Tan Longhai looked at Tan Tianwei next to him, and Tan Tianwei came over with a pout. Dad, what's the matter? Wei Wei, you accompany Mr. Shu for a while. You young people have more topics to talk about. Tan Longhai smiled and then said goodbye to Shu Lai and left. Tan Tianwei was wearing a sky blue dress revealing her fair and plump calves. Looking at Shu Lai, she blushed and said, What did you say to my dad? He actually listened to you so much. Nothing. Your dad thinks I have a good character, so he is more cooperative. Shu Lai said with a smile, Do you think I will believe it? Tan Tianwei raised her head proudly. Then she met Liu Jingjing and Betty, and the three girls soon became good friends. The four of them continued to walk around the school. After walking for a while, it was almost evening. Several people began to discuss where to eat in the evening. Betty said, Why don't we go to Shu Lai's house? Sister Jingjing's cooking is much better than the restaurants outside. She lived in Shu Lai's villa for a few days and was obsessed with Liu Jingjing's cooking skills. Tan Tianwei was also a complete foodie. Hearing this, she couldn't help but shouted, I second the motion! Returning to the villa, Shu Lai glanced inside the villa before opening the door and frowned slightly. He felt that the villa seemed different from when he left in the morning. But he couldn't tell what was different. He found the big bald guy at the security guard post, Tang Long. There were still clear scars from the ordination ceremony on Tang Long's head. He was closing his eyes and muttering something, like a scripture. He didn't expect this guy to be so serious. Shu Lai interrupted, Did you see anyone approaching my villa today? Tang Long looked up when he saw Shu Lai and said, No. He had greeted Tang Long and asked him to pay special attention. Tang Long had seen his strength and should not dare to lie to him. Since there was no one, could it be that he was wrong? At this time, Liu Jingjing was ready to cook, and Shu Lai could only temporarily put aside his doubts. After a while, Liu Mengshe also came back from school. Liu Mengshe saw Tan Tianwei and said in surprise, I heard that you took a sick leave? Chapter 73, Corpse Refiner. Tan Tianwei glanced at Liu Mengshe and said calmly, What's the point of going to school? Anyway, I can go to college sooner or later. Liu Mengshe was speechless for a while. Perhaps this is the boring life of the rich second generation. Liu Mengshe was out of school, and the villa became more lively. At this time, Shu Lai was wandering around the villa. At the same time, he secretly contacted the purple zombie in his mind. When he contacted this time, he found that there was some faint resistance in the consciousness of the purple zombie. It seemed that another force was pulling it. His eyes gradually became solemn. He walked into the room and said to the girls, Be careful. He didn't say much. Betty and the others immediately became alert. They knew that Shu Lai would not lie to them. He walked carefully towards the place where the purple zombie was. When he approached the ground where the purple zombie was sleeping, the ground in front of him suddenly cracked. Whoosh! A black claw tore the ground and grabbed him. Shu Lai was prepared. He shook his body and dodged from the spot. Ying ying ying! The purple zombie made a whole cry, as if it was struggling violently. Shulai raised his eyes, looked forward, and said coldly, "Come out!" Through the eye of truth, there was a person hiding in the ground in front. Still not moving? Then I'll invite you. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. A burst of true energy shot over. Bang! With the explosion of true energy, the soil in front rolled, and a figure immediately shot out. At the same time, a palm grabbed his face. Shulai snorted coldly, and a ball of true energy shot out. Boom! The true energy exploded in front of the figure, forcing him to retreat. "Not bad, you have some strength." The figure fell, and a dirty man stood in front. He looked to be in his 40s. The man exuded a fishy smell all over his body, as if he hadn't taken a bath for decades. He looked at Shulai with a half-smile, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Did you put the purple zombie here before?" Through the situation just now, he probably guessed the man's intention. "Yes, it's me. Since you dare to refine my purple zombie, you will die today. Don't worry. After you die, I will also refine you into a zombie, and you will be my slave forever." "Really? It depends on whether you have the ability." Shulai waved his hand and punched, and his true energy turned into a long rainbow and rushed forward. At the same time, his body moved forward, getting closer to the opponent. "I, Golmud, have never been afraid of anyone." "Huh!" He suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a ball of black mist. The black mist spread in the air at a very fast speed, covering an area of more than 10 meters. Puff! I don't know what is contained in the black mist, as if it can corrode the air. Shulai frowned and felt uncomfortable all over. The true energy he had just punched was actually corroded by this thing. At the same time, the mist flowed through his pores and penetrated into his body, causing his whole body to feel numb. What is this? "Hey kid, this is the corpse chi that I have collected in the past 20 years. I have been dealing with corpses day and night for these years. Do you think I have really gained nothing? Under my corpse chi, even extraordinary strong men will fall. Now you are surrounded by my corpse chi. You are now attacked by corpse poison. I think you should just surrender. Finally, I will tell you one thing. Don't be a human in your next life. Even if you are a human, don't come to provoke me, Golmud." Boom! He blew out a strong corpse chi again, and Shulai's body turned blue-purple at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a living zombie. "Shulai!" Betty saw that something was wrong and shouted anxiously. "Don't come over. This thing is very strange." Shulai quickly interrupted Betty, who wanted to rush in. "Nice women, I'll come and teach you a lesson after I finish this guy off. In order to cultivate this corpse energy, I haven't played with women for a while." Ha! Suddenly his laughter stopped. It was like someone choking on your throat when you drink water, very uncomfortable. "What's wrong with you?" He saw that the purple-green color on Shulai's body suddenly disappeared, and he was able to move freely in the corpse energy, and his face suddenly changed. "Your trick is just a trick. Do you really think you can trap me?" Just now, when he felt the corpse poison entering his body, the 9 heavens thunder fire in his body awakened on its own and swam all over his body. The 9 heavens thunder fire is the most yang and the most rigid, and it has a natural restraining effect on corpse poison. Therefore, although he was poisoned by the corpse, he returned to normal in a moment. "Impossible! Impossible! No one can move freely in my corpse poison." Girmu still couldn't believe it. The corpse poison that he had worked hard to refine for 20 years was actually dissolved like this. "But don't think that I only have corpse poison as a means. Control the corpse." I heard Girmu roared, and he took out a few yellow talismans from somewhere. He pasted the talismans on his forehead and chest, then bit his finger and swallowed a drop of his own blood. After doing this, Girmu turned pale in an instant. His eyes were dark, and his whole body revealed a bone-chilling coldness. "Zombie!" This feeling is exactly the same as purple zombie, but Girmu is obviously a living person? In doubt, Girmu suddenly jumped up on the spot. Boom! After leaving a big pit on the spot, it came to his side in a blink of an eye. 5 half-meter-long fingers stabbed at him. Damn! Not only did this guy's breath become like a zombie, but even his body changed. "Die! Die for me!" Girmu made intermittent sounds, and every word was full of murderous intent towards Shulai. "In that case, then you can't blame me." 9-day thunder fire. Puff! A ball of fire drilled out from his palm, and then turned into a 3-meter-long flame knife. Cut! Lai pressed down with his palm, and the 3-meter-long flame knife fell directly on Girmu's body. Whoosh, the 9-day thunderfire instantly burned all over Girmu's body. Girmu's pupils shrank, and severe burning pain immediately came from all parts of his body. Ah, what kind of flame is this? The flame that will kill you, Shulai said lightly. Then, Girmu's body turned into ashes in the thunderfire. This is the power of the 9-day thunderfire. But it is also because this Girmu is not particularly strong. And this corpse poison looks terrible, but it is not pure, and it will be restrained when it encounters thunderfire. The so-called yin and yang are mutually generated and restrained. If it is an extremely strong corpse poison, it will also restrain the 9-day thunderfire. Yang overcomes yin, but yin can also overcome yang. Killing Girmu, the purple zombie in the distance, also freed himself from struggling. He carefully checked the state of the purple zombie again. After confirming that only his consciousness was left on the purple zombie, Shulai gave it an order. Clean up the battlefield and then continue to sleep. The purple zombie cried out and immediately cleaned up the yard according to the instructions. After cleaning up quickly, it dug a hole and buried itself again. At this time, Shulai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing the second-class villain, and the reward is fun 600 merit points. It was actually 600 merit points, which was higher than the guy who refined the ghost girl last time. It seems that the second-class villain is similar to the first-class villain, and the merit point reward is an approximate range. This range should be higher than the first-class villain and lower than the third-class villain. However, this guy is actually more evil than the gray-robed man who refined the ghost girl, which is something he didn't expect. It seems that this family has a lot of lives on their hands. Chapter 74. The roommate's ridicule killed Girmu and returned to the room. Betty asked cautiously, "You strong men in the East are really weird." Shulai looked at her and thought, "You Westerners are not weird?" After chatting for a few words, everyone calmed down completely. Liu Jingjing was busy cooking again. The dinner was very rich, but there was still a big bowl of radishes in front of Shulai. Under the strange eyes of several women, he finished it in one breath. After dinner, he rested for a night. The next morning, he suddenly received a call. The caller ID was 3'10" tall, rich and handsome. Shulai thought for a while before remembering who this guy was. His roommate when he was studying before. This guy was Fan Guangyuan, and he had saved the 3 words Fan Guangyuan before. But he couldn't stand this guy's arrogance, so one day he personally changed the note on his mobile phone to this. Generally speaking, the relationship between the two was not salty or indifferent before. They could chat for a few words, but they were not very close. After graduation, there was no contact. I don't know why this guy suddenly called me. "Hello? Shulai?" Fan Guangyuan's voice came from the phone. "It's me. What's the matter?" Shulai said calmly. "I received Chen Jingjing's wedding invitation." "I see the groom is not you. I remember you two were dating, weren't you?" Fan Guangyuan said sarcastically. "We broke up and she got a new boyfriend." "Really? No wonder. They are having a singles party tonight. Do you want to come?" When he was dating Liu Jingjing before, he also introduced her to the people in the dormitory. It seems that Fan Guangyuan is still in contact with Chen Jingjing and the others. "I have something else to do, I guess. I won't come." He didn't want to attend any singles party. It would be better for him to practice at home. "Hey, you kid are not still obsessed with Chen Jingjing, are you?" "I think you should give up this idea as soon as possible. Chen Jingjing's fiancé is really amazing. I heard he is a small contractor who earns millions a year." Hearing the voice, Fan Guangyuan was quite envious. After all, they had just graduated for about a year, and their salary income was relatively average, especially for those who graduated from second-rate universities like them. What does it have to do with me if he makes his own money? A few million is really nothing to him. The cash on the card is tens of millions, not to mention the assets on Jianshe Street. Any property is at least several million, especially the hotel at number 69 Jianshe Street, which seems to be considered good in the whole Haidong. The hotel is also under his name, and he is the direct boss. So let alone millions, even tens of millions, Shulai doesn't care much. "Hey Shulai, why are you still so stupid after graduation? You should be more tactful. People like you will never get anywhere." Fan Guangyuan said like a life mentor. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll hang up." He didn't want to say anything more to Fan Guangyuan. "Don't worry, I said your character is not good. How can you get along in society in the future? Forget it, This time I'm just passing on a message for someone else. Chen Jingjing has something else to say to you in person, so come over quickly tonight. Shulai heard it and said lightly, "Not interested." After that, he hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Fan Guangjuan looked at the phone that was suddenly hung up with a look of astonishment. I didn't expect this kid to be more and more ignorant of the ways of the world. He deserves to be unemployed. He looked a little unhappy when Shulai hung up the phone. Obviously, that kid was the worst in the dormitory, but he dared to hang up his phone. If Shulai knew all this, how could he still be unemployed? Next to Fan Guangwan was a face that Shulai was familiar with, Chen Jingjing. She was getting married in 2 days, and this was a pre-wedding dinner. They would go to the bar to have some fun in the evening. She lost in the dare game just now, so she was instigated to ask Shulai out, wanting to deliberately play a prank. They called Shulai specifically. Unexpectedly, Shulai hung up the phone without even listening to the end. This made Chen Jingjing feel uncomfortable. Although she looked down on Shulai, she always thought that Shulai still had feelings for her. If it were in the past, Shulai would definitely come as soon as she needed anything. Based on my understanding of that guy, he's probably embarrassed. I'll send him a voice message later. He'll definitely come over tonight. Fan Guangwan said and sent a voice message to Shulai. Shulai saw his phone vibrate, showing that it was a message from Fan Guangyuan, and he chose to ignore it automatically. After Fan Guangyuan sent the message, he said to Chen Jingjing next to him, "Jingjing is still a good judge of character. It's right to break up with that guy as soon as possible. Look, he is like this. How can he be worthy of you? Only someone like Brother Shen is a perfect match for you." Chen Jingjing smiled slightly. Fan Guangyuan was right. Shen Mingji was much better than Shulai. Shulai sorted out the information of the property under his name at this time. At the same time, he asked Liu Jingjing to come in and familiarize herself with it. "Jingjing, get familiar with these things. When you have time in the future, help me take care of them." He planned to let Liu Jingjing help manage them in the future. He definitely didn't have much time to take care of them, and he mainly wanted to focus on cultivation. If Liu Jingjing was not going to college, he would have wanted Liu Jingjing to manage the jewelry store. Liu Jingjing looked at the materials for a while and was extremely shocked. "I didn't expect that Brother Shu actually has so many shops. These shops are all on Jianxi Street, and their value is estimated to be hundreds of millions. Brother Shu is really amazing." "Brother Shu, do you trust me?" Liu Jingjing looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Shulai smiled and said, "In this world at present, the two of you are the ones I trust the most." Liu Jingjing's nose blushed. Jingjing will do her best to help Brother Shu. In the evening, Shulai's phone rang again. After answering the phone, a slightly anxious woman's voice came from it. "Boss, is that you?" Shulai's heart moved. "Who are you?" "I am Yao Sihan, also called Lisa, from the Black Stone Bar." Black Stone Bar. Shulai took out a document from the pile of information. It was the property information of the Black Stone Bar, and the name of the person in charge was Yao Sihan, and her English name was Lisa. "It's me." "What happened?" Shulai asked. "Boss, someone has been on credit, and I have urged him many times, but he still hasn't paid it back. It was left by the previous person in charge." Lisa has been managing the bar for a while, and she has seen such situations before. But this time the situation was a little beyond her control. Shulai's eyes darkened, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Wait for me, I'll be here soon." After hanging up the phone, he said to Liu Jingjing, "I'm going out for a while, and I may be back late." Chapter 75. The Ridicule from the Ex-Girlfriend. "Brother Shu, are you going to the Black Stone Bar?" Liu Jingjing glanced at the document in Shulai's hand and roughly guessed it. "Yes." Shulai stood up and prepared to leave. "Brother Shu, why don't we go together? I'll go see the place too." Shulai thought about it and agreed. If Liu Jingjing helps with management in the future, it would be good to get familiar with it first. When the two arrived at Jian Street, the lights were already on. When they walked into the Black Stone Bar, the sound of loud music came immediately. A woman in her 30s saw them and hurried over. "Boss?" Lisa looked at the young man in front of her and asked in disbelief. "You are Lisa, right?" Shulai looked at Lisa in surprise. Lisa should be just 30 years old. The skin is white and shiny, and the facial features are delicate. She has the plump figure of a mature woman, and her face is a bit pure like a girl. Just like the feeling of being pure and lustful as described on the internet. especially the fullness of her chest, which makes people subconsciously unable to help but take a second look. "Hello, boss." Lisa smiled and bowed her head. This better showed the deep ravines on her chest, which made several male guests around stare at her. As the person in charge of the bar, Lisa obviously often deals with men and knows how to show her advantages. Liu Jingjing was not used to the environment here and wrinkled her nose. However, she couldn't help but glance at Lisa's chest and then looked at her own. Suddenly, she felt a little inferior. Shu Lai and Lisa came to the bar, a slightly quieter place, and asked directly, "Is that person in the bar now?" "Yes, here is the bill." Lisa quickly took out the bill and put it in front of Shu Lai. As someone who has worked for many years, Lisa subconsciously observed her boss. After finding that she couldn't see through it, she immediately chose to obey completely. "What's your name, little sister?" When Shu Lai was checking the bill, she looked at Liu Jingjing next to her and asked, "My name is Liu Jingjing, Sister Lisa. Just call me by my name." Liu Jingjing smiled and said, "If she helps Brother Shu manage these assets in the future, she will definitely have to deal with Lisa. So she also wants to leave a good impression on Lisa." Lisa saw that Liu Jingjing was very beautiful and came with Shu Lai, so naturally she wanted to make friends with the people around the boss. The two of them got along very well. Shu Lai looked up from the account book. The person who was on credit was Pan Meiru, and the bills were from a year ago to now, totaling more than 300,000. It seems that the previous person in charge had a close relationship with Pan Meiru, otherwise it would be impossible for him to keep on credit. But this name is a bit familiar, and I always feel like I have heard it somewhere. Which room is she in? In the private room of Paris Fantasy. The private rooms in the Blackstone Bar are mainly named without numbers. Well, I'll go check it out. You don't have to come over yet. Shu Lai didn't think much about it. He walked directly to the door of Paris Fantasy's room and knocked on the door. An impatient voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Hearing the voice, Shu Lai was a little surprised. Then he saw Fan Guangyuan open the door. The two looked at each other and seemed a little surprised. But then Fan Guangyuan laughed. "Ha ha, I knew that you, a fool, would still come. Jingjing, what did I say?" Shu Lai looked at Chen Jingjing in the private room. He didn't expect them to be here. "Sorry, I went to the wrong place." Shu Lai was about to leave. It seemed that he had found the wrong place. Fan Guangyuan pulled him and said, "Now that you're here, are you still embarrassed? We all know that you're still thinking about Chen Jingjing." Shu Lai frowned and said, "Fan Guangyuan, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Shu Lai, don't quibble. I called you before and said that Chen Jingjing wanted to talk to you, but you pretended not to care. Now you're here, aren't you? I sent you the address here by voice. Do you think I forgot?" Fan Guangyuan smiled smugly. It turned out that the message Fan Guangyuan sent later was the address. "If you want to play here, just follow the rules and play as you like. Remember to pay the bill." After saying that, he shook Fan Guangyuan away with a trembling hand and prepared to leave. At this time, Chen Jingjing suddenly stood up and said, "Shu Lai, you don't have to pretend. We all know why you came here today, but I just want to tell you that you should stop thinking about eating swan meat. I was blind to fall in love with you before, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You are here, but you still don't admit it. But it's good that you are here. I will make it clear today. Shu Lai, you are not worthy of me. You are far worse than Shen Mingji. Now Mingji has contracted a large project nearby and will start construction soon. This project will bring in at least 3 million yuan a year. What do you have? It's been so long since you graduated and you don't have a job or a business." Shu Lai looked at her indifferently. "Are you done?" I'm done?" Looking at Shu Lai's calm eyes, Chen Jingjing said hesitantly, "Why is Shu Lai not angry at all? After you finish, I'll leave. I wish you all have fun here." After saying that, Shu Lai left. It took Fan Guangyuan a while to come back to his senses. This guy seemed to have changed. His tone and demeanor were completely different from before. "Hey, this guy is your ex-boyfriend, Jingjing. He is so arrogant and even asked people to pay the bill as if he is the boss here." A girl next to Chen Jingjing said. Fan Guangyuan recalled and nodded. "Don't say this guy really has the tone of the boss here and he actually made us have fun." "He can't really be the boss here," the girl asked cautiously. "Him? How is it possible? I know him too well. He can't make so much money from this bar in his lifetime." Oh, the daughter seemed to be relieved. There were a few other people in the room. who were also friends of Chen Jingjing and her friends. One of them smiled and said, "There are many people like this now. They just want to save face." "That's right, Jingjing. Don't be sad. This kind of man is not worth your sadness for him." "Yes, our Jingjing is such a beautiful woman. How can that kind of man be worthy of her?" Chen Jingjing smiled stiffly and said nothing. Looking at the door where Shulai left, he was still a little dazed. After Shulai came out, he looked at Lisa and frowned slightly, saying, "Which room is Pan Meru in?" "Boss, Pan Meru is in the room of Paris Fantasy. She is always there. She just went in with her friends. One of them seems to be called Chen Jingjing. I heard that her fiancé is quite rich." Lisa explained to him hurriedly. She didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of the boss on the first day. Chapter 76, Debt Collection. The friend is called Chen Jingjing? Could it be that Pan Meru is someone else in the room? When Shulai saw Chen Jingjing just now, he subconsciously didn't want to stay any longer and didn't pay much attention. Lisa walked over and pointed to him, saying, "That's Pan Meru." Shulai looked at the woman next to Chen Jingjing. It turned out to be her. Chen Jingjing and the others didn't expect Shulai to come back again. They were all surprised. Fan Guangyuan sneered, "Hey, didn't you leave? Why did you come back?" Others in the room also had sarcastic smiles on their faces. At this time, Lisa suddenly said, "My friend, please be respectful. This is our boss." "Boss? What nonsense are you talking about? This rubbish is your boss?" Fan Guangyuan heard Lisa's words as if he heard a big joke. "If you keep doing this, I can only throw you out." Lisa's face turned cold. As a bar, it is inevitable to deal with some drunk people who make trouble. She waved her hand, and two men in short sleeves came over. Both of them were 2 meters tall and strong. One of them lifted Fan Guangyuan, who was only 1.5 meters tall, with one, "Ah! Ah! What are you doing?" Fan Guangyuan's legs kicked in the air in fear, as if he was drowning. Shulai waved his hand, and the man immediately threw Fan Guangyuan down and threw him in the corner. Shulai then said calmly, "I'm sorry, I'm really the boss here. You are Pan Meru, right? When will you pay me back the 300,000 yuan you owe me?" He didn't look at Chen Jingjing, but directly said to Pan Meru. When Pan Meru saw that Shulai was really the boss here, her face suddenly turned pale. She knew the person in charge here before, and he said that the boss didn't care about anything. Unexpectedly, the boss is now Shulai, and he came to her to ask for money. "Meru, do you really owe 300,000 yuan?" Fan Guangyuan didn't care about much at this time, and asked hurriedly. Pan Meru glanced at Shulai and didn't deny it. Fan Guangyuan continued, "Did you pay the bill today?" Today they ordered several bottles of expensive red wine, which should add up to 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. If Pan Meru didn't pay, they would pay the bill later, and each person would have to pay a lot. Now his monthly salary is only a little over 3,000 yuan, and he likes to eat, drink, and have fun, so he doesn't save any money at all. If he paid the bill, he could squeeze out 500 to 600 yuan at most. "I hope the bill has been paid today. I hope the bill has been paid today. I hope the bill has been paid today." Fan Guangyuan prayed 3 times in his heart. Then he heard Pan Meru said, "Although it is my treat today, I haven't paid the bill yet." "What?" Fan Guangyuan's face was ashen. Chen Jingjing also came back to her senses at this time. She didn't expect Shulai to not only become the boss here, but also Pan Meru's creditor. Pan Meru begged Chen Jingjing, "Boss Shu is your ex-boyfriend. Please talk to him and forgive my bill. He has such a big bar, he should not be short of this money." Chen Jingjing was moved when she heard it. She always felt that Shulai still had feelings for her, so she said, "Shulai, for my sake, can you not ask Meru for the bill first?" Shulai shook his head indifferently. "Sorry, no, and you don't have that much face. Shulai, you!" Chen Jingjing didn't know why. Her heart was full of loss. Since she wants to spend money, she has to pay for it. I haven't calculated the interest on the money she owed before. Shu looked at Pan Meru and continued, "Either you pay the debt today, or I will sell the account to the collection agency. It's up to you. Boss Shu, please be magnanimous. Don't sell it to the collection agency." Pan Meru cried and begged. She knew the horror of the collection agency very well. Not only did those people make dozens of calls every day to maliciously collect the money, they also came directly to her door and even notified all colleagues and friends. If she was really collected by the collection agency, she would be finished. She had finally packaged herself as an upper-class socialite during this period. If she was collected for debt, everything would be ruined. Then hurry up and find a way. Boss Shu, can we talk in private? Shulai frowned and said lightly, if you have anything to say, just say it in person. We are not that close friends yet. Pan Meru gritted her teeth and said, Boss Shu, since you are single now, I can be your girlfriend, as long as you can forgive my debt. Meru, what did you say? Chen Jingjing's eyes widened. He never thought that his good friend would say such a thing. Humph, what's wrong with me? As long as there is money, it doesn't matter who I sleep with? Pan Meru also risked it. She could see that Shulai was really rich. Not to mention anything else, this bar alone is worth at least tens of millions. Being Shulai's girlfriend, she is not losing out, and she can also spend money in the bar for free, killing two birds with one stone. Unexpectedly, Shulai refused, said, sorry, I'm not interested in you. Hearing his answer, Liu Jingjing's beautiful eyes flashed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Jingjing was also relieved. She also didn't want Shulai to agree. Boss Shu, how can I be inferior to Chen Jingjing? In terms of figure, I am better than her. In terms of looks and dressing, she is from a small county. How can she compare with me? Pan Meru was angry and a little desperate. She didn't expect Shulai to reject her. Shulai was about to speak, and Liu Jingjing suddenly stood up, looked at her and said, sorry, Brother Shu has a girlfriend. That is me. Pan Meru was stunned, looking at Liu Jingjing's pretty face, that kind of girlish breath, pink cheeks. Suddenly there is a feeling of inferiority. She is indeed more beautiful than Chen Jingjing, but compared to Liu Jingjing, she is still a long way behind. Well, you'd better prepare to pay back the money honestly. As for today's consumption, I think you should pay first. He glanced at the people in the room. Everyone's eyes immediately avoided. Several friends who followed Chen Jingjing said in unison, I have never drunk this bottle of red wine. I have never drunk this glass of whiskey either. I only drank Sprite today. I didn't eat these fruits either. Everyone knew that the consumption today was not low, and now they had to pay. Everyone hurriedly distanced themselves. Fan Guangyuan even tried to sneak away when no one was paying attention, but was picked up again by the security guard, who was more than 2 meters tall next to him. Chen Jingjing looked at everything in front of her, and then looked at Shulai, who was standing next to her, and found that everything was so unfamiliar. She couldn't help but feel regretful. After a lot of trouble, they still had to go AA in the end. It was more than 7,000 per person. Hearing this number, Fan Guangyuan's face turned pale. He hurriedly looked at Shulai and said, Brother Shu, we are in the same dormitory. Can you help me waive this money? Tell me how much you can pay first. He didn't intend to be a good guy. I can only take out 500 yuan at most. Fan Guangyuan blushed and said embarrassedly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect that the man who just kept scolding Shulai was actually so poor. But Shulai was the big boss. Chapter 77, Ruining the Place. Shulai looked at Fan Guangyuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and said lightly, Were you still scolding me just now? Pa! Fan Guangyuan slapped himself twice in the face. Shulai, I was wrong. I was blind. Don't bother with me. After being in the society for a while, Fan Guangyuan knew that face was the most useless thing. As long as you can avoid paying, it doesn't matter if you lose face. Go away. Considering that you and I are classmates, I will give you half a month. If you haven't paid the money to the bar in half a month, I will notify the accounting company. Okay, thank you, Brother Shu, you are so generous. Hearing that there was still half a month left, Fan Guangyuan was relieved and ran out. Ding! Merit of Enlightenment, merit points plus 100. Yes, I actually got 100 merit points from Fan Guangyuan, so it was not a wasted trip. Then Chen Jingjing also transferred some money. Before leaving, Chen Jingjing couldn't help but said, Shulai, my wedding in 2 days. Don't worry, we know each other. I will come naturally. He had said before that he would go back, and he naturally kept his word. Chen Jingjing wanted to say something, but Shulai had already turned his head, leaving her with only his back. Finally, Shulai looked at Pan Meru. Tomorrow at noon, if I don't see 300,000, I will sell it to the debt company. Pan Meru had to go out to raise the money. Shulai said to Lisa, Let me know the result tomorrow at noon. Yes, boss, Lisa said quickly. After leaving the Blackstone bar, Shulai said to Liu Jingjing, I'm sorry to ask you for help. Brother Shu, it's okay. I know I'm not worthy of you, but it's better for Brother Shu to stay away from women like Pan Meru. Jingjing, I didn't mean that. Shulai shook his head, not knowing what to say. When he returned to the villa, it was already late. The next day at noon, he was waiting for Lisa's call, but Lisa called him unexpectedly. Boss, something bad happened. What happened? Shulai's heart sank. Pan Meru brought a few people here, but they didn't come to pay back the money. They came to mess things up. Hide first, don't get hurt. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, he immediately rushed to the bar. When he arrived at the bar, he saw that the door had been smashed. The tables and bar counter inside had traces of being smashed. Fortunately, there were no customers in the bar at noon, and no one was injured. When he looked inside, he was immediately angry. He saw Lisa tied up and her clothes were tattered. Next to her stood a young man in his 20s. The young man was looking at Lisa frivolously, but surprisingly, the young man was holding a long sword. "Where is your boss? If he doesn't come again, I will cut off one of your hands. What do you think?" The young man half squatted down and said with a smile, "I don't think it's good. In my opinion, I'd better cut off your hand." Shulai's cold voice came in from the door. "Oh, it seems that you are the boss here, right? Brother Wu, it's him. If you help me deal with him, he will be yours." Pan Meru stood aside and said to the young man in a tender voice. At the same time, she licked her lips, revealing a hint of charm. The boy's eyes were hot, and he wanted to fight Pan Meru for 300 rounds on the spot. He immediately turned to Shulai and said, "Cut off your arms or die." "Boss, leave quickly. These people don't seem to be ordinary people." Although Lisa's mouth was blocked by something, she still shouted loudly. Shulai glanced and saw that the two tall security guards were now lying on the side. However, both of them were still breathing, just bleeding, and the problem was not big. "If you want my hands, come and get them yourself," Shulai said lightly. Brother Wu immediately nodded to the two people around him. The two people around him looked like they were in their 40s, with a strong breath all over their bodies. They were actually at the level of half-step grandmasters. "Boy, the last thing you should do in your life is to provoke our young master." The two walked to Shulai, and the two breaths immediately pressed towards him. Shulai snorted coldly and instantly released his breath. Boom! The two felt like the sky was falling, their bodies sank and their knees cracked with a click, and they shattered directly. Bang! The knees shattered, and the two instantly knelt on the ground. Ah! The terrifying thing about the sword energy is that it is sharp and extremely fast. Generally speaking, the speed of sword energy is comparable to that of a bullet, but when the sword technique is mastered, the sword energy is already faster than an ordinary bullet. Facing this ray of sword energy, Shulai waved his hand and slapped it. Boom! The true energy collided, making an explosion sound, and the ground in the middle was cracked into several holes. "Not bad. You can actually take my sword. But what about the next sword?" Wu Jingyi urged his body skills and approached Shulai with the sword light in his hand sweeping. Shulai was not in a hurry, and the true energy in his fist burst out. Every punch was like a tidal wave, with magnificent momentum. Bang! He saw him punch the long sword in Wu Jingyi's hand. The long sword actually made a click and shattered on the spot. Clang! The broken half of the sword tip fell and directly stuck into the hard floor. Puff! Wu Jingyi was affected by the aftermath of Shulai's true energy, and his figure staggered back, and at the same time spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Shulai in disbelief. You are also a martial arts master?" He thought that he had achieved a breakthrough at the age of 20 and became a martial arts master. He was already gifted and rare. He didn't expect that the person in front of him, who looked about the same age as him, was so powerful. "Martial arts master? I guess so." He was only at the 8th level of Qi training now. From the perspective of realm, he was indeed a martial arts master, and had not yet entered the extraordinary realm. However, his 8th level of Qi training seemed different from that of ordinary people. He clearly felt that these martial arts masters had no ability to resist in his hands. After being tempered by the 9-day thunder and fire, his body could even completely withstand the attacks of these people. Chapter 78. Ex-girlfriend gets married. Shulai turned and looked at Pan Meru next to him. Pan Meru trembled all over and retreated in fear. "What are you going to do?" Wu Jingyi was so powerful that he was defeated by Shulai. She was now scared to death. "What am I going to do? Did you forget something?" Completely crushed to the ground by this pressure, Shulai stepped on his leg without hesitation. With a click, Wu Jingyi's leg twisted on the spot. "Ah! Ah!" The severe pain made Wu Jingyi scream. "Now you can pay back the money," Shulai said lightly. Wu Jingyi could only grit his teeth and transfer the money. 300,000, right? Wu Jingyi confirmed. I'm sorry it was 300,000 before, but now you broke my things and hurt my people, so it's 1 million. 1 million? Pan Meiru was stunned. She originally thought that Shulai was so young and should be easy to deal with. Unexpectedly, he was so ruthless. The original 300,000 was raised to 1 million now. Although she has paid Shulai back now, she still owes him a lot. Okay, get out, Shulai said calmly after collecting the money. Wu Jingyi and his men left in a hurry. After they left, Lisa went in and changed into a new set of clothes. The clothes she had just worn had been cut by Wu Jingyi with his sword. Shulai checked the 2 security guards. Although they were slashed, they were only flesh wounds. He simply bandaged them and they were fine. After Lisa changed her clothes and came out, Shulai also checked her body. Lisa only had some bruises on her body, which was not a big problem. Fortunately, boss, you came in time otherwise. Lisa's eyes were red. After all, she was just a woman, not yet 30 years old. It's over. You should take a good rest these days. Don't rush to open the business. He was not short of money now, and it would not affect him if the bar was not open for a few days. At this time, the system notification came. Punish the villain, merit points plus 200. Punish the villain, merit points plus 100. Punish the villain, merit points plus 500. Shulai didn't expect that the merit points reward for punishing these 3 people would be so high. In this way, he has more than 4,000 merit points in total. He decided to save the merit points for the time being. Krypton gold is too unreliable. You can't trust luck every time. The most important thing is that Krypton gold is easy to get addicted and difficult to handle. A day later, he came to Jianxi Street again, but today he didn't go to the bar but to Nob 73 Jianxi Street, Jinyu Hotel. Today, Jinyu Hotel is crowded with people, with a red carpet in front and more than a dozen flower baskets more than 1 meter high around. There is a ceremony bureau at the door. The newlyweds are getting married. Shulai walked to the entrance of the hotel and saw Liu Jingjing and Shen Mingji standing at the entrance to welcome guests. Today was their wedding day. Seeing Shulai appear, Shen Mingji's eyes flashed, and he looked a little more proud. He then put his arm around Liu Jingjing's waist and touched her brow with his lips. The guests around him immediately laughed. Oh! Shen Mingji laughed and said, "Ha ha ha everyone, I'm sorry, my wife is too beautiful today, I couldn't help it. The bride is really beautiful, and only Brother Mingji deserves her." A friend of Shen Mingji said with a smile, "Brother Mingji, don't worry. I'm afraid the bride won't let you if you want to at night." Ha ha! Shen Mingji laughed proudly, glancing at Shulai with a strong sense of showing off. "Don't worry, I will let Jingjing know how powerful I am at night." After saying that, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at Shulai again. He thought to himself, "Humph, Shulai, how about it? The woman you like will soon become mine." Chen Jingjing struggled a little and pushed Shen Mingji away a little. Seeing Shulai next to her, she felt much more complicated. She was about to get married, so she couldn't help but think about whether her decision was right. Did she really make the right choice by leaving Shulai and dating Shen Mingji? Jingjing, smile more. Most of my friends are here today, and my eldest brother will be here soon. Chen Jingjing's heart moved. Since the last time she met Shulai at the Hot Pot restaurant, the original 3rd brother suddenly disappeared for some reason. Shen Mingji was depressed for a few days at that time. Fortunately, she met the current eldest brother later. She had never met this eldest brother, but she heard that he was very powerful. This time, Shen Mingji got a big project from this eldest brother. It is estimated that he can make at least 2 or 3 million yuan from this project. Now that Shen Mingji has this relationship and backing, he will never do too badly in the future. What does Shulai have? It's just a bar. How can he compare with Shen Mingji in the future? Her choice was right. No matter what, Shen Mingji will do better than Shulai in the future. After all, Shulai can never compare with Shen Mingji. After thinking about this, she looked at Shulai with a little more indifference. Shulai walked up to the 2 of them and said, "Chen Jingjing, congratulations. I wish you a baby soon." Chen Jingjing looked at Shulai in front of her. She wanted to see something in Shulai's eyes. For example, regret, unwillingness, or the kind of infatuation Shulai had for her. Unfortunately, she saw nothing today. "Hey, kid, how do you call someone? You should call her sister-in-law." A young man next to him walked up to Shulai and said with his eyes wide open. Shen Mingji paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Forget it, you don't know, this is my wife's ex-boyfriend." Not only was he dumped by Jingjing, he also lost his job and is now an unemployed vagrant. He seemed to be generous in helping Shulai smooth things over, but his eyes were full of teasing. The guests around heard his words and cast strange eyes on Shulai. Dumped. No job. Now suddenly came to the door, on the wedding day. This kid wouldn't want to make trouble or steal the bride. Suddenly, some of Shen Mingji's friends and relatives came over and almost surrounded Shulai. Shen Mingji's eyes were filled with pride, and he waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous, he probably wants to see Jingjing. After all, Jingjing is so beautiful, it's normal for him to not forget her." Chen Jingjing didn't say anything and looked at everything indifferently. This made her more determined in her thoughts. Shulai was indeed far inferior to Shen Mingji. "Well, since Brother Mingji said so, you're not going to fight empty-handed, are you, brat?" The speaker was Shen Mingji's distant cousin. Chapter 79. The necklace is fake. Shulai didn't look at Shen Mingji, took out a small box and handed it to Chen Jingjing. "Happy wedding." Chen Jingjing glanced at the box. She didn't think Shulai could afford anything expensive. She said lightly, "Thank you. But you should know that I'm married, so it's impossible for us to be together." Shulai smiled non-committally. At this time, Shen Mingji's cousin came over and suddenly took the box from Chen Jingjing. He laughed in public. "Do you want to know what your sister-in-law's ex-boyfriend bought?" Some young people around him followed suit, especially the best men. "Open it and take a look." "I don't think it's necessary. What good things can a homeless person buy?" "That's true, but I'm still curious." "Well, in that case, I'll open it and take a look. Cousin, you don't mind, right?" Shen Mingji looked at Chen Jingjing and said, "Wife, look." "You can look if you want," Chen Jingjing said lightly. Shulai frowned, but the things had already been given away, so he couldn't say much. After all, it was already Chen Jingjing's thing. At this time, a best man and Shen Mingji's distant cousin opened the box, revealing a string of crystal-clear pearl necklaces. This necklace was actually chosen by Liu Jingjing last time in the store. At that time, Shulai thought that Chen Jingjing was about to get married, and since he agreed to go, he had to bring something. So he asked her to help pick this one. This necklace is worth more than 100,000 yuan. Although it is not cheap, it is completely affordable for Shulai, who is worth more than 100 million yuan. "Wow, it looks pretty good." The bridesmaid next to her said with a little envy when she saw the necklace. "What kind of taste do you have? That guy is unemployed. How can he afford to buy a real one? This thing is obviously fake." A groomsman sneered in order to appear knowledgeable in front of the bridesmaids. The bridesmaids' eyes changed when they looked at the pearl necklace. "Ha ha ha! That's right, this thing must be fake. You should be careful in the future. Don't be fooled by fake goods that men make casually." The bridesmaid who had spoken before and thought it was real blushed immediately. She felt embarrassed in the crowd and looked at Shulai with resentment. If it weren't for this guy, she wouldn't have embarrassed herself in public and in front of so many people. At this time, Shulai spoke lightly, saying, "This thing is real." "What? Did I hear it right? This guy said this thing is real." The groomsmen had long wanted to tease Shulai, and now they found an opportunity, and they mocked him with strange expressions. Shen Mingji's relatives and friends were all around, and they basically laughed at him. Shen Mingji has become a big contractor now. It is said that he has also contracted a big project. No one wants to offend him. This is of course true. If you don't believe it, you can take it for identification. Shulai frowned and said. At this time, Chen Jingjing suddenly said with a cold expression, "Shulai, enough! I will accept the things you gave me, but please don't talk nonsense, okay? Don't I know your income situation? I asked you to buy me an iPhone 18 before, but you couldn't afford it. How can you afford a pearl necklace?" She didn't expect Shulai to give her a fake at the wedding, and now he refused to admit it after being exposed. This made her feel embarrassed in front of Shen Mingji's family. It turned out that she knew Shulai had a bar, and she thought Shulai was actually rich. Now it seems that the bar is probably just a facade. You have the nerve to take out a fake necklace. Now that we have exposed it, you still refuse to admit it. You are really something. One of the groomsmen walked up to Shulai and said contemptuously, "Fortunately, our sister-in-law dumped you. Are you worthy of our sister-in-law?" "That's right, Brother Mingji. I heard that the ring you bought for sister-in-law cost 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Let us open our eyes." Shen Mingji smiled and pretended to hesitate. "We will see the ring later. What are you looking at now? Brother Mingji, show it to us so that this kid can understand how big the gap is between him and you. Well then, okay, let you see it, but be careful not to break it. Shen Mingji took out the ring box with a painful look on his face. Inside was a pair of rings. He spent 88,000 yuan to buy this pair of rings. Wow, it's worthy of being a real diamond ring. Brother Mingji, you are so willing to spend money for your sister-in-law. Wow, Jing, you are so happy. I want such a big one in the future. A bridesmaid saw the diamond ring and said excitedly. Chen Jingjing glanced at Xu Lai, then looked at Shen Mingji, and a little pride rose on her face. Fortunately, she made the right choice and broke up with Xu Lai and married Shen Mingji. Hey, now look at Brother Mingzi's diamond ring, and then look at this fake pearl necklace. They are simply one heaven and one earth. I think, since it's fake, why not just throw it away? Shen Mingzi's cousin sneered. At this time, a bridesmaid suddenly appeared, looked at the necklace and said, "Can you show it to me?" Chen Jingjing's eyes moved, and she said to the bridesmaid, "Xiao Yue, where have you been? That necklace is fake. There's nothing to see." Xiao Yue smiled and said, "Jingjing, I just went to the bathroom. Show me this necklace. You know, it's an occupational disease. I always like to identify these jewelry when I see them." Hearing her say this, the bridesmaids around immediately said, "That's great. Take a look. You are a jewelry appraiser." As they said this, they also glanced at Xu Lai, as if to say, "See if you still have the nerve to quibble." Xu Lai wanted to leave at this time, but he felt something, frowned and scanned the surroundings. He always felt a gloomy atmosphere, but he couldn't find it for a while. At this time, Xiao Yue had already got the necklace given to you by your husband. How can it be fake? It's obviously real. And it's a special model. Generally, the price of this kind is more than 150,000. Jingjing, it's good. You found a good husband. At this point, Xiao Yue couldn't help showing envy. She has been working in a small jewelry store and often sees many valuable jewelry. However, she can't afford any of them. But her words made the surroundings even quieter. Xiao Yue looked around in confusion and couldn't help asking, "Jingjing, why don't you say anything? You should be happy about such a good thing." Chen Jingjing forced a smile and couldn't help asking again, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Xiao Yue nodded confidently. "Don't worry, I've been in this business for 7 or 8 years. Even if I saw my husband wrong, I wouldn't see this wrong." Chen Jingjing looked at Xu Lai with a complicated look, and then said to Xiao Yue, "It's okay, give me the necklace." Xiao Yue also realized something at this time, handed the necklace to Chen Jingjing, and stopped talking. Chapter 80. Shen Mingji's big brother. Xu Lai, thank you. Chen Jingjing grabbed the necklace and said softly to Xu Lai. She originally thought it was a fake necklace, but she didn't expect it to be real, and it was worth more than 150,000 yuan. For her, hundreds of thousands of yuan is already a year or two of her entire salary. Now she only gets less than 4,000 yuan a month at work, and at most 50,000 or 60,000 yuan a year. Usually she has to swallow her anger, and sometimes her boss takes advantage of her. It's okay. I'm just putting an end to the past. Xu Lai was speaking from his heart. The reason he came here today was to put an end to his previous relationship. No matter what, they had been in love before. Although during the process, he was more like a dog licker as described on the internet, he had experienced it after all. After saying that, Xu Lai was ready to leave. At this moment, an old man suddenly came out, wearing a light gray Taoist robe and looking like a Taoist priest. He smiled at Chen Jingjing and Shen Mingji, and then said loudly, "Welcome relatives and friends of the bride and groom, please take a seat inside now." Chen Jingjing saw Xu Lai and her eyes fell on the old man. Chen Jingjing introduced, "This is the MC invited by Shen Mingji. Xu Lai, you should go in and sit down first." Xu Lai withdrew his eyes from the old man, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Okay then." He originally wanted to leave, but after seeing this old man, he changed his mind. The gloomy aura he felt before, he had never found the source, and he thought he was wrong. But now that he saw the old man, he was finally sure that the gloomy aura came from the old man. If he guessed correctly, this old man had killed many people. This old man was another bunch of moving merit points for him, so he decided to stay and see. Shen Mingji saw Xu Lai walk in. His face looked a little ugly, especially the pearl necklace, which made him very unhappy. Originally, he took out the diamond ring and stole the limelight, but in a blink of an eye, Compared with the pearl necklace worth hundreds of thousands, his diamond ring was much inferior. Now some relatives and friends looked at him strangely. "Jingjing, why did you invite him in?" He lowered his voice and asked Chen Jingjing. Chen Jingjing looked at the guests in front of him and said coldly, "He just gave me such a precious gift. What's wrong with me inviting him in?" Shen Mingji gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. At this time, his mobile phone vibrated. He quickly took out his mobile phone, clicked on a voice message, and listened to it in his ear. After listening to him, he excitedly said to Chen Jingjing, "Well, the big brother will be here in a few minutes. Let's welcome him together." Chen Jingjing thought about it and nodded gently. Shen Mingji turned around and greeted the old master of ceremonies next to him. The old man smiled and nodded slightly, and then said loudly to everyone, "A distinguished guest is coming soon. Please welcome the relatives and friends of the bride and groom together." The voice of the master of ceremonies fell, and there was a lot of noise inside. "Who is it? Such a big name. Actually, let all of us welcome it together. I'm not sure, but I heard that it seems to be a big brother that Shen Mingji knows. He has a very strong background. A project worth millions was handed over to Shen Mingji in one sentence." Someone who had heard something explained, "It's so awesome. No wonder Shen Mingji has been so amazing recently." Several people were envious and jealous. Shulai also heard it, but it had nothing to do with him. He just saw a few acquaintances in a hall opposite. The hotel is not small, and Shen Mingji only booked half of it today, and the other half is still open. This acquaintance is no other than Zhong Xiangyu. It seems that Zhong Xiangyu should be here to meet someone to discuss business. Zhong Xiangyu also saw Shulai and was shocked, so she stood up and prepared to come over to say hello. However, Shulai stopped her with a look. At this time, he couldn't help but look at the hotel carefully. "I have to say that this Jinyu hotel is still very good. Whether it is decoration or style, it is very classy. Especially some seats by the window, which are very petty bourgeoisie. I didn't expect that there is such a hotel under my name. Yes, this hotel is his." At this time, Shen Mingji, who was welcoming guests, suddenly looked forward. I saw several supercars appearing quickly in front, and the one leading the way was the Emperor engine worth tens of millions. Rumble! The Emperor engine approached, and the huge engine sound attracted everyone's attention. Hearing this engine sound, even people who don't know cars know that the car in front of them is definitely a top luxury car. This engine sound is just like an airplane engine. Shen Mingji was also envious when he saw the Emperor engine. It would be great if this car was his, but as long as he gets these projects, he will be able to afford it sooner or later. Thinking of this, he glanced at Shulai, who was sitting inside, and raised his lips. So what if Shulai can afford a pearl necklace? He has such a backer, and his background is much stronger than Shulai. Chen Jingjing looked at the sports car with envy, and quickly cheered up. At this time, Shen Mingji's parents also came out and specially arranged their clothes. They also heard from their son that the distinguished guest in front of them was very important. Other guests also looked at the sports car, and wanted to know what kind of backer Shen Mingji had to get such a big project. The door of the Emperor engine opened, and a fat man came out. Looking at the fat man, it is estimated that he is at least 300 pounds. If it was an ordinary fat man, they might laugh at him, but the one in front of them, although he didn't say anything, they all felt a strong aura. No one dared to laugh. The fat man came over lazily and threw a few tens of thousands of bills to Shen Mingji. "Boy, happy wedding, work hard for me in the future." After saying that, he glanced at Chen Jingjing next to him. His eyes were a little more frivolous, and he said with a smile, "Your wife is pretty good looking, ha!" Shen Mingji said solemnly at this time, "Mingji and all his relatives and friends wish Big Brother good health." After saying that, he quickly glanced at his friends and relatives sitting behind him. These relatives also stood up one after another, but Shulai did not move, because he was not a friend of Shen Mingji at all. In addition, the so-called Big Brother outside was not worthy of asking him to stand up. Shen Mingji's cousin kept paying attention to Shulai under Shen Mingji's instructions. Seeing that he did not move, Shen Mingji's cousin immediately said, "What are you doing, kid?" We all stood up. "Why are you still sitting there carelessly? Do you look down on our big brother?" When he said the last sentence, a light flashed in his eyes, and his tone was emphasized. The big brother at the door frowned slightly when he heard the voice. "Who the hell looks down on me? Come here and show me." His 300-pound body slowly walked inside, and the crowd automatically made way to form a passage. Chapter 81. The hotel is mine. Shulai, Big Brother is asking you a question. Why don't you get up? Shen Mingji's cousin shouted again, adding fuel to the fire. Shen Mingji behind him smiled coldly. Shulai, I was just thinking about how to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to come to me. You dare to disrespect Big Brother? Just use Big Brother's hand to deal with you. Let me get up, he is not qualified yet, Shulai said, lightly. Hearing this, Shen Mingji became more and more excited. This kid is dead this time. Others don't know who the person in front of him is, but he knows very well that the Big Brother in front of him is also a big boss in the underground world. Haha, who said I don't have that qualification? Everyone felt a murderous aura coming from the voice. It's me, what's wrong? Shulai looked towards the Big Brother's position. Shen Mingji walked up to his elder brother and said coldly, Brother, this kid is arrogant at ordinary times. I didn't expect that he would not take you seriously today. It's really outrageous. I think you have to let him know how powerful you are. After that, he looked at Shulai fiercely. Dare to provoke this elder brother, Shulai, you will die. But he waited for a while and found that his elder brother did not move. He looked over in confusion, but found that his elder brother's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were full of fear. Brother, what's wrong? This kid dared to do this. Before he finished speaking, the elder brother in his mind slapped him in the face. With a snap, with great force, Shen Mingji flew out on the spot. The crowd suddenly became agitated. I don't know why Shen Mingji was beaten suddenly when he was fine just now. Shouldn't Shulai be beaten? At this time, Shu looked at the elder brother in front of him and said lightly, I said you don't have the qualifications. What's wrong? The elder brother in front of him was none other than the great white shark. Shulai had never expected that Shen Mingji's backer was actually this guy. To be able to establish a relationship with the great white shark, Shen Mingji must have used some tricks. The great white shark looked at Shulai, his forehead covered with cold sweat. How could he meet this great man here? He really didn't expect it. Puff! He knelt down in front of Shulai and said, Brother Shu, I didn't expect you to be in there. I was wrong. Puff! The great white shark slapped himself several times in front of everyone. This scene made everyone open their mouths wide and couldn't believe it. At this time, Shulai heard a voice from the system. Educate the great white shark, merit points plus 500. He was happy in his heart. He didn't expect to earn 500 merit points. Feeling happy, he let the great white shark stand up. Okay, there's nothing for you to do here, so go back first. Okay, Big Brother, just tell me if you have any instructions. The great white shark then left carefully. Before leaving, he looked at the still confused Shen Mingji and snorted coldly. After Brother Shark left, Shen Mingji suddenly pushed the crowd away and walked in front of Shulai. He said with a ferocious face, Shulai, why don't you die? So what if you know, Brother Shark, Chen Jingjing is still my woman. The woman you like can only lie by my side in the future, and you have nothing. Are a waste? No woman will like you. The things that happened before almost made Shen Mingji collapse. At this time, a crisp voice came. I like him. Shulai looked over and saw Zhong Xiangyu coming slowly. Zhong Xiangyu had dressed up carefully to talk about things, coupled with her beautiful face and long cultivated temperament. Like a princess slowly approaching. The crowd automatically dispersed and Zhong Xiangyu walked to Shulai. In front of her, even the bride Chen Jingjing was far inferior. It was like one was an ordinary village flower, and the other was a fairy in the sky. There are many women who like Mr. Shu. I am just one of them. In my opinion, the bride has a bad vision. Not only did she miss a man like Mr. Shu, but she also found a loser. Zhong Xiangyu stood in the crowd, like a proud peacock, looking down at Chen Jingjing. Chen Jingjing lowered her head with a complicated expression. She was too embarrassed to look at Zhong Xiangyu. In the distance, the old man who was the master of ceremonies watched this scene with interest, and a red light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Shen Mingji shouted fiercely, Shulai, get out! You are not welcome today. Shulai stood up and looked at him and said lightly, I'm sorry, you should get out because this is my hotel. What? This hotel is yours? Shen Mingji was stunned and suddenly laughed. You think I will believe your nonsense? Get out! Don't think that you are in the limelight today. I want you to get out. Really? All right then. Shulai took out his mobile phone and called the person in charge of the hotel. After a while, the hotel manager hurried down, answering the phone while approaching. Shulai waved gently. The hotel manager came over immediately. "Boss, you finally showed up." Hang Chengwen threw himself on Shulai's shoulder. If he hadn't stopped him, this guy might have knelt on the ground on the spot. Seeing this, Shen Mingji pointed at him and couldn't speak for a long time. This hotel is really, your. Yes, can you get out now?" Shulai looked at Shen Mingji and said lightly. Chen Jingjing came up at this time, pulled Shulai's arm and whispered, "Shulai, don't be like this, okay?" Shulai bounced his arm away, sighed and said, "Okay, you can take care of yourself." After that, Shulai left the banquet. The wedding continued, but Shen Mingji's relatives and friends no longer had the smiles they had before. Some guests even chose to leave on the spot. Shen Mingji ran into the bathroom and didn't come out for a long time. Shulai and Zhang Xiangyu came to a window seat. Zhang Xiangyu couldn't help laughing and said, "I didn't expect you to be the boss of this hotel. Should I call you Mr. Shu or Mr. Shu?" She really didn't expect Shulai to hide so deeply. When they investigated Shulai's background before, they didn't find anything. Shulai looked at her and smiled faintly. "It's all right, but thank you for coming forward just now. Otherwise I would be despised by Shen Mingji." Zhang Xiangyu's cheeks were slightly red, and she bit her silver teeth and said, "I'm not wrong. A man as outstanding as Brother Shu must be liked by many girls, right?" She asked with a little tentativeness, her eyelashes flickering. Shulai shook his head. "You think too much. How can there be any woman who likes me?" Zhang Xiangyu smiled with her lips pursed, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. In uniform walked into the hotel. One of the uniformed women said, "Where is Shen Mingji?" Chapter 82. Mysterious Old Man. Shen Mingji's parents quickly stood up and asked nervously, "What's going on? Why are you looking for Mingji?" The female law enforcement officer immediately held up an arrest warrant and said, "We received a report that he is suspected of using inferior materials and a large amount of illegal building materials. He needs to go back to the bureau with us." What? Shen Mingji's parents immediately went limp and fell to the ground. Afterwards, the law enforcement officers also arrested Shen Mingji, who was still in the bathroom, and took him away directly. Chen Jingjing watched Shen Mingji being arrested and suddenly remembered what Shulai said last time. "I think this person has a bad heart and will get into trouble sooner or later." He didn't take Shulai's words to heart at the time, but he didn't expect that something would happen now. In the distance, Shulai's eyes moved. "So this is the dish that Shark said." But he had seen Shen Mingji's face before. Even if Shark didn't report it, it would be a matter of time for Shen Mingji to get into trouble. The groom's arrest also made it impossible for the wedding to continue. Shen Mingji's relatives and friends left one after another. Chen Jingjing's relatives and friends sat around, looking at Shulai from time to time. "Jingjing, it seems that Shulai is better. Why did you break up in the first place?" One of her cousins, now hearing that the entire hotel belongs to Shulai, felt a little regretful. If Chen Jingjing and Shulai were still together, they would not only be proud of themselves, but they might even get some benefits. "Jingjing, I think you should communicate with Shulai properly. Maybe you can get back together." Chen Jingjing gritted her teeth and glanced at Shulai next to her, feeling unhappy. Shulai chatted with Zhang Xiangyu while drinking coffee. Zhang Xiangyu saw Chen Jingjing looking over here with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but teasingly said to Shulai, "Mr. Shu, I think your ex-girlfriend seems to regret it. Do you want to consider getting back together?" Shulai didn't look at Chen Jingjing, but glanced at the old man who hadn't left yet and said lightly, "That thing is in the past. After Chen Jing and I met in life, there will be no intersection again." Just like two intersecting straight lines, they are getting closer and closer at the beginning, until they intersect and get farther and farther. "Really? I don't think your ex-girlfriend might think so." Zhang Xiangyu said and stood up. "It seems that she has something to say to you, so I won't disturb her." Shulai then noticed that Chen Jingjing was walking towards this side. After Chen Jingjing came over, Zhang Xiangyu nodded gently, turned around and left the hotel, and gave Shulai a strange look. "Shulai!" Chen Jingjing came over and looked at him. "Just tell me if you have anything to say," Shulai said calmly. In his heart, he was wondering why the old man didn't leave. Was he planning to do something in his hotel? Can you buy me a drink?" Chen Jingjing took the initiative to speak. Shulai's heart moved, and he remembered the famous saying that if a woman doesn't get drunk, a man has no chance. But Chen Jingjing should have gone through a day today and really wanted to have a drink. What do you want to drink? Forget love water. Chen Jingjing said softly. Shu Lai frowned. I'm afraid there is no such wine. Chen Jingjing shook his head and said, That's not what I mean. Any wine will do. Shu Lai waved his hand and the lobby manager immediately ran over. Boss, what do you need? The lobby manager glanced at Chen Jingjing, feeling a little disdainful. In his opinion, although Chen Jingjing looks good, she is also average. With the boss's wealth, there is really no need to waste time with such a woman. If the boss really needs a woman, he can easily find dozens of them, and they are all princess level. He knows too many women in the hotel business. Especially in the high-end Jinyu Hotel, there are as many high-end call girls as you want. What kind of wine is better in the hotel? Give me a bottle, Shu Lai said. There is also a bottle of 1982 Lafite. What do you think, boss? Asked the lobby manager Miao Ziming. That's it. The 1982 Lafite came up quickly. Miao Ziming even sobered up the wine. Shu Lai poured a glass for him and Chen Jingjing respectively. He took a sip and found that the taste was not as good as happy water. On the contrary, Chen Jingjing tasted it slowly at the side and seemed very professional. Shu Lai couldn't help but ask, Is it delicious? Chen Jingjing nodded quickly. It's delicious. A bottle of 1982 Lafite costs more than 100,000 yuan and she hasn't tasted it yet. Then you continue to drink. After saying that, Shu Lai got up and left. Looking at Shu Lai's back as he left, Chen Jingjing secretly said, I'm not drunk yet. Shu Lai left for a reason. Because he saw that the old man had left the hall and walked upstairs. He followed the old man upstairs and found that the old man went directly into a guest room. After thinking about it, he called the lobby manager and asked him to open the third room next to the old man. Boss, do you need anything? The lobby manager Miao Ziming blinked at him and showed a strange smile. Shu Lai didn't understand what he meant, frowned and said, Just say whatever you want to say. Miao Ziming was embarrassed for a moment, but still said carefully, I know a few girls who have admired the boss for a long time. If you have time, why don't I ask them to come over tonight? What girls? Shu Lai still didn't understand. That kind of girl. Miao Ziming thought Shu Lai was an old hand in the flower world, but he didn't expect that he couldn't understand his code word. He was a little speechless, but he was also more curious about Shu Lai. What kind of person is this boss? Is he a newcomer from a big family? That kind of girl? Forget it. You go and get busy first. Shu Lai looked at the old man's room and said, Okay, then boss, you have something to say. Miao Ziming left. He wanted to take this opportunity to get close to the boss and build a closer relationship, but he didn't expect to be frustrated and a little depressed. Shu Lai ignored Miao Ziming's thoughts. After he entered the room, he carefully paid attention to the movements in the old man's room. But to his surprise, there was no movement after the old man entered the room. It was not until about 10 o'clock in the evening that he felt the old man leave the room. Is it finally going to take action? Shu Lai's eyes flashed with excitement. This is a moving merit point. He carefully followed the old man all the way to the third floor of the hotel. There were no people on the third floor now. Instead, there were many flower petals and gold and silver or glitter pieces in the corridor. They should have been used by Chen Jingjing and her friends to decorate the room. There were wedding balloons hanging around a room in the middle of the third floor. It seemed that the room belonged to Chen Jingjing. At this time, Shu Lai saw the old man walking outside the new room. He wiped his hand, and a puff of black smoke came out of the door lock. The hotel's top security door was open just like that. Chapter 83? Heihuan Dafa Shu Lai could see clearly that it was a stream of true energy that directly destroyed all the parts in the security lock. It seemed that the old man had some tricks up his sleeve. The true energy could easily melt these solid steels. In the room, Chen Jingjing hadn't noticed that the door was open. Until the old man's voice came, Wedding night, spring night, who are you? Chen Jingjing heard the sudden voice and immediately panicked. Hey, I'm here to relieve your loneliness. You're alone in your wedding night. Don't you want me to accompany you? You? What do you want to do? Don't come over here, or I'll call someone. Chen Jingjing was wearing pajamas with a good figure. She had just applied a facial mask and her face was rosy, but now her expression was full of panic. Call someone. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will hear you, let alone come to save you. He casually shot out a ball of true qi, which spread out and enveloped the entire room. Although this effect only lasted for 5 minutes, It was enough for him. Girl, don't struggle. The old man smiled, grabbed Chen Jingjing with his true qi, and grabbed her through the air. Chen Jingjing was shocked and scared, and shouted for help, but there was no response at all, and she was suddenly desperate. Xu Lai should still be in the hotel. It would be great if he could come to save her. Thinking of this, she was full of hatred for Xu Lai again. If Xu Lai had told me earlier that he was so rich, I would not have chosen Shen Mingxi. At this time, the old man's hand fell on Chen Jingjing's body, and he couldn't help but smile when he felt the true qi. Not bad. It turns out that she is still a body of Yuan Yin. He kept her because he found that this woman was still a virgin. A woman with a body of Yuan Yin is very beneficial to his cultivation. Hey, not only that, this woman actually has immortal roots, so isn't she a top-notch cauldron? Ha ha ha! I didn't expect there would be such a good thing. The old man smiled ecstatically. He was about to take off Chen Jingjing's clothes only to see the door explode. Boom! The broken door shot out in all directions, and 2 pieces shot towards the old man, but were shaken away by the old man's body-protecting true qi. Who is it? The old man's eyes sank. He didn't like his good things to be disturbed. The anger in his heart made him decide to tear the person to pieces. It's me. Xu Lai walked into the door and said lightly, It's you, kid? As the MC of today's wedding, the old man naturally saw what happened today. Xu Lai? Chen Jing saw Xu Lai appear and hurriedly called out. Xu Lai looked at her with a calm look. Boy, isn't it good to be alive? Why are you looking for death? This is my hotel. You are the one looking for death. Ha ha ha. Do you know how much you weigh? Although I didn't realize before that you are also a cultivator, do you think you can be a hero and save the beauty? The old man sneered and looked at Xu Lai with disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, the true energy in his palm turned into a big fist and smashed towards Xu Lai. Xu Lai had been prepared for a long time. He raised his hand slowly and grabbed it, tearing the opponent's true energy fist. At the same time, he appeared beside the old man and punched the opponent in the face. The old man snorted lightly, and his body swayed to the side, avoiding the punch, and then a strong and hot aura came out of his body. Fiery sun power! With a low roar from the old man, he immediately rushed over, using his fists and feet to attack Xu Lai. At this time, the old man was emitting a faint heat all over his body, and every punch and kick was extremely hot. Even the floor under the old man's feet could be seen with burnt footprints. Boom! Xu Lai shook his head to avoid it, and the old man punched the wall. With a puff, a big hole appeared on the wall, and the wall was even blackened by the high temperature. Xu Lai's eyes sank. This man was very strong, much stronger than he expected. Hey, kid, now you know how powerful I am. Wait for me to cripple your hands and feet, and let you watch with your own eyes how I treat your ex-girlfriend. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly punched him in the face. You talk too much nonsense. After withdrawing his hand, Xu Lai looked at the old thing that was hit on the wall, and then fell down. The old guy's face changed completely at this time. He didn't notice how Xu Lai attacked just now, and he was actually blown away by a punch. Boy, I admit that I was wrong. I didn't expect you to be so good. Boom! A powerful breath suddenly burst out from his body. By taking yin and replenishing yang, he refined a magnificent true qi. He originally planned to use this true qi to impact the foundation building period, but now he can only use it to deal with Xu Lai. Boy, you made me waste 10 years of hard work. I will make you wish you were dead. Boom! He suddenly attacked Xu Lai at a very fast speed. He punched and made a sound of gas explosion. Xu Lai snorted coldly. If that's the case, don't blame me. He immediately concentrated his true qi and slapped him with a palm. Snap! With a loud bang, the old guy was directly suppressed in the air. The old man was like a wooden stake, and he was slapped to the ground on the spot. Puff! A mouthful of thick blood spurted out of the old guy's mouth and shot on the wall. He was shocked. How can you be so strong? It's not that I'm strong, but that you're too weak, Xu Lai said. Ah! In the end, the old man was still planning to fight. Xu Lai kicked the old man in the stomach, and the old man flew out immediately. He fell to the ground and twitched for a while, and then he died completely. After the old man was dealt with, the previous sound insulation of the true qi also slowly dissipated. At this time, Xu Lai looked at Chen Jing and said, "This room can't be lived in for the time being. I'll ask them to change a room for you." After changing another room for Chen Jingjing, Xu Lai turned and left. When leaving, Chen Jingjing suddenly shouted, "Xu Lai, I don't dare to sleep alone tonight. Why don't you stay and accompany me? Seeing Chen Jingjing biting her lips lightly, with a bit of charm in her eyes, Shu Lai shook his head calmly and said, I still have things to do. After that, Shu Lai completely disappeared from Chen Jingjing's sight. Shu Lai! After a long time, Chen Jingjing couldn't help but roar. Why? Why do you treat me like this? Now she missed Shu Lai, who obeyed her in everything, but at that time she only regarded Shu Lai as an unnecessary spare tire. Unexpectedly, the former spare tire now disdained her. Even if she took the initiative to offer him the opportunity, Shu Lai never even glanced at her. Unwilling to give up, she decided to put on her clothes and go to a nearby bar for a drink. Not long after arriving at the bar, she saw a strange woman. Chen Changsheng came to the old man's body at this time. He found tens of thousands of yuan in cash and 2 medicine bottles on the body. The contents of the medicine bottles gave off a pungent smell, so he threw them aside. He also found a yellowed booklet. He opened it and found that it was a method of replenishing yin and yang. Chapter 84. The Arrogant Female Landlady. The name of this method is very direct, Heihuan Dafa. It is a method of replenishing women's yin energy, transforming it into yang energy and helping with cultivation. At the beginning, it was good for the woman, but as long as it lasted for a period of time, the woman's body would slowly develop problems and finally die in pain. Ding! Kill the second-class villain. Merit points plus 1,800. Another second-class villain. After killing the old man, Shu Lai felt better when he heard the increase in merit points. He didn't wait for so long in vain. System, can this skill be exchanged for a code? Yes, master. Are you sure you want to exchange it? Sure. Anyway, the skill is still in his hands. Just let the system copy a copy. Ding! The skill is exchanged successfully. Merit points plus 100. Why is it so little this time? He remembered that he added 200 or something last time, but he didn't expect that this time it was only this little. He thought it should be at least more than last time. Master, this skill is already in the system, so the reward will be much less. It's already there, so there's nothing we can do. I can only say that this merit system is very bad. Now that I count it, I already have 7,000 or 8,000 merit points. Save it for a while and see if I can exchange it for some good things. At this time, he spat out the thunder and fire in his hand, and it instantly fell on the old man. Puff, the flames burned, and in the blink of an eye, the old man turned into a ball of ash. He asked Miao Ziming to ask someone to clean it again, and then left Jinyu Hotel. When he returned to the villa, it was already late, and Shu Lai did not disturb Liu Jingjing and the others. After a nap, he woke up and found that he had received several text messages, all sent by the landlord. He remembered that although he moved, he had not returned the house there before. At that time, he rented it for a year, and the landlord did not urge him to pay the rent, which made him almost forget about the house there. However, the text message sent by the landlord said that someone was looking for him. He didn't know who it was, but after thinking about it, he decided to go and see. When he arrived at the previous residence, the landlord was also there. Seeing him, the female landlord was stunned and said, "Who did I think it was? It was you, kid. You just walked over. I thought some big shot came." Just now, Shu Lai was thinking about something and didn't restrain his breath. The female landlord was startled. "Aunt Sue, did you see who was looking for me?" The landlady was in her 40s, well-maintained, and looked about 35 or 36, but the tenants here all called her aunt. "I don't know. It seems to be your relative, who has been looking for you several times and asked me if you have made a fortune," Aunt Sue said with a smile. "Then what did you tell him?" He couldn't remember which relative it was, so he could only ask, "What else can I say? I told him that you were unemployed. How could you make a fortune? Besides, you don't look like you can make a fortune." Aunt Sue pouted. Shu Lai smiled and said nothing more, preparing to walk towards his rental house. Although the rental house is not large, Shu Lai has stayed here for a long time. There are many memories of him here. He remembered that not long ago he suddenly received a text message from his father. It felt so incredible, but later he wanted to find the text message again, but he couldn't find it. He even went to the telecommunications bureau to check, but unfortunately he found nothing. "Wait a minute, you're here just in time. I'll give you 1 day to move out," the landlady said bluntly. Shu Lai frowned. He couldn't move out, but this attitude made him very unhappy. Although he came to check out today. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Okay, you return the remaining rent to me." Although he is not short of money now, His money is his own money. Besides, even if he gave it to someone, he would not give it to her with the landlord's attitude. This made the landlady more and more arrogant, and it might affect other tenants. Refund? How can I return the money? The landlady tilted her head and looked at Shulai coldly. I still have half a year to lease, and I have already paid the rent. Why don't you return it? If I say I won't return it, then I won't return it. Either you pack up and leave, or I will throw it out directly. If you don't know what's good for you and make trouble, I will break your legs. Just like this, a person with no background and no money, she cheated him. What can she do to her? Ha ha, sorry, I won't give up. If you want to throw something at me, you can try. Shulai had nothing to say to this kind of rogue, so he went back to his room. The landlady looked at Shulai's back as he left, snorted coldly, and said with disdain, "A useless thing. You still come to me to pretend." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped on the back of her head. "Stinky woman, who are you scolding me for?" The landlady covered her head and turned around, ready to curse. Who dares to hit me? But when she saw a fierce face, she immediately turned into an embarrassed smile. "Brother How, why are you here?" She thought it was some tenant, but she didn't expect it to be Brother How. "What do you think I'm doing here? What day is it?" The landlady realized that she should pay protection fees. "Tell me clearly who you were scolding just now?" He heard the woman scolding people when he came in, but there were only a few of them and this woman in front of him. Isn't it obvious that she was scolding herself? The landlady hurriedly explained, with a wry smile. "Brother How, look at what you said. How dare I scold you? I just scolded a loser who rented a house here." Although she was arrogant in front of Shulai, she didn't dare to be arrogant at all when facing Brother How. Maybe this is the evil will be punished by the evil. "You know what's good for you. If you really dare to scold me, I will cut your mouth open." Brother How looked at her coldly. Cold sweat began to flow on the landlady's forehead. "Pay the money first, but this time our boss is in a good mood, so he will reduce your money by 30%. Brother How looked at the landlady and said, "What? Reduce by 30%? That's great. I wish the boss a long life." The landlady was very happy when she heard it. Reduce by 30%, it's already a lot of money. Although she didn't want to pay protection money, she had no choice. Even without Brother How's group, there are still others who will come to collect. After calculating how much money it would be after deducting 30%, he gave it all to Brother How. Brother How nodded with satisfaction. At this time, the landlady's eyes turned and suddenly said, "Brother How, can you do me a little favor? There is a tenant who is not obedient." Brother How's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood what the woman meant. Sometimes they take money from people, and occasionally do a little favor or something. "But it's okay, but my brothers?" Brother How rubbed his hands while speaking. The landlady immediately understood and gave Brother How a wad of money with a painful look on her face. "Tell me, where is that disobedient guy?" After receiving the money, Brother How immediately said with a smile on his face, "Chapter 85, so arrogant? Brother How, it's over here." The landlady immediately led Brother How inside, heading towards the direction of Shulai's room. "Brat, you were so tough with me just now. I don't think you can still be tough now." The landlady snorted in her heart, with a bit of viciousness on the corner of her mouth. Brother How followed behind slowly. He planned to help this woman teach that boy a lesson and then leave. Since the guy named Shulai showed up last time, they have been much more cautious. The boss also collected 30% less money, just to avoid causing the guy's displeasure. "Have you arrived?" Brother How snorted impatiently. "It's here. It's this room. I asked him to check out quickly, but he still didn't want to. Please help me throw him out." Brother How took a look at the door and knocked on it heavily, saying, "The stinky boy in there! Get out of here! Dong dong dong!" The knocking was very fierce. Shulai in the room frowned and opened the door. "You looking for me?" Shulai looked at Brother How indifferently. Brother How saw the door open and was about to speak, but when he saw Shulai's face, his expression suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and didn't say anything for a long time. The few younger brothers who followed him were also shocked and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Oh my God, how did I meet this gentleman?" When the landlord saw Shulai opening the door, he immediately yelled, "Brother How, this is the guy. Help me teach him a lesson." This loser lost his job and was dumped by his girlfriend. He has no background. She introduced Brother How, but turned around and saw that Brother How was not moving. She couldn't help but urge, Brother Hao, this loser, don't let him run away. Puff! Before he finished speaking, he was kicked out by Brother Hao. After kicking him away, Brother Hao went up and kicked him again. Damn, what nonsense are you talking about, you stinky woman? This is our brother Shu. Brother Hao looked at this dead woman coldly. He thought who the guy this woman was talking about was, but he didn't expect it to be Shu Lai. This woman is looking for death. Don't drag herself to take the blame. Brother Shu, does Brother Hao know this, kid? Holding her stomach, the female landlord was shocked. Who are you talking about? This kid. This is our boss. Brother Hao looked at Shu Lai with some fear and hurried forward and said with a smile, Brother Shu, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you in there just now. Brother Hao, did you see it wrong? This kid? The female landlord still didn't believe it and couldn't help but say, Damn, you stinky woman really deserves a beating. Brother Hao walked over and raised his foot to kick again. Shu Lai said, Forget it. It was enough to teach this woman a lesson. He didn't want to hit a woman. Since Brother Shu has spoken, I will spare you today. Brother Hao spit beside the female landlord. At this time, he turned around and looked at Shu Lai, took out a bank card and said, Brother Shu, this is the money I have collected recently, a total of more than 1 million, you see? More than 1 million. The female landlord saw the card in Brother Hao's hand and her eyes were straight. Just now she thought Shu Lai was a poor guy, but she didn't expect Brother Hao to give her more than 1 million. I don't want it, you guys keep it. Shu Lai had no interest in the money. Now that he was talking about it, he had no interest in all the money. Brother Shu, you should have a share of the money. Since Shu Lai subdued Brother Shark, he was already their boss. Logically, Shu Lai should get the highest share. Shu Lai still shook his head and said, I said I'm not interested in money. If it doesn't work, you can use my share for charity. For charity? Well, okay, I have something else to do. Shu Lai ordered him to leave. Brother Hao nodded and left quickly. After leaving, Brother Hao couldn't help but look back at Shu Lai's residence and frowned. For men not long ago and was planning to do something big and become a senior member of the gang, but he didn't expect that they would actually start doing charity. You little brat? Didn't you hear what the boss said? If we were asked to do charity, then we must do charity. Brother Hao was not in a good mood, so he slapped his younger brother to vent his anger. The younger brother covered his head in frustration. He thought he could be arrogant today, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. The landlady gritted her teeth and stood up, looking at Shu Lai. Go back, don't be so arrogant in the future. Don't worry, I won't dare to do it again in the future, the landlady said hurriedly. She had just taken 2 steps when Shu Lai suddenly said, I will pack up and move out, but don't forget to return the rent to me. The landlady was stunned for a moment, then nodded hurriedly. When Shu Lai was packing up, a woman suddenly came to the door. It turned out to be Lu Shui. After not seeing her for a while, Lu Shui was still so beautiful. White porcelain skin, slim figure, and plump. She looked at Shu Lai in surprise and seemed to be a little unbelieving, saying, Shu Lai, do you know those people now? Just now, through the crack of the door, she saw Shu Lai talking to Brother Hao and others, and was very shocked. A lot of things have happened during this period, and I do know those guys. Lu Shui can barely be considered his friend. Are you free later? I'll treat you to a meal. Since he was moving away, he didn't know if he would be able to see Lu Shui in the future, so he planned to treat her to a meal. When Lu Shui heard Shu Lai's invitation, her beautiful eyes flashed and a blush appeared on her pretty face. She bit her silver teeth and said, Well, wait for me for a while. I'll change my clothes. Lu Shui went to change clothes, and Shu Lai waited for her while tidying up the things in the room. In the past, Shu Lai heard that it took a long time for girls to change clothes, but he didn't believe it. This time he saw it. Lu Shui said that she changed clothes for 2.5 hours. However, as the door opened, Shu Lai's eyes lit up. Although Lu Shui in front of him was still the same person as before, she was wearing a pink long skirt with a fair and delicate face, and she felt much more beautiful than many big stars. Especially her proud figure. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. What's wrong? Seeing Shu Lai's dazed look, Lu Shui pouted her lips playfully. I didn't expect my neighbor to be more beautiful than a big star. Shu Lai smiled and said. A trace of pride flashed in Lu Shui's beautiful eyes. Say, where are we going to eat? Shu Lai originally planned to treat her to hot pot, but Lu Shui's current dress was not suitable for hot pot. He could only say, You say. Then this girl will not be polite. I will kill you. Raised her pink fist and pretended to be fierce. Is that so? Then I regret it. Shulai said. Humph. No way. The two talked and came to the street. Walking on the street, Lu Shuhui thought about it, but couldn't think of what to eat. Forget it. You should find a place. Since you are treating, you should be sincere. Chen Changsheng thought for a while and said, in this case, I know a hotel that is not bad. It is on Jianxi Street. Do you want to try it? Chapter 86. Shulai treats Jianxi Street? Okay. Lu Shui agreed readily. Then Shulai took a taxi and they went to Jianxi Street. Just after getting in the car for a while, Lu Shui's cell phone rang. I won't go to work tomorrow. It's so cool. Lu Shui answered the phone with a familiar ringtone. Why are you calling now, you dead woman? I'm busy. Lu Shui smiled as she spoke and glanced at Shulai. You old witch, what are you talking about? I care about you. I heard that you were bullied by your boss. Shulai heard a familiar voice on the other end of the phone. It should be Lu Qingyan who had dinner with them last time. The chat between the two besties was indeed much more exciting. Thank you for your concern. I'm going out to eat with my friends. I'll hang up first. Lu Shuhui said. Going out to eat with friends? It won't be a man, right? No, I want to come too. Let me check it for you. After chatting for a few words, Lu Shui seemed to be unable to resist and could only say to Shulai, Lu Qingyan is coming too. Shulai, you see. It's okay. It's more lively with more people. I can still afford a meal. Shulai said with a smile. Lu Qingyan seemed to be nearby. When they arrived at Jianxi Street, Lu Qingyan also arrived. Ah, I knew there was a problem between you two. Tell me, when did you hook up? Lu Qingyan saw Shulai and Lu Shui appear together and immediately looked over with a scrutinizing look. Lu Shui blushed, glanced at Shulai and quickly said, You dead girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I haven't seen Shulai for a long time. I just happened to see him today. She also hit her best friend with her pink fist. Lu Qingyan looked like a girl who didn't believe it. Lu Shui quickly changed the subject. Yanyan, Shulai is treating us today, so you can order whatever you want. Lu Qingyan is indeed a big foodie. When she heard about eating, she stopped worrying about the problem between Shulai and Lu Shui. Since Shulai is treating us, I won't be polite. I've been craving for food for a while. Oh, by the way, Yanyan, didn't you say you were losing weight? Lu Shui said. Hehe, how can I lose weight if I don't eat enough? Today I'm going to let myself go and eat a big meal. To hell with the weight loss plan. Shulai glanced at Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan was not fat and had a good figure. It can only be said that girls nowadays are very, very perverted for beauty. Did you bring enough money today? Lu Qingyan asked with a raised eyebrow. Haha, Yanyan, you don't know that Shulai is very powerful now. Lu Shui said mysteriously. What do you mean? Lu Qingyan looked puzzled, but Lu Shui didn't explain much. Shulai just smiled and said, I have no problem with a meal. Just eat it with confidence. When they arrived at Jianxi Street, Shulai naturally took them to Jinyu Hotel. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family, and the dishes at Jinyu Hotel are really good. When they walked to the door of Jinyu Hotel, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but said, Are you sure it's here? A meal here is not cheap. Jinyu Hotel is a star hotel, and a meal there costs hundreds or thousands. For moonlighters like them, it's still a bit expensive. They all just started working and don't have much money. I said this hotel is mine. Do you believe it? Shulai said half-jokingly. I believe, you big-headed ghost. Lu Qingyan glared at Shulai. Unhappily, she didn't believe it. Let's go. Go in. Shulai shook his head and smiled. Lu Shui glanced at Shulai, thinking about something in her heart. When they walked into the hotel, they found a quiet window, sat down and prepared to order. Shulai found an excuse, got up and went out to say hello to the lobby manager Miao Ziming. Miao Ziming then pretended to be normal and came over to ask for the order. Lu Shuhui glanced at the menu and immediately showed some hesitation in her beautiful eyes. Lu Qingyan was the same. The items on the menu were much more expensive than they had imagined. In the end, they both hesitated and ordered 2 cheap dishes. Shulai took the menu with a smile and ordered several dishes. He ordered the dishes that Lu Qingyan and Lu Shuhui had been on the menu for a little longer. This meant that they should like them more. But they just couldn't bear to order them. Seeing the dishes Shulai ordered, Lu Qingyan and Lu Shui hurriedly shook their heads slightly, indicating that he didn't need to order so much. Shulai smiled and said, It's a rare opportunity to treat 2 beautiful women to dinner. I must make sure you eat happily. He didn't know many people, and even fewer friends. Since leaving his job, he could even say that he had no friends at all. So he cherished the people around him. Well, I can only wrong myself today and have a big meal. Lu Qingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her face was drooping, and then she couldn't help laughing. But it looks like we have to wait a while. There are a lot of customers here. Lu Qingyan said when she saw that there were still many guests around who had ordered but had not yet been served. Xu Lai said, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe the hotel saw that you two beautiful women and served you the dishes in advance." Lu Shui rolled her eyes and said, "How is that possible?" But as soon as she finished speaking, she found that the lobby manager actually brought the dishes over in person. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the appetizer our hotel gave you." Miao Ziming glanced at Xu Lai and nodded imperceptibly. "Are there any gifts? What is this?" Lu Qingyan's eyes as a foodie focused on the dishes at the first time. "Oh, this is the caviar we just received. It's very fresh. You guys take your time to taste it. Your dishes will be here soon." "There is such a good thing. I won't be polite for now. Moi!" Lu Qingyan swallowed a big mouthful of the caviar in front of her. "It tastes strange, but it's pretty good," she said and took another bite. Seeing that Lu Shuhui hadn't moved yet, Xu Lai couldn't help but say, "Try it." Lu Shuhui ate some in small bites. At this time, Miao Ziming really started to serve them. Lu Qingyan glanced at the other people around who hadn't been served yet and couldn't help but say, "Hey, we're really so fast. Then I'm sorry, I won't be polite." Lu Qingyan began to eat heartily. After eating for a while, she said contentedly, "Handsome guy, today is all thanks to you, but how about we split the bill?" Xu Lai was also full at this time, but he really wanted the kitchen to cook a few white radishes. Thinking of the current environment, he gave up the idea. "No need to split the bill. It's rare that you guys are so kind. You have to give me a chance to show off." He also joked, "Hey, it seems that you really like our hui hui." Lu Qingyan teased. Lu Shui blushed, glanced at Xu Lai, and spat at her best friend, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xu Lai shook his head and laughed. At this time, Lu Shui's cell phone rang again. "I won't go to work tomorrow. It's so cool, it's so comfortable." Lu Shui glanced at the caller ID and frowned. Chapter 87, Unscrupulous Boss. "Hello, Mr. Yang, you want to see me?" After hesitating for a while, Lu Shui answered the phone. "Well, where are you now? Here is a document. Please, proofread it quickly." "Mr. Yang, I'm taking a break today." Lu Shui frowned. "What's wrong with taking a break? If you have work to do, you have to finish it quickly. Do you still want to do it?" Lu Shui gritted her teeth and said, "Boss Yang, I'm here on Jianxi Street now. I'm having dinner with my friends. How about I come over later?" "Come over later? Is this your attitude towards work?" "Boss Yang, you're on Jianxi Street, right? I'm also nearby. Wherever you are, I'll come right over." Well, thank you, Boss Yang. I'm at Jinyu Hotel on Jianxi Street." Although Lu Shui was very reluctant, she had to thank her boss. "Well, I'll come right over." After hanging up the phone, Lu Shui forced a smile to Xu Lai and Lu Qingyan and said, "Sorry, I made you laugh." Xu Lai shook his head and said, "It's okay." Lu Qingyan comforted him. Hui, you'd better be careful. I feel that your boss has a strong desire to control you." "It shouldn't be. He's just more focused on work." Lu Shui smiled. Not long after, a man in a suit came to the door of the hotel. After asking, he walked straight to Lu Shui. "You are here, so I can find it easily. Here are the materials. Send them to me as soon as possible." "Boss Yang, can I give them to you tomorrow morning?" "Tomorrow morning? No, you should go back and do it now. I'll give you 2 hours." The man in the suit said coldly. Lu Shui took a look at the materials at this time. "Boss Yang, I see it says it's not until the day after tomorrow. Why, you don't listen to my orders, do you? Do you still want to do it?" Boss Yang stared at Lu Shui and said, "No, Boss Yang. If not, then hurry up and work. You have time to have dinner with friends. Why not finish it for me as soon as possible?" Boss Yang glanced at Xu Lai and Lu Qingyan and said heavily. Xu Lai frowned and finally couldn't help but said, "Aren't you afraid of being reported for treating employees like this?" "Boy, who are you? Try to report me?" Boss Yang said unkindly. "Employees are also human beings. They have promised to finish the work later on their days off. You guys should be almost there too." He had worked before, but he had never seen a boss like the man in a suit. "You brat, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Let me tell you, you can't afford a car for me even if you work all your life." "Ha ha, you think you're great just because you have money?" "You're right. I'm great just because I have money. A poor guy like you is only fit to work for me. I tell you to go east, but you're not allowed to go west. Now, apologize to me immediately." Mr. Yang looked at Shulai and said loudly. This scene immediately made people around look over. "Haha, you really think you are something?" Shulai smiled faintly. "Lu Shuhui, who is this guy? If he is your friend, ask him to apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, I will fire you." Seeing that Shulai refused to apologize, he immediately threatened Lu Shuhui. "Mr. Yang, he is my good friend." Lu Shuhui said nervously. "Humph, you should stay away from such poor friends. It will only hurt you. I think you should not associate with him in the future." "Mr. Yang, since you are like this, I can only resign." Lu Shuhui took a deep breath and said. She had thought about this decision for a long time. She originally planned to stick to it for a while to see if it would get better. Unexpectedly, his boss became even worse. When Lu Qingyan heard Lu Shuhui say this, she nodded and said, Hui, I have advised you a long time ago. Many big companies are vying for talents like you." "Lu Shuhui, do you know what you are talking about?" Mr. Yang seemed to have not expected Lu Shuhui to directly ask for resignation, and his face fell immediately. "I know very well that I will formally submit my resignation application after work on Monday." "You?" Mr. Yang looked surprised. Shulai nodded gently to Miao Ziming, who was standing next to him. Miao Ziming came over immediately. "Boss, what do you need?" "Throw him out," Shulai said lightly. "I know, boss." Miao Ziming waved his hand and the security guard came over quickly. "Boss, is this the person?" Lu Double looked at Mr. Yang and said excitedly. "Yes, that's him." Mr. Yang finally reacted at this time. "Are you the boss here?" "Yes." Shulai nodded gently and then looked at him impatiently. Lu Dabo immediately grabbed Mr. Yang's neck with one hand and prepared to drag him out. Mr. Yang, "Hey, sorry, that's really our boss. Get out now." The security guard grabbed his neck and dragged him out. "Don't let me see you in the future. I'll beat you up every time I see you. It's a big deal to have too stinky money. Why are you pretending?" Security guard Lu now had no good feelings for this kind of person who pretends to be powerful just because he has too stinky money. If there weren't so many customers here, he really wanted to beat this guy up. Seeing the security guard carrying Mr. Yang out like a chicken, Lu Shuhui and Lu Qingyan came back to their senses for a long time. "Shulai, are you really the boss here?" Lu Qingyan widened her beautiful eyes, her face full of disbelief. Shulai took a bite of the braised pork trotter and smiled faintly. "I said it at the beginning. You don't believe it yourself." Lu Qingyan and Lu Shuhui looked at each other, as if Shulai had said it at the beginning. "Shulai, you were not a rich young man who was kicked out of the family before, and now you have returned to the family to inherit billions of assets?" Lu Qingyan's face was full of gossip. Shulai said unhappily, "Which online novel are you reading? Introduce it to me." Lu Qingyan pouted, but her eyes became brighter when she looked at Shulai. After Lu Shuhui was shocked, she still felt uncomfortable when she thought that she was about to leave her job. After all, she had worked so hard for so long. Hui, don't worry, Shulai is so rich now. Let him support you," Lu Qingyan said with a gleam in her beautiful eyes. Yan, you are talking nonsense again." Lu Shui's fair face was flushed. Shulai ate with big mouthfuls and did not intervene in this topic. I have to say that the food at Jinyu Hotel is still very good and suits his taste very well. Chapter 88. Life and Death Evil. "Your boss is like this. No one in your company has ever reported it?" After a while, Shulai asked in confusion. "I don't know, I did hear that many people were forced to resign and reported it, but nothing happened. On the contrary, the company's performance is getting better and better. I heard that it is preparing to go public. If I hadn't seen that the company's performance is good, I might not have been able to stick with it for so long. Besides, I'm not the worst. The worst is a company receptionist. I heard that she was dating the vice president and got pregnant, but in the end she was asked to resign. She was unwilling to accept it and jumped off the building in the company, but the company was not affected at all," Lu Shuhui said. Shulai couldn't help but be surprised. "This company is interesting. Logically speaking, death is taboo. Even the best company will be affected as long as there is a death. In terms of feng shui, it is the life and death evil. As long as there is a death, the life will be impacted by the evil spirit, and eventually it will be unlucky or even unable to recover. The fortune of this company is a bit beyond common sense." As they talked, they slowly drank the bottle of red wine they ordered. Lu Qingyan knew that Lu Shuhui was still in a bad mood, so she smiled and said to Shulai, Boss Shu, since our identities have been made clear, shouldn't you treat us to a drink? Shulai nodded and said, Tell me, what do you want to drink? What is the most expensive thing here? Lu Qingyan leaned over and asked excitedly. Shulai could almost smell the faint fragrance emanating from Lu Qingyan's neck. This? I don't know either. Shulai scratched his head in embarrassment. Although this hotel is under his name, he has rarely been here. How about this? I'll ask the lobby manager. He waved to Miao Ziming. Bring up a bottle of our better red wine. Miao Ziming glanced at Lu Shui and Lu Qingyan. Such a beautiful woman naturally wants the best red wine. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll get it right away. Lu Qingyan and Lu Shui both blushed. Shulai, why don't you forget it? I may need to submit my resume when I go back later. Lu Shui was afraid that Shulai would spend too much money. Why go back tonight? This guy's hotel is right here. If you get drunk, just rest in his hotel. Lu Qingyan said quickly. Shulai said, As long as you don't mind, it's fine. Forget it. Lu Shui shook her head. At this time, Miao Ziming came up with a bottle of red wine. After he opened it, a strong aroma of wine immediately filled everyone's nose. It smells so good. Foodie Lu Qingyan immediately posted a comment. This is the romantic series of red wine from the Brulin Winery. This one is called Eternal. You two beauties should know that romantic means love, so together, this wine is also called Eternal Love. I hope you like it. This wine is very expensive. Lu Shui couldn't help but say. Not bad. A bottle like this costs 180,000. Wow, this wine is really delicious. So this is the taste of money? Lu Qingyan took a sip and exclaimed. They had never tasted such good wine before and were a little excited. Lu Shui was also shocked by the aroma of the wine. In the past, she drank red wine and felt that there was no difference, but the taste of the red wine in front of her refreshed her understanding of this kind of thing. After drinking for a while, Lu Shui's phone rang again. This time, Lu Shui didn't want to answer it. This is the life of a working person. After complaining, Lu Shui still answered the phone. Mr. Yang, is there anything else? Unexpectedly, it was Mr. Yang who called again. Lu Shui, you don't have to wait until Monday to go to work. Come over now to handle the resignation procedures. Mr. Yang said coldly on the phone. Lu Shui was silent for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I'll be there right away. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but patted Lu Shui on the back and comforted her. It's good to be free early. I think the company will go bankrupt sooner or later. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. I'll go and get the formalities done. Lu Shui stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing that she was a little drunk, Shulai said, Let's go together later. I'm worried about you being alone. Lu Shui wanted to refuse, but Shulai insisted. Lu Qingyan also said, I'll go too. You're drunk now. What if something happens? Shulai asked Miao Ziming to call a car, and the three of them got in the car and went to Lu Shui's company. The company is not far from here, just a dozen minutes away. In the car, Lu Shui said slowly in a slightly drunk state, Mr. Yang is the younger brother of the company's boss. He has no ability, but he can easily become a vice president. Lu Qingyan hugged her and comforted her for a few words. The few of them came to the door of the company. Hongyi Building Materials. It is a company that makes building materials. Shulai looked inside the company, his eyebrows moved slightly. Here he felt a sense of feng shui change. Someone must have done something with the feng shui here. He could feel the feng shui change from such a distance, which meant that there was a lot of handwork. But the method seemed to be rather crude. That's why he felt it outside the company. We're here. Wait for me here. I'll be out in a while. Well, be careful. Call me if you have anything. Lu Qingyan said. Well, okay. I got it. Shulai, please wait a moment. Well, go in. Shulai nodded slightly and then chatted with Lu Qingyan outside. How is your ex-girlfriend? Lu Qingyan asked gossipingly when they had nothing to do. She's married. Shulai replied. Married? Then do you have a girlfriend now? Forget it. It's useless for me to ask. A rich man like you must have no shortage of girlfriends, so just tell me how many you have. This. Not yet. Shulai said honestly. Lu Qingyan was a little bit unconvinced. At this moment, Shulai felt something. His face changed slightly and said, No. Something happened inside. Lu Qingyan's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked, What's going on? That Mr. Yang is really not a good guy. Shulai cursed and walked directly to the company. At the gate, several security guards immediately stopped him. Who is it? No entry here. The security guard looked at him sternly. Shulai was too lazy to talk nonsense at this time. The true energy in his body was surging. turning into a strong wind and directly lifted several security guards away. He and the anxious Lu Qingyan immediately broke in. Sensing Lu Shui's breath, Shulai took Lu Qingyan directly to the third floor. On the third floor, in an office. "Lu Shui, you bitch! I gave you so many opportunities, why didn't you seize them?" Mr. Yang found a few red ropes from somewhere. He tied Lu Shui with the rope. "As long as you become my woman, won't everything be fine?" He had long been eyeing Lu Shui, and the reason why he put pressure on Lu Shui everywhere was that he wanted her to become his woman obediently. He had hinted at it several times before, but Lu Shui always pretended not to know. This time, Lu Shui directly proposed to resign, and he was not willing to accept it. So he planned to take action here today. Chapter 89, New Store Manager. Boss Yang, don't mess around. Although she knew that Boss Yang was interested in her, she didn't expect him to be so bold that he actually planned to take action against her in broad daylight. "Hehe, I'm not afraid to tell you. Do you remember Xiao Liu at the front desk?" "Boss Yang, what do you mean?" Lu Shui tried to delay as much as possible and asked along with his words. "The vice president that Xiao Liu mentioned is actually me." At that time, that woman was still shy and didn't agree, but later I took her to the hotel and resisted for a while, and she still became my woman obediently. As he said, Boss Yang began to tear off Lu Shui's clothes. Lu Shui screamed for help in fear, but there was no one on the third floor. In addition, the office was well soundproofed, so no one knew about it. At this moment, there was a bang, and the door of the office suddenly cracked, and then the entire heavy door panel flew over. Bang! The huge door panel hit Mr. Yang's back, knocking him out on the spot. Mr. Yang fell to the ground, his mouth sweet, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. "Who the hell?" He turned his head angrily and saw a cold face. "It's you, this stinky boy." Before he finished speaking, Shulai kicked him again. "Ah!" Mr. Yang screamed again and curled up in pain. "Hui!" Lu Qingyan screamed at this time and went over to untie the rope on Lu Shui. Shulai kicked Mr. Yang in the crotch again. "Ah!" There was a snap, and Mr. Yang let out a roar of broken eggs, and his teeth were clenched. "Yan Yan!" The rope was untied, and Lu Shui hugged Lu Qingyan tightly, her whole body still shaking. If they hadn't arrived in time, Lu Shui couldn't imagine what would have happened. Shulai stepped on Mr. Yang's knee again. With a little force, Mr. Yang's knee flattened and the kneecap was shattered. He didn't intend to let go of the other leg and stepped on it. "Ah!" Mr. Yang almost fainted from the pain, but he couldn't faint under Shulai's strength. The intense pain made his whole body twitch and sweat like rain. "Shulai, don't kill anyone." Lu Shui wiped her eyes. She was afraid that someone would die and implicate Shulai. "Don't worry, I will make him feel worse than death." He just destroyed Mr. Yang's legs and basic male abilities. In the future, even if this guy wants to have bad intentions towards women, he won't be able to do anything. He also used his true chi to destroy several of Mr. Yang's acupoints. In the future, whether it is sunny or rainy, Mr. Yang will feel pain all over his body like a knife, cutting. "Let's leave here first," Lu Qingyan said, pulling Lu Shui. Shulai noticed Lu Shui's torn clothes, took off his coat and put it on her. Before leaving, he took another look at the feng shui pattern of the company, walked downstairs, and broke several large trees in half. He went to the company lobby and smashed a wooden sculpture of a unicorn in front of the lobby with one palm. He completely destroyed the feng shui pattern of the company. No matter who arranged it before, it can no longer cover up the resentment of the company. From now on, everything the company does will be punished. After getting in the car, seeing that Lu Shui was still in shock, Shulai said, "Why don't you rest in my hotel tonight, both of you together? That's the best." Lu Qingyan knew how terrible today's experience was for Lu Shui. Lu Shui hesitated for a moment, but finally did not refuse. She looked at him gratefully and said, "Thank you for today. I didn't expect you to be so powerful." She was very scared just now, but now she came to her senses and realized that Shulai had kicked the office door away. "It's okay." Shulai smiled slightly. When they arrived at the hotel, Shulai arranged for the two women to stay. After a night, Lu Shui had recovered and became the cheerful and lively girl before. At noon, Shulai invited her down for lunch. During lunch, Shulai asked about Lu Shui's future arrangements. "I want to find a job as soon as possible." "After all, store?" Lu Qingyan asked curiously. "Have you been here before?" Shulai looked at her in surprise. "Well, I've been here before. Although I can't afford it, isn't it okay to go shopping?" Lu Qingyan raised her head and said proudly, "A big star came to this store before, so I came here to take advantage of the popularity." Shulai remembered that it seemed to be that Kun or something last time. At this time, they saw Shulai walk to the door and opened it directly. "Shulai, this store." Seeing this, Lu Qingyan looked at him straight. Shulai smiled and said, "Come in." Lu Shuhui and Lu Qingyan walked into the store and looked at the dazzling array of jewelry on the counter, and their eyes lit up immediately. "Wow, there are so many beautiful ones. If any man is willing to buy them for me, I will marry him." Lu Qingyan couldn't wait to lie on the counter and look at all kinds of precious jewelry. Lu Shuhui also widened her beautiful eyes excitedly, looking at the exquisite little jewelry. "What do you think of working here?" Shulai asked. "Needless to say, this is simply heaven," Lu Qingyan answered directly. "Well, are you willing to help me manage this store? Since Leng Miaoxiang and her boyfriend were fired by him last time, this store has been closed. He had posted a recruitment information before, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it. Now Lu Shui is looking for a job, so he wants Lu Shui to manage it." Is this store really yours?" Lu Shui was still a little bit unbelievable. "This is a jewelry store." Lu Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened, shocked and a little excited. "This store is indeed mine. If you are willing, help me manage it. Otherwise, I will just close this store." "Okay, tell me about the treatment first." Lu Qingyan was already a little moved and asked quickly. "The basic salary is 10,000, plus commission. You can go directly to the hotel opposite for dinner. I'll say hello inside and you can eat for free. How about it?" "Wow, are you serious?" Lu Qingyan looked at him nervously, as if worried that Shulai was joking. "Of course I'm telling the truth." We agree. What else do you want? It's such a good job, and you can eat in the hotel for free." "Shulai, you don't pity me, do you?" Lu Shui was also somewhat tempted, but she had some other concerns. "If you think you don't have the ability to manage this store, then forget it," Shulai said with a smile. "Huh? Who are you looking down on? I studied marketing in college, but I always had to deal with stinky men like you when I was doing sales, so I didn't do it anymore." When she just graduated, she also plunged into the sales industry, but after working for a while, she found that girls in sales are bound to suffer losses. Some girls choose to endure, and some girls choose to seize the opportunity. But she didn't want to do that, so she withdrew. Chapter 90, The Young Master of the Qiao Family. "Okay, that's settled." Shulai finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Shui agreed. "Then Shulai, should we call you boss from now on?" Lu Qingyan said with her beautiful eyes moving. "Boss Shu!" Before Shulai could answer, Lu Shui immediately bowed and called out. Shulai was a little uncomfortable. "Forget it, you still feel more comfortable calling me by my name." "How can that be?" "You will pay us in the future, so we will naturally call you boss." Lu Qingyan didn't seem to be ready to let him go. After settling down, they planned to have dinner together at the hotel in the evening. It was considered a celebration of their joining. After thinking for a while, Shulai said, "Wait a minute, I'll see if Jingjing is free. Ask her to come over too." He definitely won't have much time to take care of his own property in the future. He originally planned to ask Liu Jingjing to help. Now it's a good opportunity for them to get to know each other better and facilitate the connection with financial matters. Liu Jingjing received a call from Shulai and came over soon. Today is the weekend, and they don't have classes at school. But even if there are classes, Shulai is the most important in Liu Jingjing's heart. Even if she skips classes, she will rush over. When Lu Shuhui saw Liu Jingjing, her beautiful eyes flashed and she greeted her warmly. During the meal, the few of them chatted happily. After dealing with the things here, Shulai and Liu Jingjing returned to the villa. When Liu Mengshe returned to the villa, he had already returned from school. He did not expect Xiang Xinyu to be there. When he saw Xiang Xinyu, this vixen just came out of her room. Shulai knew what this woman was doing without thinking. She just wanted to steal the ring back while he was away. Unfortunately, the ring was on him. "Teacher Xiang, you are not looking for this, are you?" Shulai raised the ring in his hand and said, "Damn Shu, lie, give it back to me." Xiang Xinyu saw the ring and immediately went crazy like a kitten. "If we didn't all know that you are a vixen, I would have thought you were a cat." Liu Mengshui apologized and said, "Brother Shu, I didn't know that Teacher Xiang went to your room to rummage around." As she said that, she glared at her teacher. It's strange to say that Xiang Xinyu is obviously a teacher, but she doesn't look like a teacher here. Lu Mengshui is obviously a student, but she doesn't look like a student at this time. It's okay, she's a fairy after all. Damn, Shulai, I'll get it back one day. Just try. Shulai smiled faintly. That night, Hongye Building Materials. Chengye, who hurt you? Yang Guangzhong looked at his brother Yang Chengye with an ugly expression. He didn't expect that someone would dare to beat someone in his own company, and he was so heavy-handed. It was a kid, and that kid seemed to have some background. The Jinyu Hotel on Jianxi Road is his. So what if he has a background? Do we have no background? Jinyu Hotel, okay, I must make him look good. Yang Guangzhong slammed his fist on the table and said viciously, Boss, today's incident has been spread out. Will this affect the operation of our company? A female secretary beside him said, Don't worry, it's impossible. I have asked a master to help the company. No matter how big the matter is, it will not affect the company. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man ran in hurriedly. Boss, bad? Our transport truck had an accident. What happened? Yang Guangzhong asked calmly. With the top feng shui layout set up by that master, nothing serious could happen to the company. Boss, our car had an accident on Gaohe Bridge, but the driver is fine. What about the goods? Yang Guangzhong asked. The goods all fell into the river and are already scrapped. They are a building materials company, and they are transporting materials. If the materials fall into the river, they are already scrapped. Damn it! What did the driver eat to grow up? Yang Guangzhong cursed loudly. The driver died, and he would only have to pay tens of thousands of yuan at most, but that batch of goods would cost at least more than 1 million. That's not right. Since the feng shui master took action, the company has never had any major problems. This is the first time such a major accident has happened. He quickly asked his subordinates and found out that the wooden kirin in the lobby was actually broken. The wooden kirin was set up by the master himself, and he was told not to destroy it. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed by that kid today. No wonder something went wrong now. Thinking of this, he quickly made a mysterious phone call. Late that night, a man in a gray robe came to the company. The man in the gray robe looked to be in his 20s, with ruddy skin, sparkling eyes, and an extraordinary appearance. Master Chow, do you think this can be saved? Don't worry, I'm here. No one can touch you. He walked to the hall and saw the broken wooden kirin, and then came out to see the broken tree. It seems that this person also understands feng shui. He directly destroyed my wooden kirin and these 2 trees. I know the kirin, but is there anything else about these 2 trees? Yang Guangzhong couldn't help asking. Hey, even though you don't understand, I still want to tell you a few more words. These 2 trees are called wind and rain trees. In my feng shui pattern, they are to protect you from disasters. Now that these 2 trees are gone, naturally you are the only one who is unlucky. Yang Guangzhong suddenly realized and admired the young man's means. Fortunately, he used a few women to get to know the young man in front of him. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in these years. He heard by chance that the young man in front of him came from the Chiao family in the north, but he didn't seem to want to let his family know. What should we do now? Now I will stabilize your feng shui pattern and let you have less trouble. Since that kid dared to break my feng shui, he will naturally pay the price. Yang Guangzhong nodded repeatedly and fanned the flames and said, That kid only saw the feng shui you arranged, but didn't know how powerful you are. Don't worry, I will let him know how powerful I am. Qiao Zijing snorted coldly, with the corners of his mouth curled up. It just so happens that I feel bored, so let me play with you. The next morning, when Shulai got up, Liu Jingjing and the others had already gone to school. Looking at the cooked radish on the table, he ate it without hesitation. After eating, Shulai used the heaven-swallowing technique and immediately found that the heaven-swallowing technique had actually shown signs of advancement. It seems that the heaven-swallowing technique will change in a few days. I wonder what it will be like. Shulai packed up his things and went out with some expectation. He was going to see what was going on over there with Lu Shuhui. After all, it was her first day at work, so he had to go over and pay attention to see if there was anything she needed. When they arrived at Jian Street, the jewelry store was already open. The whole store was very clean, and it didn't look like it had been closed at all. Lu Qingyan was there too. How is it, Boss Shu? Our layout is okay, right? Lu Qingyan raised her fair arms to show him the entire store. Well, not bad. Did you come to clean it again after I went back last night? Shulai saw the situation in the store and knew very well that it was not cleaned this morning. Lu Shui came over. Anyway, we didn't have anything to do last night, so we came here to clean up. Actually, it's okay for you to take a break for 2 days. Money is no longer the point for him. Rest is boring for single people like us. Lu Qingyun also said on the side. In this case, Shu Lai didn't say much, as long as they were happy. At this moment, his phone rang and it was the previous female landlord who called. Chapter 91. The Supermaster of the Su family. According to the female landlord, the person who said he was his relative appeared again. Shu Lai called a taxi and went back to the rental house again. As soon as he arrived, he heard a quarrel. Since this is that kid's room, I'll go in and see what's going on? A young man's slightly arrogant voice. This is not good. Let's wait for Boss Shu to come back. The female landlord stopped the young man. Haha, that kid. What, Boss Shu? I think you are blind, landlord. The young man laughed and looked very disdainful when he heard the 3 words Boss Shu. At this time, Shu Lai walked over and said, You're looking for me? Boss Shu, you're finally here. It's this person. He said he's your relative. The landlady hurriedly explained to Shu Lai. Now facing Shu Lai, she no longer had the arrogance she had before. Boss Shu? Ha ha ha, Shu Lai, you're pretending to be quite like him now. The young man looked teasing and mocking. At this time, Shu Lai couldn't remember who this person was. He frowned and said, Who are you? The young man looked a little ugly. I'm Shu Jitong, your cousin. Shu Lai thought about it carefully and then remembered this name. What do you want to talk to me about? Ha ha, why don't you welcome me? Indeed, I don't welcome you. Just say what you want to say. Shu Lai said, You, humph. Shu Jitong heard that Shu Lai was in a miserable situation. He thought that this cousin would flatter him when he saw him coming, but he didn't expect this attitude. I remember when I was a child, didn't many people say that you were very smart and had a bright future? I didn't expect you to end up like this. Shu Jitong looked at Shu Lai with contempt in his eyes. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. I'm very busy. Humph. Okay. This time the clan asked me to inform you to go back as soon as possible. What's the matter? Shu Lai frowned. He hadn't been back to the clan for a long time. The last time he went back was when his parents left. Before his parents died, they specifically told him not to go to the grave, so he didn't go back later. Humph. What else? I heard that there is a problem in your family's grave. All the flowers and plants around it have died. The clan wants to open the grave. Speaking of this, Shu Jitong was still a little scared. I've told you the matter. You can do it yourself. If you don't go back, the clan will also open the grave in 3 days. After saying that, he left. Shu Lai frowned and thought for a while, and then recalled the phone call from his parents before. He felt that he had to go back to take a look this time, no matter what. Then he took away the last few things in the rental house and returned the key to the female landlord. The female landlord also immediately returned the remaining rent to him. After returning home, Shu Lai thought for a while, but still couldn't think of anything, so he cooked a few radishes to eat. Just after eating, he received a call from Zhang Zhengguo. Mr. Zhang, what's the matter? Shu Lai answered the phone. Xiao Shu, I heard that the Su family is going to retaliate against you. Why don't you come to my place and hide for a while? Zhang Zhengguo said nervously. The Su family is going to retaliate against me? Shu Lai said indifferently. Let them come. Shu Lai, you don't know, this time they are very well prepared. They didn't take action during this period. I guess they are investigating your strength. Now they must be fully confident before they take action. Really? I see, Shu Lai said. Hey, Xiao Shu, I know you are very strong, but this time is different from the past. The Su family is much stronger than Su. Qianjun this time? Oh, how strong? Shu Lai asked with interest. I heard that he is a master in the late Grandmaster stage. He once fought with the first Grandmaster, Tan Motong, and lost only 1 move at that time. After so many years, this person will only become stronger. Zhang Zhengguo hurriedly told Shu Lai, hoping that he could understand the strength of the Su family's visitor this time. At this time, Shu Lai saw that the flower pots in the room were a little dry, so he stood up and watered them. Shu Lai, how about I ask Shangdi to pick you up? Seeing that Shu Lai didn't speak, Zhang Zhengguo thought that Shu Lai realized the terror of the enemy and was thinking about countermeasures. Shu Lai came back from watering and smiled. Forget it, Zhang Lao. Don't worry. Thank you for your reminder. After speaking, Shu Lai hung up the phone. He felt that the watering was a little insufficient, so he stood up to get more water. Jiangling No, one middle school, Su Lily, looked at Lu Mengshui surrounded by several girls, and even another school beauty, Tan Tianwei came from the next classroom. A trace of jealousy flashed across her face. In the past, relying on her fierce reputation, there were still some girls around her, although she knew that those girls were just afraid of her. But the feeling of being the center of attention made her intoxicated. But now, since Liu Mengshui came, everything has changed. Now these people are surrounding Liu Mengshui. Humph! Liu Mengshui, I'll let you have a good life for a while. After dealing with Shulai, I don't think you can still be arrogant in front of me. She decided that as long as Shulai was dealt with at home, she would scratch Liu Mengshui's face with her own hands. Liu Mengshui's beauty made her jealous. Liu Mengshui and the crowd felt something, frowned slightly, and glanced at Su Lily. Seeing this, Tan Tianwei said, "That woman is nothing good, Mengshui. You are just too kind. If it were me, I would not pay attention to that woman." She has always disliked Su Lily, but as long as Su Lily doesn't provoke her, she doesn't want to meddle in other people's business. Su family. Su Tianhua looked at a man in his 40s next to him with an excited look. This is his third uncle, Su Yinian, a great master in the late Grandmaster stage. I once fought with Tan Motong, but I only lost in one move. This time, I must let that kid know how powerful their Su family is. Second brother, don't worry, the blood feud of the Su family must be repaid with the blood of the enemy. I am responsible for Chanjin's death. I was not in the Su family at that time. Otherwise, how could that kid be so arrogant? Su Yinian's eyes were shining, and his whole body was full of tyranny. When he walked, the power of the master was undoubtedly radiated. I know that our Su family has been too low-key in recent years. It's just right for people to know how powerful we are. Su Yaozong stood beside Su Yinian and said the same thing. Then Su Yinian and Su Tianhua left the Su family mansion and took a black off-road vehicle to Jiangling City. Shulai hung up Zhang Zhengguo's phone call. Seeing that there were not many radishes at home, he went out with a big bag and planned to buy a few hundred kilograms. He tried to eat more radishes recently so that the swallowing technique could break through as soon as possible. When he came to the vegetable market and saw the familiar aunt, he bought 200 kilograms directly. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, he carried the sack and walked out of the vegetable market, ready to take a taxi home. When passing an alley, a few more people suddenly appeared in front of him. Shulai saw the familiar figure in front of him and smiled. Chapter 92. The Legendary Genius. Su Tianhua, you, a defeated general, actually dare to come. Shulai said unceremoniously. Shulai, don't be complacent. Today is your death day. Su Tianhua looked at him viciously. In his opinion, being defeated by Shulai was the greatest shame in his life. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been defeated by anyone. He was defeated only once, and that was by Shulai. And he was defeated by Shulai with a slap. This made him feel even more humiliated. Your Su family seems to have a lot of people. I just killed one of them, and you're coming here to die again. Boy, today is your death day. No matter how sharp your teeth and mouth are, there's nothing you can do. Su Yinian looked at Shulai indifferently, as if a god was looking at a mortal with an arrogant expression. Old thing, are you tired of living, so you come to me to die? Boy, I'm talking to you just to give you one last chance. If you kneel down and become a dog of our Su family, I'll spare your life. Su Tianhua's eyes were full of excitement. If Shulai kneeled down, he would have countless ways to torture the person who defeated him in the future. Shulai's eyes gradually became cold. Old thing, do you believe that I will beat you until you learn to bark like a dog? Ha ha, so arrogant. No one dares to talk to me, Su Yinian, like this. Look, I'll tear your mouth first. Su Yinian's figure was like lightning, and one hand came to Shulai in an instant and grabbed his head. His palm was wrapped in a faint light of true energy, and a powerful wave spread. Shulai snorted coldly and grabbed Su Yinian's hand with his left hand. Su Yinian's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Shulai to react so quickly. He was about to use his true chi to blast Shulai's hand, but he didn't expect Shulai to grab his hand and smash it hard on the ground. Bang! The ground cracked like a spiderweb, and a deep crack spread far away. After all, Su Yinian was a great master in the late stage of martial arts. His true chi expanded, and he turned over and landed more than 10 meters away from Shulai, with an extremely ugly face. Boy, I was careless. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with gritted teeth, Really? Well, I'll give you a chance to prepare well, Shulai said. Humph, take my palm. The true chi in Su Yinian's body covered his palm, turning it into the size of a millstone, emitting a dangerous aura. The Su family's unique skill, the Void Palm. Facing this palm, Shulai's true chi covered his feet and kicked out. Boom! With one kick, the void palm was shattered, and Su Yinian was kicked more than 10 meters away. But in a flash, Su Yinian turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Shulai. He quickly got close to Shulai, punching and kicking, and each move burst out with powerful force. This is the horror of a master-level expert, which has completely surpassed common sense. The ground under his feet cracked in their aftermath, and all the surrounding buildings were crushed and turned into a mess. Such a fierce attack also made Su Yinian start to breathe heavily. At this time, Shulai said lightly, "Now you can die." Su Yinian's face changed drastically, and he stepped on the ground to make a big hole, and his body exploded. Shulai said coldly, "It's too late." After that, he punched Su Yinian in the forehead. Puff! Su Yinian was knocked away on the spot. Blood splattered on his head, and he fell to the ground and twitched, and soon he was silent. When Shulai looked up to find Su Tianhua, he found that the boy had run away without knowing when. But Shulai didn't take it to heart. At this time, the system prompted that he had killed a first-class villain, and his merit points were plus 500. Not a loss. Looking at Su Yinian's body, Shulai nodded with satisfaction. Then the 9 heavens thunder fire in his palm flashed, and the body wrapped in Su Yinian was burned to ashes in an instant. When fighting with Su Yinian just now, he deliberately did not use the 9 heavens thunder fire. Otherwise, Su Yinian would probably die faster. Through this battle, Shulai also knew that it was estimated that ordinary masters should not be his opponents. Only the extraordinary after the master, he has not encountered it yet, so he can't tell. According to Zhang Sanfeng's memory, the extraordinary in the current Dharma ending age should be different from before. When he looked up at his pocket in the distance, Shulai couldn't help showing some helplessness. He didn't pay attention during the battle just now and ruined the bag of radishes he just bought. There was no way he could only go to the vegetable market to buy them again. Under the weird eyes of several aunts in the vegetable market, he bought more than 200 kilograms. Back to the villa, Liu Jingjing and others saw Shulai buy radishes back, and they were no longer as surprised as before. Liu Mengshe helped him put the radish back in the kitchen and talked about what happened at school. Shulai said, "Isn't that Su Lili from your school bullying people now?" Liu Mengshe raised her beautiful eyes and said, "Not recently, but she seems to be happy about something today." Shulai sneered, "She won't be happy tomorrow." The Su family. Su Tianhua rolled back to the Su family's mansion. "What's going on, Tianhua? What happened?" Seeing Su Tianhua's embarrassed look, everyone in the Su family came over and asked. Su Tianhua was still shaking with fear. When he saw Su Yaozong in the crowd, he rushed over and grabbed Su Yaozong's thigh. "My third uncle is dead. I saw it with my own eyes." "What?" Su Yaozong's whole body softened and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, other members of the Su family supported him. At that time, the Su family also found that Su Tianhua's pants were soaked and there was an unpleasant smell all over his body. They couldn't help but retreat. After a long time, Su Yaozong finally struggled to stand up, gritting his teeth and saying, "Notify Junxian and ask him to go home." Hearing the word Junxian, Su Tianhua's expression was slightly complicated. Su Junxian is Su Yaozong's son. He has been extremely talented since he was a child, even better than Su Tianhua. Therefore, he was valued by a master and followed him since he was a child. Now he is only 20 years old, but his strength is already extremely terrifying. In his heart, he is somewhat jealous of Su Junxian, but when he thought that Su Junxian could kill Shulai, the jealousy suddenly turned into excitement. Su Lili came back from school at this time, and when she saw Su Tianhua coming back, she hurried over excitedly. "Brother, is Shulai dead?" As long as Shulai died, she would no longer have to be afraid of anyone. Tomorrow she would cut Liu Mengshe's face. From now on, Liu Mengshe will become a completely ugly monster. Unexpectedly, Su Tianhua looked at her with a sad face, gritted his teeth and said, "Starting tomorrow, don't go to school." Third uncle also died, in Shulai's hands. "What? Third uncle is not a match?" Su Lili sat on the ground. She couldn't believe it. Even such a powerful third uncle was not a match for that kid. Now her idea of revenge on Liu Mengshe was shattered again. "But don't worry, when brother Junxian comes back, that kid will be dead." Su Junxian. Thinking of the genius elder brother of the Su family, Su Lili's face also showed a little more joy. Su Junxian has been a genius of the Su family since he was a child. He made rapid progress in martial arts training. Later, he was valued by the masters and joined the Hunyuan sect. He became the direct disciple of Ma Rulong, the master of Hunyuan sect. That is Ma Rulong, who has a two-handed dragon fist. Chapter 93, Junior High School Classmate. Then let Liu Mengshui that bitch be happy for a few more days, Su Lily thought secretly with a gloomy face. Shu Lai packed up his things, said goodbye to Liu Jingjing and the others, and prepared to go back to his clan. They must not be allowed to touch their parents' graves. Moreover, when he thought about it now, his parents' death seemed a little strange. He didn't think much of it before, but after experiencing so many strange things, he felt that it might not be that simple. So no matter what, he had to go back and take a look. His hometown was in a small county town, not far from Haidong City. He bought a ticket and planned to take a bus back. When he got on the bus, he found that the woman next to him seemed a little familiar. The other party also saw him and was stunned for a moment. Surprised? Are you, Shu Lai? Shu Lai said, "It's me." At this time, he also remembered the other party. This was his junior high school classmate. Because it had been a long time, he almost forgot. This woman's name was Oh Shailing, and she was once the class flower. Oh Shailing was good-looking and loved to dress up. At that time, many boys in the class secretly liked her, but not Shu Lai. But at that time, during adolescence, he also secretly liked a girl in the class. He was his deskmate. But when he graduated, he never confessed his feelings to that girl. Later, as time faded everything, that ignorant feeling also disappeared. After so many years, he never heard from that girl again. Shu Lai, you had such good grades in our class back then. How are you doing now? Oh Shilling stared at him with a smile on her face, but there was something else in her smile. Just now, she noticed Shu Lai's clothes. Her clothes were very ordinary. The shoes were probably street goods worth only a few dozen yuan, and the boots on her feet cost more than 2,000 yuan. Unconsciously, a little more superiority appeared on her face. I'm fine. Shu Lai seemed not to see the expression on her face and said calmly, "What do you mean by fine? How much do you earn a year now? Do you have a girlfriend?" Oh Shuiling continued to ask. "Fine is fine, it's nothing." Time, a man sitting with Oh Shuiling snorted and glanced at Shu Lai with contempt. He said to Oh Shuiling, "Shuiling, don't hang out with strange friends. Maybe they will ask you to help them with this or that." Oh Shuiling immediately threw herself into the man's arms and said coquettishly, "I know. He is my old classmate. Don't be angry." Her voice was so sweet that other passengers couldn't help but take a look. After that, she introduced him to Shu Lai. "This is my boyfriend, Fang Wenle. His family is in the clothing business, and there is a small factory in our hometown." It seemed that she was afraid that others didn't know her boyfriend's background, so she introduced him directly. "Oh," Shu Lai responded lightly. Fang Wenle snorted coldly. Most people who knew his identity would smile and flatter him, or say something nice. Unexpectedly, Shu Lai just looked very calm. "From the tone of your voice, your family seems to be good. I wonder what they do?" "My family doesn't do anything." Shu Lai was not interested in the little thoughts of these people, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. Oh Shuiling's eyes flashed with a bit of dissatisfaction. She took the initiative to talk to Shu Lai, but Shu Lai didn't seem to want to pay attention. At this time, more and more people were in the car, and Fang Wenli couldn't help but said, "I told you to wait 2 days before going back. Why are you in such a hurry?" "My Maserati will be repaired tomorrow." Hearing the word Maserati, everyone in the car looked at him in surprise. There was envy in their eyes. Fang Wenli saw these eyes and felt satisfied. Oh Shuiling also leaned on Fang Wenli's shoulder proudly. After a while, Oh Shuiling took out her mobile phone and wanted to add a contact. Shu Lai wanted to make her shut up as soon as possible, so he added it casually. Seeing the mobile phone that Shu Lai took out, Oh Shuiling raised the corner of her mouth and said, "Why are you still using this brand of mobile phone?" "This brand of mobile phone is not easy to use. My iPhone 20 is very smooth to use." She raised her iPhone 20 and said with a bit of boasting. Shu Lai looked at Oh Shuiling at this time. Noticed that this woman's cheekbones were close to the bridge of her nose. Although her eyebrows were very thin and made up, you could still see the slanted curve at the end. Her eyes exuded a faint charm all the time. Judging from her face, frowned and smiled awkwardly. "We broke up a long time ago, and we haven't contacted each other since then." Fang Wenle looked out the window at this time. As a man, no one wants to hear his girlfriend talk about her ex-boyfriend, especially Fang Wenle, who still has a bit of a virgin complex. After that, Shuiling no longer talked to Shu Lai. Shulai enjoyed the quietness and slept in the car until the end. After getting off the bus, Shuiling said, "Shulai, there are several junior high school classmates who are also in the county these days. We plan to get together. Do you want to come?" "Let me take a look," Shulai said perfunctorily, and turned away. Looking at Shulai's back, Shuiling couldn't help stamping her feet. Fang Wenli took a look and said, "Your junior high school classmate is not very capable, but he has a bad temper." Shuiling grabbed Fang Wenli's arm and said, "Many classmates in the class used to have a crush on me. I guess Shulai is also like that. Now that he sees you, he may be a little jealous." Hearing this, Fang Wenli's face flashed with a hint of pride. "That boy, how could he be worthy of you?" After Shulai came out of the station, he took a taxi and went directly to worship his parents. When he came to the tomb, he found that his parents' tomb was just as Shujitong said, with no grass growing. The whole tomb was bare. This is a bit hard to explain, but after a closer look, he was surprised again. He saw that his parents' tombs were lined up, facing north and south, one mountain and one water respectively. It runs east-west with 3 big trees in front forming a forest. Behind it is a piece of land with favorable wind. Directly in front there is also a valley, and it is a gourd-shaped valley. Generally speaking, a gourd-shaped valley can gather energy and bring good fortune. The grave is directly opposite, which is an excellent place for feng shui. The grave was chosen by my father before he died, saying that he liked this piece of land. Is this a coincidence, or did my father foresee it? If it were before, he would definitely think it was a coincidence, but now he is not so sure. But why is there no grass growing? At this moment, a familiar figure came over. This person is none other than his uncle, Xu Ping. Shulai's grandfather and Xu Ping's father are brothers. Chapter 94, Yin-Yang Jade Pendant. There is also a woman next to my uncle Xu Ping. She is relatively fat and seems to be my aunt Tang Rongzhen. Tang Rongzhen is a woman who loves to dress up. She wears colorful clothes and a gold bracelet on her hand. There was also a gold necklace hanging around his neck, giving people a strong feeling of being a nouveau rich. However, according to Shulai's understanding, his uncle should not have made much money in recent years. Instead, Tang Rongzhen lost a lot of money playing cards with others. Is it from the second brother's family? Xu Ping's eyesight was not very good, and he saw that Shulai was not very sure. "It's me, Uncle Aunt." Shulai smiled at Xu Ping. Xu Ping had been quite nice to their family before, and Shulai also bought something this time. He was going to visit Xu Ping, but he didn't expect to meet him here first. "It's really Xiaolai," Xu Ping said to his aunt happily. Aunt Tang Rongzhen snorted coldly, but her expression was disdainful. Shulai had known Tang Rongzhen's character for a long time, and he didn't pay attention. He just looked at Xu Ping. "Xiaolai, you just came back. Come to our place for lunch." Shulai thought about it and nodded. Anyway, he had to go to his uncle's house, so the sooner he left, the better. That's troublesome. Shulai carried the things and walked towards Xu Ping. Tang Rongzhen said sarcastically, "There are too many people at noon today. I don't know if there will be enough seats." "It's okay. Just go wherever you want. I just came to see my uncle," Shulai said, indifferently. If it weren't for the custom here that relatives usually have to eat when they visit, it would be impolite, and he really didn't want to stay. As the 3 of them walked, Xu Ping couldn't help but sigh. Your father and mother were such smart and capable people. How could they just disappear like that? "By the way, Xiaolai, how have you been these years?" "I'm fine." Shulai didn't explain much. Tang Rongzhen looked him up and down, especially paying attention to what Shulai was holding in his hand. Shulai smiled slightly and handed the thing to his uncle Xu Ping. "I didn't buy anything this time, just this bottle of wine." He knew that Xu Ping liked to drink, so he specially found a bottle of top-quality Maotai. Xu Ping couldn't get used to Western alcohol. Even beer, Xu Ping felt it smelled like horse urine. But he also put some money in the wine box. His father had a car accident once, and it was Xu Ping who helped to send him to the hospital, so he was quite grateful to Xu Ping. "Xiaolai, you're back now. Just come back. Treat us like your own family. Why are you so polite? If it wasn't for your father, I would have died long ago." Xu Ping waved his hand quickly. Tang Rongzhen quickly reached out to catch it and pouted. "Just one bottle." "One bottle is enough. I haven't been in good health these years, and I rarely drink. This mutai is very expensive." After all, he is a drinker, so Xu Ping naturally knows the name of mutai, and the packaging looks extraordinary. It's not that expensive. At least a few hundred. Xu Ping took a look and said, "About that." This bottle of wine is actually more than 30,000 yuan, a fine aged wine. If he said that, Xu Ping, with his slightly honest character, would definitely not want it, so he didn't explain much. When Tang Rongzhen heard that the bottle of wine was worth a few hundred yuan, she snorted softly as if she was a little disgusted. The uncle's house is on the edge of the county town, a 2-story building. Renovating this house also consumed all of Xu Ping's savings. Xu Lai's old house is still a few hundred meters away from Xu Ping's small building. Uncle, I'll go back and take a look first. Okay, I'll call you for dinner later. There are many people here let's have some fun. Xu Ping seemed very excited. Xu Lai walked to the old house, opened the door, and a familiar atmosphere came over. No one has lived there for a long time, and there is a lot of dust inside. He picked up the broom and started to clean. After cleaning, he suddenly looked up at the roof. With a flash of his eyes, he came out of the room, stood in the yard, and looked directly at the roof. Looking at the empty roof, he frowned. Just now, he seemed to see someone looking at him from above. When he came out, he saw nothing. It should be his own illusion. Xu Lai thought about it and went back to the room. After sitting for a while, he suddenly looked at the corner of the wall, where there was a jade pendant. What is this? Xu Lai walked over, picked up the jade pendant, and took a look. He was sure that he had never seen this thing before. He felt a little warm while holding the jade pendant. Hetian jade? It didn't look like it. He pinched it with his hands and found it was very hard. He estimated that he might not be able to crush it even if he used all his strength. If it was Hetian jade, it would have broken long ago. There was a Tai Chi pattern on the jade pendant, which made him feel a little extraordinary. He couldn't figure it out for a while, so he put the jade pendant away first. Xu Lai closed the door and walked towards Xu Ping's house. It seemed that there were a lot of people coming to Xu Ping's place today. I don't know what happened. When I arrived at Xu Ping's house, I found out that it turned out that Xu Ping's son brought his girlfriend back and invited relatives to dinner today. In the customs here, it is equivalent to engagement. No wonder Tang Rongzhen said that there were a lot of people today. Xu Ping's son is called Xu Tiankai. I heard that he passed the civil service exam after graduating from college. It seems that he is one of the young generation of the Xu family who is doing well. When Xu Lai came over, he happened to see Xu Tiankai getting out of a Mercedes-Benz A-Series car. Brother Tiankai, you are finally here. A young man hurried to meet him. He couldn't help but look at the Mercedes-Benz car next to him with envy. This kind of car is already very good. Although there are many young people in the Xu family over the years, none of them have done well. Now only Xu Tiankai has driven a luxury car back. At this time, Xu's relatives and friends also came to congratulate, and everyone couldn't help but take a look at the Mercedes-Benz car with envy and jealousy. Xu Tiankai smiled proudly, then opened the door and a woman got out of the car. This woman was Xu Tiankai's girlfriend, Wu Xiaoyu. Wu Xiaoyu was pretty, and she smiled and greeted after getting out of the car. Xu Ping and Tang Rongzhen hurried out and welcomed Wu Xiaoyu in. After entering, dinner was served soon. I have been waiting for them just now. Chapter 95. At the dinner table of the Xu family, a group of people started chatting. The topic naturally revolved around Xu Tiankai and Wu Xiaoyu. Brother Tiankai, how is it to work in the system? The one who spoke was Xu Yuanjia. He was Tiankai's cousin. Xu Yuanjia's tone was a bit envious and flattering. Well, that's it. Fortunately, our leader treats me very well. Maybe I will be promoted in 2 years. Xu Tiankai smiled slightly, with a bit of indifference on his face, as if it was really not worth mentioning. These relatives were stunned when they heard that Xu Tiankai was about to be promoted, and a trace of envy flashed in their eyes. That's great. Tiankai will also be a leading cadre in the future. One of Xu Tiankai's aunts said in surprise. What are you talking about? Tiankai is graduation. Can you give me some advice when you have time? Don't worry. Xu Tiankai nodded. This made Xu Yuanjia overjoyed. Tang Rongzhen also laughed and said, in the future, you should listen to your brother Tiankai more. He will give you some advice. I know. Thank you, brother Tiankai. It's a small matter. Xu Tiankai smiled lightly, but he couldn't hide the smugness in his eyes. At this time, he looked at Xu Lai. Isn't this Xu Lai? I haven't seen you much since your parents died. Where have you been all these years? Everyone followed Xu Tiankai's gaze and seemed to have just seen Xu Lai, with a bit of teasing in their expressions. Because they all heard that Xu Tiankai didn't like Xu Lai. I'm in Haidong, Xu Lai said lightly. I heard that your girlfriend dumped you recently and you lost your job? Shu Tiankai looked at Shu Lai playfully, with a bit of contempt in his eyes. I guess so. Shu Lai didn't want to explain more. He just wanted to eat quickly, so that he could leave. You used to have the best grades among the younger generation. The clan said you could bring honor to the family. I didn't expect you to end up like this. It's really disappointing to the clan. Shu Yuanjia also laughed and said, Shu Lai, you should just follow brother Tian Kai in the future. Tang Rongjin heard this and shook her head. Forget it. My son doesn't want such a person. Xiaoyu looked at Shu Lai and said, now that you have just graduated, it is actually the best opportunity. If you miss it, you will never achieve anything in your life. Hearing her say this, everyone looked at Shu Lai with even colder eyes. Shu Lai, it seems that you have wasted your college years. Look at the gap between you and Xiaoqian. The one who spoke was an uncle of Shu Tiankai. While eating melon seeds, he said to Shu Lai in a lecturing tone, I think you should go out with me to work in construction. It's 150 yuan a day, and food and accommodation are provided. Shu Lai looked at him and didn't say anything. He was so embarrassed to say that he could work in construction and earn 150 yuan a day. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Tang Rongzhen snorted and said, Shu Lai, your cousin's father gave you a way out. Why don't you thank him quickly? I'm not interested, Shu Lai said. With Shu Lai's current assets, although it's tens of millions of yuan, it's not that bad. Haha, young people are arrogant. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Seeing that Shu Lai didn't fall for it, the cousin's father felt a little unhappy. Now a male worker on their construction site earns at least 400 yuan a day. If Shu Lai agreed, he could make more than 200 yuan from Shu Lai every day, which is free money. Unfortunately, Shu Lai didn't agree. This is Xu Ping wearing an apron, coming out of the kitchen, smiling and saying, get ready for dinner. He also heard what everyone said in the kitchen just now, and looked at Shu Lai, feeling a little uncomfortable. Hey, if nothing happened to the second brother's family, how could it become like this? While eating, Xiaoyu suddenly took out a box. Opening the box, she took out a bracelet and handed it to Tang Rongzhen. Aunt, this is a bracelet I picked for you this weekend. What do you think? Tang Rongzhen looked at the bracelet. Her eyes almost popped out. Not bad, a good thing. It must be worth a lot of money. Not expensive, more than 10,000 yuan. Barely worthy of Aunt. Too expensive, I can't take it. Tang Rongzhen's heart was pounding and she quickly refused, but she held her hand tightly. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with contempt, but most people couldn't see it. She smiled and continued, Aunt, if you don't want it, you just don't like me, then I'll leave. Xiaoyu pretended to get up. Tang Rongzhen hurriedly tried to keep her and put on the bracelet as well. After putting on the bracelet, she couldn't help but continue to look at it. It's really beautiful. Xiaoyu is worthy of being from a wealthy family, and her gifts are much more generous than others. It's not like some people who can only buy a bottle of wine worth a few hundred yuan and still have the nerve to come here to eat and drink for free. As she spoke, she glanced at Shu Lai. Seeing this, Shu Tiankai's eyes flashed, and he asked, Did Shu Lai bring something here too? Tang Rongzhen pointed to the Mao Tai liquor next to him. Isn't that right? I heard that it cost a few hundred yuan. Xiaoyu said, It seems that Mao Tai liquor doesn't cost a few hundred yuan. The genuine one costs at least more than 2,000 yuan. My friends often sent wine to my dad before, and I heard about it from my dad. Xiaoyu's father is the deputy director, and no one doubts Xiaoyu's words. Everyone glanced at Shu Lai, and they were immediately full of strangeness. Since Xiaoyu said that the genuine one costs at least more than 2,000 yuan, Shu Lai must not be able to buy the real thing with a few hundred yuan. That means Shu Lai bought a fake. Tang Rongzhen's eyes widened and her face fell. I thought so. This wine doesn't look good, but I didn't expect it to be fake. She pinched Xu Ping again. Look at what you have become in these years. Even your nephew sent some fakes to fool you. Xu Ping opened his mouth, glanced at Shu Lai, and sighed in his heart. Shu Lai, I think you have grown up in vain. You actually bought fake goods to give to us, and lied to us that they were worth hundreds of dollars. I think it's worth tens of dollars. The wine is real. I was worried that my uncle would not accept it, so I deliberately said it was worth hundreds of dollars. Shu Lai did not expect things to develop like this, and he was a little speechless. Chapter 96, Debt Collection. Really? How much did you buy this wine for? Xiaoyu asked. More than 30,000. At this Tulai also said the real price. What? More than 30,000? I can't take this. When Xu Ping heard more than 30,000, his face immediately changed and he hurriedly postponed. Xu Lai knew this would happen, so he only said a few $100 before, but he would not take back the things he gave away. Uncle, just accept it. Xu Ping still shook his head and postponed. Tang Rongjin looked at the wine box with a gleam in her eyes. She said quickly, since it's your nephew's good intention, you should accept it. Xu Tiankai said, more than 30,000 yuan. You are not bragging. After all, you are unemployed and even your girlfriend has dumped you. How can you afford such an expensive thing? Oh Xiaoyu also said, more than 30,000 yuan of wine is not something you can buy casually. You need necessary channels. This kind of wine can't be bought even if many people have money. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I have already said that this is true. Xu Lai said lightly, ha ha, is that so? Then today is just right. There are so many people. I will open it and take a look. Xu Tiankai said, while looking at Xu Lai's face, he prepared to open the wine. Seeing Xu Lai's calm expression, Xu Tiankai gritted his teeth and opened the box. He didn't believe it was true. How could Xu Lai afford this kind of wine? He couldn't afford it and couldn't buy it. Why could Xu Lai buy it? Could that kid be better than himself? This is impossible. However, when the box was opened, everyone smelled a strong aroma of wine. It smells good? Can it be real? The uncle who worked in construction was also a wine lover. He knew that the wine was good just by asking about its taste. Xu Ping sniffed and said with a look of enjoyment, it's really good, this is good wine. But then, everyone's eyes fell on the other things in the box. When the box was opened, there were actually 2 stacks of banknotes inside. This? Xu Tiankai saw the 2 stacks of cash inside and didn't know what to say for a moment. Xu Lai sighed. I wanted to wait until I left before my uncle opened it and saw it. Xu Ping was stunned for a while, and quickly returned the money to Xu Lai and said, Xiao Lai, what do you mean by this? Xu Ping, what are you doing? This is someone's gift. After Tang Rongjin came back to her senses from the surprise, she quickly grabbed the money tightly. Hao Xiaoyu and Xu Tiankai sat at the table and became much quieter. Regardless of whether the wine was real or not, the 20,000 yuan that Xu Lai put in it was real. Wu Xiaoyu had just carefully examined the bottle of wine. It was real, because her father also had a bottle. That bottle of wine was regarded as his lifeblood by her father. He was reluctant to drink it and often showed it off. So she was very familiar with this kind of wine. She didn't expect that this inconspicuous Xu Lai also bought a bottle. She couldn't believe it, and couldn't help but look at Xu Lai carefully. At this time, Xu Ping sighed. There were many guests at home, so he couldn't argue with Tang Rongjin. Eat, eat. Tang Rongjin grabbed the money in her hand and stopped talking about the authenticity of the wine. She quickly picked up some food for Xu Tiankai. Xu Tiankai took a bite and felt uncomfortable. At this moment, a car suddenly stopped at the door of the room. The car door opened and several people in black clothes walked out. The leader was a bald fat man with sunglasses on his face and a tattoo. He was not a good person at first glance. Where is Xu Tiankai? Get out! The fat man stood at the door and shouted loudly. When Xu Tiankai heard the voice, his face suddenly changed and he looked flustered. Xu Ping frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. Tang Rongjin stood up first and pointed at the bald man. Who are you? This is our house. Get out of here. The bald man sneered. They had seen all kinds of scenes of debt collection. How dare an old woman yell at him? With a push of his hand, he pushed Tang Rongjin several meters away and hit her against the wall next to him. Tang Rongjin was a little scared now. She didn't expect the other party to start a fight as soon as he said so. Although she was arrogant, she only did it to an honest person like Xu Ping. When she met a real ruthless person, she didn't dare to be arrogant at all. You. Who are you? Leaning against the wall, Tang Rongjin spoke in a much lower voice. Hey, who am I? You have to ask Xu Tiankai. The fat man had already walked in at this time, looking at Xu Tiankai and sneered. Xu Ping hurriedly said, Son, what's going on? What's going on? Your son owes us 1 million and he must pay it back today. What? 1 million? Xu Ping heard the voice and fell down on the chair. Son, is it true? Xu Ping's voice trembled. You are talking nonsense. How could it be so much? Xu Tiankai said loudly. Everyone heard that. Xu Tiankai did not deny the debt, but just said that the amount was wrong. Hey, how come it's not that much? You borrowed 200,000 before. Didn't you pay interest? Now half a year has passed, including the principal and interest, 1 million, and this is still a small amount for you. Tell me, how are you going to pay it back? If it's not enough today, I will dodge 3 of your fingers. If it's still not enough tomorrow, I will stomp one of your hands. You can count how many times I can chop you off. The fat man pulled a chair from the side and sat down. Xu Ping, what should we do now? Or should we report it to the police? Tang Rongzhen shouted in a crying voice. Hey, you can report it to the police. If you dare to do so, I will make sure you never live a peaceful life in this life. The fat man laughed indifferently, but Xu Ping, who had just picked up the phone, put it down again. It was indeed very easy for these thugs to deal with their family. Xu Ping thought for a while and gritted his teeth and said, Brother, there is a Mercedes-Benz outside. It should be worth a lot of money. You can drive it away first. Xu Qiankai hurriedly said, Dad, no. What time is it now? What are you still thinking about, you dog? Can you afford that car? Xu Ping wanted to beat Xu Qiankai to death now. Dad, no. I rented that car. Xu Qiankai whispered. Rented? Tang Rongzhen was stunned. Her body softened and she sat directly on the ground. Several relatives looked at each other, some with regretful expressions, and some with a gloating look in their eyes. Before, they envied Xu Qiankai for having a good job, a girlfriend, and a luxury car. But in a blink of an eye, they found that everything was fake. Xu Qiankai's family became so miserable, but they felt very comfortable. Xu Yuanjie stood up and said, I have something to do at home. I'll leave first. He was ready to leave immediately. But the fat man stopped him. Don't worry. You can only leave when I tell you to. You all stay here until I say something. He was also cautious. If these people go out to call for help, although he is not afraid, it will be troublesome. Chapter 97. $1 Million Loan. Pay back the money now. I don't have much time. Don't force me to do it. The fat man took off his sunglasses, revealing a sinister face. Xu Ping, what should I do? Tang Rongzhen cried. Xu Ping quickly took out his mobile phone and checked all his money. He found that there were only 20,000 or 30,000 yuan in total. Hey, big brother, I have some money here. Can I transfer it to you first? Xu Ping asked with a low smile. Stop talking nonsense. Here is the account number. Transfer it quickly. The fat man threw out a bank card. Xu Ping quickly transferred some money. Damn it. Do you think I'm a beggar? 20 or 30,000 is not enough for the change. The fat man was furious when he saw his phone. He kicked a stool in front of, and it flew straight towards Xu Ping. Xu Ping was stunned and didn't react. He watched the stool getting closer and closer to him. Xu Tiankai was right next to him, but he was too scared to move. Xu Lai, who was a little further away, saw this and quickly reached out and slapped the stool away. Uncle, are you okay? Xu Lai looked at the frightened Xu Ping and asked. I'm fine. Xu Ping took a deep breath and looked at the frightened Xu Tiankai next to him. He was angry and furious. He gritted his teeth and asked, How much money do you have on you now? I have no money. Xu Tiankai lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Xu Ping raised his hand, but finally didn't hit it. At this time, Xiaoyu also said coldly, Don't look at me, I won't give you money even if I have it. Xu Tiankai, I have completely misjudged you. Xiaoyu, you bitch! I spent hundreds of thousands on you, and you won't even let me kiss you. Xu Tai became hysterical and reached out to grab Xiaoyu's neck. Xiaoyu failed to dodge and was caught by Xu Tiankai. She slapped Xu Tiankai with both hands. You bastard! What are you doing? Xu Ping went up and kicked Xu Tiankai on the back, and Xu Tiankai let go of Xiaoyu. Several relatives saw this scene and laughed at them. Don't waste your time here. Hurry up and take out the money. I'll give you another 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, if it's less than 100,000, I'll chop off a finger first. The fat man took out a machete and shook the shining blade at everyone. Brother, we are just an ordinary family. There is really nothing we can do. You see? Xu Ping had no choice but to kneel down in front of the fat man and beg humbly. Xu Lai frowned. Old man, do you think I am doing a good deed? The fat man kicked Xu Ping in the chest and sent him flying on the spot. Xu Ping hit the table and coughed loudly in pain. The other 2 young men came over and planned to continue to attack Xu Ping. Xu Lai snorted coldly, raised his foot and kicked the 2 men flying, slamming them heavily outside the door. The fat man was startled and stood up from the chair, pointing the machete in his hand at Xu Lai. Boy, are you looking for death? Xu Lai's sudden attack also scared everyone. They didn't expect Xu Lai to be so powerful when he attacked. I'm afraid you are the ones who are looking for death. This is an illegal loan, Shulai said. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. You're actually saying it's an illegal loan. So what? If you don't pay me back, I'll let you know what it means to be worse off than dead. Fat had a cold face and a gloomy smile. Oh, what should I do now? Tang Rongzhen was almost collapsed. She thought her son was so successful, but he suddenly became a joke in the eyes of his relatives. Now he has to bear millions of usury. Shulai, do you have money? You can buy such expensive wine, so you must have. Give it to them quickly. Give it to them. Tang Rongzhen looked at Shulai and said loudly. Several pairs of eyes looked at Shulai. Xu Ping also begged in a low voice. Shulai, I know your aunt and the others just said something unpleasant, but for my sake, please help Tiankai. Shulai sighed. Okay. Boy, you want to pay them back? Then hurry up. Fatty heard the conversation and looked at Shulai with a bad look. Don't worry. Shulai made a phone call. Now in front of so many people, it's not easy for him to deal with Fatty and the others directly, but there is someone who is suitable. Boy, what are you doing? Don't delay me. Pay the money back quickly. Don't worry. I will give it to you. Let these people leave first. I will stay here with you. Hearing what Shulai said, Fatty thought about it and gritted his teeth and said, You'd better be telling the truth. Otherwise, you kid won't see the sun tomorrow. These relatives and friends hurriedly left Xu Ping's house. Oh, Xiaoyu also got up and left. Seeing this, Xu Tiankai hurriedly said, Xiaoyu, don't go. I was just confused. Oh Xiaoyu stopped and turned around. Xu Tiankai was delighted, thinking that Oh Xiaoyu had forgiven him, but he didn't expect Oh Xiaoyu to turn around and slap him in the face twice. Then, without even looking at Xu Tiankai, who was in a daze, he walked straight to Tang Rongzhen and said condescendingly, Tang Rongzhen, give me back my bracelet. Tang Rongzhen was still a little reluctant, but Oh Xiaoyu took it away by force. Oh Xiaoyu walked to the door, turned back and glanced at Xu Tiankai and said coldly, Xu Tiankai, you are a waste. Xu Tiankai's face was extremely ugly. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The fat man said to Shulai at this time, Boy, where is my money? Don't worry, it will be soon. I'm asking my friends to send the money over. Okay, I'll wait here. The fat man asked the other people to sit down as well and just stared at Shulai. Boy, I'll give you 2 hours. If you exceed 2 hours, I'll kick you for every extra second. Seeing this, Xu Ping came over and whispered to Shulai, Shulai, do you really have a solution? He was so anxious just now that he had no choice. Now that he had calmed down for a while, he knew that he had implicated Shulai and felt a little embarrassed. Don't worry, uncle. Shulai smiled and reassured Xu Ping. Everyone waited like this, and the 2 hours were about to come. When it was almost dark, the fat man looked at the time and sneered, I'll give you another half an hour. If it's not over yet, prepare to have someone collect the body. Tang Rongzhen hurriedly said, Shulai has promised to give you money. Now it's none of my son's business. Don't hurt my son. If you want to find someone, find Shulai. Xu Ping finally couldn't help it, raised his hand and slapped Tang Rongzhen in the face. You damn bitch! Do you really think I dare not hit you? You? Facing the angry Xu Ping, Tang Rongzhen felt scared for the first time. Xu Tiankai finally didn't dare to move in the eyes of Xu Ping and the fat man. He just hoped that Shulai could really find a way to solve it. As for what the solution was, he didn't care, as long as he was fine. At this moment, Shulai smiled and said, Okay, they're here. Let's go out and talk. Shulai walked out the door and Fatty and the others hurriedly followed. Xu Ping took a look and also pulled Xu Tiankai to follow Shulai closely. Tang Rongzhen hesitated for a moment and also followed behind. When they came outside, they saw 3 black SUVs coming. The 3 black SUVs were all worth more than 2 million, and it was obvious that not everyone could afford them. Fatty frowned, and he found that things might be a little different from what he imagined. Chapter 98 Silver walked out of them. Fatty often hangs out on the street, and he knew at a glance that these people were tough guys. Especially the big fat guy in the lead, who was fatter than him. Although he had a smile on his face, he couldn't help shuddering. These people were the great white sharks that Shulai had just called over. The great white shark looked directly at Shulai without even glancing at the others. He came over quickly and said with a smile, Brother Xu, you're looking for me. He was respectful and smiling, just like a company subordinate. The fat man frowned when he saw this. Well, a friend of mine owes them some online loans. You can talk to them about the details, Shulai said, pointing to the fat man and his group next to him. Oh, really? The great white shark smiled and looked at the fat man. The fat man suddenly felt cold all over, but still gritted his teeth and said, "Not bad. You guys pay the money back quickly." Before he finished speaking, the great white shark punched the fat man in the face, and the fat man's 200-pound body flew out heavily. The great white shark itself is not weak in strength. Although it is far inferior to Shu Lai, it is still easy to deal with ordinary people. You guys have a good chat, and let me know when there is a result. Shu Lai took a look and knew that the next scene was not suitable for Shu Ping and others to watch for too long, so he said hello to the great white shark and went back to the house first. After returning to the house, Shu Ping couldn't help but look back outside. However, Great White Shark had already dragged Fatty and the others to the woods in the backyard. Apart from screams, nothing else could be seen. Shu Ping realized that his nephew was no longer an ordinary person this time. Whether it was the precious Mutai he had just casually taken out, or the ruthless man he had called over with just one phone call, it was not something that ordinary people could do. Tang Rongjin was no longer as arrogant as before, but looked at Shu Lai with fear. Shu Tiankai was now hiding aside, only daring to secretly look at Shu Lai. "Shu Lai hasn't eaten much yet. Why are you still standing here? Why don't you hurry up and make some hot meals?" Shu Ping yelled at Tang Rongjin. Tang Rongjin hurriedly said, "Oh, okay, I'll go right away." Shu Lai shook his head and said, "Don't bother. No need, it will be done soon." Tang Rongjin still went to the kitchen quickly. After a while, Great White Shark came over, but there was still some scarlet blood on his hands. "What's wrong?" Shu Lai asked. "That guy said he couldn't make the decision. He was entrusted by someone to come and collect the money, and he can get 500,000 yuan after collecting the money." Great White Shark explained. Shu Lai thought for a while and said, "In this case, let him contact the person behind the scenes and say that the money has been received, and ask the person over there to come." Great White Shark nodded, turned around and went out. Shu Ping opened his mouth at this time and couldn't help asking, "Shu Lai, are you also doing things in society now?" Shu Lai shook his head. "No, the person just now is just my friend." Shu Ping was half believing and half doubting. After all, he saw the attitude of Great White Shark. Shu Lai and that Great White Shark were definitely not just friends. But Shu Lai didn't want to say more, and he didn't dare to ask more. After Great White Shark went out, Shu Lai and the others continued to wait for news. This time they waited for a long time until after 12 o'clock in the evening. 2 cars drove over. Both cars were black Cadillacs, and they were pure imported. The price was more than 3 million, which was more expensive than the off-road vehicle that Great White Shark brought. The car stopped, and a woman wearing sunglasses got out, followed by several people. Everyone walked lightly and breathed steadily, and they were all masters. The woman got out of the car, moved her nose, and instantly smelled a bloody smell. But she was not nervous, but showed a playful smile. "Liu-san, didn't you say you received the money? I'm here." Great White Shark dragged the fat man like a dead dog out. "Is Liu-san the one you were talking about?" "Haha, do you know who you are against?" The woman was unmoved, but chuckled. "So who are you?" Shu Lai came out at this time and looked at her with a serious look. "I thought it was someone who dared to provoke us, but I didn't expect it to be a kid." Seeing Shu Lai appear, the woman was surprised for a moment, and then her eyes were full of disdain. She waved to the people behind her, and they immediately rushed directly towards Shu Lai. Shu Lai did not take action, and Great White Shark roared and blocked them with people. A group of people started to fight, but only 2 people on the Great White Shark side had martial arts skills, so they were soon defeated. The Great White Shark was also attacked by several people at the same time and fell to the ground. While the Great White Shark was falling, 3 people rushed to Shu Lai at the same time. Shu Lai punched one of them in the chest. With a click, the man's chest caved in on the spot, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Another person rushed over, and Shu Lai raised his foot and kicked the man's stomach. Puff! The man flew backwards, hit the tree, and collapsed to the ground. There was only one person left, and Shu Lai waved his hand and slapped the man's shoulder. The man immediately screamed and knelt on the ground. These 3 were martial arts masters, but they didn't expect to be easily defeated by Shu Lai. This made the woman on the side slightly curl up her lips. "A kid in the chi refining stage actually has some strength, so I'll send you to death." After the woman finished speaking, she threw away her sunglasses, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. Immediately, Her slender legs carried 1,000 pounds of force and slashed at Shulai like a long sword. Shulai did not dodge, but stretched out his hand and grabbed the woman's right leg. The woman's heart tightened, and she wanted to take it back, but found that she could not get rid of it at all. Shulai just held her legs and stood there. The woman supported one leg on the ground, and the other leg was held in Shulai's hand. The scene was a little weird for a while. "Let me go!" The woman was ashamed and angry. When had she, Gu Chunru, been treated like this by a man? "What if I don't let go?" Shulai grabbed her slender calf, and 3 fingers gently tapped her soft calf. "If you don't let me go, I, Gu Chunru, swear that I must kill you," Gu Chunru said loudly with hatred. Shulai was about to speak, but he didn't expect a cold light to shoot suddenly, and he quickly avoided it. At the same time, he also let go of Gu Chunru's hand. I saw the cold light shot at the tree in the distance and directly pierced the big tree with a bowl-sized hole. A big hole appeared in the middle of the tree, and the whole tree was broken into 2 parts from the big hole. Gu Chunru made a move, and the cold light returned to her hand and turned into a silver needle. At this time, the silver needle shot out again. This time, Shulai was prepared. He snorted lightly, wrapped in his true energy, and slapped the silver needle directly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the silver needle was slapped to the ground by him, but the huge force actually blew a big hole in the ground. It can be seen that this silver needle has a destructive power. Chapter 99, Bagua Tai Chi. Seeing the silver needle being slapped away by Shulai, Gu Chunru's eyes flashed with shock again. She gritted her teeth and said, "Ice!" Immediately, the true energy in her palm turned into a silver-white ice arrow. Shulai felt that the temperature around him dropped sharply, and even in the void, there were bursts of ice mist. "Go!" With just a cry from her, the ice arrow appeared beside Shulai like white lightning. However, the surging chi in Shulai's body at this time made him look like a little sun, emitting a very masculine and strong aura. The ice arrow was melted by his pure chi before it got within 3 meters of Shulai's body and dissipated in the void. "No, you are only at the 8th level of chi refining. Why are you so powerful?" Gu Chunru looked suspicious. She was a master at the peak of the 9th level of chi refining. "Hey, I can only say that the realm is not absolute." Shulai stretched out his hand and slapped Gu Chunru with a strong chi. Gu Chunru groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "Can the debt be written off now?" "Okay, you win. Your debt is written off." Gu Chunru gritted her teeth and said. Although she wrote off the debt for Shulai, she had to make up for the deficit of 1.